Simon & Schuster Audio presents The Heroin Diaries, a year in the life of a shattered rock star, by Nikki Sixx with Ian Gittins. Read by Nikki Sixx with Sophie Cargman and Ross Marquand.
"10 years later. I was born on December 11th, 1958, but I fell in love with drugs and alcohol for the first time when I was 6 years old. By that time, I had accepted the fact that I would never have a real dad, but it's no secret my mom didn't have a problem bringing men around to try to fill that void, even if it was for herself and not me. I don't have a lot of memories of my childhood. I think in a lot of ways, I blocked most everything out. Or all of my disappointments just ran into each other, creating a blur like trying to take a photo while moving. In the summer of 1965, my mom and stepdad got the bright idea to drive into Mexico and dragged me along because, well, they didn't have any other place to dump me. My memories of that trip across the border include my stepdad's Volkswagen Karmann Ghia, his German Shepherd named Belle, and a shitload of marijuana. I don't remember much else about that trip other than feeling pretty marginalized due to the fact that my mom paid more attention to my stepdad than she did to me. But the one thing that sticks out the most is that it created a very clear before and after in my life, a line in the sand. One night, I sat on the floor in our rundown motel south of Guadalajara, playing with my only toy, a Tonka truck that was so beat up from wear and tear, a secondhand store probably wouldn't even take it for free. My mom and stepdad sat at a little table by the window, laughing hysterically while smoking a huge joint, probably some low-grade grass they'd come to Mexico to buy and later sneak north across the border under the hood of the car. They both sipped Jack Daniels from the motel's bathroom glasses without ice, which I remember thinking was strange. Who would want any kind of drink without ice in a heat like that? Next thing I knew, my stepdad was telling me to come over to him and that I should try to take a hit off the joint and take a sip of the whiskey. I don't remember feeling afraid. To the contrary, I wanted to show them both I was a grown-up, and that I think I also wanted my mom to know I could do all the grown-up things that my shitty stepdad could do. Once the pot and whiskey hit my system, my mind went kaboom, and my whole world changed. The static in my head, my body that I felt all day, every day, just went away. Like turning the channel on a TV from only seeing snow and then getting the clearest picture that you've ever seen. Everything made sense, and I no longer had any fear or sadness or doubt or anger about anything left in the world. At that point, everything in my life became about chasing that feeling. To this day, it has never stopped, no matter how much work I do on myself. People who have never struggled with addiction have a very different perspective on what it means to recover from a lifestyle of abuse. The fact is, they say you are in recovery because it is impossible to fully get better. Once the switch flips in your brain, you will never be one of the people who can, as they say in Alcoholics Anonymous, drink like a gentleman. The ability for an addict to responsibly drink and use drugs is a very dangerous misnomer. A lot of addicts fall prey to the notion that after a period of time they are cured and it's okay to go back out and give it another try. Perhaps some have succeeded in this exercise, but I've never met one of these people. In the case of heroin addiction, I do know that those in recovery who end up relapsing often overdose and die because their bodies and brains are just not used to the volume of drugs in their system anymore. Even though I relapsed after the events described in the Heroin Diaries, I never tried heroin again, and I'm afraid that if I had, I might have been just another statistic. Since the publication of the Heroin Diaries, my status as a recovery guy has gone through an evolution. When I meet and talk to other addicts, I sometimes feel that I'm viewed as some kind of Superman, a guy who's evolved completely through his recovery and has reached a weird kind of recovery enlightenment. This couldn't be further from the truth. On paper, the 10 years since the publication of the Heroin Diaries has been really incredible for me. Mötley Crüe had some of the biggest tours of their career. 6 a.m. was formed and had a number of hits and tours. I released 2 additional New York Times best-selling books. I created America's biggest syndicated rock radio show. I got married to an amazing woman. and I've become a professional photographer. But the truth is, the last 10 years have been in some ways the hardest years of my life, both professionally and personally. Life is constantly throwing things in your direction that you don't anticipate. And I'd be lying if I said there weren't times during the past decade where I didn't feel the pull of the bottle as a solution to my problems. And I thank God I never succumbed. A lot of people I've met through the last 10 years thank me for the Heroin Diaries and say that it saved their lives. The truth is, the Heroin Diaries saved my life too. Since its publication, I felt a responsibility to the recovery community that I've never felt before. A responsibility to maintain my sobriety because I am an example for others. But I am not infallible, and that is a very crucial fact that I hope people understand. When the Heroin Diaries came out in 2007, I took a real deep breath. It felt weird to hold it in my hands. There it was, a year in my life, laid bare to the world. A part of me thought, okay, cool, this is the natural progression from what I've always done. Be totally honest and candid in my interviews. Like the Home Sweet Home lyric says, my heart is like an open book for the whole world to read. Then the private part of me thought, what the hell was I thinking? Because most people don't keep diaries in which they itemize their most desperate and degrading moments, in which they talk about going insane, injecting dope into their dicks in the bedroom closet. Most people don't write diaries about life so decadent that they end up dead from an overdose. And most people definitely don't publish those tales of madness for everybody to read. I was given a second chance, and those are rare when it comes to drugs. I knew in my heart that sharing details, no matter how gory, was important to relay to the next person who'd faced the demon. I knew people who didn't get that second chance, people who didn't make it out alive. I had friends who were rotting right in front of my eyes. Maybe my story could help people looking for just a glimmer of hope. So when it came to publishing the Heroin Diaries, honesty was the only rule. Otherwise, people can smell a rat. I didn't want to see people suffer anymore from this deadly disease if I could help. Addiction doesn't just affect the addicted, it also destroys their family and friends. Now, I knew Mötley Crüe fans would buy this book, but I hope more it would connect with addicts or people looking to get into recovery, and I'd hope it might shed some light on the nature of addiction. I couldn't think of a better reason to show my warts and all. When I got a phone call from my management team the week the Heroin Diaries was released in September of 2007, I was shocked to find out that my story had found mainstream appeal. Hey, Nikki, they told me, your book is on the New York Times bestseller list, top 10. I'll never forget seeing that New York Times list. In fact, I still have it framed on my bathroom wall. There was my reality right up there near the top. I remember it was next to books by Bill Clinton and Mother Teresa. Good God, Mother Teresa is probably rolling in her grave over that one. So why did the Heroin Diaries touch so many people? It's not the first book ever written about addiction. I guess it had to do with the fact that I held nothing back. I never pulled my punches lyrically, musically, or in interviews. Addiction is usually handled in quiet. We sin in silence, so to speak. Once you admit that you're powerless, you'll find other people who want to change their lives for the better too. Alcoholics Anonymous, Cocaine Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, it's all about being anonymous. You go to these rooms and you say, these are the things I've done, and today I am one day sober. It's a place to confess, a secret sanctuary with no judgment. This book, though, was the exact opposite. You can't get much less secretive than publishing your diaries. Now, maybe people connected to the Heroin Diaries because I was confessing things that they may have done or somebody they loved might have done some of those things. Maybe it helped people not feel so alone. All I know is when the book came out, the phone calls started coming in. We want to talk to Nikki on this TV show or that radio show or in the news. I was taken aback at how much interest there was. It all opened up a conversation that I'd never had in public before. Luckily, I found the discussion easy. It was like purging, pulling the scab off the wound and letting it breathe. I guess in many ways that was the point of the book. Honesty was the key to all the conversations. People started to confess to me like I'd done to them in the book. It was a beautiful thing. The idea behind the Heroin Diaries was to show addiction, but also show recovery. I knew a lot of people might pick the book up for an inside look at my lifestyle, sex, drugs, and rock and roll, but I hope that even if somebody did read it for that reason, by the time they got to the end, their heart was a little warmer. My old sponsor said life is about softening the heart. If the reader had a greater understanding of where excess can lead and how to find the light in all that darkness, then I did more than publish another rock and roll book. I didn't mind being the worm on the hook. If this was how I could get people to consume the information, that was fine by me. I did book signings, and they were crazier than some concerts that I've been to. The crowds were way larger than anticipated. In Chicago, we thought there'd be a riot as it came time for us to leave for the airport because there were still so many people who wanted their books signed. Washington, D.C.'s crowd wouldn't let me go, and I signed books until 1 o'clock in the morning. The signings were very emotional. I connected with a new audience in a way I'd never done before. A lot of people who got their hands on the Heroin Diaries right at the start were dealing with their own addictions. They were either getting off or wanting to get off heroin, cocaine, pills, or alcohol. At these signings, these people were immediately recognizable and didn't hesitate to tell me face to face, as they knew that I understood exactly what they were going through. They knew that I'd been there, and they knew that I somehow got out. There were even people coming to those first signings that were sweating and shaking and saying, "I've been clean for 6 days." I would think to myself, this book has only been out for 7 days. People at signings started to give me their chips. When you're in a recovery program, you're first given a newcomer chip. Then if you stay sober, you get chips at 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, a year, and so on. People who had been in the program for years were giving me their tokens that they had worked so hard to earn. It was an honor to receive those chips, and it still is to this day. Now, the other way people heard about the Heroin Diaries, of course, was through a new project I'd put together just for the book called 6 a.m. 6 a.m. was originally just going to be a one-off musical project with no band name based around the book. My manager had the idea of recording 5 or 6 songs based on the Heroin Diaries to put on a CD and slip inside the back cover, a soundtrack to a book. I was already writing with James Michael, and Alan Kovac, my manager of more than 20 years, put me in touch with DJ Ashva. So I showed the guys my old diaries and the new galleys of the book and asked if they wanted to embark on a crazy journey. Writing a soundtrack to a book was something that had never been done before. It set us free musically and lyrically because there was nothing to compare it against. It was really exciting to be in uncharted waters. Between the three of us, magic began to happen. We wrote Life is Beautiful, and in keeping with the honesty of the book, I knew the song had to hold truth. It had this line, "There's nothing like a funeral to make you feel alive." It cut like a knife as James sang it. Then Accidents Can Happen was about those times I was trying to get sober but would slip, and people would say to me, "You're a bad person. Be stronger. What's wrong with you?" And I would say, "Man, accidents can happen," as this lyric clearly paints. And you know that accidents can happen, and it's okay. We all fall off the wagon sometimes. It's not your whole life. It's only one day. We gave these songs to Alan Kovac, and he played them for radio programmers all around the world. Kovac came back and said, they love these tracks. They're saying Life is Beautiful could connect in a big way. So now you need a band name, he added. Huh? I said to him. These are tracks to go in the back of a book. We don't need a band name. No, he said. You're going to be a band. You're going to put out an album, and you're probably going to be asked to tour. You need a band name. So 6 a.m. was born, as was our first album, the Heroin Diaries soundtrack. The album and book were about to change my life forever and many others. It's interesting how it all connected. Some people read the book and then got into the band, and some people heard the songs, got intrigued, and then went back and got the book. To this day, I still hear stories of people listening to the album and reading the book at the same time. It's not often that people make it. I got to see the world in one of the biggest bands in the world with Mötley Crüe, but to strike twice is rare. The second time, though, wasn't about fame, money, or drugs. It was about heart and, yes, honesty. When the book first came out, I went to Washington, D.C. to meet with U.S. Congressman Patrick Kennedy at the Capitol to discuss how health insurers might do better to provide coverage for health and addiction issues. I got invited to speak on Capitol Hill for National Recovery Month, which was humbling, but it let me reach more people too. That speech was for the people who were trapped in the same awful dark place that I was back when I was scribbling those diary entries. And straight away, I realized that they were hearing me. I was getting through. I started getting emails and letters from people fighting addiction to thank me for the book. They told me they hadn't known what to expect before they read it. They laughed, they cried, and it motivated them. I'd been in Mötley Crüe for more than 25 years by 2007. The Heroin Diaries was the biggest and most intense response of anything I had done in my life, easily. And all this was coming from some shattered rock star shooting up and scratching his broken thoughts in an old journal some 20 years earlier. When 6 a.m. started playing live, I saw fans down at the front of the shows crying when we played Accidents Can Happen. I'd look over at this amazing band I had with James Michael and DJ Ashba, and I felt like the luckiest man on earth. Not only was I sober, I was in a band unlike anything I had experienced before. We were different, and we were friends too. Then after the shows, fans would tell me, "I'm trying so hard. There are so many people around me who don't understand. The book and the songs are helping me on my journey." To be honest, it was humbling and overwhelming and a lot to take in. I started to feel a lot of responsibility. It weighed on me in a positive way. I suddenly had a bigger responsibility than just being another cool cat in a rock band. There had always been a part in Mötley Crüe shows when Vince would say, "I want to introduce Mr. Nikki Sixx," and hand me the microphone. The crowd would yell and I would say, "Whoa, yeah, come on, put your hands in the fucking air and let's rock." It's all part of the sacred ritual. After the Heroin Diaries, that all changed. Vince would introduce me, I would grab the mic from him, and the arena would fall silent. I felt like I had to say something really important. It wasn't enough anymore to shout, "Yeah, let's all have a good time tonight," but what was I supposed to do instead? I had no idea, and in fact, I actually went to Vince and asked him to stop doing it. He told me, "You have to, bro. People want to hear from you." I love Vince for that. In the end, I started thinking for a second before opening my mouth and seeing what came out. I realized just how much my book had meant to people, and I realized that I couldn't let them down. When it first came out, there was a news story that a teacher in the Midwest had given it to his class to read as a salutary story about drugs and addiction. One of the pupils' parents had seen the book, been horrified, and complained to the school, which had suspended the teacher. Now, 10 years have passed since we published the Heroin Diaries, and I'm proud that the book is in a lot of school libraries. I'm even more proud that some rehab centers give it to their recovering addicts to help them. I can't think of a better use for it. Now, of course, a lot has happened since then. Some of the people who have helped me tell my story the first time are no longer around. Some of their deaths were due to drugs that they took years or even decades earlier, because that's the way drugs sometimes roll. Even when you beat them, they can still get you in the end. In the Heroin Diaries, I poured a lot of blame for my broken heart and trauma all over my parents. As I saw it, I reckoned that if they had not abandoned me, I'd never have plumbed the insane depths of addiction that my unhappiness took me to. Was I right? Yes and no. If I had a perfect story-like childhood, well, maybe I would have avoided the rotting, decaying lifestyle that ended up killing me. Sure, it's possible. Or maybe I wouldn't have. Maybe something else would have dragged me down there. You just never know. Some of my friends have said if I wasn't angry, maybe I wouldn't have thrown myself headfirst into rock and roll the way I did either. I guess we can thank my childhood for Shout at the Devil. My mom, Deanna Richards, passed away. We tried to mend our broken relationship, but we never quite managed it. Like I said, she was never really there throughout my childhood. Whether that was her fault or somebody else's doesn't really matter anymore. She's gone now. All I can say is if you have time to make amends, make them. We both should have. Being sober is also about being accountable. I wanted so much to get real with my mom. I wanted to talk it all out with her and try to mend things. I think if my mom had ever just said to me at any time in recent years, I fucked up, well, I would have said right back to her, Mom, I fucked up too. Let's start over. But she never did. She couldn't or wouldn't. Whenever we tried to talk, she'd say the same old things, that she was mistreated, that she was the victim, that people had tried to take me from her because she was the black sheep of the family. As far as my mom was concerned, she'd never done anything wrong. It kind of left our conversation with nowhere to go. The only way to progress it would be if I had said, yes, you're right. Everything that happened in my life was my fault, or my grandmother Nona's fault, or my grandfather Tom's fault. I couldn't say that because it wasn't true. She had a part in it. Plus, I just don't operate like that. I'll meet you halfway, but you have to meet me too. So even so, I tried to mend things with my mom. Courtney, my wife, would push me. She'd tell me, you need to go up to Seattle to see your mother, Nikki. She won't be around forever. About a year before my mom passed, I flew up to Seattle with my kids and Courtney to meet up with her. It was in a Four Seasons hotel, and she was pissed off because she couldn't smoke inside. We talked, and I said, Mom, I've been on the road a lot, and I think I might take it easy for a while now. My mom looked at me and said, well, you better not be thinking about retiring anytime soon. Everybody in the room sat with bated breath. Me? I'd seen this movie before. For a second, I thought she would say, because you're so talented, or because you made so many people happy. I thought my mother was about to say something nice. Instead, she looked me square in the eye and she said, because I'm going to need about $40,000 per month to be taken care of in the kind of facility that I want to be in. And all I could think to say was, oh. I looked at the floor, and my wife and kids sat around me in silence. Just when I thought my mother couldn't hurt me anymore, she shattered my heart into 1,000 pieces one last time. That evening, we went for dinner, and my mom spent the entire meal telling the people at the table all the great things she did for me as a child. I guess some of them may have been true. But as the night went on, I found myself looking at her and thinking, well, I guess this is how the story ends. And it was. We never got to get real. It's a shame, but it just wasn't to be. My grandfather Tom was a different story. When my grandfather passed away, it broke my heart. Right to the end, he was coming to stay with us in Los Angeles, and even when he was not feeling good, he'd never go see a doctor. That's how he was. He was born in 1927. He thought doctors were criminals. Same with lawyers, politicians, and anybody from the church. That was Tom. He owned it. He got prostate cancer, and by the time he finally saw his doctor in Idaho, it had spread throughout his body, and it was too late. I was with him when he took his last gasp. I miss him still to this day. He and Nona, they made me. They gave me a soft heart. They're the good that's in me. When I lose my compassion and my anger rears its ugly head, I think about my life with them, and it brings me back down to earth. I grew up in a trailer. We had no money, but I was a billionaire in my heart, thanks to their unconditional love. Nona and Tom were my mom and my dad. It was hard for me when addiction specialist Bob Timmons passed away. Now, there was a drug counselor who made a difference. What a life Bob had had. He had been a really bad addict, spent time in jail, ridden with the Hells Angels, was covered in tattoos and chain-smoked until cancer got him. But he had long since turned his life around. He lived for helping people. Bob did so much for me, and he never asked for a dime for any of it. If it wasn't for Bob, about 10 bands that I know wouldn't be here to make music for us. He was a tattooed badass angel. Vanity passed too. She and I never spoke after the Heroin Diaries came out, and I'm not sure we'd have that much to say to each other. It was so strange how she passed and then Prince passed right after her. Maybe they are in purple heaven together right now. Lemmy wrote that cool short medical dictionary for the original Heroin Diaries, and we always stayed in contact. He would text me, just simple stuff, telling me that he loved me. We played shows together and hung out in the dressing room. He'd play me old music on cassettes. He loved rock and roll, and it loved him. If more people were like Lemmy, we'd have less assholes on Earth. I saw Lemmy about 2 months before he passed. He was walking with a cane and looked so frail and thin. I'd never seen him so thin. He came up to me right into my face, and he said, "Nikki, look at me. I don't like the way I look. I look like an old man." I told him, "Lemmy, you look fine, man. You're going to get through this." But just a few weeks, he was gone. I will never forget him. He was the spirit of being real. Honesty all rolled up with a rock and roll snarl. So now they're all gone, and somehow I'm still here. I'm happy, sober, married, loving my family and my life. I'm here for my kids. I don't wake up craving a drink or drugs every day. But that doesn't mean I'm perfect or everything is easy. I'm still in recovery, and I always will be. There was this guy that I used to write about in my journals 30 years ago, Sicky Nicks. He was my alter ego. I blamed that dude for a fuck of a lot. Anytime I would shoot up or drank myself insane, cheated, stole, lied, well, that's Sicky's fault. Sicky has always been with me. I remember once when I was 9 years old, some kids were picking on me on a school bus. We got off the bus, I filled my lunchbox with rocks, swung, hit the first kid right across the face, then I hit the second kid. They never picked on me again. That was Sicky. That was 50 years ago. 50 years. He is a fucking monster who's been around for half a century, and he's a Heroin Diaries character who definitely isn't dead. Today, he comes out around anger. You really have to poke me, but if you poke the rattlesnake enough times, Sicky will come out. I don't like him. I always feel poisoned after he shows up. Sicky had a wild time in the addiction years when my mentality was, if you do me wrong, I'll do you dead. Even now, he won't totally go away. Wish he would. He's like Damien from The Omen. It's my battle to keep Sicky Nicks at bay. Before I was sober, I had no chance. Now, I mostly manage it. Mostly. Time moves on. My oldest kids are now well into their 20s and almost the age I was when I was shooting, snorting, and drinking myself into the grave. Thank God they haven't taken after my destructive old habits. A couple years ago, I asked my eldest daughter, Storm, whether she had ever read the Heroin Diaries. I tried to, but it was sort of boring, she told me. It was just so redundant. You woke up, you did drugs, you went to sleep, you woke up, you did drugs. After a few chapters, I gave up. I laughed, and I was pleased she felt that way. Well, maybe I was a little hurt. I'm glad my kids are not in a drug culture, but I know they're lucky because right now America is suffering one of its worst heroin epidemics in decades. It's truly heartbreaking. I did an interview with a mortician on my Sixth Sense radio show, and he told me 500,000 people in the U.S. are now addicted to heroin. I read recently that the problem in Ohio is so bad that there are more bodies coming into the mortuary than they can hold. They have to bring in ice trucks and send the bodies to other places while they figure out what happened to them and then to bury them. Think about it. That sounds apocalyptic. It's because of addiction. It's also a great reason to re-release this book right now. It's a good time to be warning people off heroin. A lot of the problem comes from scripts like oxycodone. People take the drugs for medical reasons. They get addicted or re-addicted, and when their doctors won't write any more prescriptions, they go to the streets or the internet and they buy it. They start smoking it and eventually shoot up. Then there's fentanyl, which users mix with lower-grade heroin to give it more of a kick. The heroin might be 100% pure when it leaves China, say, but when it gets to America, it's been stepped on, cut down multiple times. One dealer makes it 50%, the next makes it 25%, then another guy cuts it down to 10%. It ends up getting sold as dirty street China white heroin, but users know they can get fentanyl cheap and they mix it in. Makes the dope way more potent, and then they overdose and die. It's a dangerous situation. I worry about it daily. It was fentanyl that killed Prince. He was taking it to mass pain for his hip. I know how easily you can slip from prescription drugs to addiction. When I had a double hernia surgery on the last Mötley Crüe tour, the doctors gave me drugs for pain management. They said, take them every 4 hours. I did for a few days, but then I flushed them down the toilet because I didn't want to be a statistic. I know how good they feel, but I also know I didn't want them in my life ever again. As I write this, I have more surgeries coming up. My left and right rotator cuffs are torn on my shoulders. I just had to have my left hip replaced from jumping off amps for 35 years. I understand the need for pain management meds, but when I have them, I also know how wary I need to be around them. My reason for sharing this info is pain can be managed, but beware the lure of the devil. I know his face well. You should too. Maybe this book will help you or scare you. These are statistics that are different from when these diaries were written. Let's keep the information alive so people can stay alive. Nowadays, I wake up and don't have to worry about pills and cocaine, heroin, and alcohol. I hardly even think about them. But it's important not to completely erase your past. This book won't let me ever forget it. That is for sure. People who are in recovery are often very comfortable when things are going well, when their life is good, when the sun is shining and they're cruising along. But as soon as things go wrong or life gets hard, their first thought is for a drink or a snort or a pill. I remember when I first tried to get sober, I didn't want to be not cool, to be the geek at the party. It took me a long time to be comfortable enough to be able to go to a party sober. Then I realized it doesn't matter how other people see me. I need to stay sober for me. And if it becomes a slippery situation where I feel uncomfortable in my skin or I start to think about drinking, it's time to leave. When I go to a party, I always have an escape route mapped out. Also because drunk people are fucking annoying. Over the past 10 years, there's been many times I've walked into a party or a room and people are on coke or fucked up or saying stupid shit. And I just say, well, gotta go now. Sorry, I have to leave early, but I got something to do early tomorrow. My life is more important than parties or party favors. I do okay as long as I stay with the program. When I was first getting clean and trying to wrap my head around the idea of not doing drugs, I used to go to AA meetings twice a day. Now I go once a week, less when I'm on the road, but I still talk to people in the program almost daily. There are some great apps out there, too, to help you stay on the path. I have a great AA app that pops up every day with something to read. I also have this app that tells me how long I've been sober. It all helps. As I write this, it reads 15 years, 63 days, 182 months, 5,542 days, and about 133,000 hours, and I am not looking to reset that anytime soon. So why do I want to put these insane journal entries out there again 10 years after they first shocked and inspired so many people? The Heroin Diaries is the book that changed my life, but it also changed the lives of thousands of other people. I never began to imagine the impact it would have on so many people. Even today, I could be anywhere in the world and people will come up to me, and one of the first things they want to talk about is the book. It happens in Russia, South America, Mexico. I was on holiday in Hawaii not too long ago, and there was a father sitting with his family by the pool. He was reading the Heroin Diaries. I might be at a rock festival in the middle of a dirt field in the UK, and someone will walk up to me holding the book. Every show I play with Mötley Crüe or 6 a.m., someone in the crowd will wave the book to me. When that happens, I know I made the right decision. I think if you've read that book, you know my deepest, darkest secrets. You don't see me on stage like a rock star all glammed up. You know the real me, and I might even know you. There are people out there struggling with addiction right now in this latest epidemic who are in their teens and 20s. When the Heroin Diaries came out, they were only 8 or 10. It had passed them by. If this anniversary edition helps even one person get sober and stay alive, it'll be worth it. Because as I know well, when you're deep in that hole, you need all the help that you can get. When I look back on my chaotic, blurred, self-hating life of 30 years ago, I always think I lived the life I wanted to live, and I died the life that I wanted to live. So strap in and enjoy this very bumpy ride. I hope you and those you love never go through anything like this. Now, welcome back to my personal horror story. By the way, it has a happy ending.
I never thought Nikki Sixx could live beyond the third Mötley Crüe album. People like me, Bowie, and Elton John were professional abusers, but Nikki went further than us. He used needles, which we never dared to do. I knew Jim Morrison well, and Nikki reminded me a lot of him. When Jim died at 27, we weren't shocked because he had died. We were shocked that he had got that far in the first place. Alice Cooper. A short medical dictionary. Definitions from wikipedia.org. Addiction. Noun. A compulsion to repeat a behavior regardless of its consequences. A person who is addicted is sometimes called an addict. The term addiction describes a chronic pattern of behavior that continues despite the direct or indirect adverse consequences that result from engaging in the behavior. It is quite common for an addict to express the desire to stop the behavior but find himself unable to cease. Addiction is often characterized by a craving for more of the drug or behavior, increased physiological tolerance to exposure, and withdrawal symptoms in the absence of the stimulus. Many drugs and behaviors that provide either pleasure or relief from pain pose a risk of addiction or dependency. Alcoholism. Noun. A term that describes the excessive and often chronic consumption of alcohol. Among the characteristics of alcoholism are compulsion and addiction. It can also be characterized as an illness or allergy, and many believe it to be a biological disease. Cocaine. Noun. Cocaine is a crystalline tropane alkaloid that is obtained from the leaves of the coca plant. It is a stimulant of the central nervous system and an appetite suppressant, creating what has been described as a euphoric sense of happiness and increased energy. Cocaine is highly addictive, and its possession, cultivation, and distribution is illegal for non-medicinal, non-government sanctioned purposes in virtually all parts of the world. Depression. Noun. Clinical depression is a state of sadness or melancholia that is advanced to the point of being disruptive to an individual's social functioning and/or activities of daily living. Although a mood characterized by sadness is often colloquially referred to as depression, clinical depression is something more than just a temporary state of sadness. Symptoms lasting 2 weeks or longer, and of a severity that begins to interfere with typical social functioning and/or activities of daily living, are considered to constitute clinical depression. Clinical depression affects about 16% of the population on at least one occasion in their lives. The mean age of onset, from a number of studies, is in the late 20s. Clinical depression is currently the leading cause of disability in the US as well as in other countries, and is expected to become the second leading cause of disability worldwide, after heart disease, by the year 2020. Heroin. Noun. A semisynthetic opioid. It is the 3.6-diacetyl derivative of morphine, hence diacetylmorphine, and is synthesized from it by acetylation. The white crystalline form is commonly the hydrochloride salt, diacetylmorphine hydrochloride. It is highly addictive when compared to other substances. A few of the popular street names for heroin include dope, diesel, smack, skag, and H. Psychosis. Noun. A generic psychiatric term for a mental state in which thought and perception are severely impaired. Persons experiencing a psychotic episode may experience hallucinations, hold delusional beliefs, e.g., paranoid delusions, demonstrate personality changes, and exhibit disorganized thinking. This is often accompanied by lack of insight into the unusual or bizarre nature of such behavior, difficulties with social interaction, and impairments in carrying out the activities of daily living. A psychotic episode is often described as involving a loss of contact with reality. Definitions provided by Dr. Lemuel Pillmeister, also known as Lemmy. Addiction, when you can give up something at any time, as long as it's next Tuesday. Alcoholism, a habit that helps you see the iguanas in your eyeballs. Cocaine, Peruvian marching powder, a stimulant that has the extraordinary effect that the more you do, the more you laugh out of context. Depression, when everything you laugh at is miserable and you can't seem to stop. Heroin, a drug that helps you escape reality while making it much harder to cope when you are recaptured. Psychosis, when everyone turns into tiny dolls and they have needles in their mouths and they hate you and you don't care because you have the knife. Key players in these torrid tales, otherwise known as partners in crime.
Nikki Sixx. The dying could be easy. It was the living that I didn't know if I could do.
Founder, chief songwriter, and bassist for Mötley Crüe. Assiduous diary keeper and the anti-hero of this tale. A man who was so hooked on heroin and cocaine that he had to die twice before he began to contemplate a more positive lifestyle. Tommy Lee. We all went to that dark fucking place at various times, but Nikki seemed to like it there more than any of us. AKA T-Bone, Mötley Crüe's drummer and Nikki's toxic twin. A fellow narcotics adventurer who shared all of Nikki's 80s addictions, except heroin. Vince Neil. Nikki was spending a lot of time shooting up in the bathroom during the girls' sessions, and that suited me fine. It was the perfect time for me to record my vocals. The singer of Nikki's lyrics in Mötley Crüe, and a man who spent most of the 80s hating the guts of his band's songwriter and bassist. The feeling was mutual. Mick Mars. When I heard Nikki was dead, my first reaction was, I knew that fucking prick was going to do something like that. Unassuming and reclusive Mötley Crüe guitarist who was forced to accept that his role in life was to be bullied, persecuted, and abused by his vindictive bandmates.
Deanna Richards. You never imagine your own family will plot against you to steal your son.
Nikki's mother, who endured an agonizingly long estrangement from her son after his troubled and turbulent childhood.
CeCe Comer. Nikki was rude, full of himself. He just crushed me so many times. He was an asshole.
Once adoring little sister of Nikki, who accepts that their particular in-family dynamic was maybe not your average sibling relationship.
Tom Reese. I went to stay with Nikki once or twice, and the way of life he had was not to my liking.
Nikki's maternal grandfather, who, together with his late wife Nona, looked after Nikki in Idaho for long periods of his youth. Doc McGee. As a parting joke, I'd said to Nikki, "Don't send us any girls in Nazi helmets and Gestapo boots," and he must have thought I meant it because they turn up in helmets but not the boots. Former Mötley Crüe co-manager who described the physical violence he sometimes meted out to his troublesome charges as full contact management. Doug Thaler. Nikki showed me some gummy black substance he had that he claimed was some kind of exotic cocaine that he was going to snort. I thought, good luck snorting a gummy substance. Partner to Doc McGee, and a man resigned to receiving early hour phone calls from Nikki informing him that there were Mexicans and midgets in the bassist's garden.
Evangelist Denise Matthews. I don't answer to vanity. I would much rather be a fish stuck in a pond with a starving shark than take on such a foul name of nothingness.
The artist formerly known as Vanity. Former Prince pop protege and girlfriend who turned her affections to her on-again, off-again fiancé Nikki and to freebase cocaine before finding God and becoming a born-again preacher. Tom Zutaut. Nikki told her he wasn't scared by a little bit of blood and proceeded to have intercourse with her right there. Elektra Records A&R man who signed Mötley Crüe to the label and suffered the indignity of watching Nikki have sex with his girlfriend 3 minutes after he formally introduced them. Fred Saunders. I hit Mötley a lot. I once broke Tommy's nose in Indiana. I broke Nikki's ribs and I beat the shit out of Vince many times because he's an asshole. Former Hell's Angel, supplier of Ace in the Hole, and the head of security on numerous Mötley Crüe world tours. Bob Timmons. Cocaine gave Nikki acute paranoia and hallucinations. One night he called me and asked me to get the police over to his house right away because there were little men with helmets and guns in the trees surrounding his house. Former junkie turned drugs counselor to the stars who fought countless valiant but losing battles to have Nikki admitted to rehab. Slash. I hung out with Nikki and I found a sickening allure in his lifestyle. My junkie years were dirty and sordid, but Nikki seemed to me to have found a cool, glamorous way to be a junkie. Guns N' Roses guitarist and the little brother that Nikki never had during GNR's infamous 1987 tour of the Deep South with Mötley Crüe.
Sally McLaughlin. Slash was paralytic and Nikki was turning blue.
Former girlfriend of Slash, who moved from Scotland to Los Angeles in 1987 and spent her first day in the city saving Nikki's life.
Karen Dumont. When I moved to Los Angeles, I was told not to even talk to Mötley Crüe because they were trouble.
Record company employee who took her work responsibilities so seriously that she moved into Nikki's house to try to keep him alive. Bob Michaels. Once or twice I left my pipe out on the counter and when I wasn't looking, Nikki sprinkled heroin in it. Friend, neighbor, and occasional companion in Nikki's rock and roll misadventures. Ross Halfin. I always said that Tommy should have married Nikki because if they were gay, they would be the ideal gay couple. Made in heaven. British photographer who has photographed Mötley Crüe for nearly 20 years and still thinks Nikki is a likable, selfish, paranoid control freak. Jason Bryce. Nikki phoned down the reception and said, "Look, I'm Nikki Sixx. I need a bottle of JD now, and I will give you $1,000 for it." They just told him, "Sir, go to bed. You've had enough." Callow British teenager who went on the road with Mötley Crüe as a boy and returned as a man.
Bryn Bridenthal. One of the early things Nikki used to do was set himself on fire during interviews.
Mötley Crüe publicist who knew nothing about heroin in the 80s, but today, having worked with Nirvana and Courtney Love, is much better informed. Tim Lutzy. On my first day, Nikki came into the studio with a black eye, having spent the night in a police cell. That pretty much set the tone for what was to follow. Nikki's bass tech for 10 years, an occupation that occasionally involved enforced Jack Daniels drinking while garbed in the robes of a priest. Joe Scolari. Tommy pulled his cock out and started banging it against the desk. Canadian record company executive who, as a young DJ named Joey Vendetta, hosted one of the most outrageous radio interviews in rock and roll history. Wayne Isham. Nikki always had the devil's wise-ass smile in his eyes. I guess that's why he always wore sunglasses. Director of scores of award-winning music videos by the likes of Mötley Crüe, Ozzy Osbourne, Metallica, Britney Spears, and Nikki's personal favorite, Bon fucking Jovi. Alan Kovac. Nikki Sixx may never win a Grammy because the industry does not always judge on talent, but he deserves many. Head of Los Angeles-based 10th Street Management and current manager of Mötley Crüe, who helped to negotiate their escape from Elektra Records.
Sylvia Rohn. Would I like to take part in this book? I don't think it would be appropriate.
Former CEO of Elektra Records who figured Mötley Crüe was spent in the late 90s and sold them the master tapes of their albums. Rick Nielsen. Nikki Sixx was a big teddy bear with a nice smile. He could barely play the bass, mind you, but that never stopped Gene Simmons. Cheap Trick guitarist and Nikki's boyhood hero, friend, and occasional touring and drinking companion. Bob Rock. Nikki and Tommy decided to dress as Canadian lumberjacks. They put on lumberjack shirts and false mustaches. A-list rock producer of Mötley's Dr. Feelgood and Mötley Crüe albums, plus records by Aerosmith, Metallica, Bryan Adams, and Bon Jovi. James Michael. Nicky is a very creative and talented guy, and he thinks in a very dark and twisted way. Nicky's erstwhile songwriting partner with whom he has co-written hits for Meatloaf and Saliva.
Introduction 1. When I was 15 years old, I remember Iggy and the Stooges' song Search and Destroy reaching out from my speakers like my own personal anthem. It was a theme I would carry for decades as my own hell-bent mantra. That song might as well have been tattooed across my knuckles because there could be no truer words for a young, alienated teenager. I'm a street-walking cheetah with a heart full of napalm. I'm a runaway son of a nuclear A-bomb. I'm a world's forgotten boy. Alice Cooper was another musical hero. Like Nostradamus, Alice must have seen the future when he sang, "Welcome to my nightmare," or at least my future. Welcome to my nightmare, welcome to my breakdown. I hope I didn't scare you. Yet Alice's nightmare was show business. This book is something else entirely. This is me welcoming you to a genuine living nightmare that I endured nearly 20 years ago. A nightmare that was so bad that it ended up killing me. But now I know it wasn't only the drugs, it was also my past unknowingly haunting me, and even a lethal combination of narcotics couldn't seem to kill the pain. I guess we could mix these two songs together. You would have the theme song of my adolescence. On Christmas Day, 1986, I was a member of one of the biggest rock and roll bands in the world. I was also an alcoholic, a coke addict, a heroin addict, heading into a pill-popping downward spiral of depression. Welcome to my nightmare. Musically, I always thought Mötley Crüe was a nasty combination of rock, punk, glam, and pop sprinkled together with lots of sarcasm, anger, and humor, love and hate, happiness and sadness. Of course, depending on the recipe, there were always larger or smaller amounts of sex in there too. I mean, what is rock and roll if it's not sexy? Sleazy, usually. Chauvinist, always. We crammed it all into a blender, and out came a very toxic cocktail. Palatable for the masses like Jim Jones Kool-Aid. Sweet to the lips and deadly to ourselves. We were the drug scouts of America, and we were louder than hell. These diaries start on Christmas Day, 1986, but that day wasn't even that special. I was an addict well before then, and stayed one for a while afterwards. Perhaps that day just brought my condition home to me. There's something about spending Christmas alone, naked, sitting by a Christmas tree, gripping a shotgun that lets you know your life is spinning dangerously out of control. I'm a street-walking cheetah with a heart full of napalm. People over the years have tried to soften the blow by saying, maybe being in Mötley Crüe turned me into an addict. But I don't think it did. That stroke of genius was all my own work. Even as a kid, I was never inclined to dodge a bullet. I was always the first one to take it right between the eyes. I was stubborn, strong-willed, and always willing to put myself in harm's way for the betterment of chaos, confusion, and rebellion. All the traits that made me famous and later infamous. The ingredients for success and failure, all wrapped up in a nice package with the emotional stability of a Molotov cocktail. When I moved to LA in the late 70s and discovered cocaine, it only amplified these charming characteristics. I'm a runaway son of a nuclear A-bomb. But alcohol, acid, cocaine, they were just affairs. When I met heroin, it was true love. After we made it big, Mötley Crüe gave me more money than I knew what to do with. So naturally, I spent it on the only thing I wanted to do, drugs. Before the band, I lived only for the music. After it started, I lived only for the drugs. Okay, so maybe Mötley Crüe gave me the resources to be an addict, but you know what? If it hadn't, I'd have found some other way to do it. I guess we all have to live out our destiny. Even those of us who have to choose the worst one imaginable. So why did I take this strange, dark trip? Well, I have a little 1, 2, 3 theory on this. 1, my childhood was shitty. My dad left when I was 3 and never came back. 2, my mom, she tried to love me, but every time a new guy came on the scene, I'd be in the way and she'd shuffle me off to live with my grandparents. And 3, I was born an addict. It's no surprise that I grew up feeling angry, unloved, and somehow needed revenge. Revenge on who? On the world? On myself? Welcome to my breakdown. I was always driven, even when I didn't know where I was going. Way before I met Tommy Lee, Vince Neil, and Mick Mars, I knew I would be in Mötley Crüe. I knew how we would look and what we would sound like and how we would behave. Fucking badly, obviously. Mötley Crüe is always about music and girls, music and drugs, and music and violence. We wanted to be the biggest, the dirtiest, the loudest rock band on the planet. We knew we were on our way in 1983 when we helicoptered in to play in front of 350,000 metal fans at a festival in Los Angeles. Our only gripe was that we should have been headlining. It was only a matter of time. We were on the highway to hell and had every bad intention of destroying anything and everything in our path. You could find us by the trail of sex, drugs, and rock and roll we left behind us. The one who searches and destroys. But 2 major things happened to me in 1983. Shout at the Devil went platinum and moved Mötley Crüe even further up the ladder. And I crashed my Porsche drunk, dislocated my shoulder, and started smoking heroin to numb the pain. The problem was I carried on smoking and then started injecting long after the pain was gone. Fuck, there were clues I was becoming a junkie. You'd need to be pretty self-obsessed to miss them. But if I was one thing back then, it was self-obsessed. When Vince Neil went to jail for 20 days, I didn't visit or phone or sing her once. It never even occurred to me. It would have been a waste of valuable drug time. By the end of the Theater of Pain tour in 1986, I was on my way to becoming a full-blown junkie. I had OD'd after a show in London, been left for dead in a garbage dumpster. I'd turned up strung out to be Tommy's best man at his wedding with syringes hidden in my cowboy boots, and I stayed home freebasing rather than attend my own grandmother's funeral, the woman who had loved me and who had raised me. And things, they were about to get worse. Much worse. Welcome to my breakdown. The strangest thing is that during the darkest, most lost time of my life, I kept diaries. At home, as I was cracking up or on tour, I scribbled down my thoughts in battered journals or on scraps of paper. Sometimes I wrote in them completely sober and sane. At other times, they were like the diary of a madman. I think that in my drug-addled, comatose mind, I felt my diary was the only person who really understood me. Maybe my only friend, someone to confide in? They don't say it's lonely at the top for nothing. I'd forgotten these diaries existed, or maybe I was in denial about them until I pulled them out of a storage locker last year, buried under my musty tour programs, magazine covers, and multi-platinum awards. They were genuinely shocking for me to read. A window back into a dark time in my life that I'd left behind a long time ago, hopefully never to return. As I write this, Mötley Crüe is back and playing all around the world again. I fucking love it. In some ways, life in the Crüe is as insane as ever. The amps are still too loud, and so is our attitude. I still love playing rock and roll. In fact, I can safely say it gets me high. I feel privileged to still be around to do what I love so much, and the fact that we still do it on our own terms is extremely fucking gratifying for me. The difference is I no longer come off stage from that adrenaline rush and launch into a kamikaze narcotics campaign to get even higher. Now the music and the fans are enough, just like it should be. I'm the same person, but I'm also a different one. You see, there's Sicky, and then there's Nikki, many years sober, in control rather than out of control and crazed. Occasionally, it even occurs to me that I may be the kind of person that Sicky of 1986 would have hated. That's okay. because I don't think I'd like to know Sicky in 2006 either, so we're even. I was listening to Velvet Underground again today, and Heroin sounds as good as ever, especially when Lou Reed sings about heroin being his death, his life, and his wife. Who would have thought when I was growing up in Idaho that one of the most inspirational songs of my life would also end up being my theme song? Now, I could burn these insane diaries or put them back where I found them. Nobody would ever be the wiser. So why have I decided to publish them and show the world just what a fucked up, strung out madman I was at the height of my success? Well, it's simple. If one person listens to this audiobook and doesn't have to go down the same road as me, it was worth sharing my personal hell with them. I'm also donating profits from this book to help runaway kids at a charity I set up called Running Wild in the Night through Covenant House. You can check it out online at covenanthouse.org. They say to keep what you have to give it away. I believe that. I also believe that you can be cool as fuck, not give a fuck, and fucking kick ass in life and not be fucked up. I'm still the first person to say fuck you, but I'm faster to say I love you. If life is what you make it, I've made mine great. It took a lot of hard work, and if you need to, you can do it too. Last but not least, the lines I wrote in Home Sweet Home in 1985 are as true today as they were back then. My heart's like an open book for the whole world to read. Welcome to my nightmare. Enjoy. Nikki Sixx, December 2006.
Introduction 2. I first met Nikki Sixx on Valentine's Day 1986. Mötley Crüe flew into London on the Theatre of Pain tour. I was writing for now-defunct British music magazine Melody Maker, and we exchanged a few sweet nothings in an interview. Nikki wasn't making too much sense. I went away thinking, that guy is wasted. By the end of the night, he'd OD'd and been dumped into rubbish bin. And that was when he really started going downhill. Nearly 20 years later, Nikki asked me to work with him on the Heroin Diaries, and I got greater insight into the abject mess that he called his life back then. When Nikki first started showing me his remaining journal scribblings and scraps of paper from back then, I was horrified, and I could not believe he was still alive. Some pages of Nikki's diary were intact, many were not, but by scouring his memory and researching old notes and documents, we were able to fill in the black holes and piece together the story of a man who, at the beating heart of an over-the-top rock band, was profoundly falling apart at the seams. Nikki asked me to get the other sides of the horror story, so I sought out the people whose lives he was terrorizing back then, the motley band members who tolerated and or feared him, the lovers who were sucked into his daily insanity, the estranged mother who longed to be close to him. Unsurprisingly, they had some pretty shitty things to say about the out-of-control junkie they knew back then, but Nikki wanted all the insults and the atrocities itemized in this book. I can think of no other rock star of his stature who would be so honest or so courageous. The Heroin Diaries is not easy reading. It is a book that you will never forget. Ian Gittins, December 2006.
December 1986. Merry Christmas. Well, that's what people say at Christmas, right? December 25th, 1986, Van Nuys, 7:30 p.m. Merry Christmas. Well, that's what people say at Christmas, right? Except normally they have somebody to say it to. They have their friends and family all around them. They have them in crouched naked under a Christmas tree with a needle in their arm, like an insane person in a mansion in Van Nuys. They're not out of their minds and writing in a diary, and they're not watching their holiday spirit coagulating in a spoon. I didn't speak to a single person today. I thought of calling Bob Timmons, but why should I ruin his Christmas? I guess I've decided to start another diary this time for a few different reasons. 1, I have no friends left. 2, so I can read back and remember what I did the day before. And 3, so if I die, at least I have a paper trail of my life. Nice little suicide note. Merry Christmas. It's just you and me, diary. Welcome to my life.
Bob Timmons. By Christmas 1986, Nikki had been addicted to heroin and cocaine for at least a year, possibly longer. As a drug counselor, I first met Nikki when Mötley Crüe's manager, Doc McGee, called me in to work with the band's singer, Vince Neil. Nikki was initially very hostile to me. He tried to get me barred from going backstage or being around them. Nikki and I slowly formed a relationship. In early 1986, he asked me for help with his own addictions. I advised him to get into a rehab center, but he refused and said he didn't need to. He was very stubborn on that issue. Over the years, I have worked with platinum-selling artists from the Rolling Stones to the Red Hot Chili Peppers and all points in between, and let me make one thing clear from the start. Mötley Crüe, more than anybody, wrote the book for decadence and partying. In that area, they were the most extreme people I ever met, and Nikki was the most extreme of all. For many years, Nikki had one motto: I'm going to do exactly what I want to do, and fuck everybody else.
December 26, 1986. Van Nuys, 2:10 a.m. Jason came over again today. I was touched, so there is a Santa Claus, after all. He came mooching in with his greasy James Dean hair and his junky eyes that are sunk in so deep in his elongated face that he looks like he's wearing makeup. And he stood by the tree and asked me how my Christmas had been. Like he cares. Like he doesn't know already that it was exactly the same as his. Sometimes Jason pisses me off when he tries to make small talk. He asked me how much gear I wanted. I asked him, how much have you got? And he gave me this contemptuous, sneering look and said, that must be nice. His Betty Page wannabe goth girlfriend, Anastasia, she isn't much better. She's nice enough, but I know on the inside I'm just her meal ticket to an easier, softer life. I know she tells Jason to jump when I call because she, more than he, wants the money. Not just for junk. They make enough off me to maintain their cheap little habits, but she likes to decorate their little one-room rat's nest with extra money they have left over. That's the real reason that she demands he come at my beck and call. She likes that extra cash for thrift shops and secondhand stores. I see her as a sort of Susie homemaker from hell, but it's all just a fantasy. She's stuck with the habit, too. My dealer, Jason, and I had a real love-hate relationship. I loved him because I could pick up the phone and he'd be over in 20 minutes with everything that I needed. I hated him because it was killing me. He loved me because I gave him hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars on a daily basis. He hated me because I was a spoiled millionaire rock star who could have anything I wanted whenever I wanted it, and usually did. I used to ride a Honda Shadow motorcycle around the valley with my shirt off, totally out of my mind. One time, Jason started talking about Harleys and how much he loved them. Tommy had one, so the next day, I just went out, bought one, and rode to Jason's house to score. He was furious. It was his dream bike. He'd shown me a picture of it, and I bought it. He thought I was such a spoiled brat. Jason was as fucked on heroin as me. He was a tall, skinny guy who in another life could have been a model or something, but he really just came off looking like a corpse. And that was the real reason he hated me. We were both living for drugs, but I could afford as many as I wanted. December 27th, 1986, Van Nuys, 4:25 a.m. The best part of Freebase is before the first hit. I love that moment, right before I put the glass pipe to my lips. That moment when everything is sane, the craving, the salivating, the excitement, all feel fresh and innocent. It's like foreplay, the ache that's always better than the orgasm. Yet as soon as I hit the pipe, within 30 seconds, all hell breaks loose in my brain. And I keep on doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it, and I can't stop. Every day that I sit here and I write, it's always the same. So why? Why do I do this? I hate it. I hate it so much, but I love it even more. The worst part of Freebase is running out. But I have a new Jones, speedballs of any kind. The junk just isn't enough anymore. I feel like I'm only halfway there.
Tommy Lee. Back around girls, we were starting to make shitloads of money. With money came success, power, overindulgence, and experimentation. Sixx and I, in particular, took a lot of narcotics, and he would always want to push things. Hey, how about taking these two drugs together? How about heroin and cocaine at the same time? That period led us to this really dark fucking place. We all went to that place at various times, but Nikki seemed to like it there more than any of us.
December 28, 1986, Van Nuys, 9:40 a.m. After I binged last night, or was it tonight, I was convinced yet again that there were people coming to get me. It was more than just shadow and voices, more than just fantasies. It was real. I was scared to my core. My bones were shaking, my heart was pounding. I thought I was going to explode. I'm glad I have you to talk to write this down. I tried to keep it all together, but then I gave into the madness and became one with my insanity. I always end up in the closet in my bedroom. Let me tell you about that place, my closet. It's more than a closet. It's a haven for me. It's where I keep my dope and where I keep my gun. I know when I'm in there I'm safe, or at least until I get too high. I can't be out in the house. There are too many windows, and I know I'm being watched. Right now it seems impossible that cops are peering in from the trees outside, or people are looking at me through the peephole in the front door. But when the drugs kick in, I can't control my mind. Today, last night, feels like a lifetime ago. But the sick thing is, I could do it all again tonight. This was the crazy routine I had at the time. I would start out freebasing or mainlining anywhere in the house, the front room, the kitchen, the bathroom. But as soon as the coke-induced psychosis kicked in, as soon as the insanity began, I would make a beeline for my bedroom closet. That was my refuge. I would huddle in there, surrounded by my drug paraphernalia and my guns, convince people were in the house trying to get me, or a SWAT team was outside preparing to bust me. I'd be too scared to move until I came down. The only way to bring myself down quicker was heroin. Heroin would make the madness go away. It was the easy solution. It seemed to make sense at the time. December 29, 1986. Van Nuys, 4:30 p.m. I've been thinking about last Christmas Eve when I picked up that girl in a strip club, brought her back here on my bike, took her home the next day. Then I had Christmas dinner all by myself in McDonald's. I haven't made much progress, I see. Today I'm listening to Exile on Main Street, reading, lying around, tanning in the backyard naked. Today I feel like my old self, but sometimes I feel like I have two personalities. One is Nikki, and one is Sicky.
Ross Halfin. As a photographer, I've shot Mötley Crüe many times over the years for magazines and got particularly close to Nikki. I remember the first time I ever met him in LA. We got on pretty well and decided to go for a drink that night. We sat talking in a booth. Vince Neil was in another booth with a girl arguing, and Vince suddenly stood up and punched her in the face. I asked Nikki, "Should we sort it out?" And Nikki just laughed and said, "Let them sort it out themselves."
January 1987. One could say that I've been having a 10cc love affair. January 1st, 1987. Van Nuys, 6 a.m. Vanity showed up yesterday with a mountain of coke. Kind of altered the day. I've been doing good until that point. I got a good night's sleep for the first time in days. I even managed to take a shower and pick up my guitar. But since this is a new diary, let me tell you about Vanity. She used to be a backup singer with Prince, or so she says. We met for all the wrong reasons and have only one real thing in common: drugs. I mean, she's a sweet girl as much as I'm a sweet guy. She has flowing brown hair and chocolate brown eyes, and has the ability to look very pretty, but usually, like me, looks like hell. As they say, misfits attract Misfits. Truer words could not be said. Mötley's back in the studio next week, and I told the guys I have some new songs. The truth is, I haven't written much of anything. I just can't seem to focus on anything these days except the usual. So we did a few lines while Vanity cooked up the bass. She was talking about us going out tonight for New Year's Eve. But both of us know that we were going nowhere. The more she talked, the more all I could hear was my head talking, the craving, the wet palate for a hit on that glass pipe. It was beautiful and it was ugly all at the same time. Then everything went wrong, just like it always does. The bass fucked up Vanity's head, and she started speaking in riddles, ranting on about Jesus and spirituality, like she was still with fucking Prince or something. She was making no sense, and I couldn't take it, so I started yelling at her to go fuck herself and fuck Jesus and get the fuck out of my house. Then she was gone, and I was back in my closet with my grandfather's gun pointed at the door. Needles and dirty spoons on the floor, terrified because people had slid into the front door like vapor and were in the house and were coming to get me. I fucking hate that shit. It's okay now, but nobody would believe what happens inside my head. It's haunted. Now that I've come down, it seems like a sick play I saw in a theater. 30 minutes ago, I could have killed somebody, or better yet, myself. But now I'm okay. I need a padded cell, I'm telling you. Oh yeah, Happy New Year. 11:30 a.m. Here comes the new year. Same as the old year. Pete said I really must open these Christmas presents soon. Vanity came and went during different periods of my addiction. She was a wild chick who had sung with Prince. She had also been his lover for a while. At the time, I thought Vanity as a disposable human being, like a used needle. Once its purpose was fulfilled, it was ready for the trash, only to be dug up if you were really desperate. Maybe the manner in which I met Vanity should have told me this was to be no normal relationship. Back in 1986, I used to hang out with a guy named Pete. In fact, he was semi-living in my house. Pete was a 6'6" cross between Keith Richards and Herman Munster and looked like the coolest rock star around, except he couldn't play. He used to sit in my house watching TV and snorting coke and pointing out girls that we would like to fuck. Then I would phone the Mötley office and they'd get us the girls' numbers so we could call them. It was a sick little game we played, never really realizing that we were playing with people's lives. We saw Vanity on TV, and when Pete said, "Dude, that's Prince's old girl," I said, "Excellent. He's got a tiny dick." The office rang Vanity and arranged for us to meet. She opened the door naked, with her eyes rolling around in her head. Somehow, I had the feeling that we might just hit it off. We became drug buddies. Sometimes you could even just about call us boyfriend and girlfriend. Vanity also taught me how to really freebase. The first time I based was with Tommy when Mötley just started out, and only a few other times after that. So up until then, I'd mostly been snorting or injecting. But as soon as she showed me the real ins and outs of cooking up a good rock, it was love. Not her, the drug.
Evangelist Denise Matthews. Webster's dictionary assassinates the word vanity, describing its meaning as worthless. What a bold mistake that was. God forgave me for that ugly name. You might say I was a collector. I collected a long list of vile addictions throughout my journey of paranoia, boldly going where most have not gone before, hiding behind the face that launched 1,000 nothings. Most don't call me Vanity any longer. My friends call me Denise. The saints call me Evangelist. It doesn't really matter. I don't answer to vanity. I would much rather be a fish stuck in a pond with a starving shark than take on such a foul name of nothingness. I am this new creature in Christ, and I persevere to keep changing for the better.
January 3rd, 1987. Van Nuys, 5:10 a.m. Dear Diary, Here is a typical holiday day in my rock star paradise. Wake up around noon, if I've been to bed. See if I'm alone. If I'm with somebody else, I try to remember what her name is, but that hasn't been happening too much lately. Girls have kind of stopped coming around. Crawl out of bed, feel hungover or dope sick. Wipe last night out of my eyes. Wonder if I need a shower. Decide that I don't. I'll only get dirty again. On a good day, I pick up my guitar. On a bad day, I flop in front of MTV. Most days, I do both. Do a little bump to wake up. Some people use coffee for that. We all have our little rituals. Then it starts. The itch starts. The coke makes me edgy, so I have a little sniff of my breakfast blend and a Valium or two to calm me down. But I need Jason. His answering machine is on. I sit here twitching until he phones back. When the phone rings, if it's Jason, it's the best thing in the world. If it's not, I want the person at the other end to die. Sometimes I wonder if they know I'm strung out and they are just calling to torment me. When Jason doesn't call at all, that's when the fucking Joneses start. Being dope sick is the worst feeling in the world. I hope it never happens to you, unless you have it coming. I could name a few. But when you're junk sick, you'll do just about anything for a fix. It's all you think about. It haunts you. Eventually, I go to my cottons, squeeze some lemon juice on them, and try to wring out a few cc's. I've done it all. Once I even shot up some weird stuff I found stuck in the bushes outside a drug dealer's house. Then I found out it wasn't some lucky find on my part. It was fucking crystallized brown sugar. Man, I thought I had hit the mother lode when I found that baggie. When Jason finally shows up, he makes everything better. It's like he's got the power to heal, and that prick shows his power every chance he gets.
Vince Neil. You know the problem with Nikki Sixx? He can't do anything just a little bit. He can't do a little bit of coke. He's got to do all the coke. He can't take a little bit of heroin. He's got to take all the heroin. He can't just have one sip of wine. He's got to drink the bar out. There's no middle speed for that dude. It's 0 or 10.
January 4th, 1987, Van Nuys, midnight. Bob Michaels came over tonight. We drank a few beers and had a couple lines. Bob's a good guy, gets fucked up with me, but he's not like me. He's normal.
Bob Michaels. Nikki Sixx and I had been friends ever since the day in 1983 that he moved in next door to me. I remember seeing this real tall guy in 6-inch heels with lots of black hair and makeup and thinking, who the fuck is that? But we became friends real quick. That building was party central. I think everyone who lived there was involved in either supplying or consuming narcotics. Robin Crosby from Rat lived downstairs from Nikki, and Tommy was around all the time. I stayed friends with Nikki when he moved into his next house, on Valley Vista Boulevard in Van Nuys, but by then he was struggling with all kinds of addiction. Heroin, alcoholism. Nikki would put anything into his arm that he could. Heroin, coke, loads of other things that should never be put into an arm. Personally, I pinpoint his problems from Vince Neil going to jail in 1985. That made Nikki think for the first time, what would happen if the band stopped? Maybe it scared him because that's when his drug habit started to get out of control.
January 5th, 1987, Van Nuys, 9:30 p.m. Listening to the Dolls and the Stooges, wow, amazing. Then I mix in some John Lee Hooker or Buddy Miles. Then the first Aerosmith album. I love music. This is life, like Burroughs or Kerouac or Ginsberg, the flames who burn bright. Other people hide away from life. People like me or Keith Richards or Johnny Thunders, we live it. We're right here, feeling everything in the moment. The only way to be truly alive is to confront your mortality. I really used to think this way. Keith and Johnny lived like this, so why shouldn't I? I know it looks crazy now, but at the time it seemed the only way to live. I was just another wasted, confused, unraveling millionaire rock star.
Mick Mars. Nicky was always trying to rebel. He had enough money to act like Sid Vicious, and he always loved him, so that's exactly what he did. He role-played the part of Sid. Of course, it never seemed to occur to him that Sid ended up killing himself. Did Nicky take so many drugs back then because he wasn't happy? Well, I'm pretty unhappy now, and I'm not taking them.
January 6th, 1987, Van Nuys, 11:30 p.m. There's this funny thing about heroin. The first time you do it, you throw up. You feel sick, you can't move. You lay on your back, and your head spins and your body flops. You say to yourself, this is the stupidest drug ever. Only the dumb of the dumb would ever do it again. So why did I do it again? Because my heroes did. Because I idolized my heroes. Because they didn't care, and I really don't care about anything. Heroin, once it became my friend, became like a warm blanket on a cold night. Now I can't imagine living without it. I can't imagine not having it. I don't get sick from it now. I get sick if I don't do it. Isn't it funny how that works? Cocaine made me high until I went too far and became wild and psychotic. Heroin balanced that out and made me calm. I would self-medicate in my house for days with the obsessive addiction of a research scientist. Maybe I saw it as a yin and yang thing. It all made sense in my junkie wonderland.
Tommy Lee. The first time I took heroin was at Nicky's place at Valley Vista Boulevard. He was taking it and I thought, fuck, I want to try this shit. I shot up on his couch, pulled the needle out, and immediately had the biggest rush on the planet. I was just lying there. Then within a minute, I had to rush to his bathroom, spraying throw up through my fingers. Then I came out really high, walked back to his couch, and just passed out. Later, I thought, I'm not sure that I like this. The needle hurt on the way in, there was a very short, really high point, then I threw up and passed out. What the fuck is this? I asked Nicky, are you sure about this shit? But unlike me, Sixx seemed to be pretty fucking sure.
January 8th, 1987, Van Nuys, 3:25 a.m. Sometimes, if I didn't know better, I think my dealer's trying to kill me. Little mean faces, here I sit in the dark, letting my insanity run away. Little mean faces stare back at me, chanting rhythms of my fate. I know they're not real, and I'm sure I'm really quite sane, because if I was crazy, I would have given them all little names. 10 a.m. Pete won't admit it, but he's got to have it too. Noon. To-do list. Buy guitar strings, buy food, call management back, return the decorator's call, get more locks for the doors, and replace the busted back window. You know, my house was the site of constant misadventure. All sorts of mayhem would unfold. One day I'd get a stripper's pole and put it in my bedroom because I thought it would be classy. A few days later, I'd tear it down because I decided it was crass. There were constant, spontaneous decor rethings. It was very confusing, even for such a confused time. It tends to be that way when you're going insane. January 9th, 1987, Van Nuys, midnight. I love this house, the times that I don't hate it. It's funny how I never saw the place before I bought it. Nicole chose the place for me. Then we moved in, made it our heroin den, and hardly left for months. Now Nicole's moved out, and I've got vanity. I've gone from a junkie to a crackhead. Is that progress? But I love prowling around this house from room to room. I love that it's so dark, a house that can keep secrets. I don't ever want to leave here, but I have to, because rehearsals start next week. That house was on Valley Vista Boulevard in Van Nuys. My former girlfriend Nicole had chosen it for me. I was touring Theater of Pain with Mötley Crüe, and she would view properties in Los Angeles, video them, and bring the videos out on the road to show me. Took me about a minute to say yes. What was the big deal? I had so much money then, I could have bought anywhere. So I hired a decorator who would turn up for the meetings with all of her fabrics and samples and find me strung out of my head. She'd step over needles and empty Coke bindles and the comatose naked girls on my $25,000 Persian rugs with cigarette burns on them. And she'd never even bat an eye. I must hand it to her, she was a professional. My house was full of red velvet hangings, gothic furniture, antiques, and gargoyles loomed at you from the darkness. It was a house to lose yourself in and to lose your mind in. January 9th, 1987, Van Nuys, 9:40 p.m. Today I made myself pick up my guitar, knowing that I have to write more songs for this next album. I managed to string it, but the writing just wasn't happening, and that scares me because music is all that I live for. Tommy and Vince and even Mick have their families to go home to at the end of the day. Music has always been my family, and now I'm losing that too. Every corner of my mind is filled with spiderwebs and fear. January 11th, 1987, Van Nuys, 11 p.m. Me and Pete spent the day shooting the breeze. Pete talks like he has loads of things going on, but he never really gets his shit together. He still owes me the $9,000 bail I posted for him after he got busted on probation with track marks on his arm. He says, "I'll get it back one day." Whatever. I realized something about Pete. His hair always looks so cool, with all weird pieces and extensions woven into it, but I've never seen him without a hat or without a towel over his head when he gets out of the shower. It's too perfect. Is it even his own hair? I think it's a fucking wig. You know, I never did get my money back from Pete. After he vanished, I heard many stories of his adventures from people over the years. The last one I heard was that he had been sent to jail after trying to rob a bank on a bicycle. I have no idea if it's true or not, but it would be a very Pete thing to do. January 12th, 1987, Van Nuys, 4 p.m. I've enrolled in a methadone program, and I think it's going to go well. Davey just told me he kicked a bad Persian habit this way, so I'm hopeful. So every morning at 9, I'm down here, the rock star junkie in his blacked-out Corvette, lining up in my ski cap and sunglasses with all the others for my daily dose. I'm going to kick this shit. I know I am. This has to work. I don't know how I'm going to tour like this if it doesn't. I can do it as long as I don't chip too much. Most methadone programs last 30 days and are intended to wean addicts off of heroin while keeping them away from dirty needles, HIV, dealers, and the general paraphernalia of the drug world. I used to get my methadone dose, then call on Jason for dope. Did it work? I was so strung out that I think I may have simply added methadone to my already impressive list of existing addictions. Davey, whose real name can't be disclosed, is one of the biggest rock stars in the world. I can't tell you his name, but I sure loved his music growing up. January 3rd, 1987, Van Nuys, 9 p.m. Today I phoned my sister. I have no idea why. We have nothing to say to each other.
Cece Comer. My brother Nikki is 7 years older than me, and he is imprinted in my heart like my faith, which is strange but true because he hasn't always deserved to be. I've never understood it, but the feeling has never left me. But there have been plenty of times I've despised him too. When we were kids, we would play together in El Paso. We made mudslides, he ripped his foot open, caught horny toads and snakes, and shot Roman candles at each other on July 4th inside a cement mixer. One time, Grandpa pulled a huge cactus thorn from his kneecap. Another time, Nikki sliced his finger on the pig pen so bad that it was hardly attached. It was just wobbling and shooting torrential downpours of blood. He even got struck by lightning in our doorway one day. Nikki became my hero when he saved me from a big rattlesnake. I thought I could pet it, but he ran and picked me up as it was about to strike. He used to keep snakes as pets. Once, one of them killed and ate my quarter turtle, and I wanted to kill that snake. Nikki still owes me for that. Then Mom and I moved to Washington, and Nikki went to live with our grandparents. I think in Mom's mind it was only ever temporary, and Nikki would come to join us when the dust had settled. But he never did come to stay with us. I think maybe Nikki figured Mom loved me more than him, but it wasn't that. I was just younger and in her possession. And Mom tried to always have a room for Nikki in whatever house we lived in. After Nikki got famous, we really drifted apart. He'd never contact us apart from occasionally when he was coming to town, and the times that I did hear from him, he was such an ass. He'd ask me how things were, and when I'd tell him, he would cut the conversation short or change the subject. He was rude, full of himself, and just crushed me so many times. He was an asshole.
January 14th, 1987, Van Nuys, 11:30 a.m. Last night after Jason left was madness. I'm not having him bring smack very often, but my coke intake is up 1,000%. I was creeping around the house, listening to the voices, when I noticed all the platinum discs hanging on the walls, and suddenly I hated them. Why were they there? Mötley is all about music and passion, not awards from a dumb industry that hates us and skims millions of dollars off of us. So I went from room to room, wrenching the discs off the walls and dumping them into the garage. Then I suddenly felt stupid. We earned those discs. We should be proud of them. So I put them all on the floor below where they used to hang. We're back in the studio tomorrow.
Bob Michaels. Nikki is a very driven individual. Sometimes he'd put drugs on the back burner for a while for cars or 17-foot trucks, but it got to the point where nothing else mattered but getting high. He went from being fun to never being happy unless he was totally wasted. He used to check his mailbox 7 times a day, but it wasn't the mail he was after. It was the drugs that the dealers used to leave there for him. He'd go to the mailbox, then to the bathroom, and come out a much more comfortable person.
Insanity runs deep in everyone but me. My padded walls you call my eyes, my dreams that you call my lies. Around my wrists my shackles lay, razor blades and cocaine to pass the time away. January 15th, 1987, Van Nuys, 8:30 p.m. Today we were back in the studio, writing for the new album. I rode in on my Harley feeling all jittery and decided to stop for a small fix. Went into Denny's on Gower and Sunset, always the classy guy. I didn't have a spoon, so I bought a bottle of Pepsi, threw the bottle away, kept the cap, went into the bathroom to shoot up. The shitter was disgusting, black rings and shit stains all around the bowl, and the unclever graffiti all over the walls. I set on my motorcycle helmet on the floor and filled the cap with water from the toilet. I don't know why I didn't fill it from the sink like any sane person would. I put the bottle cap on the toilet seat, in the piss and the stains, and poured the coke in it. I drew it up in the syringe, washed it out in the shit water, put my little China White in the cap, and cooked it, burning my fingers. I had no cottons, so I just drew it up and shot up. The studio was fine after that. I just felt dead.
Doug Thaler. I co-managed Mötley Crüe together with Doc McGee for many years, and when I first started, Nikki was a pain in the ass. He just had a knee-jerk reaction against us as authority figures and never understood we were trying to help him. I used to go to band meetings with my stomach tied in knots. One day I just snapped and said to him, "You can't be an asshole all your life." I offered that in the future I'd present ideas and strategies to him before the rest of the band, and he liked that. After that, we got along a lot better. I'd like to think he saw me as a sort of elder brother or even a mentor. One side effect of Nikki's control freak nature was that whenever Mötley was in the studio, he wanted to be there every single minute of the night and day. On Girls, 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 he was a lot more removed from the process. He often wasn't there at all, and when he did come in, he was in no shape to do anything. He would just be making no sense. That's when I started to realize how ill he was.
January 16th, 1987, Van Nuys, 10:10 p.m. Last night was a bad one. When I rode into the studio this afternoon, I knew I was still high, and the others seemed shocked at the state I was in. I started showing them a new song, but Tommy interrupted me and asked, "Dude, what's on your hand?" He'd seen my track marks, so I told him that I met a chick a few days ago and we pulled an all-nighter, done a little shooting up, coke. Tommy just looked at me as if to say, that was no party. He could see that my hands were one big scab. I'm looking at them now as I write. All my veins have collapsed. But Tommy never said anything. Nobody ever does. The guys aren't exactly angels themselves, so it would just be the pot calling the kettle black. Mötley doesn't like confrontation, and they don't like to cross me. So I taught them the new song, and everything was okay.
Tommy Lee. Nikki was turning up to the studio for the girls session in a bit of a fucking mess. I guess we were all in a bit of a mess, but Nikki definitely went that one step further than the rest of us. He'd show up really late, he and I would chase the dragon in the bathroom, then we'd go back into the studio to try to work. I think it's fair to say that our focus was on the drugs and not on the music. Vince Neil. I knew Nikki had a drug problem right back when we were doing Shout at the Devil. We all had drug problems at our own levels, but Nikki's just seemed more amplified than anybody else's. But he never got in trouble for it. If anything happened, it was taken care of right away. Our management always just smoothed everything over because Nikki was writing songs and making money for everybody. Why would they want to throw a stone in the wheel and stop the money machine from turning? Tim Lutzy. I was Nikki's bass technician for many years, including during the recording of the Girls album. I first started working for him when they made Too Fast for Love, and remember that on my first day, Nikki came into the studio with a black eye, having spent the night in a police cell. That pretty much set the tone for what was to follow.
January 17th, 1987, Van Nuys, midnight. Today, I went into the studio and everyone was staring at me and asking what happened to me yesterday. Apparently, I just vanished. I went to the bathroom and never came back. Between me and you, I guess I was in a bit of a blackout. So I started teaching them a new song. I gave Vince the lyrics and showed Mick the guitar riff. They said nothing and started playing. They were good. They got it right away. Then halfway through the song, I realized they already knew it. I'd shown them the song yesterday. I didn't say anything, of course, neither did they. What could they say? It was a very uncomfortable feeling. I think we all realized right there that this isn't what it used to be. The drugs are running the show, and we're all just scared to death. I'm sure they called Doug and Doc after I left. I expect a call any day. They must know I'm going insane.
Mick Mars. When we were making Girls, Nikki would ride down to the studio on his motorcycle, come in, look at the place, say, "Okay, we're done," and then everybody would go home. That was pretty much the way it was. I don't think he even knew what he was doing. It was pretty horrible. The only good thing, from my point of view, was that it made him much less of a control freak than usual. Doc McGee. As a manager, I used to be very close to Nikki, but while Mötley was doing Girls, he was just out there. We saw he had a problem, and I realized he was coming apart, unraveling, but it was a crazy period. We didn't talk as much as before because he was just never there. When you're a heroin addict, you just gravitate towards the few people that you do the drug with. Everybody else just stays away. I knew what the problem was, and I had hoped it was just something that Nikki was going through, but heroin isn't something you just go through. It's the worst drug in the world.
January 18th, 1987, Van Nuys, 11:40 p.m. I don't know if this album we're making is good. I don't know if I even like it. And if I don't like it, who will? I have to pull it together. I don't know how to stop. I don't want to go to rehab again, but I'm at a loss for how to get off. It amazes me now that nobody from Mötley Crüe said anything to me about the state I was in. I was writing some pretty lame songs and nobody dared tell me they sucked. Were they scared to challenge me? Looking back, I don't blame them.
Ross Halfon. I don't think people were scared of Nicky. They just didn't care. He was their paycheck and they didn't give a shit if he was falling to bits as long as he got up there on stage. Back then there was an anything goes sort of time. Doc was doing drugs. So was Doug. Everyone was. The only person as bad as Nicky was Tommy. And even he wasn't doing heroin. He was just snorting coke and drinking. Without Nicky, Doc couldn't have been making money, nor would Doug, Vince, the road crew, the record company, anybody. So they all ignored Nicky's condition and said he was fine. He was the emperor, and it was the emperor's new clothes.
January 19th, 1987, Van Nuys, 8:30 a.m. Some days I'm King Kong with a bass guitar. Today Mick wanted to modulate a guitar line, and I just yelled at him, "Fuck you, that's lame." Mick looked at me like I crapped in his amp, but he never said anything. He never does. He's too kind, unlike me. I make myself sick. I can be such a pompous asshole sometimes. I feel shitty when I do stuff like that, but I know I'm overcompensating because right now I'm the weak link in the studio. But I shouldn't take it out on the band.
Mick Mars. Nicky and I had a love-hate relationship ever since we met in a liquor store before we even formed Mötley Crüe. I went to buy some tequila and he asked me who I liked and I said, Jeff Beck and Bebop Deluxe. And he said, fuck you. I like Aerosmith and Kiss. So we hated each other from the start. But when he started taking heroin, it really pissed me off. The first time I ever saw him take it was when we were rehearsing for the Theater of Pain tour, and I was that angry that I called our management and told them. I told Nicky way back then not to mess with heroin, but he never listened to me. He never did.
January 21st, 1987, Van Nuys, 11 a.m. Vanity called last night and asked me to come over and play. I had nothing else to do, so I figured, why not? As soon as she opened the door, I could see from her eyes she hadn't slept for days. She looked at me like a scared little cartoon character. She started showing me all her art as we freebased, then I noticed a huge bouquet of flowers in the corner of the room. There must have been 24 dozen roses. I asked her who they were from, and she wouldn't say, so I read the card. Vanity, drop him, take me back, Prince. I'm so pissed. She may be fucking insane, but she's my girl. If I see that little dwarf, I'll kick his ass. Vanity's art was crazy shit. She'd get these huge boards and spray paint them white, then stick nuts and bolts all over them. There would be a little Santa Claus she called a gift from God, and there was always a devil in there somewhere. She'd be telling me to talk to Jesus, but I didn't feel like we had much to say to each other. As for the flowers, I found out from her sister that they weren't even from Prince. She had sent them to herself to fuck with my head. Let's give her credit. She always found plenty of ways to do that.
Evangelist Denise Matthews. I had more addictions than just cocaine. I've been sober now for 13 years, but the root of my problems went much deeper. There was the bitterness, envy, strife, hatred, emulations, judgmental thoughts, selfishness, and the enslavement of fornication. There was the money, the fame, the fortune, the drugs and paraphernalia, which naturally brought upon the demonic, the psychic, and all of the witchcraft. Not to mention the foul, perverted tongue and the bondage of idolatries. My iniquity was as a catastrophic snowball rolling down a ski slope, collecting ugly. I definitely needed some saving.
Doc McGee. Nicky was into Vanity, but I think a lot of that was because she had come out of the whole thing of dating Prince. Rock stars are starfuckers. Nikki might just as easily have grabbed Granny from the Beverly Hillbillies. Frankly, Vanity was not very attractive around that time. She was out of it an awful lot and she looked a real mess. Let's just say that when you are strung out, personal hygiene is one of the first things to go.
January 24th, 1987. Van Nuys, midnight. We had a day off from the studio, so Tommy came around. Heather's away filming on location, so we chilled out and watched some MTV. I made myself wait 30 minutes before I told Tommy I had some dope. It's not cool to look too eager. Tommy asked me to shoot him up in the same place he always does, the rose tattoo in the crook of his arm, the spot where nobody can see. If Heather knew he was around here shooting smack with me, she would be gone. She'd be history. I love Tommy. He's the brother I never had. He loves me enough to come here and take a holiday in my hell. But then he goes, and I'm still here. Tommy, my partner in crime and fellow toxic twin, would visit me on Valley Vista Boulevard every now and then. Sometimes we'd shoot up heroin, but Tommy was smarter than me. He never got hooked. He always said that heroin scared him because it was just too good. But he had his little packages of syringes over at his and Heather Locklear's mansion, but it was only for cocaine.
Tommy Lee. As soon as I took smack with Nikki, I realized how easily I could get addicted. I knew if I fuck with it big time, it would either kill me or send me into a huge downward spiral of chasing some fucking fantasy. If I had taken it to a dark place, I just wouldn't have got out. I knew how much I loved it and how careful I had to be. I always did heroin with a little bit of fear. I guess you don't enjoy it as much if you're fearful of it. Whenever I visited Nikki, I would hang with him and get fucked up for a day or two, and then I'd tell myself, okay, let's get back to Heather. This is dark as fuck.
2:55 a.m. One could say I'm having a 10cc love affair. My mistress is so seductive. She sneaks, she lies. In fact, she will lie dormant if that's what's needed to seduce me from my lifetime commitment, my music. Some could say I'm married to my music. Others, fuck them. Is this a crisis or a needed creative outlet? There she goes again, whispering in my ear. Sometimes I think I hear her say that I'm gonna die. January 26, 1987, Van Nuys, 4:10 a.m. Bob Michaels just left. We hung out and got high, but he really pisses me off. Bob will do coke and drink all night, but gets all lame whenever I try to give him junk. I suppose I understand why, but it's not like he's clean living. Maybe I should just give him some China White to snort and tell him it's coke. Fuck, he's my friend. I know how much he'd enjoy it.
Bob Michaels. I used to do loads of pot and coke with Nikki, but I'd never do heroin. I was terrified of needles. Most junkies don't give a fuck what other people are doing as long as they can get their own drugs. But Nikki was different. He was always trying to get me to do a shot because it would be awesome. Once or twice, I left my pipe out on the counter and, when I wasn't looking, Nikki sprinkled heroin in it. I'd get a lot higher than I expected, and when I looked over at him, he'd be laughing at me.
10:20 p.m. I'm very impressed with myself, if I say so myself. I'm maintaining okay in the studio. It helps if I do a couple lines of coke before I go in, then maybe a snort of dope so that I don't feel too jumpy. The methadone, of course, then a few trips to the bathroom while we're rehearsing. It's hard, but I'm keeping an even keel until I get home in the evenings, and then all hell breaks loose. It's when I come home that it's really hard. My secret room keeps talking to me. I'm not listening. I'm really trying.
Tommy Lee. Nikki was coming to the studio nicely sedated. He can be quite the control freak, but when he was on heroin, he was absolutely out of control, so he couldn't be in control. I just found him very lax, which isn't his personality. Sixx is Sagittarius, but he's got the personality of Taurus, a bull.
January 28, 1987, Van Nuys, 4 a.m. Tonight, diary, I'm going to try something different. Instead of writing to you after an evening of psychosis, I'm going to write to you while it's happening. Maybe someday somebody can read this and understand what hell is. So here I sit. The curtains are drawn, the candles are lit, and it's just me and you. My guitar's on my lap, my diary's on the table, and I'm ready. Let's see what happens. I just did it. My head is exploding. I feel like throwing up. Now I know what I hear isn't there. There is someone. It's 4:40 a.m. I need to get on paper what just happened. I was convinced 30 minutes ago that there were people outside my house. There is nobody outside the house. What the fuck is wrong with me? I can't stop, but I want to still do it. I need this. I can't stop. I don't know how to stop thinking about it. I want to get high. I don't want to go insane. I know it's fake. I know it's fake. I know it's not real. It's just the drugs. Sometimes when I sit here alone, surrounded by only candles, the shadows dancing on the walls, feel like my only friends. I'm listening to Tommy Bolin. I'm trying to think of a reason to pick up my guitar. I wonder if this is how he felt right before he died. This isn't how I thought life would turn out. I can't seem to read anything lately. Music seems abrasive. The scabs on my arms are festering with infection. I can't seem to breathe from the blow, and I can't seem to get drunk anymore. I'm at the edge. I feel like I'm standing at death's door, and no one will let me in. Why can't I do drugs like everybody else? Everybody else does the drugs, and they're okay. I do the drugs, and things happen to me that I can't explain. I'm trying to put it on paper, but I can't. I can only describe it, and you must think I'm insane, but I'm not. I'm sitting here right now sane as the next guy. It's just the drugs. It's not me. I remember back in Idaho going fishing and hunting as a kid. I remember discovering Deep Purple on my cheap little AM/FM radio, my first crushes and those warm summer nights in the park. I want to go back to those times of innocence. I've forgotten who I was. Please, God, make it stop.
Bob Timmons. Cocaine gave Nikki acute paranoia and hallucinations. One night he called me and asked me to get the police over to his house right away because there were little men with helmets and guns in the trees surrounding his house. It took me quite a while to talk him down from that one.
So good, so bad. Chinese highs, pearly white, down the main line. So sad Susie has the blues up in Soho. Says it's cold as ice deep down in her arm. White horse screams, unpleasant dreams and pain. Blind lead the blind like the German faith, riding high through the graveyard of the night. January 29, 1987, Van Nuys, 7:30 a.m. I've been up to no good again, diary, but it's given me a killer idea for a song. Becky came around again yesterday during her school lunch break. As she was getting dressed again afterwards, putting that Catholic school uniform back on, I asked her about the Lord's Prayer. Is it important? So she looked at me wide-eyed and said, sure, it's really important. So I got her to recite it for me. I scribbled down a few notes. Then I dropped her back at school on my Harley. The nuns all looked horrified when they saw me, like they were going to have a heart attack. They will too if they hear the song I'm writing. So Becky was a local schoolgirl who used to get very friendly with me on her lunch breaks. She had a very famous mom who would freak out if she knew what her daughter was doing back then. So you know what? I'm not going to tell you who she was. January 30th, 1987, Van Nuys, midnight. Today is turned to night. I laid around all day, naked, playing guitar, writing. This lovely little song called Wild Side. I think it's an ode to Lou. Kneel down, ye sinners, streetwise religion. Greed's been crowned the new king. Hollywood dream teens, yesterday's trash queens. Save the blessings for the final ring. Amen. On the wild side. I carry my crucifix under my death list. Forward my mail to me in hell. Liars and the martyrs lost faith in the Father, long lost in the wishing well. Wild side. Fallen angels so fast to kill, thy kingdom come on the wild side. Our Father who ain't in heaven, be thy name on the wild side. Holy Mary, Mother may I, pray for us on the wild side. Name-dropping no-names, glamorized cocaine, puppets with strings of gold. East L.A. at midnight, Papa won't be home tonight. Found dead with his best friend's wife. On the wild side. Fatal strikes, we lie on the wild side. No escape, murder, rape. Doing time on the wild side. A baby cries, a cop dies, a day's pay on the wild side. Tragic life on the wild side. Kicking ass on the wild side. Lyrics to kill your career by. Chew on that, MTV. January 31st, 1987, Van Nuys, 11:30 a.m. I weigh 164 pounds, 40 pounds less than a year ago. Last night I went to Vanity's, and when I left this morning, I stole one of her leather jackets. I'm so fucking thin, I can wear her clothes, and some of them are actually baggy. Doc came around today while Jason was here and kicked him out of the house. Fucking asshole. He may be our manager, but he can't tell me what to do in my house, even if what I want to do is kill myself.
Doc McGee. Nicky looked fucking awful when he became a junkie. He sank into himself, lost all his weight, and just hung around his heroin den house looking horrible. I went around there once when his dealer was there, and I told this pasty piece of shit, if you ever see Nikki Sixx again or I hear you've brought him even one bit of heroin, I will have you killed. I would have done it too. Nicky was all junked out and the dealer guy was just fucking vermin.
February 1987. When I'm losing my mind, the only thing that can save me is heroin. February 2nd, 1987. Van Nuys, 1 a.m. When I'm losing my mind, the only thing that can save me is heroin. I love the ritual of heroin, the smell, the way it looks, and when it goes into the needle. I love the way it feels when it goes into my skin. I love watching the blood register and mix with the beautiful yellowish brown liquid. I love that moment just before I push. Then I'm under that warm blanket once again, and I'm perfectly content to live there for the rest of my life. Thank God for heroin. It never lets me down. I'm off the methadone. It didn't work. 9:30 p.m. Daytime in the studio for a rock band is torture. When you're a creature of the night, daytime is not your best creative time. But that's when our producer wants to work. Tom Werman can be such a whiny little fucker. I have no idea why he's producing our album. We're doing all the work. He's just on the phone most of the time or sending out for food. He hasn't come up with one idea to better our music. I used to like this guy, but now I realize he's just a money-grubbing cheeseball. This is his last album with us. He can produce Poison or some other bullshit. I have to do all the work with Vince on the vocals, and it's hard being a mess and trying to organize vocals. I always do since I write the lyrics, but Werman could at least help. Vince is just always trying to hurry through the vocals, and it drives me nuts. I know I drive him crazy, but he would just do a half-assed job if it wasn't for me bird-dogging him. I'm sure he hates me. That makes two of us.
Vince Neil. When Nikki was coming into the studio fucked up, I could only tell he was strung out because he wasn't saying anything. Nikki likes to talk. If he wasn't talking, it meant he was fucked up. And can I tell you something? I liked him like that. I was happy when he was quiet at the girls' sessions. I've never had any interest in sitting around a studio, watching Nikki play bass or Mick play guitar, but Nikki has always liked to be there when I record my vocals. He's always had to give his opinion or criticize me, and I've always told him, "Dude, shut the fuck up." We've gotten a few fights over that. Nikki was spending a lot of time shooting up in the bathroom during the girls' sessions, and that suited me fine. It was the perfect time for me to record my vocals. Tom Zutat. I was Mötley Crüe's A&R man at Elektra Records, and Nikki Sixx used to go on and on about how he was the guy who was going to set rock and roll on fire and take over first Sunset Strip and then the rest of the world. I thought to myself, yeah, he's absolutely right. The kids are bored with new wave, and this glam rock Kiss meets the New York Dolls version of Nikki Sixx's is going to change popular music. The second time I ever met Nikki, he described to me the almost cartoon-like character attributes of each member of Mötley Crüe, why they were there, the part each of them had to play within the crew, and how with his songs they would revive rock and roll and kill new wave. At that point, I was convinced that Nikki was one of the smartest guys I ever met. The remarkable thing is that he had his vision of Mötley Crüe laid out in his head from day one.
February 4th, 1987. Van Nuys, 10 p.m. There's some good songs coming from this album. I'm really proud of Wildside, but other times I'm just recycling old Aerosmith riffs or repeating myself. I know I should be trying harder, but I can't be bothered. I never thought I'd say those words.
Doug Thaler. Nikki was normally a talented and prolific songwriter, but he just couldn't write enough good songs for girls, girls, girls. You want the truth? Tom Werman made that record. We even had to include a live track, Jailhouse Rock, on the album. Nikki wrote one song in a key that Vince couldn't even sing, and some of his lyrics were absolute dreck. One day he came in wasted, and he'd just written a song called Hollywood Nights that was just so bad. Really, really horrible.
Lost lyric. Candy-coated Holocaust buried in the past, swallowed all these lies and shit it out your ass. Babies born with switchblades, dumping body in the Everglades. California high tide, needles on a fishing line, backwashed and belly up, dancing on a landmine. February 6, 1987. Van Nuys, 3:15 a.m. It's pouring rain outside. I'm alone again, sitting here with this one candle, my pen in hand, trying not to reach for my dope. I can't stop. I'm so strung out and I can't get off. I don't think I'll ever be off drugs. I think this is my purpose in life. I'm going to be that guy who had it all and lost it all because he couldn't stop. Or just another dead rock star. The rain is making a beautiful rhythm on the roof. It's hypnotizing. Sitting here reminds me of when I was a kid, lying in bed, listening to the rain, wondering where my mom was or if she was even coming home. I feel the sorrow still. It stings. Everybody thinks I'm tough as nails. If they only knew.
Doc McGee. Nikki Sixx was a pretty fucking angry guy in 1987. He was very nice and polite and intelligent, but he had a really dark side to him. I think it all comes down to the way his family life was before he came to LA and a lot of the things that happened to him as a child. Let's just say that he had a pretty disturbing start to his life. There are some things that I'm just not able to tell you about.
February 7th, 1987, Van Nuys, 4:40 a.m. I can't feel my soul. This darkness has become my only friend. My new addiction is drinking tons of water right before I shoot coke and puking it up all in the jacuzzi as my head explodes into the stratosphere. Why? Why not? I'm engaged in a dance of death in this house. Random lyric, Hooligan's Holiday. Drop dead beauties stomping up a storm, lines of hell on our face, bruised bad apples crawling through the night, busted loose and run away. February 8, 1987, Van Nuys, 2 a.m. Bob Timmons came down to rehearsal today. I have no idea who sent him down. He asked me straight out if I was using. Of course, I denied it. Said I'd just been partying hard, doing too much blow and drinking, but I could easily stop if I wanted to. I don't know if Bob believed me. I mean, he didn't look like he did, but I'm not going to let him put me in rehab again. I'd kill him first, or kill myself. Bob Timmons and Doc McGee put me and Nicole in rehab in the summer of 1986. I hated it, and it was a disaster. The counselors kept talking to me about God. In those days, I agreed with my grandfather. Who needs God when you got a Chevy pickup truck and a 12-gauge shotgun? I lasted 3 days. One nurse kept talking to me about God until I stood up and yelled, "Fuck God and fuck you." The nurse told me to sit back down, so I spat in her face, jumped out the window, and took off walking home. It was only a few blocks from my house. Bob followed me in his car until we agreed that he wouldn't take me back to rehab. He took me to my house, and I showed Bob my ritual room, my bedroom closet. It was covered in dirty black marks from all the spoons, and Bob and I spent hours cleaning the room. We went through it, finding all the bindles of coke, pills, booze, syringes, and disposed of it all. The only thing I didn't get rid of was my guns. I promised Bob I can do this on my own. I don't need rehab. The second Bob left, I picked up the phone, Jason delivered the cocaine and the junk an hour later. Then Bob came back, I wouldn't let him in. I was lying on the floor in the hall, talking to him through the crack under the front door with my .357 cocked and loaded. He was asking me to go back to rehab, and I was saying I'd rather die than go back there. I said I'd shoot myself if he tried to come in. Except when I came down from the cocaine, Bob had never come back at all. It had just been me and my demons yet again. Nicole stayed in rehab for a few weeks and got clean. She and I were inseparable drug buddies, never leaving each other's side, but as soon as she came out clean, we didn't have anything to say to each other. We didn't even know each other. We had met via shared love of narcotics, and as soon as that was gone, we had nothing. So that was the end of that, for now.
Bob Timmons. When Nikki walked out of rehab in '86, the rehab center phoned me. I happened to be in the area and saw Nikki walking down the street. I pulled my car over and asked him what was up. He just said, "Fuck you." So I drove real slow alongside him as he walked along and glared at me. Eventually, when I promised I wouldn't take him back to the center, he got in my car and I drove him home. When we got there, we cleared out his closet of all of his drug paraphernalia. It was like an exorcism, getting rid of all the bad memories that were in his living space. Did I know that Nikki called a dealer as soon as I'd left? No. Does it surprise me? No.
Tim Lutzy. I remember once cleaning Nikki's house out of booze, bent spoons, and all the needles that were lying in every closet and on every cabinet shelf. I thought I had found all of his drugs and paraphernalia, but it turned out later that he had a hidden stash in the brass balls on top of the bedposts. He came home, unscrewed one of them, and shot up. There I was busting my balls cleaning his house out, and I didn't check the balls.
February 10th, 1987, Van Nuys, 4 a.m. Today was mostly a wasted day in the sense that I didn't achieve anything other than laying around on the sofa talking on the phone all day. But today felt good. It felt like my skin wasn't crawling, my insides weren't on the outside, and also felt sort of flat, non-committed to life. I wish I knew what this hole in my soul is all about. Because let's be honest, this isn't about now. It's about then. No father, no mother, no memories of a childhood other than being shuffled around the country. Nona and Tom loved me and I loved them. But something is blazingly apparent. My mother and father had other things to do than raise me, other things that interested them more. Maybe that's why I've turned out the way I have, where my rage comes from, but I don't know how to make it go away. My father left when I was very young. His name was Frank Ferrana, and so was mine until I changed it in my teens because I wanted that bastard totally out of my life. My mother is named Deanna, and I believe she loved me when I fit into her plans, but when I was a kid, she was usually nowhere to be found. When I was young, I felt every time she met a new man, she'd ship me off to live with her parents, Nona and Tom, in Idaho because I was in the way. This was an introduction to abandonment that could only lead to bad things. The whole thing left me feeling unlovable and festered into the sores of anger, rebellion, and discontent. It caused a lot of the angst that I took into Mötley Crüe and my life.
Deanna Richards. Nikki's father was a very selfish person. The world revolved around him and nothing else. I left him when Nikki was 10 months old, and Nikki and I went to live with my mother, Nona, and her second husband, Tom. I didn't know what else to do. I was 19 when I had Nikki, and I had no parenting skills, and Frank was binging on drinking, drugging, and going out with other women. He never had any time for Nikki at all. We never heard from Frank for 5 years until one day he turned up out of the blue at Lake Tahoe, where Nikki and I were living, and said he wanted to see Nikki. I asked him why, and he said, I'm planning on getting married again, and the woman I'm marrying can't have kids, so I want to see what kind of kid he is. He had decided to check out his son after 5 years to see if he was worth taking. Nikki and I were so close when he was a little child. It was so wonderful. When he was about 2 or 3, every time I walked into a room, he would throw his arms up and shout, "Darling," and run to me. I can still remember holding him up against my chest and feeling his heartbeat, and just how precious it was to hold him. My relationship with my own mother, Nona, was difficult. She was a very cold woman. The first time she ever put her arms around me, I was 37 years old. As a child, I could do nothing right, and she just always asked why I couldn't be more like my older sisters. Later, she was just horribly judgmental. I was a little wild, and I might sleep with a man without being married to him, and oh my God, it was the worst thing in the world to my mother. I was just a tramp to her. Nona had married Tom when I was 16, and I was really angry with her for doing it. I felt like she had never shown me any love, and yet she had all the time in the world to give to Tom. I thought it was really unfair. Nona and Tom were always telling me how to raise Nikki, what to say to him, what I should be doing. They were always asking me to send Nikki to stay with them for a week or a weekend at a time, and I used to do so. But I would never have imagined that they would do what they did to me. You never imagine your own family will plot against you to steal your son.
Tom Reese. Nikki's dad, Frank, was just a typical California hustler. I liked the guy, but then he went off the deep end into the drug thing. When he was a boy, Nikki would stay with me and Nona in Idaho a lot. Might be for a few days, or sometimes it was as long as a year at a time. Nikki was real close to Nona. He was the son she never had, and she doted on him. Nikki's mother, Deanna, was wild. She was always going off with guys. She'd meet some guy and just go off with him and leave Nikki. She'd go off with Italian guys, truck drivers, you name it. Nikki would come to stay with us for a while, then Deanna would come back and take him. Then we'd have to go get him again, then she would talk him into coming to her, then she'd throw him out and we'd fetch him again. That was just the way it went. Deanna was crazy as a kid. Even when she was 8 years old, she would go to a show and her sisters wouldn't sit with her because she would end up necking with some kid. Everything came easy to her. Her sisters had to work hard to do well at school, but Deanna was so smart. Better than everybody else. She would pick up a musical instrument and in no time she would be playing it. Deanna was the smartest of the girls, but she didn't have a brain in her head. Nona would bend over backwards for her. What she did for the other girls, she did for Deanna, but you couldn't do anything for her. You would say, "Good morning, Deanna," and she would fly off the handle at you. She'd sneak and steal and lie. We had a little restaurant and she used to wait tables for a while, but we had to stop her because she was stealing too much. We sent her to a psychiatrist, but she was cleverer than him. You had to let Deanna do what Deanna was going to do, because you couldn't do nothing else.
Random lost lyric. The hatred I've learned for myself will fester in the wounds on your soul. February 11th, 1987, Van Nuys, 6 p.m. Some guy just came to the door preaching about the Lord, so I told him I worshiped the devil to get rid of him. I've got to give it to the guy. He didn't skip a beat, just kept on trying to save my soul. Then the phone rang and I told him I'd be right back, but I forgot he was there. I guess the dude finally took the hint and split, but he did leave me this nice little pamphlet. I think I'll save it and give it to Vanity. I'm meeting Ricky up at the Cat House tonight. Better order a car to drive me there. I need to order a few things. I'm running low. I've had no toilet paper for a week, and I'm on my 8th day without a shower. I am so into writing all this down. Sometimes when something's happening, all I can think about is getting into this journal and writing. It's crazy. February 12th, 1987, Van Nuys, 5:10 a.m. Tonight started off with a bang. I scored some old school loads from this black cat who sells porno out of his house in Van Nuys. He also had some China White. We headed out to the Cat House. It was very cool. They only played glam rock from the early 70s. Hearing T-Rex blasting at that volume really puts a smile on my face. I remember seeing T-Rex at the Paramount Theater in Seattle as a kid, right before Bolin died. Anyway, fuck, what a meat market that place is. Girls galore, and every sweet one ready for anything. So be it. Out to the limo and off with the clothes, a few lines up the nose, and voila, rock and roll cliche 101. Back into the club, back out to the car with a different chick, and on and on. So how did it change? How did I end up crouched behind my bed with my gun? The hell's wrong with me? I'm glad nobody from the club came back here with me. Who knows what might have happened? Cocaine sucks, but I love it. I need to have a couple drinks and try to sleep. I'm supposed to meet the decorator tomorrow to look at some gothic English desk. I hope I'm not too hungover again. Blah, blah, blah.
Tom Zutot. I first realized Nikki had gone beyond the point of hard partying one night in 1983 when Roy Thomas Baker threw a big party for Mötley Crüe at his house after remixing Shout at the Devil. Nikki went for it all night. Too much sex, a huge pile of blow, and gallons of hard liquor, not to mention whatever pills he might have ingested out of his own pocket. At one point, I mentioned to Roy that it would be a bad idea for anybody to leave, as it was clear that no one was in any condition to drive. Roy pushed a button, and I heard the sounds of a prison lockdown. Doors closing, gates swinging shut, and deadbolts clanging. RTB explained that he never wanted any of his invited guests to get hurt, so when everyone was too high to navigate home safely, he simply locked them in and insisted they spend the night and stay for breakfast. Nikki decided he was going home, and must have come to me a dozen times asking me where the door was. Eventually he would find a door, but with the house in lockdown mode and Nikki barely conscious, there was no way he was getting out, or so I thought. The next day we sat down for breakfast and only one guest was missing, Nikki Sixx. We found his car a few blocks away, wrapped around a tree, and eventually we found him at his apartment with his arm in a sling, a survivor who somehow had definitely beaten the odds, given the condition he was in that night. No one knows to this day how he managed to get out of Roy's house that night, much less find his car keys and drive home. It made me realize that Nikki was willing to cross the line and put his life in danger with excessive drug and alcohol abuse. But that said, he also seemed to be indestructible.
Ragtime, Fast Lane, another overdose. You know James Dean wasn't playing the role. I said, hey, you, what you gonna do when time runs out on you? 4 p.m. Fuck, just woke up. What's my excuse today? Maybe I have the flu again. February 13th, 1987, Van Nuys, 5 p.m. Been listening to music and playing guitar all day. Heroes. Why do we look up to them? Is it their music or their lifestyle? For me, it's both. I'm 29 years old. They say you grow out of loving rock and roll, but it's such a huge part of me. It feels like music raised me, adopted me, and saved my life. Top 10 this week. Aerosmith, New York Dolls, Mott the Hoople, Sex Pistols, Sweet, Stooges, Queen, Rolling Stones, Ramones, and of course T-Rex. February 14th, 1987, Van Nuys, 6:20 p.m. I've decided I should do something for Valentine's Day to mark the anniversary of the day that I died. I think I'll call Vanity. I'd overdosed in London exactly a year earlier, Valentine's Day, 1986. We had played Hammersmith Odeon, and the second we left the stage, I caught a taxi with Andy McCoy from Hanoi Rocks. He took me to a heroin apartment in a real shabby neighborhood. I was drunk, and I remember I was very impressed that the dealer had clean needles. When he offered to shoot up for me, I let him. Big mistake. The problem with street drugs is you never really know exactly how potent they are from dealer to dealer. So I OD'd on the spot. My lips turned purple. I was gone. Now, the story I heard was that the dealer grabbed his baseball bat and tried to beat the fucking life into me. He couldn't, so he flung me over his shoulder to dump me in the trash, because nobody wants a dead rock star laying around. Then I came to. I guess I had yet another dark secret to never tell anybody. Let me tell you, I felt like shit. When you die, every single muscle in your body, it hurts. Your body is closed down because it thinks it's done, and when it gets rebooted, every inch of you hurts. Plus, I'd had the shit beaten out of me with a baseball bat. The second show at the Hammersmith Odeon wasn't the happiest gig I've ever played.
Tim Lutzy. Nikki started taking heroin with Hanoi Rocks in Britain on the Shout at the Devil tour. Hanoi just weren't looking right. Their eyes were off, but Nikki was a most willing participant. He was always destined to get hooked on heroin. If it hadn't been with the dudes from Hanoi Rocks, it would have been someone else.
February 15th, 1987, Van Nuys, 2:15 p.m. What the fuck was that about? Even by Vanity's standards, last night was insane. When I called her, she didn't want to come over and invited me to her place instead. I soon found out why when I got there. She'd been smoking coke for hours and looked pretty fucked, so I thought I'd join in. Vanity started doing her crazy art shit, and we ended up doing bass all night. Then, when it got light, she told me she felt hungry. That seemed weird because nobody gets hungry on coke, but I said okay, and I drove out to get bacon and eggs and orange juice. Then when I got back 10 minutes later, the guards wouldn't let me in the gate to her complex. They said she wasn't there. I was telling them, fuck you, when two black guys drove out in a Cadillac. That's weird. There's no black people in there besides Vanity. She drove out 10 minutes later. I chased her down in my car and asked who the black dudes were. She said they were just friends. Weird night. She always finds a new way to mess with my head. I found out later from her sister that the two guys were dealers delivering coke. One more cute thing about Vanity back then. Her car license plate, it said ho, ho, ho. When Prince had finished with her, he told her, you ain't nothing but a ho, ho, ho. And she liked that because she had a thing for Santa Claus. That sort of made sense in Vanity Land.
Evangelist Denise Matthews. I was a glutton for punishment with Nikki and also the punisher punishing. It wasn't easy being high all the time and relating to another human being. He could have related better with a pet rock. I won't pretend that I was always there. If our relationship had been examined by a professional at the time, his diagnosis might have read, intensive care is much needed for this mad, neurotic, paranoid, psychotic, disturbing relationship with egos at large coming through the door. I believe there's a whole facade to the facade of being an idol. Don't you think? We take on the mysterious role of its origin. Everybody else traveled the same road, so we might as well follow the drugs, the sex, trash the hotel, the crazy parties, grow your hair longer, look the part, wear the makeup, and act crazy until it kills you. The rest is simple. Boy meets girl, girl gets yucky, both get woozy, and call it love. Oh yes, sick.
Lost poetry. Her love is like a swimming pool. Winter comes, and it's no use to you. Her love is like a suicide. Lose your faith, and it takes your life. Her love is like a merry-go-round. Spins you in circles, and then knocks you down. Her love is like cheap alcohol. Morning comes, and you don't remember at all. Her love is like a Cheshire cat. At first so friendly, but at you it laughs. Her love is like a passionate kiss. At first so sweet, that it takes your breath. Her love is like the stars above. Your guiding light always leaves you lost. Her love is like Jesus Christ. No matter how much faith, you still die on the cross. February 17th, 1987, Van Nuys, 1 a.m. Today I didn't drink, mostly because I was pissing blood again. It'll pass. It always does, right? I think I've done pretty good today. I'm reading a great book called Junkie by William Burroughs. I never really cared for Naked Lunch. February 18th, 1987, Van Nuys, 2:30 a.m. Slash came over today. We were playing guitars and having a few drinks, watching MTV. I went for a piss. When I came back, Slash was looking at me funny. He asked me why I still have my Christmas tree up with unopened presents under it. That's a good question.
Slash. My first memory of Nikki was seeing him play with his band London at the Starwood. I was about 14 at the time, and he was just this charismatic glam punk bass player who made a real big impression on me. Then I remember him coming to my high school and giving out flyers to a Mötley Crüe show at the Whiskey A Go-Go to all the hot chicks. Mötley Crüe was America's Sex Pistols. On a musical level, they had some catchy songs and cool lyrics, but they were all about the attitude and the image. They were the only band coming out of the LA scene, apart from maybe Van Halen, who had any sincerity and took what they were doing seriously. And it was all down to Nikki. He just had this focus, a real sense of direction. I hung out with Nikki at his house a little in '86, and I found a sickening allure in his lifestyle. My worst junkie years were behind me by then, but I was drinking like fuck. I'd start the day with a Jack and coffee. My junkie years were dirty and sordid, but Nikki seemed to me to have found a cool, glamorous way to be a junkie. Guns N' Roses still hadn't taken off then, so I was still a street kid. But let me be honest, if I'd had Nikki's money, I would have been living exactly the same way that he was.
February 19th, 1987, Van Nuys, 6:15 p.m. Just got back from antique shopping, bought some old books. Tonight I'm going to read one called 5 Years Dead. Seems kind of fitting. What is it about antiques that intrigue me? There's a feeling of history, a story not so plain to see that seeps from the wood. It somehow makes me feel comfortable. I almost bought an old coffin today, but I couldn't think where to keep it in my house. The house is shrinking. Midnight. I lost so much weight, none of my clothes fit anymore. February 20th, 1987, Van Nuys, 4 a.m. So I started writing a song called 5 Years Dead. I guess it's just another attempt at capturing what Aerosmith did on their first album. But what a great record. It brings back all the best and the worst memories from Seattle. How I survived those days, I just don't know.
Ross Halfon. That was how Nikki got his song titles. He told me he used to get old books and steal their titles. 5 Years Dead was only one example. There were plenty more.
5 Years Dead. Uptown, downtown, haven't seen your face around. Paper said you shot a man, trigger-happy punk down in Chinatown. February 21st, 1987, Van Nuys, 2:45 a.m. I wonder what my sister's doing right now. I wonder if she hates me for hating Mom. I wonder a lot of things. 1, does my dad know who I am? 2, does my band hate me and want to find another bass player? 3, how's Lisa? 4, will I ever have a family? 5, what would happen if someone found these diaries? Lisa was the sister I never knew. After she was born, a year after me, all I remember was that my sister had vanished. I never knew where she had gone until I was older. Lisa's whereabouts intrigued and troubled me all my life, but it wasn't until the late 90s that I discovered she was living in a sanatorium. I knew she had had Down syndrome and other major health issues, but to be honest, it was all a huge mystery to me. In a heart-to-heart conversation with my mom, I discovered where Lisa was just before I toured the new Tattoo album. When I called the people who had cared for her for all these years, they told me they'd remembered me from when I was a boy. I said I was told that we couldn't see her because it would upset her and it was better never to visit. They told me, no, that's not true. We always wondered why you never came to visit. I said I was a musician, and they told me Lisa's only pleasure in life was listening to the radio. She was living in San Jose, where we had played many concerts. My heart sank and my anger soared. Oh God, I thought, more misinformation, and I arranged to visit her as soon as the tour had finished and vowed to do something to help change her life. By the time the dates ended, she had died, and all I could do was build an angel statue with wings in her memory. It's one of my life's huge regrets that I never knew her. I used to blame my mother, but now I know I had the power to force my way into Lisa's life. I'll never forget holding her little hand in the casket and looking down at her sweet face. We had the same eyebrows. We never had a chance to be together. I cried harder than I've ever cried in my life.
Deanna Richards. When Lisa was born, doctors knew very little about mongoloidism. All they knew was that mongoloid children had 2 genes instead of 1. Lisa was a very extreme case of Down syndrome. The majority of Down syndrome kids reach a mental age of anywhere from 3 to 10 years old. Lisa never reached that. She never walked, couldn't feed herself, nothing. She literally had the mind of a newborn baby all her life. When Lisa was born, the doctors told me, "Don't take her home. She will never be all right. She will never live." But when she was 2 months old, I went to the hospital and I took her out. The doctor said, "You can't do this. She's going to die." And I said, "Well, then she's going to die in my arms at home." I took her home and I tried to take care of her, but her father and I broke up and I couldn't afford the constant care of the doctors and the nurses and everything. I became quite ill myself trying to look after her, and Nikki was getting totally ignored. I managed to find a little private hospital just outside Scotts Valley, California, that took care of Down syndrome sufferers. They wanted Lisa there, but to get her cared for, I had to give up my legal right to her and make her a ward at the state of California. I signed away my daughter, and the people who ran the hospital told me to walk away and never look back. I asked why, and they said, "Because it will only rip you apart. Lisa doesn't know you. She will never be anything but what she is today, and you will just tear your life apart." I wouldn't listen, and I made a lot of financial sacrifices to go see her every week, but it got to a point where Nikki, who was 3, was feeling so neglected that he would just sit on the floor and rock. And I had to make a choice. It was Lisa or him. So I stopped going to see Lisa and started spending more time with Nikki. Things with Nikki started improving then, for a little while at least. Nikki should not feel guilty about any of that. He never had any control over what happened to her, nor did I. There would have been no point in him going to see her because she wouldn't have known who he was. And when strangers came in, she got upset. For years, I thought I had done something terribly wrong to deserve all that happened to Lisa. Then, eventually, I realized that she was a special gift from God. Cece Comer. Whenever Mom talked about Lisa, she was always soft-spoken and heartbroken, and you could tell it was excruciatingly painful. She never denied us information, but she was hesitant about visits. I remember asking several times if we could go see Lisa, and it made Mom cry. She stopped visiting because it would make Lisa go into fits and be upset and withdrawn for days, and Mom was under the impression that complete strangers would have the same effect, or worse.
8:45 a.m. I've been thinking for a while, why do I always buy such pissy amounts of dope? I just use it all right away. Then I have to wait for Jason to come around to see his stupid face every day. Why don't I buy in bulk and just see him every week? I'm waiting for Jason now. He's coming over with 1 ounce of Persian and a 2-ounce bag of blow. I should have done this a long fucking time ago. February 22nd, 1987, Van Nuys, 5:30 a.m. Tonight may have been the worst of my life, which is really saying something. After Jason left, I started shooting up, and the insanity kicked in right away. I don't remember going into my closet, but I was there, freaking out, knowing the cops outside had followed Jason here and were outside the house, coming in. I was banging so much that I knew I had to puke. I was too scared to get to the toilet, so I just puked in my closet. I only made it to the toilet when the cops were at the door. I flushed the entire stash. Then I came down. Nobody had been here. Nothing happened. I'm truly insane. I had to call Jason to get more gear. He couldn't believe I'd flushed it, nor can I. What an asshole. This was a spasmodic occurrence. I would decide to buy drugs in bulk, then I would invariably binge as soon as I got them, freak out, and flush them away. Once I did it twice in one night, and Jason said he had no more supply left. Then he asked me, "What the fuck is wrong with you, flushing drugs anyway?" I guess you know you're in a bad way when your antics are exhausting the patience of a junkie drug dealer. Lost lyric. My nose is all chapped, got a knife in my back, got a nasty reputation, and I'm getting too thin. Now my friends all laugh how I fell for the crack. Hooray for addiction, what a mess I'm in. February 24th, 1987, Van Nuys, 11:30 p.m. I felt so hungover and strung out in rehearsal, but 5 Years Dead sounds badass and the album is going to turn out okay. What does it say about me that I can write songs when I feel like I'm dying? I wonder what I would be writing if I were straight.
Tom Zutaut. Nikki was a pretty intense, driven individual, so when he first started dabbling, he seemed to be kicking back a little and finally able to enjoy the fruits of his hard work to get Mötley Crüe to the top. We didn't realize it was heroin at first. He just seemed a little dreamy and nodded off on a few phone calls. When I realized it was junk, I voiced my concern to Nikki, and he assured me he was stopping and had it under control. When it didn't stop, I mentioned it to the band's management, who told me they were dealing with it. Once I realized exactly how big his problem was, I was very worried about him. It seemed like the train was moving so fast and drawing in so much cash that nobody wanted to stop the cash flow by dealing with the abuse of sex, drugs, and alcohol.
February 26, 1987, Van Nuys, 4:20 a.m. Could I pay someone to kill my girlfriend? Vanity came to rehearsal. Jesus, was trying my best to look normal around the band, and then she shows up like that. A year ago, I would have been ashamed at her cackling, throwing those fucking Prince dance moves and hanging off my neck while I was trying to play. Her eyes were fucked. She must have been freebasing all night. I told her to shut the fuck up, and she got in my face and asked what I was going to do. What could I do? I just turned and walked out of rehearsal. Left her there with the guys in the band.
Tommy Lee. There was something real crazy about Vanity. She would just turn up at a rehearsal and jump on a road case and start dancing randomly out of nowhere. We'd be trying to rehearse and Vanity would be doing this strange little burlesque show. When I first met her, she seemed cool, but then it all changed. Nikki and I were freebasing a little back then. Vanity was into that as well, and Nikki claimed she got him started on it. But Sixx is a big boy, he can't blame Vanity. It was his doing. Back then, Sixx was like a big spider's web, and he would bring others into his little fucking dark world. They would either A, never leave, or B, get so fucked up that they would panic, get out of there, and leave him to it.
Evangelist Denise Matthews. Nikki and I had very different tastes in music, religion, food, movies, you name it. It made for a relationship built on chaos and confusion, like two people getting stuck in an avalanche that never stopped rolling downhill. Life was full of surprises, with too many bruises and not enough band-aids. The highs were too high, and the lows were as deep as Hades, the home of the dead. Was I happy? Well, happy is all that you know it to be when you're a kid parading, masquerading, and raising yourself in this crooked, wicked world. Back then, it was like giving candy to a baby, or more like chocolate cake, all you can eat. And the candles burn out, and you burn out, and wake up wallowing on the plateau of stupidity. I am happier today than I ever was. I am only unhappy when I am not paying attention and listening to God's voice for simple direction. The struggle is less because I quit fighting with God as much and now try to submit to His will, the Bible, faster. Life is a series of hits and misses and tests that never end, but the reward is when you win heaven just because you gave it your best try. True happiness comes when you obey the scriptures. My morals and values have greatly changed, and because of my faith in Jesus, quite often pain and suffering breed growth. I dig doing what's right. I hate pain.
February 27th, 1987. Van Nuys, 10:50 p.m. Vanity left when Pete came over today. We've decided to throw a party. I'm waiting for Jason now, and Pete's gone down to Sunset to pick up some girls from the strip clubs and bring them back here, and it's never hard to persuade them. Before I was so strung out, I used to go out and pick up girls and bring them back myself. Now I'm too reclusive to do it. Every time I go out, somebody gets in my face and wants something from me. I just can't handle it. It's not just the drugs, it's the fame. It's overwhelming these days to go anywhere. We're on the cover of every magazine on the newsstand. Let us pray. 7 million bodies lying dead beneath my hands. War was such a simple game to play. Preachers do my bidding, yet blame me for their sins. Altar boys are taken in dismay. Kill and eat your neighbors, gas the subway in Japan. I got more apocalyptic plans. February 28, 1987. Van Nuys, 6:15 a.m. Well, that was quite a night, until I brought it crashing to a halt as usual. Pete came back around 2 with 20 girls, and all hell broke loose. I was pretty drunk and ended up fucking a girl in the bathroom while another girl banged on the door. Then, when we were done, the second girl came in, got mad at me for screwing her friend, then fucked me as well. I'm pretty sure Pete fucked them both too. What about the other 17 or 18 girls? I can't keep track. It was a cool night until about 5, when the coke came out again. I was just going to do a few lines, then suddenly I was wired and just wanted everyone out of my house. I couldn't bear them being there, so I told Pete to tell everyone to get the fuck out. I don't need anything but my drugs, my guitar, and my journal.
Tim Lutzy. Nikki once showed me his heroin den in his closet. There must have been 100 2-inch by 2-inch pieces of torn aluminum foil covered in dark stains lying on the floor. He also took me in there once and shot up in front of me. He had the rig, the spoon, needle, cotton, flame, tie-off that was wickedly sick. Nikki asked me to do it as well, but it wasn't my cup of tea.
Lost lyrics. Yuppies dressed up as satanic clowns commit another suicide just to please the crowds. And this antifreeze is how we shoot the breeze. With this bottle and the keys, we'll drive off in our disease. Handsome dreams dressed up as a scheme, and the reason for a gun is to prey on the meek. Last year's haggard housewife scored a sedative as a lover, sits on her kitchen floor and eats from the same gun as her mother. God bless the weak. 4:15 p.m. I just had an outrageous memory from last night. Right before I broke out the blow and decided to end the party, this big redhead girl I'd never seen before dragged me in the bathroom and gave me a blowjob. She'd never said a word until she was done. Then she said, "You'll never forget me, right?" I agreed. Then I'd forgotten her about 20 minutes later. I need to take it easy for a few days.
Ross Halfon. Women always liked Nicky because he had the je ne sais quoi of a rock star, but also a really innocent face like the guy next door. He'd always fuck the ugliest women though. He'd meet an ugly girl and tell me, "Dude, no matter how fucked up I am, don't let me bone her." But he'd always end up going off with them. Always. He just seemed to like doing the most extreme thing possible.
March 1987. Blood was spurting all over the closet, and I was just slamming the drugs any place under my skin, praying they would take the pain away. March 1st, 1987, Van Nuys, midnight. Today I checked my answer machine. I hadn't played it back for a few days. Steven Tyler had called, asking if I was okay. So weird. This guy I idolized as a kid is looking out for me as if he's my dad, which is more than my dad ever did. I left messages for Keith Richards asking if he wants to meet up and write songs together, but he never calls back. March 3rd, 1987, Van Nuys, 2:30 a.m. T-Bone came over after rehearsal. The usual routine. Chill out with a couple shots of Jack in front of MTV. Then I bring out the gear and we shoot up. Why can Tommy do drugs better than me? Why doesn't he get hooked? Tommy's the brother I never had. He has this energy and positivity I just haven't got. I get off on that, and I give him, what? Maybe a darkness and edginess he doesn't have, in which in some twisted way he admires. It freaks me out that Tommy's never mentioned how I fucked up his wedding. Love him for that. When Tommy had told me a year earlier that he was to marry Heather Locklear, I replied, "Great, dude. I'm so excited to be your best man." Come to think of it, he never actually asked me to be his best man. Maybe I was just jumping the gun a little there. I was still with Nicole. We checked into the Biltmore Hotel in Santa Barbara for the wedding weekend. We had decided to try to kick heroin again. So, we took just enough drugs to get us through the wedding, and after that, we were going cold turkey. People were shocked by my appearance at the wedding. Not only had I lost a lot of weight and looked gaunt and kind of yellow, but I also was not very lucid. I kept vanishing to the bathroom, and I felt really uncomfortable because I had simply forgotten how to socialize and to be around people. When it came to the best man's toast, I had no idea what to say. Somebody told me to say, "May all your ups and downs be between the sheets," and I tried to, but I fucked it up. It all came out wrong. Heather was from a very wealthy, conservative family, and they must have been truly horrified at this junkie best man swaying about at their daughter's wedding. After the wedding, Nicole and I went back to the hotel, shot up our last bit of dope, and threw away everything. We broke all the needles, and we kicked at the Biltmore, and it was horrible. I was really sick, and the weirdest thing I can remember is that there was a Little House on the Prairie marathon on TV. Every time I came to from my kick before passing out again, it was on. I still can't watch that fucking show today. It brings back that memory too clearly. Years later, I sat in an airport with a girl from the show, and that even gave me the creeps. Not her, just the thought of that damn show. Eventually, Nicole and I drove back from Santa Barbara to Van Nuys. For the first time in months, we were clean. When we got home, we scoured the place, found all our dope and needles, and put them in the garbage can. They were out in the street for 2 or 3 days waiting for the garbage man to come. Then on the third day, I started getting a second stage withdrawal. It's not as intense as the first stage, but it still hits you. Your brain tells you just to have a little, you'll be okay. So I said to Nicole, "Let's chip a little." She said I'd love to, but I don't want to get strung out again. I said, "Me neither. I can't believe we're off junk." So Nicole went out to the trash, found the dope and the dirty needles, and that was it. We were strung out again, like we had never even stopped.
Tommy Lee. When Nikki showed up at my wedding, he was transparent. He wasn't white or even gray. I thought I could see straight through him. Nikki couldn't have looked any worse if he'd been knocked down by a Mack truck. He looked fucking terrible. He was doing everything in his power to pull it together and be a part of the day, but I'll never forget how bad he looked. He was drinking everything in sight to try to stay even, but you could tell he just wanted to get away from everyone and get high. He had that look of panic in his eyes. Then as soon as the wedding was over, he was gone. I never gave him a hard time for it, but best man, he sure fucked that one up.
Midnight. I've been playing a lot of open tunings on guitar. It's interesting how I play with more rhythm. I think I'll buy a piano and see where I go musically. I need inspiration. I feel like I'm onto a different journey sometimes. Metal is boring me. I'm being drawn to Tom Waits, Ricky Lee Jones, Velvet Underground. I guess it's the heroin. I wrote a song today called Veins. Veins. I know I'm medicating. I know that you've been praying. I know that God is waiting. Something tells me he can't save me. I know that I'm procrastinating. I crumble under cravings. I know that I'm novocating. God is laughing and he won't save me. Drug under the tracks again. I lost another. It's my only friend. I miss my veins. I miss my everything. Collapsed and punctured. Have I gone insane? I miss my veins. I cannot beat this thing. One more shot, I'll be just fine again. I miss my veins. March 4th, 1987, Van Nuys, 11:30 p.m. I'm finding it hard to find veins to inject into lately. My arms are fucked. It's getting harder and harder to find a good vein in my feet. Tonight I sat in my closet injecting into my neck with a shaving mirror. Weird shit on the freeway today. Pete and I were driving down the 405 in my Jeep, both in our leather pants and no shirts. Some redhead waved at us from her car, and I asked Pete if he knew her. He said no. I said I didn't either. Then she pulled alongside us and said, "Hey, Nikki, it's me. How you doing?" I tried to play along with it, but she looked furious, gave us the finger, and drove off. This city is full of fucking insane chicks. Danger. Had wild dreams, walking the streets. Hell, we were young, never looked back. So we took our dreams, ran like hell. Lived our youth from the wishing well. Me and the boys, we made a pact to live or die, no turning back, scarred for life. March 5th, 1987, Van Nuys, 11:40 a.m. I just got woken up after 1 hour's sleep. When I answered the door, some crazy woman started yelling at me and calling me an asshole. It took me a minute to recognize her as the freak who flipped us off on the freeway yesterday. I asked her what her fucking problem was. This made her go even more insane. Turns out she gave me a blowjob at my party last week and expected me to remember it. Shit, this girl doesn't know me too well. When Mötley got big, we would fuck anybody and everybody, and usually did. Or rather me, Tommy, and Vince did. Mick always danced to his own tune. But I was always bored by girls and wanted them gone as soon as I was done. Sex to me was always about conquest. Girls were a form of entertainment, nothing more, and when heroin came along, it blew them away. The girls were like a crush. It was when I met heroin and freebase that I fell in love. Primal Scream. If you want to live life on your own terms, you got to be willing to crash and burn. March 6th, 1987, Van Nuys, midnight. We were in the studio today and I heard Tommy playing a really cool little piece of music on the piano in the other room. I ran in, sat down, joined him, and we wrote a gorgeous song that Barry fucking Manilow would be proud of. I have the cassette with me now and I have a brilliant idea. I'm going to write this one for Nicole. Nicole and I had finished when she came out of rehab clean in the middle of 1986, and we discovered that we had nothing in common except heroin. So, no hard feelings, you might figure, but it wasn't that simple. I was convinced that Nicole had cheated on me while I was away touring Theater of Pain. I was pretty sure that she had been fucking Jack Wagner, a pretty boy actor from General Hospital. The fact that I must have cheated on her 200 times during the same tour didn't even enter my mental equation. Jack Wagner had had a chart hit with a piece of slop called You're All I Need, and in my twisted head, it felt like the time for some serious revenge. March 7th, 1987, Van Nuys, 7:45 p.m. We finished You're All I Need, the song Tommy and I were working on yesterday. I guess it's a take on Taxi Driver in the sense that if you really love somebody, you would kill them so nobody else can have them, right? The blade of my knife faced away from your heart. Those last few nights, it turned and sliced you apart. This love that I tell now feels lonely as hell from this padded prison cell. So many times I said, you'd only be mine. I gave my blood and my tears, and I loved you cyanide. When you took my lips, I took your breath. Sometimes love's better off dead. You're all I need, make you only mine. I loved you, so I set you free. I had to take your life. You're all I need, you're all I need. And I loved you, but you didn't love me. Laid out cold, now we're both alone. But killing you helped me keep you home. I guess it was bad, 'cause love can get sad. But we finally made the news. Tied up smiling, I thought you were happy. Never opened your eyes, I thought you were napping. I got so much to learn about love in this world, but we finally made the news. You're all I need, make you only mine. I love you so I put you to sleep. I mean, I don't think I can ever really love anybody, but murder's not out of the question. Considering that this fucking whore was fucking somebody else while I was out on tour. How dare she cheat on me? So today Vince sang the vocals, and I plan on hand-delivering the cassette to Nicole tonight to see if she gets the joke. If it is a joke. 2 a.m. Just got back from Nicole's house. It went like a dream. When I got there, she looked kind of nervous, but I sat down with her and said, we really had a nice relationship, but we've had hard times, so I've written a song for you about our time together. Nicole looked real emotional and reminded me that the last time we had talked, I told her I was going to slit her throat. I'd forgotten that. I told her that I've changed. I put the song on and Nicole looked touched as the beautiful piano kicked in. And then I sat there hiding my smile as the lyrics started to flow. When Vince sang You're All I Need, I could see her thinking, that's Jack's song. Then when the song ended, she just looked at me and said, you're a fucking asshole, and you've always been an asshole. Nice. I told her she could keep the cassette, and as I walked out, I said, how's Jack doing anyway? She said I had no idea what I was talking about. I said, tell Jack to kiss his knees goodbye. When I got home that night, I phoned some local bikers and hired them. Their job was to wait in the bushes outside the TV studio and break Jack Wagner's kneecaps. Then tell him Nikki Sixx sends his love.
Wayne Isham. I shot Mötley's video for You're All I Need, but at the time I never made the connection that Nikki saw the song as partly about him and Nicole. Nikki was so paranoid, but his fears of her betraying him were totally unfounded. Nicole was a great girl with a real cool smile, but Nikki took her down to the depths. Every time you saw her, you could see she was just being sucked into this vortex. It was too bad because she was a real nice person. Taking the song to play it to Nicole is such a Nikki thing to do. He would enjoy doing it as well. He always had the devil's wise-ass smile in his eyes. I guess that's why he always wore sunglasses.
March 8th, 1987, Van Nuys, 3:50 p.m. Nicole just phoned me, screaming and crying and telling me that I was a son of a bitch for getting Jack's legs broken. I told her I had no idea what she was talking about, but it's fucking cool. This was a truly bizarre eventuality. Shortly after Nicole phoned, my contact called and apologized, saying that they hadn't been able to get to Jack. I was baffled until it came on local news. By pure coincidence, Wagner had fallen over during filming that day and broken his knee on the sound stage. My head was so messed up, I thought it was divine retribution. March 9th, 1987. Van Nuys, 11:30 p.m. I did the stupidest fucking thing today. I still can't believe I did it. I called up Rick Nielsen to say hi. When he picked up the phone, I asked him to wait a minute. Then I went and drank a whole bottle of water, shot some blow, puked down the jacuzzi before I picked up the phone to talk to him. Rick had just waited the whole time. I must have sounded fucked because he asked me if I was okay and if I was using. I said I hadn't touched drugs in months. Why do I do these things? What is fucking wrong with me? Rick Nielsen from Cheap Trick was an early hero of mine. I can't quite believe I was so fucked up that I phoned him, then made him wait while I shot up and puked before I talked to him. It's even harder to believe that I thought he wouldn't notice me behaving in this bizarre manner.
Rick Nielsen. Nikki would sometimes call me at home and say he was having trouble. He'd call and say he was high and didn't want to be, or he'd tell me he was clean and I would know that he wasn't because I would hear it in his voice. I'd tell him, "You can lie to your mom or your girlfriend or the priest, but don't lie to me." I used to tell him that he could tell me about anything, that he was doing drugs or screwing a girl, that his dick was gonna fall off. A friend tells you the truth, that your breath stinks and you need a bath. An enemy tells you that you look great and you shouldn't change a thing. I do remember one time Nikki calling, then going away from the phone for minutes. I figured he was just doing a line of blow. I had no idea about shooting up. I wasn't around that kind of stuff. Then he came back on the phone and could hardly talk, but he was telling me he hadn't done anything. It takes a fool to know a fool, and man, I heard a fool. If Nikki called me when he was making no sense, I would say that I had to go, but he was often pretty lucid. I was flattered he wanted to talk to me even if he was talking bullshit. Who else can a musician call? He calls his peers. He can't tell the other guys in the band he's in trouble because they'll tell the manager. Sometimes he'd call me all excited, saying he wanted to get together and write, and I would say, "Sure, when?" Then he would get all vague. I'd tell him, "Be honest, try to do AA, take one day at a time," but he was pretty stubborn. Before he was on junk, Nikki Sixx was a big teddy bear with a nice smile. He could barely play the bass, mind you, but that never stopped Gene Simmons. I wanted to help him, but I guess ultimately you can only slay the dragon yourself. All that I could do was help him sharpen his sword if he needed me to.
March 11th, 1987, Van Nuys, midnight. I've been working on a little theory I call my hygiene maintenance theory. Basically, it's very simple. 1, why take a shower if you're only going to get dirty again? 2, why make your bed if you're only going to sleep in it again? And 3, why get sober if you're only going to get drunk again? Showering is something you only have to do when the people around you can't stand the stink. The only reason to be sober is if you have to do something, and when I've got a few days off at home, neither of those situations apply. March 12th, 1987, Van Nuys, 3:10 a.m. Tonight I realized something that terrified me. I was in my closet, worried that I could hear voices in the walls. Then I went to lock all my doors at the security box, and I realized that I only need to push a button to talk to West Tech. Who is to say that they can't hear me whether I push the button or not? Who is to say they haven't got fucking secret cameras that can see me? When I was high on cocaine, West Tech Security was the bane of my life, and I was certainly the bane of theirs. They were a security company who had fitted all the alarms on my house, and I also had a panic button that I could push to alert them in case of intruders. When I was shooting or freebasing coke, I invariably thought there were SWAT teams on the roof, stormtroopers in the garden, and I often ended up phoning West Tech. Then, when I got equally convinced that my security company was spying on me, it made our relationship very strained, to say the least. March 13th, 1987, Van Nuys, 4:20 a.m. Pete and I went down to the cat house tonight. I felt pretty cool. Wore my new tailored jacket for the first time, with the big Nazi armband on the arm. The Nazis may have been sick fucks, but they sure look cool. Ricky showed us straight into the VIP bar, and Pete and I hung out in the corner checking out the chicks. I asked Ricky to show me where the VIP bathroom was. He took me down there. I asked him if he had a bottle cap for some blow. Ricky looked surprised, but he got me a bottle cap, and I pulled out my baggie from my boot, and I shot up in the toilet. When I came out of the stall, Ricky's eyes were wide open. He looked disgusted. Fuck, he'll get over it. March 15th, 1987, Van Nuys, 2:30 a.m. It's getting to the point where life only makes sense to me when I'm here, in my closet. People don't make sense to me. I have no comfort zone. I don't know how to live. I feel like an alien. When people talk to me, I can't hear them. When I go places, I feel alone. I see messages in the TV shows. I hear things other people don't hear. I decipher what they say wrong. Am I insane? Sometimes it seems like suicide is the only option.
Tommy Lee. I only realized how uncomfortable Sixx was in his own skin when I saw him sober. If he was sober, he would not leave his house. He was so antisocial that he couldn't be around people for more than 2 minutes. A sober Nikki Sixx would never enter a room full of strangers. No fucking chance. I would look at him and see his face scrunch up, and I could see he was sweating and thinking, I've got to get out of here. I don't know how to act or what to say. I could see it all over him, and I predict to myself, just watch, Sixx will be out of here in 1 minute. When he was high, he was fine with everybody, but as soon as he sobered up, he had major issues with being around people.
March 16th, 1987, Van Nuys, 7:35 p.m. Having no needles left when you're jonesing is the worst thing in the world. Last night I was shooting up with my last syringe and it broke. The needle snapped right in two. I was dying for the fix, so I was just trying to cram the broken stub into my fucking vein, gouging and ripping at my skin, trying to force it in. The blood was spurting all over my closet, and I was just slamming the drugs any place under my skin, praying that they would take the pain away. Thank God they did.
Doc McGee. By this stage, Nikki wasn't taking heroin to get high. He was taking it to try to stay normal. That's the way it is with junkies after a while. They use it in order to not get sick. It takes away the withdrawal symptoms, the aches and the pains, and it's clear to me now that Nikki was taking heroin to stay out of the pain that he was in every day of his life.
March 17th, 1987, Van Nuys, 3:40 a.m. Found myself thinking about Lita today. We were pretty cool together. Maybe if I met her later in life, we would have worked out, but I wasn't ready for settling down back then. But we had some good times. When I met her just last December, I could see she was shocked at the state I was in. Maybe I was too. But she really never said anything. For some reason, people hardly ever do. They can all see how strung out I am. Why don't they fucking say something? I met Lita Ford in 1982 at the Troubadour in Los Angeles. She'd walked up, introduced herself by putting a half a Quaalude on my tongue, and in a matter of days, we were living together. But back then, I was in full-on party animal mode, and after Mötley Crüe finished the Shout at the Devil tour, I moved out from her place to live with Robin Crosby from Rat. We met up again just before Christmas in 1986 when I wrote a song called Falling In and Out of Love to go on her album, and she was horrified at my condition. I was waif thin, out of my mind, doing drugs nonstop, snorting off the piano as we were trying to write. I'd taken things much further than she had ever dreamed, and she felt she didn't know me anymore. Lita liked to party, sure, but I had become a full-blown addict. March 19th, 1987, Van Nuys, 1:15 a.m. I just took a shit and realized yet again I haven't bought toilet paper in weeks. Ode to Mom. I woke up to the sound of screaming in my head. There was a dead body lying next to me in bed. A knife had so neatly cut out her heart, ripped and tore and shredded it apart. I hadn't had a drink, hadn't left the house, so I was scared half to death trying to figure this out. I tried to scream, but my words came out low. I was drowning in confusion, panic without hope. Then the sound, a blessing I swear, my alarm going off, waking me from fear. I opened my eyes, a nightmare, I gasped. Then I realized I was holding a knife in my grasp. I get out of bed, following a trail of blood. There lies Mother, no heart, but looking good. March 22nd, 1987, Van Nuys, 11:30 a.m. Last night, it happened again. I remember going into my closet and pulling out my Dom Perignon box. I love it when that box is full. Some might see it as opening a casket and peering at death, but to me it's like seeing a hole in the sky with a ray of light from God coming in. When I open that box, I know I'm going to feel good in just a matter of seconds. Then I shot up the coke into my neck, my leg, my arm, or even my cock, and then it started. I knew that West Tech was listening in on me, that they could hear my heart beating, that they had cameras spying on me. I stood with my ear to the security box, not daring to breathe, and I was terrified. Did they have police coming to get me, or the guys with the straitjackets? They know that I'm insane, right? Then I realized I was wrong. West Tech isn't my enemy. They're the ones who can save me from the people outside trying to get in. So I pushed the panic button. Then I didn't know. Had I pushed it? Or did I just think I'd done it? So there I was, naked, strung out, a shotgun loaded, knowing people were about to break into my house. Were they coming to save me or to get me? So I quickly flushed my drugs down the toilet and waited for what was about to happen. My biggest decision was this. Do I go quietly or shoot and defend myself? Now I wake up to discover it was just another night of insanity. I didn't press any button and nothing happened except for I flushed all my fucking drugs down the toilet again. Noon. I hate mornings like today. When I wake up or come down, whichever comes first, and I have these memories of things that I've done that feel like they were on TV or I read them in a book. It's getting harder and harder to know what's real. March 23rd, 1987, Van Nuys, midnight. Well, today we finally wrapped up the Girls album. All in all, I think it turned out pretty good. Of course, you always say that when it's your newest album, don't you? We're leaving for New York tomorrow to master the record. Mastering always brings out all the life and sparkle, so I'll reserve judgment until the master to decide whether this is a great Mötley Crüe record or just a good Mötley Crüe record. But the fact that we managed to finish a record is amazing to me. Tommy and I flew out first class to New York to master the album. Our engineer and mixer, Dwayne Barron and Pete Purdell, weren't flying out until the next day. So what did Tommy and I do in New York City with the night off to ourselves? We went out to the sickest underground dance club we could find. All was well as far as I was concerned. I was a few thousand miles away from my junk and our album was done. But as usual, the devil wears many masks. He kept on and on in my ear about how we should get some junk. Finally, I set out to find some, only to come back with pockets full of cocaine. Thank God. But of course, none of us slept before mastering the album. March 31st, 1987, Van Nuys, 9:15 p.m. Just got back from mastering the album. I forgot to take you, diary, but if I had, I doubt I would have written anything in you. They say New York is the city that never sleeps. I guess if we did nothing else, we fucking proved that one. I need my bed. April 1987. Does my illness hang off of me like a fucking smell? April 1st, 1987, Van Nuys, 6:40 p.m. I just had a surprise visitor. It was the last thing I expected. Randy Rand turned up at my door out of the blue. I hadn't seen him in months. When I opened the door, his jaw literally fell open in shock, like he'd seen a ghost. He told me that I'd lost 50 pounds since he last seen me. I'm pleased about this, but Randy didn't seem to see it as a good thing. Then when I invited him in, he shook his head and said he had to go. Does my illness hang off me like a fucking smell? I'm waiting for T-Bone to come over. Randy Rand was in a band, Autograph, who supported us for a few dates on the Theater of Pain tour. I once stole his bass head from a rehearsal room in Hollywood because it sounded better than mine. He's a great guy. He never did bust my chops about it, still to this day. April 2nd, 1987, Van Nuys, midnight. I went fishing today with Tommy and Dwayne Barron. We did coke all night until it was time to leave for the lake. We sailed out, then came back for more beers when Doc McGee came to meet us. We were out on the lake playing the Master Girls album over and over on Tommy's little blaster. Doc told us that John Bon Jovi thinks we've written the greatest song of our career. I asked him which one, and he said, "You're All I Need." I asked if John had ever listened to the lyrics, and Doc said, "Why? What's it about?" I snickered and told him. Doc told me I'm an asshole and a sick fuck. Fair comment, I guess. Tommy and I were so high on coke that night that in our minds the tent was flying like a magic carpet ride. We actually believed we were flying through the air around the lake in a tent. I remember Tommy telling me to stare at him and not move. With my hair all in tangles and the shadows from the lantern dancing across my face, he kept imagining that I looked like this wicked witch. He was getting so into it, I remember at one point thinking, okay, who's more insane here? Me for sitting here for hours motionless, or Tommy for having me sit here so he can hallucinate? I don't think we caught any fish that day, but we sure had one hell of a magic carpet ride.
Tommy Lee. Here's a there goes the neighborhood memory. Readers, picture this. A packed family campground with kids, bikes, fishing poles, water skis, campfires, etc. Then just when you think it's safe, here comes the badass super stretch limo from hell. It's not something you normally see at any campground you go to, but then again, you never went camping with me and Nikki. I know you're thinking, God, these dudes are so spoiled, and that the limo is there to take them home, right? Not! The cocaine has been delivered by limousine. Imagine us crawling out of our dark tent into the daylight to pick up more blow. Not a good look. That poor limo driver ended up making a few more round trips up there to keep our magic carpet ride afloat.
April 4th, 1987, Van Nuys, 2:20 a.m. I think things are looking up. Pete and me have now got porn stars doing our drug runs for us. Lois came over earlier. She's an interesting character. She came in, we had a few beers, and then she said she wanted to show us her video. We said, sure. So she walks over with the VHS tape, sticks it in the machine, and voila, it was 8 black guys coming all over her face. Even I was shocked, but Lois is proud of it. She thinks it's some kind of world record. More importantly, Lois has agreed to go down to Watts for us to score some loads. Let's just say it's not the best place for a tattooed white kid to go to score. But after seeing her video, maybe Lois has a special relationship with the dealer down there. Hey, practice makes perfect. These pills are my new favorite drug. I love them. You can't even fucking move on them. Completely comatose. They're like heroin on steroids. I can't wait. Loads were a combo of 2 different kinds of pills. You took 3 of one kind and 2 of the other, and literally in 10 minutes, you were so high you couldn't even stand up. We had a very scientific approach to mixing it with blow to somehow even out the effect enough to at least somehow function. When I was a teenager, we used to take elephant tranquilizers. The effects were similar. 3:30 p.m. After Lois got back with the loads last night, things got kind of warped. When she came back, she had some other girl with her. I recognized her from some porn movies Pete had. I don't remember what her name was. Did I even know it? But she left a few minutes ago. Anyway, after I took a second dose and not enough cocaine to bring me out of my stupor, this girl decided she was going to spend the night with me. Who was I to argue? The only problem was my dick didn't seem to be aware that she was there. She kept asking me what was wrong, and I was so out of it that I thought she meant what was wrong in the world, so I started talking about global poverty and shit. I'm not surprised she left. I suspect she won't be coming back. April 5th, 1987. Van Nuys, 1:45 a.m. Went to the bookstore today and got some cool books on performance art. I also got a book my grandmother sent me to read when I was 17 years old called Autobiography of a Yogi. April 6th, 1987. Van Nuys, 2:40 a.m. Today I was thinking about coming back from Tommy's wedding last year and finding that letter from Chuck Shapiro telling me that I would go bankrupt if I carried on getting wasted at the rate I was. Fuck, that I still am. The funny thing is, even if I was broke and kicked out of the band, and all I had was a room like this closet and enough gear to stay under the warm blanket, forget Mötley and the fans, forget the music even. I think I could be happy, I think. Chuck Shapiro was the band's accountant. On the day in 1986 that Nicole and I got back from Tommy's wedding, Chuck left me a hand-delivered note. It read, "You've been spending $5,000 a day. 5,000 times 7 is $35,000 per week. Per month, that's $140,000. In exactly 11 months, you'll be completely broke, if not dead." This was a quite chastening note, so obviously I did the only thing I could do in the circumstance and ignored it completely. Steven Tyler once told me he didn't think he would ever be off heroin. At this point in my life, I remember thinking the same thing. The feeling of completely giving in to your demons is hopeless, but when you can't climb your way out of such a hole, you tend to crouch down and call it home. April 7th, 1987, Van Nuys, 2:30 a.m. Jason's coming over with some real pure China white rather than usual Persian. Persian's okay, but you have that whole routine with the lemons and the extra cotton. China cooks up clean, dissolves so much easier, and when I put it in a syringe with some Coke, man, that's the fast track to heaven. The thing about China is it looks like Coke, and you can snort it easy. Sure, you can snort Persian, but it kind of stinks like dirt, and it's a dead giveaway snorting anything brown. So nobody knows you're snorting heroin. They assume it's something harmless, like Coke. I hope he doesn't bring his damn girlfriend. She sometimes will be talking as I nod off, and when I come to, she's still talking. It's usually about her, so I can jump in where I was before, not caring. There were such different levels of addiction during this year. Sometimes I felt I had it under control and I was just having fun. Unfortunately, the fun never lasted. If you're going to play with the dragon, you're eventually going to get burned.
Bob Michaels. Sometimes Nicky would take heroin really openly around me and ask me to take it with him. At other times, he was real sneaky. He would go to the bathroom, shoot up, puke, then walk back out and sit by me to watch a movie. The whole thing would take 90 seconds and I would have no idea he had done it. Nicky was a very good actor.
April 8th, 1987, Van Nuys, 11 p.m. So here I sat, alone again, needle in my arm, playing the fucking victim yet again. Or is it the martyr? As much as I love my band, I also hate them. Because they are with the people that love them. I don't understand why. As big as my heart is, I'm alone. Maybe I just choose to be this way. Maybe I don't have a choice. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm just asking myself questions to hear myself talk. April 9th, 1987, 3 a.m. How could my parents treat me the way they did? How could my father just vanish and not care about the son that he had brought onto the earth? How could my mother love me, or say she loves me, then send me away for months and years at a time, every time she got herself some new fucking boyfriend? I don't have a mother, I don't have a father, I don't have a friend, and they made me the way I am. They made me like this.
Bob Timmons. In my opinion, Nikki Sixx was suffering from depression during the time of his addiction. There was a lot of sadness. He told me many times that he felt people wanted to be around him only because he was famous, not because of who he was. Addictions are just symptoms of underlying issues, and in my view, Nikki self-medicated the emotional pain of his childhood and being away from his mother a lot through drug use. What did he want? Ultimately, he wanted to be able to create love for himself as a person.
11 p.m. Jesus, it's such a hassle to go out nowadays. I can't walk down the street or go to the store without being surrounded by fans, wanting to talk or wanting my autograph or to come home with me. I mean, I love our fans, but fuck. I'm going to go back to the bookstore because I think I might have depression. Maybe something there can help me. I can't control my moods. I feel like I'm coming apart at the seams, even when I'm not on drugs. If only they knew. It seems I'm always falling apart at the seams. April 10th, 1987, Van Nuys, 5 a.m. I pushed the panic button again tonight. It wasn't my fault. Every time I dared to peer out of my closet, I could see faces at the window and I heard voices at the door. It's probably 50 feet from the closet to the security box, but it took me an hour of shaking to run there. I felt like I had to run the length of a football field. Then when West Tech arrived, I wouldn't let them in. I just kept shouting at them through the door to get away from my fucking house or I would shoot them. Eventually, they went away. Thank God I had a little junk to bring me down.
Doug Thaler. It was about this time that I called Nikki at home one day. He could never wait to get off the phone, and on this particular occasion, he told me after about a minute, "Well, I've got to go now." I asked him why, and he said, "Doug, there are Mexicans carrying guns climbing over my fence."
3:15 p.m. Doc McGee just phoned. He says he's had a call from West Tech Security about last night. Their guy claimed that when he showed up there, I was naked and waving a shotgun at him and accusing him of bugging my house. Seems they're worried about their personal safety and threatening to cancel our contract. Luckily, Doc talked them down and smoothed things over. That's what a good manager's for, right?
Doc McGee. Nikki was always seeing Mexicans and midgets running around his fucking house. His blow paranoia was totally out of control. I would get calls from West Tech saying he had set all of his alarms off and was in the house refusing to answer the door. Or the police department would call me because Nikki's neighbor had phoned them to report that Nikki was crawling around in his garden in the middle of the night with a shotgun. It would be bad enough if it happened once, but this shit was going on at least twice a week.
April 12th, 1987. Van Nuys, 3:15 a.m. Went around to some strip bars with T-Bone and Wayne to scout out locations for the Girls, Girls, Girls video. I think this one is going to be good. Wayne gets where we come from. It's just a shame that that bastard steals our ideas for Bon fucking Jovi.
Wayne Isham. I shot a lot of videos with Mötley, but I first met them way before I was a director, when I was a stage manager at the A&M Soundstage in LA. They came in to film the Shout at the Devil video. I had a little office next to the dressing room and could hear them complaining to each other that they needed a drink before they started shooting. I told them I had some Jack, and they all came stomping into my office with their huge hair and platform boots and drank it all. My first Mötley video was smoking in the boys' room right at the start of my career. I met Nikki and Tommy and talked through the shoot the night before. Then they said, "Okay, dude, let's go out." I was saying, no, we have to work tomorrow. And Nikki said, "Are you some sort of pussy?" They had this real, enthusiasm for life. We all partied so hard back then, drank so hard and did so much blow. I guess we felt indestructible. Nikki never seemed worse than anyone else, although when we made the Home Sweet Home video, there were a couple of times he had to be carried on and off the set for his close-ups. That was the first time I thought, are you rocking this or is it rocking you? Nikki was a real Jekyll and Hyde character. One minute he would be coherent, friendly, and articulate. The next he'd be out of it and a real sardonic wise-ass and insulting motherfucker. He had this positive energy, then he'd just turn the page, and be a real asshole, and there was a real meanness in the way he chastised me. Nikki hated Bon Jovi, and he was always busting my balls and calling me a traitor for working with John. He accused me of selling out by making Bon Jovi videos and told me I was ripping off Mötley's style. Well, pardon me, but I thought that was a universal style, not just Mötley's. He'd always be in my face saying, "Fuck you," and one day, he grabbed me and sucker punched me real hard. You kind of got used to it.
I always dug John. I just hated his band's music. It was the opposite of everything I loved and believed in. I would bust his band's chops in the press, and then we would sit down over dinner and he'd say thanks, and we'd both laugh. I think he liked to be around a true rock and roll asshole who didn't give a fuck about anything. When they first got signed to Doc, and we were both in Europe, John and I went to a brothel together in Germany. We were in this room with 2 twin beds, and we each had a girl. We were both drunk off our asses, and I looked up above my bed, and there was this Mick Jagger poster and the same one above John's bed. The girls were doing their job, but John wouldn't stop telling jokes in his New Jersey accent, and I couldn't get it up. Finally, I said, "Bro, can you stop talking?" He said, "Okay," and kept on rambling. To say I didn't get my money's worth would be an understatement, unless I was paying Bon Jovi to tell me jokes, in which case I got a pretty good deal. April 3rd, 1987, Van Nuys, 4:20 a.m. Shot the video for Girls Tonight. We had a blast. I even brought me a little souvenir home. Don't know what her name is. Did me good to get out tonight.
Wayne Isham. When Mötley told me the concept behind Girls, Girls, Girls was strip clubs, I naturally did some meticulous, multiple-night research to discover which establishment was the most appropriate. We wanted to use the Body Shop, but that was all nude and didn't serve alcohol, so we ended up with a place called the Seventh Veil. Nikki and Tommy came with me one night. I remember us heading from club to club with a load of strippers in tow. We were in the same mindset on the video. We all just kept saying to each other, "Can you believe they are paying us for doing this? We should be paying them." This was the heart of Mötley. They were fun guys, and I don't think the video was exploiting women. It was more of a celebration of them, like a burlesque thing. But we got censored a lot by MTV because it was seen as scandalous back then. By the time we finished filming in the Seventh Veil, none of us were functioning properly. We left the club in a few cars to go to my studio nearby to film inserts. Tommy was in my car with me, and I suggested we should stop off at a Mexican restaurant on the way for a couple of secret shooters. When we got in there, Sixx was already in the bar doing a line of shooters. He just looked at us and said, "What are you guys doing here?" When I look at that video now, Nikki's eyes have that droop. There's a real buzz going on. Look at the part where he gives the camera the finger. I think it's safe to say he is coasting there. But I can't claim I noticed it at the time. It's like Hello Slovak from the Chili Peppers. He was a fun guy, and the first time I noticed that something was all wrong was when he went and died.
April 16th, 1987, Van Nuys, noon. I'm sorry I haven't written for a few days, but things have been kind of crazy. You know how it can go sometimes. Vanity showed up unannounced a few days ago. It's so fucked with her. I don't see her for a few weeks, and suddenly she appears. We don't leave each other's side for, how long was it this time? 4 days? 5? It can't be healthy. But then I guess me and Vanity have never exactly been healthy. So she turned up with this huge baggie of Coke, just like she always does, and we've been living in a blizzard for the last couple days, but somehow I never go quite as insane when Vanity is with me. Maybe I hate her too much to let her ever see me at my most wasted and vulnerable. I never shoot dope or go to my closet with Vanity, but it still gets fucking crazy. Yesterday we were laying on the bed and I could hear voices, people moving about the house. I started shouting, then fired my .357 through the door at them. Of course, there was nobody there. It was the radio, and I shot a hollow point clean through my new speakers I bought off Bob Michaels. Fuck. She just left, And as she went, she said the most fucked up thing I've ever heard. She said we were soulmates and asked me to marry her. I don't know how I kept a straight face, so I said something equally stupid. I said yes. I couldn't face her going crazy and starting another argument, and what does it matter what I say? My funeral will come before the wedding.
Bob Michaels. Nikki called me one night when he'd shot a bullet through his bedroom door into a JBL speaker he had bought from me. He was hallucinating that people were trying to break in and the police were there, and he and Vanity had barricaded themselves in the master bedroom in the middle of the night. He called me again the next day and they were still barricaded in there.
Evangelist Denise Matthews. My help could only come from God. None of my relationships, including with Nikki, were capable of finding any kind of love or happiness because I would never look at the root of my problem, which undoubtedly was me. I was very messed up, and it was time to change my life. We paint the outside of our bodies beautiful, but the inside is like dead men's bones. The hurt topples on top of itself until our hurt gets so big and ugly, growing like a cancer worm, webbing around the walls of our heart, which ultimately turns cold and callous and dull of love. We mistake lust for love and pop more pills, slam more drugs, drink ourselves silly, or end up, as I did, scraping the inside of a pipe just to hit the resin and flush life down the toilet. Personally, I hated every second of being alive in this collapsible body. I wanted a new body inside. I wanted to remove my mind altogether, especially the part that hurt. Jesus did that for me.
Lost lyric, Vampirella. Can't say I'm happy, can't say I'm sad, but I can sigh in relief that I don't have that black-skinned bitch drawing her nails across my grief. Just do me a favor before you draw the razor next time across your wrist. Tell me again I'm your white boy flavor and how we will live in bliss. A little hidden sanctuary only seen in this Hollywood tabloid hell. Living in loyal matrimony, I guess didn't mean loyal to me. Oh well. Vampirella. Now you might as well go fuck yourself. Everybody else has for sure. I guess you had to lose so the rest of us could win. Your only fame and fortune has left you, and he's holding this paper and pen. April 17th, 1987, Van Nuys, 6:50 p.m. Slash came over earlier. I hadn't told him this, but last year Tom Zutaut asked me if I would produce the Guns album. I just turned him down flat. I was way too strung out to take it on. It was all I could do then to focus on Mötley and staying alive. It's a good thing I didn't do it. I know I could produce a great album for them, but now while I'm on drugs, I'm too fucked up even for those guys. Tom Zutaut had told me I was being considered to produce Appetite for Destruction for Guns N' Roses. I went to see them live at the Roxy, but I didn't think they were all that great. The truth is, I was so out of it that I had no idea who was any good or who wasn't. Fuck, at the time, the most I would have been able to do as a producer would have been pressing play on the tape machine.
Tom Zutaut. I was like a dog with a bone trying to get Nikki to produce Guns because I thought they were the next generation Mötley, but more rooted in the Sex Pistols and Zeppelin than Motley's New York Dolls meets Kiss. In the same way that Nikki understood the roles of each of the members of Mötley, I thought he might be able to do the same for Slash, Axl, Izzy, Duff, and Steven. I hoped GNR might learn something from Nikki, since he had crawled from the bottom of the dirtiest street in Hollywood, which was also their birthing place, to the top. But Nikki was in his strung-out narcissistic asshole days, and he kept blowing me off and not even watching the video of GNR that I had sent him. Do I think he would have done a good job of producing the album? Given the state he was in, probably not.
Slash. That's funny, I never knew any of this. It is true that Zutaut was desperate to find somebody to produce Appetite for Destruction who would be able to deal with us. I remember that Paul Stanley from Kiss came down at one point, but we were way too much for him.
April 19th, 1987, Van Nuys, 4:50 p.m. I realized something yesterday. When I'm high on coke, only to come down and realize again that I was on the fringes of psychosis, I'm starting to feel a real friendship with those voices. I actually look forward to hearing them as I'm tying off. Ah, yes, my friends, the demons. I need to get out. I've arranged to meet Andy McCoy at a club tonight. April 20th, 1987, Van Nuys, 4 a.m. Well, that was a fucking disaster of a night. I met Andy at the club and he was with a lot of other people. I felt uncomfortable and awkward from the start, so after about a half an hour, I was saying to Andy, come on, let's go. Let's get out of here. Everybody around him was freaking out because Andy is clean now and they know I'm not, and he's always on the verge of getting strung out again. But I didn't care about that or about anything. I just wanted to get back here. I brought Andy home and showed him my closet. I got all my shit out and said, come on, let's get high. He just stood there in all his gypsy clothes and told me, you've got to have it. You're strung out. I tried to say it wasn't much, but this dude has seen me die once. He knows the truth. Then he left. One by one, my friends are abandoning me. April 21st, 1987, Van Nuys, 9:30 p.m. Pete just called to see what I was doing. What does he think I'm going to be doing? The usual, walking around this mausoleum, waiting for Jason, thinking about shooting up, hating the security box, going quietly insane. Pete was calling from a strip club. He's going to come over with some girls. Might be nice to make a few new friends. I just called Slash and Steven as well. April 22nd, 1987, Van Nuys, 1 p.m. I woke up this morning and the house is littered with bottles and empty bindles and cigarette ashes. It's a disaster zone. There are people laying around, some naked, some partially naked. I walked into the bathroom to find Steven Adler fucking this girl we like to call Slave, and Slash pissed in the spare bed in his sleep. It's at times like this that I wish all these people would go away. There must be something wrong in my blood sugar or my chemical DNA, because I can go from being completely the happiest guy in the world to being the most pissed off, angry motherfucker in no time at all. Last night, I could think of nothing I would rather do than this. Now I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
Slash. Man, I remember that party. There was so much blow and whiskey. I fucked a lot of girls, and the next morning I woke up in Nikki's spare bedroom with some chicks. I was hungover, my shit was strewn all over the place, and I had to be at the recording studio in 20 minutes. Fuck knows how I got there, but I did. I can't deny it. I used to get so drunk that I wet the bed. Nikki's place wasn't the worst time. I remember once waking up in a hotel lobby in Canada. I was lying on a couch and I pissed myself. Then I found that not only was it not the hotel I was staying in, but I had no idea where my hotel was or what it was called. I had to walk around in the freezing cold for hours. The wet pants didn't help.
April 24th, 1987, Van Nuys, 1:40 a.m. I feel like a rat on a wheel. At first, I embraced this, then I wanted to get off, but it's like somebody is turning it faster and faster. I fall and it throws me around and I just can't stop. We have some time off, so what are we doing? Vince is cruising around the Caribbean and singing guest spots with Bon Jovi. Tommy's playing golf and riding his dirt bike. Mick is content to buy guns and hope for World War III. And Sixx, I'm losing my mind, trapped in this tomb. April 25th, 1987, Van Nuys, 10:10 a.m. This is how low it gets. At 3 in the morning, I was crouched naked in my closet, thinking the world was about to burst through my door. I peered out the closet and saw myself in my mirror. I looked like an Auschwitz victim, a wild animal. I was hunched trying to find a vein so I could inject into my dick. Then the dope went into my dick and I thought I looked fucking fantastic. I can't keep doing this, but I can't stop. Lost lyric. 26, and I've never even lived. I've been too busy slow dancing with death. Maybe a bullet to my head will make somebody love me. Maybe a bullet in my head would make somebody care. April 27th, 1987, Van Nuys, 10:30 p.m. I sat behind my bed last night with my grandfather's double-barreled shotgun. I had it aimed at the door, and I knew people were coming in. I can't bear all these windows being open to the street so everybody can see in. Today I called a shutter company, and tomorrow they are coming to fit heavy wooden shutters on every window. I'm thinking about going to rehab, but I have too much to do right now. April 28, 1987, Van Nuys, 10:40 a.m. This morning I woke up with my shotgun in bed with me. The girls have stopped coming around, and now I'm sleeping with a gun. Then I remembered putting the gun in my mouth last night and considering pulling the trigger just to stop the insanity. I want to shut my head down and make it stop. Somehow, I've gone from a person who laughs at people considering suicide to a person who is considering suicide himself. Some fucking progress. Midnight. The new shutters are fucking cool.
Bryn Bridenthal. I was Mötley Crüe's PR for many years. I first met them the day they signed their record contract with Elektra. I could see immediately that there was this special light on in Nicky's eyes. He knew where they were going. He had the whole idea, every album fleshed out in his head. Tommy was just a big cocker spaniel. Mick was real quiet. And as for Vince, well, let's just say Nikki Sixx was the brains of Mötley Crüe. I'm sure he still is. One of the early things Nikki used to do was to set himself on fire during interviews. I remember he did it in Motley's first ever TV appearance. I was terrified the flames would ignite his hairspray and he'd totally go up. But Nikki never seemed bothered by that. He thought he was invincible. Nikki was a brat, and he's very smart, but he had a great big hole inside. Money didn't fill it, nor did success or power. What he really wanted was respect for his songwriting. But I spent so much time with him, and I had no idea he was doing all the dark stuff he was. When he was bad, he was very, very bad. But I never thought he was doing any more drugs than anybody else was back then. At the time, I didn't know much about junkies. Since then, I've worked with Nirvana and Courtney Love, so I'm rather better informed. But the 80s were the days that I'd regularly go into a record label executive's office and find white powder all over his desk. Heroin seemed like just one more temptation. No better, no worse than the others. Nikki Sixx never struck me as dysfunctional. He had so much drive and energy and certainly wasn't drooling or living in the gutter. He hid everything so well. He can dance fast, that one. I guess junkies can just be so cunning.
April 29th, 1987, Van Nuys, midnight. For some reason, unknown to me, I believe I'm not meant to live much longer. I'm dying a slow, unhappy death shrouded in confusion and questions. I'm confused as to how I've become the drugs and the drugs have become me. We live together in complete harmony. What was once a question, an inquisitive interest, a curiosity even, has finally answered itself. It's a death wish I cannot will away. I cannot or will not escape this prison until I've completed this journey. It ends as it began, with me alone. Like birth, death is a solitary experience. Like Hemingway said, the only thing that could spoil a day was people. I'm the person who has spoiled my life. I've lost all track of time in here. April 30th, 1987, Van Nuys, 5:10 a.m. When Jason left last night and closed the door, I had the feeling he was closing the door on a crypt. It's so fucking dark in here. I feel like a ghost. So I got a hammer and ran around the house, tearing the shutters from the windows and throwing them into the yard. They're making me feel like I was in a cave. I'm not doing any drugs when I wake up today. May 1987. He asked me to get on my knees and pray to God to lose this obsession with drugs. May 1st, 1987, Van Nuys, 3 a.m. Today I did something I thought I'd never do. I called Bob Timmons and asked him to help me. Bob came over and I told him I just can't stop binging on cocaine and heroin. I think the blow speeds up my heroin addiction 10 times. Bob agreed and said he knew how strung out I am. He asked me to get on my knees and pray to God to lose this obsession with drugs. I wouldn't do it. Fuck that. I won't get on my knees. Bob said he's got on his knees with guys a lot tougher than me, like the president of the Hells Angels, but he can forget it.
Bob Timmons. Part of the 12-step program for curing addiction is accepting that there is a greater power in the world than you. It doesn't have to be God. It can be anything. But Nikki was always too stubborn to take that step. He was simply too self-centered and wouldn't let me in to help him. That was Nikki Sixx. He always had his armor on.
May 2nd, 1987, Van Nuys, 4:40 p.m. I've got to wean off the heroin and the coke before we go on tour. I can't go on the road like this. It will kill me. The weird thing is, the coke is the worst part of this, but you don't go through withdrawals if you can't get blow. Smack's a different story. I'm so strung out right now, I couldn't go a day without it. I'd have to take so much on the road with me or have it FedExed in every week, which is crazy. What if I miss my delivery? Also, how would I play? How do some guys tour and stay strung out? I do not want to know. I'm going to quit. I have to. This is going to be bad, but it'll be over soon. I hope I don't have to call Bob again. I have a plan. I've just called Jason. 7 p.m. Jason just left, and it went pretty well. I explained to him that I've got to get clean before Mötley goes on tour next month. I reckon I'm doing $500 or more of smack a day now. The coke, I'm just going to stop. My plan is to do less and less each day, and when I'm low enough, go on the methadone and get completely off. So he got his scale out, and we made 30 bindles, each one smaller than the one before, each one with a fresh needle next to it. It took us an hour. It should take me about a week to wean down. When we were done, it looked like a regiment of drugs, a regime. It looked like an army. The brave new world starts tomorrow. When Jason left, he shook my hand and said he hoped I'd be able to do it. Yeah, right.
Doc McGee. Nikki was always dreaming up fantasy ways to kick drugs that didn't involve going to rehab. One time in 1986, he decided that he and Nicole, his old girlfriend, would detox for 5 days at my house. Those 5 days felt like a fucking year. Nikki was just so sick, I had to keep carrying him from the house to the hot tub because he was cramping up so bad. And Nicole was something else. She kept thinking Nikki wanted to kill her. One night, Nikki came into my bedroom at 3 a.m. and said, "Dude, you've got to go and see Nicole." I went into their room and she was putting her makeup on. She said, "I've got to go to a photo shoot." And I said, "Look in the mirror. Who wants to take a photo of that at 3 in the morning?" She looked at me and started sobbing and asked me for a sewing needle, just a sewing needle, because if she stuck it in her arm, it made her feel better. That was on the second day of the 5, and believe me, it didn't get any prettier from there.
Bob Timmons. I remember the attempted detox that Doc is describing. As we both predicted, it was a dismal failure. Nikki seemed to have this strange idea that he could just go to Doc's, sit in the hot tub and eat candy and be off heroin in 2 days. I'm a former junkie, and believe me, it's a lot harder than that.
May 5th, 1987, Van Nuys, 8 p.m. I feel pretty good considering how much I've cut down. I've been buffering my itch with Valium and vodka and cranberries. May 7th, 1987, Van Nuys, 9:30 a.m. Tom is coming from Idaho to stay for a few days. I feel frightened about it. I love Tom, and I always love to see him, but I can't let him see me as strung out as I am now. But it's cool that he's stayed close and never given me a hard time about missing Nona's funeral. I respect him for that. I'm going to be strong for him. I used up more of my stash than I thought. I'm running low. I spent months and even years as a kid living with my grandfather Tom and my grandmother Nona in Idaho and Texas when I felt my mother couldn't be bothered with me. Tom is hard but fair, a good man, and I was incredibly close to Nona, who loved me and was better than a mother to me. She always forgave me, and I could be a pretty fucking wild kid. Nona had been ill in 1986, and I had ignored it. When she died and Tom called to tell me, the bottom fell out of my world, but I was so fucked up that I couldn't even cry. I was going to fly to the funeral, but I was too strung out and wasted that day to get on the plane. I would have had to confront my past, confront my mother, spend time with family that I had to run away from. There were just too many issues. They had abandoned me, and I had abandoned them. People were calling me saying I had to come, but I never went. I love my grandmother, and she was very important to me, but I couldn't face it. Instead, I got wrecked in front of the tube, feeling ashamed and guilty, and I wrote Nona, a song for her, which we included on Girls, Girls, Girls. In my fucked up state, that was the best I could do.
Deanna Richards. It breaks my heart when Nikki thinks I couldn't be bothered with him as a child. I loved him more than life itself, and I still do. I've wanted to tell him the truth all my life, but I've never had the chance. And the truth is that my own family, my own mom and my sisters plotted against me to take Nikki away from me. I didn't know at the time what was going on. I was so naive. You can't fathom that your family would do such a thing, but they took Nikki away. They did it slowly. It started off with them telling me to send Nikki to stay with them for the weekend. Then they would ask me to send him for a couple weeks or a month because they would say he needed to be around a man or have a man's influence. I miss Nikki so much, but I thought that they were trying to help me and he would soon be back with me, even when he ended up spending the whole summers with them in Idaho. But they were telling him I was wild, and then they started telling me that they weren't sending him back because he didn't want to come. I didn't realize that they were poisoning him against me until one day, when he was around 10, I was just sick of him being away, and I called him to say, Nikki, it's time for you to come home. And Nikki told me, no, once you get some roots and a dependable life and can take care of a child, then I will come home. This was out of a child's mouth. Well, it wasn't too hard for me to figure out who put those words into the child's mouth. Then, when my mother died, Tom and my sisters didn't even tell me when she was being cremated. Tom only told me afterwards, when my sisters had already been to the house and been through her things and taken everything that they wanted.
Tom Reese. Bullshit. Nona and I never said anything against Deanna around young Nikki. We were very careful what we said about her. If she had pulled some damn thing on us, we made sure we got well away from Nikki before we talked about her. Whenever Deanna would call for us to send Nikki, we would leave it up to him. We'd never try to run that boy's life. He stood on his own 2 feet. If Nikki wanted to go see his mother, we'd pay his way for him and pay it back again. If he didn't want to go, he didn't go. But he always did go. Every time until he got to be about 13. Deanna would throw him out every time. She threw him out of L.A. and every damn place she went to. We'd get a call from Nikki saying, Grandma, can I come home? And we'd get money to him to get a plane home. One time, Deanna just left him with some woman in Sparks, Nevada and went off with a guy. The woman phoned us saying, what am I supposed to do with this boy? and I had to drive over and fetch him. Deanna has a screw loose and it's drug-induced. You name it, LSD, marijuana, she used to take it. She was taking drugs before Cece was born, before Lisa was born, even before Nikki was born. She was flying half of the time. Nikki was very loyal to his mother for years and years, more than she deserved. When he asked us for anything, we used to give it to him. If he asked Deanna for anything, she told him to go to hell. Nikki did pretty good with her until the time he went to live with her in Seattle when he was about 13, and she threw him out of there too. After that, he would absolutely have nothing to do with her. I guess he decided that she didn't care.
Which side of the blade is sharper? The lie or the truth? It all seems irrelevant when your jugular's sliced open and you're lying in a pool of blood for the whole world to see. May 8th, 1987. Van Nuys, 10 p.m. Tom is here now, and I think it might be a good thing for me. I can't get wasted in front of him, so I just do my little maintenance shots in the bathroom. Tommy came over tonight. We did a couple shots of Jack with Tom and made small talk. Tommy can tell I'm sick. Tom asked me if I wanted to go to the doctor. I said it was just a really bad flu. If I went to the doctor and they saw my veins, they would call the police in a New York second. I'm going to go to the clinic in Burbank tomorrow and register for a 30-day program, but I'm only going to do it for 3 or 4 days, then just go cold turkey from there. May 10th, 1987, Van Nuys, 10:40 p.m. Day 1, coke and dope free. Went to the clinic today and got my first dose. I'm out of dope. I threw all my rigs away, even my Dom Perignon box. I gotta tell you, I'm fucking sick. I got an illegal script for Valium from this quack we all use. They always help ease the pain. I'm shitting and puking so much, I'm trying to keep it together for my grandfather. Thank God for him. I remember Tom coming out to the heroin house. When you're in the middle of a crisis, it's not easy to notice other people's pain. Looking back, my grandfather had to be dealing with a lot of pain. Losing Nona was the hardest thing he had ever had to go through. And on top of that, the boy he raised was in a tailspin and heading towards an early death. He probably saved my life, and I'll always owe him for that. I will forever regret not being there for him in return.
Tom Reese. When Nona died, Nikki was devastated, but he was also pretty fucked up. I went to stay with him once or twice, and the way of life he had was not to my liking. And he was so skinny. A good gust of wind would have blown him through a knothole. Nikki didn't inject in front of me, but it was obvious he was doing it. He would sit around with his buddies talking, and their drug talk might have made sense to them, but to me it sounded like gibberish. I used to see people in the same state in my years in the military. It never held any appeal for me. While I was staying at Nikki's, I'd often answer the door for him. Sometimes it was girls. I'd let them in except for the real young'uns, who I'd send packing. I never let the drug peddlers in. One guy was kind of persistent until I waved my shotgun in his face, and then he never came back. I was worried for Nikki and I told him what I thought, but it just went in one ear and out the other. Stopping Nikki was like trying to stop a tornado. I couldn't do anything except look out for him and hope.
Dancing on glass. Can't find my doctor, bones can't take this ache. If you dance with the devil, your day will come to pay. My fuel-injected dreams are bursting at the seams. Am I in Persia or lost in Spain? I've been to hell. Hope I never make it back to dancing on glass. May 11th, 1987, Van Nuys, midnight. Day 2, coke and dope free. I can't believe it's been 2 days without any junk. Went to get dosed today, saw a few guys I know. Fucking smack, just ruins people's lives. At first it seems so sweet, then one day you wake up to a monster. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm too sick to write. I have to go lay down. I haven't slept much. May 12th, 1987. Van Nuys, 11:30 p.m. Day 3, coke and dope free. I haven't had anything for 3 days now. This withdrawal is the most painful, intense one I've been in. It's like shock therapy. My guts are ripping. I'm puking and shitting. I'd do anything for a fix, but I won't give in. This is the worst day so far. It always is. Day 3 and 4 is when most guys give in. I can't sleep for the pain. I've heard stories about hookers who will blow a fucking donkey for a fix rather than go through this. That's how much this fucking hurts. Today was my last dose. Maybe one more day, but I don't want to get strung out on methadone. If you're hooked on that, it's almost impossible to get off. I'm so sick. Thank God I'm getting dosed, or I would definitely die from this one. I am so sick, I'm even sick of writing that I'm sick in this diary. Unused lyric. I've never been to Eden, but it's nice, I hear tell. When I die, I'll go to heaven, 'cause I've done my time in hell. May 13th, 1987. Van Nuys, 10:20 a.m. Day 4, coke and dope free. Last methadone visit this morning. I haven't eaten anything but candy. I'm too sick to go into the store and face people. Pete brought me a bag of candy and ice cream. Every time I've kicked, I go through this sugar thing. What's next? I'm gonna fucking get fat? My whole body feels like it's cracking into pieces. Fragile doesn't even come close to describing how I feel. May 14th, 1987. Van Nuys, 4:30 a.m. Day 5, coke and dope free. Had to go to the album listening party. I'm still sick as a dog, but a handful of painkillers and a lot of whiskey got me through. Vanity showed up. I was talking to this black stripper and Vanity got all weird and abrasive. I'm so dope sick, I feel brittle. Wouldn't take much for me to shatter in a million pieces. P.S. Speaking of dogs, I forgot I put my money down on a German short-haired pointer. I couldn't get him at the time because he wasn't old enough, but he's getting delivered tomorrow. I'm going to call him Whiskey. The Girls listening party was at the Body Shop, a strip club on Sunset. The band posed for photos with 5 strippers whose panties spelt out Motleycrue, Mötley Crüe. Vanity lost her mind when she came in because the stripper standing next to me was a black chick. The other thing that I remember about the party is that asshole Yngwie Malmsteen showed up. He'd been dogging the band in the press, yet dared to show up to our album listening party. So we had security throw him out on his ass on the curb. But I was so sick from the junk, it was all I could do to hold it together. May 15th, 1987. Van Nuys, 5 p.m. Day 6, coke and dope free. MTV has said no to the Girls video because of the topless strippers in it. We sent them one that was so out there so that they would be happy with the one we really wanted them to play. If we sent them the one they approved first, they would have made us tame that one down, suckers. Tom left today, but I think I might still be okay getting cleaned up for the tour. It helps when I have things to focus on, like having a new dog, Whiskey. He just came today. Tom loves him. It's when I'm left to my own devices that I go fucking insane. I've always been too good at making my own entertainment. I can safely say I'll never use heroin again. It's just a nightmare. I feel so much better, but my sheets on the bed stink from the gallons of toxic sweat that have poured out of my body. I have a pile of clothes in the closet with shit all over them from the first few days. I've been able to get a few hours of sleep at a time now, and I can hold something down other than sweets. I feel hopeful. Random thought. Cleaning up is dirty work.
Doc McGee. Nikki used to sometimes have these dogs that were kind of messy and sloppy. I used to call them the heroin puppies. Can I tell you something that's not too nice? I used to think of Vanity as a heroin puppy as well.
May 16th, 1987, Van Nuys, 8 p.m. Day 7, Coke and Dope Free. So another Mötley Crüe album is set to come out, and we kindly donate another fucking chunk of profit to Neglector Records. Why should they own our music? This industry is the most fucked up business ever. Musicians spend their childhoods learning to play their instruments in their bedrooms. Then they spend their lives in a recording studio creating music. Then some fucker in a suit comes along and says, if I can distribute what they've done to enough people, I'm going to sell product to create cash flow for my corporation. At which point I ask myself, where did we lose the music? We write the music, it's our songs, our vision, our message, our angst. So how can some record company completely own Mötley Crüe or Aerosmith or Led Zeppelin's music? I mean, what the fuck? System is slavery. It's our music, it's our business, we should own it. I can't believe I'm clean. I feel lucid, alert, and alive. I hurt like hell, and my nerves are on the edge, but I'm clean. Just in time for the machine to fire up. May 17th, 1987, Van Nuys, midnight. Day 8, Coke and Dope Free. Slash came over and we just hung out, played with whiskey and played guitars. Then got out of here and went to lunch. Slash even told me he thinks I'm looking better. I told him I just got out a real bad kick and I was done with the worst of it, and he said he knows how hard it is. Vanity kept calling, but I let the answering machine take the strain. I'm not ready for her right now. I'm making progress, but I'm still fragile, more emotionally than physically now. Unused lyric. South Street Sam sells it by the box, half-price murder, and double-price rocks. Easing in on 20, he's looking 85. He'll be pushing up daisies by the time he's 25. May 18th, 1987, Van Nuys, 9 p.m. Day 9, Coke and Dope Free. I ran into Jason today while I was shopping on Melrose and basically ignored him. He saw me and came over and asked why I hadn't called him lately. I just said that I had his number if I needed it, but I was planning not to use it. The parasites are panicking because their free meal is over. When I read these diary entries, it boggles my mind how much power I had when I finally decided to quit. I don't know if it was fear or greed that eventually got me to that point, but whatever it was, it seemed to be working. Temporarily. May 19th, 1987, Van Nuys, 10:20 p.m. Day 10, Coke and Dope Free. Had a meeting with management earlier. They want to hire a jet for the tour so we can leave right after the shows, base ourselves in a city for a week or two at a time while we play all of the nearby dates. Doc said it would save us money, but I'm not stupid. I know the real fucking reason. They're fucking terrified of me and Tommy and Vince heading off to the clubs, getting wasted after the show. They think they can keep an eye on us this way, and we can't get up to too much bad shit up in the air every night. I see their plan, but I went along with it. It might even be what I need. I said we would only do it if the jet was painted black with a big, naked chick on the side. Doug went pale, but said he'd see what he could do. They seemed amazed that I had color and gained some weight. I've even been lifting a few weights in my garage. My suspicion of our management's strategy was entirely correct. Their plan was an honorable one, but overlooked one major flaw. Being based in a city for several nights at a time rather than one night would give us plenty of time to track down all the local services and supplies that we shouldn't be tracking down.
Doc McGee. It was always way easier to tour Mötley Crüe on private jets than on buses. We could get the journey done in 1 hour rather than 5 or 6, and on buses they were a fucking mess. They were always running around drunk or biting people, and considering the state Nikki was in at that stage, we wanted to have him somewhere we could keep an eye on him.
May 20th, 1987, Van Nuys, 9:30 p.m. Day 11, coke and dope free. Been down in the garage lifting weights and riding my exercise bike every day. It's nice that for once my muscles are aching for a good reason. One bad thing about coming off drugs is putting on weight. Which is worse, being strung out or fat? May 21st, 1987, Van Nuys, 11:30 p.m. Day 12, coke and dope free. Not much to do again today except a few phone interviews for the album. All the journalists are the same. They all ask identical questions as though they're the only person to have ever thought of them. I hate the press almost as much as they hate me. But really, when are they going to ask about the music? What is the meaning behind the song Nona? Or did I know Girls, Girls, Girls was an Elvis Presley album? Duh. I'm really happy to be off dope. I can't believe I did it, on my own no less. To be on a journey that you see no ending to, and then finally getting to where you're going feels good, like the insanity has stopped. I'm really happy. Pete is strung out, and I hear King is too. I can't be around anybody who uses junk. I just can't, even if they're my best friends. May 22nd, 1987, Van Nuys, 11:20 p.m. Day 13, coke and dope free. T-Bone has just left. My head is still buzzing from talking to him. He had a dream last night that he was playing drums upside down, and he wants to turn it into a reality. So he told management he wants them to design a kit that can spin around like a gyroscope while he's playing in it, and they're looking into it. Tommy is so enthusiastic, and I hope it happens, but rather him than me. When I'm trying to survive a hangover, the last thing I would want to be is fucking spinning upside down. Hope the front row likes the taste of projectile vomit. P.S. You know what's weird? I don't even know where Vince or Mick live. May 23rd, 1987. Van Nuys, 11:50 a.m. Day 14, coke and dope free. Days like today are beautiful. There's nothing to do, nobody's on the phone, the sun is out, the doors are open. I'm laying on my back right now, writing to you, soaking up the sun, listening to Aerosmith and Bad Company. I'm not strung out, and that feels good. I feel like I've finally got the monster under control. I'm excited. What a perfect day. May 24th, 1987, Van Nuys, 5:45 p.m. Day 15, coke and dope free. Today we went to look at the plane we were hiring for the tour, but it seems management forgot to tell them about the little adjustments we needed, the Mötley Crüe accessories. So I patiently explained to the guy that we needed it painted black, and we needed a naked girl painted on the outside. He started stuttering that they couldn't paint it black, and I just gave him a look and said, well, that's a shame, we can't take it then. He said he'll see what he can do and get back to us. We agreed to compromise. The girl can be riding a bomb on the side of the plane. Fuck, sometimes people don't seem able to handle the simplest request. No is not a word I think should be in the dictionary when it comes to creativity. P.S. I did it. Totally clean. Amazing. I'm not even the same person I was 2 weeks ago. I've been playing so much music, practicing writing, getting all the ideas together for the tour, shows, plans, hotels, food, stage clothes, new basses, amps. Yes, I'm back. Band rehearsal today. I'm really excited to play. Pete wants to go out after, but I can't hang out with him anymore. He's on methadone, but still I have to stick to my guns. I feel sorry for him because I'm his only friend, and he knows why we can't hang out anymore. Junk ruins lives and friendships. I hope he gets clean too. May 27th, 1987. Van Nuys, 11 p.m. Last night I went to the Cat House on my own. I always know plenty of people there. I had loads of Jack and tequila shots, but no more than a few bumps. I fucked this girl in the bathroom, brought another girl home, but this morning I can't remember her name and I can't wait for her to leave. Girls do their best, but they're never going to take the place of drugs because drugs don't talk back. Short rehearsal today, but we sounded good. I was a bit hungover, and that felt bad after feeling so good for the last 2 weeks.
Deanna Richards. After Nikki moved to Los Angeles, I hardly heard from him. He would occasionally call me very late at night or in the middle of the night, demanding money. I would gather up all I could and send it to him, and then I would never hear from him again unless he got in really bad trouble. When Mötley Crüe started getting big, I was proud of Nikki, but I could see what a toll it was taking. I was so scared for him because I knew it was killing him. It was obvious he was taking drugs, and I tried to talk to him twice about getting help, but he wouldn't even discuss it. He said he didn't have a problem, I had a problem. Then, later on, when he was married for the first time and I went to see him in Los Angeles, he told me the only reason he started taking drugs was because I had been drinking and drugging for years. Well, I never took drugs, and I didn't start drinking until after Nikki left Seattle and refused to come back.
May 29th, 1987, Van Nuys, 11 a.m. Just woke up. Phone was ringing. It was Gene Simmons reminding me that we're getting together to write music today. Glad he called because I forgot. 10 p.m. Gene came over in his new black Rolls. When he was leaving and backing out of the driveway, he got too close to the wall and was freaking out because his car was about an inch away from getting scratched to fuck. Me and Pete laughed. I mean, it serves him right for what he said about my lyrics. Oh yeah, Pete came over this afternoon. He looks better than I've seen him in a long time. He's almost clean, no junk, just getting dosed. Gene Simmons and I wrote a song one time, but when I showed him the lyrics, he said they were too radical and wouldn't get played on the radio. Later, I used the same words on the Girls, Girls, Girls single, and radio had no problem playing it. He was always a weird guy. I remember the first time he came over to my house, I did a line of coke and took a Quaalude and was drinking and asked Gene whether he wanted anything. He said he didn't do drugs or drink. And I asked him, well, what he did instead, and he said, I fuck. So I asked him, well, what do you do after you fuck? And he said, I fuck again. And then I asked him why. Because rule number 1, chicks equal trouble. June 1987. Maybe having these dealers follow us is a bad idea. June 1st, 1987, Van Nuys, 12:50 a.m. Rehearsals were a kick today. We decided to hire background singers for the tour. As we progress as a band, we've naturally started to use more background vocals, but it can be hard to cover them live and boring to be stuck on the mic all night. So we decided to use female background singers like the Stones. We'll be auditioning girls all week at rehearsal. Should be interesting. Band needs less rehearsal this tour than usual. The old stuff is tight, and the new stuff isn't that far off. I think the new stuff is simpler and more bluesy at times. It just falls in the pocket easier. There's the usual excitement about the tour production going around like a virus. I love this part, the part where the visual meets the music. We're having the stage show evolve. More on that later. My ears are ringing. Off to bed, working out in the morning. When you're sitting on a plane 40,000 feet up in the air, looking out the window, dreaming of your future and how bright it appears to be, or maybe just watching the drops of rain being pushed into different designs from the force of air at 400 miles per hour. Well, life feels good. Then the oxygen masks fall, the plane jumps, snaps, and jolts. People start to scream, babies burst out crying, people start praying, all in time to the overhead announcement that we're going to crash. Right then, as your life flashes before your eyes, you hear yourself say, God, if you get me out of this one, I'll stop. Insert lie right there, forever. Right then, the nose of the plane pulls up and the captain says, wow, that was a close one, folks. We're okay. We'll be landing in 30 minutes and we're all safe and sound. Sorry for the scare. That's how getting hooked on junk is. When the kick is over, you can't believe you ever got on that plane in the first place. The question is, will you ever fly again? June 3rd, 1987, Van Nuys, 10:45 p.m. Met about 10 singers today. Some of them could sing and some of them could dance. The ones that could sing couldn't dance. The ones that were pretty couldn't sing. And the ones that were ugly sang like Janis Joplin. What a nightmare. We'll have more tomorrow. This one girl was dancing in front of us, grinding on the mic, and then went over to Mick and was singing in his face. I had to look down and away so I didn't burst out laughing. Almost pissed my pants laughing after she left. Good times. Mick's playing his ass off. I haven't seen that fire in him in a while. I think the break did him good. June 5th, 1987, Van Nuys, 11:20 p.m. We finally picked our background singers, a girl named Amy and one named Donna. I told the band the first rule of the tour, nobody fucks the background singers. These tours have enough drama and problems without us importing dysfunctional relationships right into the fucking heart of them. But it was amazing to hear the vocals on top of all the guitars and drums. It took it to another level. Badass. Of course, I foresee problems. I mean, chicks equal trouble. A lot of phone calls today with management about last-minute details for the tour. If we have one more meeting at rehearsal, I think I'm going to lose my cool. They seem to think that since we're all together, it's their time to trap us, and we end up not getting to rehearse as much as we should. I don't know. Maybe that's not a bad thing. An over-rehearsed rock band can sound sterile.
Doug Thaler. We auditioned the background singers at the practice facility in Burbank. One of them was Amy Canyon, and looking back, I should have known from the start we'd have trouble with her. When she came to the audition, she'd only been married for 6 months, and she was already telling us she wanted to go on tour to get away from her husband. Nikki laid down the law about nobody sleeping with the backing singers, and the band all agreed, which was highly ironic, given that Vince had already tried his luck with both of the girls at the audition and been knocked back. But when Amy later turned her attention to Mick, it was a very different story.
June 12th, 1987, Van Nuys, 9:30 a.m. I just realized I haven't written in here for a week. Maybe because I've just been getting on with life like other people do. Rehearsal's been great. I've not been drinking more than a half a bottle of Jack at night. Even Jason has given up on calling me. This is like a health kick. Maybe there are 2 things I do when I'm falling apart. Writing this book and phone vanity. Ha. Now for the hard part, holding it together on tour. June 15th, 1987, Van Nuys, 11 a.m. So today I'm packing for the tour. Making a list, checking it twice. Knife, 2 pairs of leather pants, 8 t-shirts, boots, rubbers, black nail polish, black eye makeup, get that at Save On, $3,000 in cash, get the office to drop that off, 2 grams, no syringes, sleeping pills, candles, incense, flask, diary, blank journals, have whiskey picked up for obedience camp. Now for the killer question. How long before I can dump the psycho girlfriend? All will be revealed. Follow me. June 16th, 1987, Sheraton Hotel, Tucson, Arizona, 2:30 p.m. Got into the hotel from LA an hour ago. We're all going down to the arena in a while. I can't wait to see the stage set. After all the bombastic sets in the past and all the cheap imitations that have followed our every move, our direction is simpler this time. It's raw, stripped back, but huge. A lot of the power will come from the lights, the pyro, and our way too big PA. We shoot the Rolling Stone cover tomorrow, and I want to see what's around here for the shoot. Since I'll be doing my best to keep my nose clean on this tour, I'm going to try to write a lot every day. Someday, maybe, I'll have kids and they can read these diaries, or no, maybe not. The Rolling Stone writer is hanging around asking us questions. I wish he would leave us alone. He doesn't know shit about rock and roll. Same typical stupid questions. How many girls do we fuck? How much do we party? No questions about music, spirit, lyrics, soul. No questions about the Dolls or Angus Young. Just the same old bubblegum magazine bullshit. June 17th, 1987, Sheraton Hotel, Tucson, Arizona, 1:40 a.m. Wow, the set turned out amazing. It's exactly what we've intended it to be. It has so many levels and different looks. Tommy's solo is insane. The drums flip all around. In fact, I think he's insane, thank God. I have to tell you, if you ever have to come to Tucson in June, don't. It's fucking hot. I mean, the kind of hot where rattlesnakes won't even come out. You walk outside in the day, and a wave of heat slams you in your face. Feels like you've stuck your head in a fucking oven. All the usual suspects came around tonight. I said no to all but 2 lines and a few shots. I'm not starting off the tour with a hangover. I can't believe I'm off junk. What a horror story that was. But I have to watch it, because the junkies just seem to sniff me out. The word's on the street that I'm clean, and they don't like it. I want to help out Slash and give his band some shows. They're not worth any tickets, but I believe in them. Cool new band, but the singer, he can be an asshole, but what's new, right? I can see him and Vince bumping heads. It's good to see Fred again with his perfect hair and Grizzly Adams beard covered in tattoos. He always wears the devil's smirk, which somehow yields him more pussy than the guys in the band. As soon as Fred walks into the room, I know we're really back on the road again. Everybody's hired, the plane is on the runway, trucks and buses all warmed up. Hangar honors are floating around outside the arena, so let the madness commence, because I know it will.
Fred Saunders. I was tour security for Mötley Crüe ever since the Shout at the Devil tour. When Doc McGee first hired me, he said the band was so wild I should do whatever it took to keep them in line. In fact, he said he'd give me a bonus every time I hit them. I told him he got himself a deal. I hit Mötley a lot. I once broke Tommy's nose in Indiana. I broke Nikki's ribs, and I beat the shit out of Vince many times because he's an asshole. I think I even hit poor Mick once. That was just to complete the set. Nikki was always the strongest of the guys. He was the brightest and had the biggest ideas. Vince had just got lead singer syndrome, and Tommy was a typical drummer. He's always 100 miles per hour and everything is fine by him. Mick just always wanted to drink his wine and not be bothered with anything. So it was always Nikki's moods that shaped what happened with Mötley. Nikki and I became friends and had a good relationship. On the whole, we'd get fucked up drunk together, cut our hands and swap blood to show that we were blood brothers. But Nikki was a very wild, unpredictable guy. He had so many facades. He'd rarely show his true personality. I also worked with Ozzy Osbourne a lot, and there are many similarities between those guys. Ross Halfin. Fred was this big ex-Hells Angels guy, and part of his job for Mötley Crüe was scoring cocaine. They used to call it Krell, from that movie Heavy Metal, where monsters from the planet Krell came down with big noses and snorted earth. They'd say, "Where's the Krell, man?" and ask Fred, "Dude, are you gonna Krell me?" Fred's other job was stopping them getting smashed up and getting into fights. One thing about Mötley Crüe is they will never turn away from a fight. Vince, Nikki, and Tommy are fearless. If there are 50 people, they will fight them. You have to hit them with a brick to stop them. They will take on the world.
9:30 a.m. What the fuck is wrong with housekeeping? They just keep knocking on my door. Now I can't sleep. Fucking great. It's gonna be a long-ass day. 2:40 p.m. Just woke up. Finally, about 10:30 this morning, I ordered 2 shots of Jack for breakfast so I could go back to sleep. Room service lady was about 65 and gave me that grandmotherly look of disapproval. The fact that I had on more makeup than she did probably didn't help. Vanity's coming in today, and I'm dreading the drama. Why do I put myself in these situations? I really need to say no. She will either 1, embarrass me, 2, be a bitch, 3, be over hyper, 4, complain, 5, get high, 6, Stumble around and get drunk. I mean, isn't that my fucking job? I'd rather sleep with the grandma room service lady. June 18th, 1987, Sheraton Hotel, Tucson, Arizona, 4:20 a.m. Vanity's asleep in the other room, lying in bed. Her hair's all over the pillow like a seductive Medusa, skin like milk chocolate against the white sheets, and goose-down pillows. You'd think she was a gift from the gods, but somehow we are like fire and ice, oil and vinegar, and mostly it's painful. We argue a lot. Not all the time, but a lot. Let's just say we end everything in an argument, usually over some stupid stuff. Somehow I feel like I'm in high school when we're fighting, because nothing that we ever fight about is even important. I'm sure she feels the same. In fact, I know she does because she told me so right before she told me to fuck off and went to bed last night. I just took a celebration shot in the bathroom. Okay, I admit to having brought a small bundle of gear. God, I love that warm feeling that comes over me. Okay, I admit I brought a pack of rigs. It's the best feeling in the world as you slump back and everything in life feels perfect. I know I said I wouldn't use again, but this was just a final kiss goodbye, just a pat on the back for being off dope, right? Now I'll sleep like a baby. Oh yeah, we did the cover shoot for Rolling Stone. First show tomorrow, better get some sleep. Life's good. P.S. I got the dope from Pete. He's back on. Do you know what I think now when I hear that diary entry? I guess that you know you're insane when you're lying to yourself in your own diary. That's what I think.
Bob Timmons. I always thought Nikki and Vanity had an extremely unhealthy relationship. Basically, they were co-addicts. Whenever Nikki got attention, Vanity would act out her jealousy. If he was in a room talking to people, she would get up on a table and start dancing. There was no support for Nikki at all because essentially, they were always in competition with each other.
Evangelist Denise Matthews. Live hard, die young. That was where my vision was taking me until the reality of staring down that dark pit of death woke me up in shock. That is when I cried out to Jesus to save me lest I die. I was suffering in the bottomless pit playground of cocaine addiction, lifting me higher and dropping me like a steel beam. I'd smoked enough rock that you could lift me up and stick me in the nearest cold grave. Sinking down into deep depression, I camouflaged my pain with even more makeup and a false smile. I have a shocking medical history of high blood pressure, of 250/190, plus a heart attack, stroke, and kidney failure due to my addiction. I had blood clots in my brain and had only 3 days left to masquerade this miserable, lifeless creature that I had become. That was 15 years ago. I said, "Do whatever it takes, Jesus. Just don't let me die."
7:35 p.m. More rehearsal today and a lot of hurry up and wait. Beats the hotel. Rich Fisher's still trying to get the jet together, but I guess painting it black is taking longer than we thought. So we'll probably have to lease a Learjet for a few days. Feels so good to be out of LA and all that temptation and the losers who creep around. I feel so guilty I did some dope, but it's gone and I'm okay. I need to load up on some music. Better hit the music store. I'd die without music. I feel like I'm getting my life back. I gotta say the band sounds killer. We always pull it together right before the tour. Rehearsals back in LA seem to drag on forever. Playing the songs in a dingy little sweatbox just doesn't have the zap it used to. As soon as we have to rise to the occasion, we always get energized and sound tight as fuck. But one thing is bothering me. Vince isn't the same guy he used to be. Since the accident, he seems bitter and withdrawn. I can feel him slipping away from all of us. He seems to not want to be in the gang. He's marching to his own drum, which is fine, but I'm assuming the drift is a resentment he has towards us since he went to jail. Can I blame him? Okay, I gotta get out of here right now. I'm off to a Mexican dinner with Fred Saunders and some of the band and crew. No drugs today, first show tomorrow.
Vince Neil. Nikki and Tommy were complete fucking assholes to me on the previous tour, Theater of Pain. At the time, I was not allowed to drink or use drugs because of my vehicular manslaughter conviction, but we'd be sitting on our jet and they'd think it was real funny to say, "Oh, Vince, pass me that Coke, will you?" I was supposed to be sober and nobody gave a shit. They were just drinking and having fun. Everybody was out for themselves and Nikki was the most spiteful of all. So Nikki and I didn't have much of a relationship on the Girls, Girls, Girls tour. Nikki and Tommy had a relationship and whatever they did, I made sure I did the opposite thing. I wasn't included in a lot of stuff they did and I didn't want to be. I mean, heroin? Dude, I might be up for cocktails or a little Coke, but there is no fun to be had in heroin. I wasn't comfortable hanging with Nikki. I just didn't want to be involved.
Vince, sober on the Theater of Pain tour? I guess if you don't count all the pills, he was. Tucson Community Center, June 19th, 1987, Sheraton Hotel, 3:30 a.m. I'm a bit smashed right now. We had too many margaritas at dinner. I got into a fight with Vanity again. She just can't shut up, so I told her to shut up or go home. Good fucking night. Nice way to start a tour. 1 p.m. Wow, I just woke up. I feel great. Sleep, the great healer. I have to go to the radio station with Tommy in a while, but first I'm going to go for a swim and lie in the sun for just a bit. Can't wait until Vanity gets the fuck out of here. She's so embarrassing, dancing around, lecturing us on shit. Who is she to tell us about anything? She's just a fucking crackhead. 4:15 p.m. Off to the radio station and then sound check. The whole fucking world is here for the first show tonight. Damn, I wish they'd given us a few shows to iron out the kinks. Plus, this is small. It's like 9,000 people or so. Yeah, it's sold out, but even so. Wish us luck. See you later. 6. Veterans Memorial Coliseum, Phoenix, June 20th, 1987. Sheraton Hotel, Tucson, Arizona, 1:30 a.m. Fucking show was great. I forgot how good it feels to play these songs. I admit to not being in the best shape, so I threw up on the side of the stage during Tommy's drum solo. It was kind of a shock to go full tilt for an hour and a half after all my body's been through. So off to bed, we leave for Phoenix at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. I think the Weasel writer from Rolling Stone is going to fly with us. This guy, I swear he's the guy I used to beat up in school. In fact, maybe that's what I need to do, kick his ass. Seems like a B-52s fan. Weak. P.S. Good news, the bitch went back to her brothel or crack house.
Vince Neil. Nikki's fucked up chick Vanity came out to our show in Tucson. As usual, she started doing all her crazy dancing right in front of us while we were trying to play. It was so bad that I told Nikki, "Dude, get your fucking chick out of here." She was driving everybody crazy. It was real fucking embarrassing.
Ross Halfon. Vanity was a dreadful, horrible thing. She used to dance in the photo pit so everybody could see her. All she'd do every night was dance like it was her show. She'd just crouch down with her legs wide open like she was a pole dancer in a strip bar.
Doug Thaler. Vanity was the kind of chick who would lecture you about how Coca-Cola would rot your teeth and could strip the paint off a car. Then she would go home and get shit-faced on the other kind of Coke. She was always winding the band up when they needed to be mellow. I'm sorry, but she was a real pain in the ass.
Evangelist Denise Matthews. Don't we just hate it when others lie to us, but we don't feel the lie when we're doing the lying? How could I point at anyone's window and smash their glass when my own window was already broken and I had lost all my stones? Or better yet, my marbles? Firstly, I had to glue myself back together and then try to help others. But who can really clean up but God? He makes sure we don't bleed to death from all the shards of glass thrown at our feet along the way.
We were all doing the best we could with the tools we had. Unfortunately, the tools we had were crack pipes, syringes, Coke straws, and whiskey bottles. On the plane to Phoenix, 3:25 p.m. I'm on the jet we have to use until ours is ready. The worm from Rolling Stone is with us. I'm going to try and get him fucked up and slip him something. Maybe I can enlighten him. These writers always kiss up to you and then they slit your throat when the magazine comes out. I say keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer than you can see when their eyes turn brown, right? Mars is hanging awfully close to Amy, the background singer. Something's fishy. Mars always keeps to himself, but he seems a bit smug and sneaky. The one rule is nobody fucks the background singer, so who would have thought Mick would be the first to try? Chicks equal trouble. June 21st, 1987. Day off. Clarion Inn, Phoenix, Arizona, 1:30 a.m. Show was intense, even better than the first one. Denny Zalesko said he'd seen us a zillion times and this was the best the band has ever been. We all ended up in the bathroom at the Coliseum doing tons of blow. There were loads of hot chicks and Vince, as usual, picked the best ones first and rolled out. Mick was hanging with that backing singer chick, and me and Tommy did blows so long, there were no chicks left when we came out of the John. Lame. I guess I'll take a halcyon, jerk off, and go to bed. Boring.
Tim Lutzy. The girls' tour may have predated the arrival of crack cocaine, but I remember some of Mötley used to make their own in the microwave in the dressing room. I didn't notice immediately, but after a few days I noticed the attention the microwave was getting and began to wonder why it was so damn important, especially seeing as the band's wives, girlfriends, and hot chicks in the backstage holding area were getting so little attention in comparison.
Rule number 2. Don't give a rock star a microwave in his dressing room. It's kind of like giving matches to an arsonist. Noon. Day off. I'm going to lie in bed all day and watch TV. Did I tell you MTV's hammering our video? The bad news is all these bands are coming out that are B and C rate Crüe copies. In the end, the record companies trying to cash in will be the death of us if this shit doesn't stop. I feel bad for the fans. Rich Fisher always tries to plan something on our day off, and I always say, it's a day off, leave me alone. I guess since we pay the bills, it's in his best interest, right? I'm really going to try to be good today and tonight. 4 p.m. Just woke up again. I was just thinking about the time that me and Tommy were tag teaming this chick behind Kiss's drums while they were playing rock and roll all night, right here in Scottsdale. We thought it was just fun, then we found out it was the drummer's girlfriend. Ouch. Nice girl. I think her name was Bambi. Now there's one you want to take home to Mom. Can you imagine? Hi, Mom. This is my future ex-wife, Bambi. It was also a nice way to get thrown off our first ever tour. You know what was worse than getting thrown off the Kiss tour for bad behavior? Listening to Gene Simmons talk about himself all day and all night long. Sometimes I'd just sit there and say, uh-huh, and right, until he was done. For all his ego and bullshit, I like Gene. But I can't like him as much as he likes himself. That would be impossible. Tingley Coliseum, June 22nd, 1987. On our way to New Mexico, 2:30 p.m. Right now I'm on our jet. We're sitting on the runway getting ready to take off. Holy fuck, it's insane. It's black. Have you ever seen a black jet? I'm digging this. We have a stewardess, blonde. We each have our own assigned seats, leather. I've already found a nice place to stash stuff for border crossings. The show's sold out, 11,000 people. Everyone is jacked up, so we're passing around a bottle of Jack with the stereo cranked. Tommy motioned to me to see the back of the plane, and he slid me a bindle. That's my boy. Random scribblings. We're the future, but the future looks bleak. I have no interest other than being uninterested. All these vampires masquerade as leaders and prey on the minds of the weak. All I know is I don't care. And even if I cared, I'd have no hope to carry me to where I need to go. Things I have to do. 1, sell the heroin house, and 2, dump vanity. County Coliseum, El Paso, Texas. June 23rd, 1987. On the Mötley jet to El Paso, 1:30 a.m. Good show, but I'm fucking tired. I couldn't find any blow in this fucking town. I know Fred is holding. Doug and Doc are on him to keep me under control. If I'm tired and I'm doing my job, why can't I have a bump? They treat me like a child. It's fucking stupid. I'm gonna buy an 8-ball next time I score, so I don't have to go through this drama. We get into El Paso around 2:30 or 3, so I guess I'll be a good boy tonight. Boring. I hate it when people try to control me.
Ross Halfin. Nikki was never a mumbling, reclusive junkie. He always seemed to hold it together, but he would moan all the time. I'd ask him to do something in a photo session, he'd say, "Dude, I can't do it, I'm tired." Once I said to him, "It must be awful for you, having to stand against this wall backstage for 2 minutes so you can be on the cover of magazines. You could have a real job, like being a miner or working in Woolworths." He yelled, "Fuck you," which was what he always said to everything. But his general attitude, which made Mötley Crüe very successful, was fuck the world. Nikki was never as bad as Vince. I arrived to shoot one session, and Nikki and Tommy said, "We've got to talk to you. There's a problem with Vince." It turned out that the previous time I'd shot them, Vince had told me to make him look thin, which wasn't always easy, and I recommended he wear a black t-shirt. That was 2 years earlier, and he was still brooding about it. That's how removed from reality Mötley Crüe was.
Ross Halfin was so fun to wind up. We just bitch and moan even if we didn't have anything to complain about. It was fun to make his job harder because he took the bait every single time. I was recently in Europe with Ross, and I told him that for years I thought he was gay. He went on and on and on about it. Why? How could I do that? He said he was married, he had a son. After I let him go on a bit longer, I said, "Ross, 2 things. Even if you were, who the hell cares? I was just winding you up again." That's Ross, the easiest wind-up in rock and roll, but a hell of a sweet guy. Hotel, El Paso, Texas, 3 p.m. It's weird to think I used to live here. I used to ride my bike down to Piggly Wiggly with my friends to look at the newest Hot Wheels and toys. They used to have popcorn at the door when you walk in, so we decided we would get our popcorn bags half full and then go to the Hot Wheels section. We'd bury the cars deep into our popcorn and walk out. Man, I fucking miss being a kid. It was a time of innocence. I wish I could go back, because this life is hard. Good news, Tommy met these dealers, and they're going to follow the tour through Texas. We leave in the jet, they follow in their car. Now that's door-to-door service. El Paso, lyric. Balcony in El Paso. Cigarette butts grace my balcony, and the remains of a dead pigeon seem poetic. The life form that scurries around below, it's a mixture of Tex-Mex and trailer park trash. I know you, because I used to live here too. I guess that makes you just like me. Does that make you wonder about yourself? Your secret's safe. I don't know why. I'm here, but I can't stay. The more things change, the more they stay the strange. Sitting here on this plane, watching the empty faces crawl past me. You know, they all seem to have ingested the same melancholy pill. Instead of warm, fuzzy, and safe, they seem cold and judgmental. Little conversations come in and out of audio focus. It's all slow motion, but somehow moving at the speed of fear. I feel such the animal. I'm always the animal. My body's the cage. I'm locked in this cage. My home is worn. It's torn. It's been abused, and I like it. I don't know why. I'm here, but I can't stay. The more things change, the more they stay the strange. Here I sit in another hotel, and it smells like someone else. I lie in bed, and I can taste the smell of smoke, the drink, the stink, and the stain on the floor. I wonder, was he with his wife or another man's whore? Scratches upon the glass tell of the drugs, and the radio is still on to the music that made them dance. I bet it was sweet, but me? Fuck, man, I gotta get some sleep. June 24th, 1987. Day off. Hotel, Austin, Texas, 2 p.m. Mars is acting like a school kid around Amy. I mean, it's cute and all, but she is an employee. On stage last night, they were looking at each other all lovey-dovey. Made me want to puke. Chicks equal trouble. Tommy fucked this chick Robin Crosby used to go out with, Tawny Katane. Now she's with the singer from Whitesnake, and they want to open up for us. Like I said, chicks equal trouble. Tawny used to shoot up with Robin, and after I met her, she kept asking me to get her some dope. Like I said, chicks equal trouble. P.S. Speaking of trouble, there's a club here that the bartender can hook me up. I think I'll get a bindle of China White.
Doug Thaler. I can understand why the other guys weren't happy when Mick started dating Amy Canyon. She was an employee, and when she got together with Mick, we suddenly had a situation where the guitar player in the band was being led around by the nose by an employee. Mick is a lovely guy, but he's one of those guys who gets totally dominated by every single female partner that he has. It's always the same story. All that ever changes is the girl's name.
Frank Irwin Center. June 25th, 1987. Hotel, Austin, Texas, 5:15 a.m. Just got back from Beale Street. Went to a few different clubs. Tommy, Vince, and myself with Fred found an amazing strip club. The girls took us in the back and gave us lines and blowjobs for free. Only in America. God bless Texas. This girl named Ashley gave me a number of a guy who sells packages of rigs for $5 a pop. He's dropping off a 12-pack. Just nice to have around. You never know if you're going to need them. Vitamin B? Ha. The show's sold out and there's no sound check, so I'm going to have a little party in my room alone, but I promise I'll be in bed by 7 a.m. 10:30 a.m. Fuck, I did it again. I'm still up. I ended up in the hotel closet freaking out. I took 2 halcyons about 30 minutes ago, so I'm pretty mellow right now. But I was sure hotel security was coming to get me. I hate cocaine. 6:45 p.m. Just woke up. Rich said everyone was freaking out because I wouldn't answer my door. Fucking hell, I was just sleeping. Damn. I wish everyone would just relax. I'm not going to die. I got to go to the show right now, then off to somewhere. I need to look in the book. I have no idea. Ross Halfin is here with some innocent-looking kid who's never left England before. I guess he might need some fucking over, Crüe style.
Jason Brass. I was 16 in 1987 when I flew out from London with my dad's friend Ross Halfin to meet Mötley Crüe on the Girls, Girls, Girls tour. Ross was photographing them for an English magazine and invited me along as his unpaid assistant. My dad didn't want me to go because he thought Mötley Crüe would corrupt me, but Ross promised to look after me. It was the first time I'd been anywhere, really, but I could tell this was a proper rock and roll tour. Nicky was a full-on, jack-drinking, coke-snorting rocker, and as soon as he saw me, he started, "Dude, have some Jack. Have some Krell." Vince was quiet, but the rest of them were great. On the 3rd or 4th night I was there, we all went out for a Mexican meal. I was too young to legally drink, but Nicky was pouring strawberry margaritas down my throat. There was this groupie with her, 6 feet tall in blonde hair and stockings, and Nicky told her, "If you want to hang out with the crew, you've got to sort my young mates out." So she came back to the room with me. She was very talented. Nicky was very moody. Before the shows, he'd be very down and solitary, just sitting on his own watching something depressing like Sid and Nancy. But after the show, if he wanted to party, he wouldn't leave you alone until you partied with him. He seemed to be around at weird hours, like in the early hours when everybody else was asleep. One night he came into my room with Ross and a couple of girls. It was about 4 in the morning and they wouldn't give us any more alcohol on room service. So Nicky phoned down the reception and said, "Look, I'm Nikki Sixx. I need a bottle of JD now and I will give you $1,000 for it." They still wanted nothing to do with him. They just told him, "Sir, go to bed. You've had enough."
Convention Center Arena, San Antonio, Texas. June 26, 1987. On the Mötley jet to Houston, 1 a.m. Tonight's show was killer, but I really freaked out. Some fucking fans in the front row had this big banner that said Vanity on it. That insane bitch has been talking to magazines telling them we're getting married. She has no right to do that. I have to get rid of her. Music to get on CD. 1. Sweet, Give Us a Wink. 2. Deep Purple, Come Taste the Band. 3. Mott the Hoople, Greatest Hits. 4. David Bowie, Diamond Dogs. 5. Queen, 1, 2, and Sheer Heart Attack. 6. Alice Cooper, Billion Dollar Babies. 7. Sex Pistols, Nevermind the Bullocks. 8. Iggy and the Stooges, Always Raw Power. Number 9, AC/DC, Dirty Deeds. 10. Lou Reed and Transformer. The Summit, Houston, Texas. June 27th, 1987. Hotel, 3 p.m. Checked my messages at home. David Crosby called. He said he'd break my arms if I was getting high. I guess I won't be calling him back. My machine was completely full, so I just erased the rest of them without listening. There really isn't anyone I want to talk to anyway. The band is tight as well. Everything is on autopilot musically. The crowds have been insane. All the shows have been sold out. You'd think I'd be happy all the time. I'm reading Diary of a Rock Star by Ian Hunter. Maybe I'll release my diary as a book one day. Yeah, right. You imagine? P.S. Doug called today and said everyone liked the idea for Wild Side to be the next video. Radio's digging the track too. I think a live video is in order. Off to the venue now. P.P.S. I told Slash when we're back in L.A. I'd try and get his band, Guns N' Roses, a support slot on the tour. It looks like it's going to work out. I played the music to the guys and they liked it. There's no interest in them right now, but maybe this will help them. Anything is better than Whitesnake. Slash is a good guy. When he doesn't piss the bed. Anyway, P.P.P.S. Maybe having these dealers follow us is a bad idea. June 28th, 1987. Day off. Hotel. Houston, 5 p.m. Speaking of Houston, Doc was telling me how when the album was number 2, we should have gone to number 1. We had the number 1 album in the country, but for mysterious reasons, payola anybody? Whitney Houston was number 1. That sucks. Girls should have been our first number 1 album. Fucked over by a black chick. Seems like a pattern developing in my life. Going down to T-Bone's room. The dealers have 2 ounces of blow. They're going to give it to us. Why not? It's a day off, right?
Fred Saunders. On the girls' tour, every band member had their own very different approach to our days off. Vince would always be after pussy. Mick would be with Amy. Tommy would just be up for whatever was going on, and Nikki was kind of shifty. He'd slide in and out of the picture periodically, but he was tough to deal with because of the mood swings brought on by the drugs. Nikki could be very sensitive and emotional. He and I would sometimes have these big late-night talks where we'd both end up crying. On the other hand, he could also be a complete asshole. I couldn't possibly begin to remember how many times on the tour he punched me or told me to fuck off, and I always punched him back.
I guess that's why they call it liquid courage. I mean, why else would you punch an ex-Hell's Angel who is a 4th-degree black belt? But Fred had a huge heart to go with all his bravado. I used to have great talks with him late into the night. We both agreed that chicks equal trouble. Our next album, Dr. Feelgood, went to number 1, but I still say it was our second number 1 album. Myriad Coliseum, Oklahoma. June 30th, 1987. Backstage, 7:30 p.m. Backstage is the most boring place on earth when you're trying to be good. In fact, it's the most boring place on earth even when you're bad. I haven't written in a while. I seem to have nothing to write about, to you anyway. I can never keep these diaries up on the road because everything just seems to become a massive blur. It's really the same thing day in, day out, except the shows. To see the faces of those kids, I swear it's the only reason I'm alive. I better get ready for the show. Everybody's getting along really good. No drama yet. We're leaving after the show to Shreveport. In Houston, I just played guitar in my room the whole time. Wrote some cool riffs and ideas. Glad we're out of Texas. It was a cocaine blizzard there. I was heading down a street I've been down before, and I know what's next for me. I've been taking a lot of halcyons that Rich Fisher turned me on to. Between these little pills and all the blow, it's like doing a speedball with the band's stamp of approval on it. My newest trick is crushing up halcyons and mixing them with blow in a vial. We call this little concoction zombie dust.
Tommy Lee. Halcyon was like the 80s Xanax. You'd only need to take one, and immediately it would be night-night. You would be fast out until late the next morning. Well, we would take 4 or 5 of them, then start drinking Jack. Then we'd leave the hotel and go out for the night. The next morning, we would be exchanging stories. Dude, do you remember what happened last night? I have no idea, but I pissed my bed. We would wake up and not have the first idea where we were. Those pills were bizarre. They were full-on blackout, and on that tour, we were taking a fucking lot of them.
Ross Halfin. On the girls' tour, Nikki turned me on to doing coke all night. We'd still be wired at 10 the next morning, so he taught me to drink NyQuil to knock me out. Normally, people would take a spoonful if they had the flu. We would drink a bottle in one go, then pass out.
Intermission. A head-on collision was about to happen, yet I was too stubborn to take a hint. I don't know about you, but I need to take a deep breath for a minute. Maybe even a cold shower. As Mick Mars says, that scared me, and I'm fearless. Maybe it's a good time to veer from the darkness and lighten up for just a second. So let me take a minute and make a couple points here before we move on. When I first placed my hands on these dusty old diaries, scraps of paper, and other assorted notes and scribbles, all kinds of feelings came bubbling up for me. Mostly ones of complete shock and amazement that I was able to make any music at all during this insane time. I mean, music drives me, sometimes crazy, and songwriting is still the one place I can get lost in and not want to be found. It's my one and only drug, and I'm surely addicted to it. But we're not talking about ODing on a double verse and a chorus. I had totally lost perspective, and music had mostly taken a back seat to the voices in my head and the demons in my closet. I was like a guy that threw the anchor off the side of a ship but forgot to attach it to anything. You're left floating aimlessly on a sea of stupidity. Your only hope is to be rescued, but unfortunately for you, you're in the middle of the ocean and the search and rescue patrol is on vacation. At some point, you have to ask yourself, who is really to blame? Yourself for being stupid or the rescuers for being unavailable? All I know is music was the sails I needed to reach land, but they had tears in them the size of the Himalayas. So another question came up for me, probably the same one you've been asking yourself the whole time you've been listening to this audiobook. How is this fucker still alive? Just because you've lived long doesn't mean you've long to live. True, but simply said, I believe I'm still here because I got stuff to do, people to love, and music to write. Of course, my life has a twisted way of turning the knife back on me. Trust me when I say it usually has a twist, and to further my karma, it usually has sense of humor too. I mean, I'll probably face my maker doing something so uncool like golfing or gardening. It would be too much for me to deal with sitting up there next to God, Bon Scott, Sid Vicious, and Jimi Hendrix, and hear someone read my obituary from below. Nikki Sixx died today, fucking golfing. Okay, enough humor. You tend to make fun of death a lot when you've died and come back a few times, but more on that later. Let's not stray too far from the graveyard of my mind just yet. What I can see clearly now is that I was so busy running from my past that I didn't even see the headlights hinting that something disastrous was heading my way. A head-on collision was about to happen, yet I was too stubborn to take a hint. Stubborn like a man who won't step back from a fight, only to find out his feet have been stuck firmly in concrete boots. Sometimes your choice is no choice at all, or so we think. So back to the story at hand. One told by contradictions from lovers, friends, and foes, who never knew they were signing the RX on my prescription of the ultimate painkillers, the ones that numb the tornado in your head. July 1987. This has become the airport blowjob tour. Hirsch Memorial Coliseum, Louisiana. July 1st, 1987, backstage, 8 p.m. This has become the airport blowjob tour. After the gig, when we get to the airport, there's always a line of girls waiting, so we've started taking them into the bathrooms of the private airports. Oklahoma kicked ass. The show had that old school heavy metal energy. We almost had a riot right before the doors opened, but besides that, all is normal. Showtime, see ya. Mississippi Coast Coliseum. July 2nd, 1987. On the jet, 1:30 a.m. We're sitting on the plane getting ready to take off for Biloxi. There's something about the fans in the South. They're insane. They're wilder and louder than the East and the West. That was a great show. What did I tell you about airports? As I sat here with a big smile on my face, the stewardess just brought me a bottle of white wine and a silver plate with one halcyon and 4 lines on it. I'm on my private jet, and I'm reading a review of how much we suck. Looks like everything is right on track.
Tommy Lee. The Girls, Girls, Girls tour was absolute debauchery. It was fucking bananas. We started collecting bras, panties, shoes, dresses, skirts, naked Polaroids, everything. I remember walking on to one of our crew buses, and it looked like it was fucking raining panties. There were literally thousands of pairs. It looked like a fucking bordello on wheels. They still exist somewhere. We put them all into road cases. Maybe we should open a museum?
The owner of the plane wouldn't let us keep them in the jet, so we made the crew buses keep our awards. It smelled like a fucking fish market in there. I hear they're at the Mötley warehouse. God help the poor bastard who opens up that sealed road case. Hotel, Biloxi, 5:30 p.m. Just woke up. We stay here tonight. We all need a day off. Vince's voice is trash. Tommy's hands are covered in cuts and scabs. My body is a wreck from throwing myself all over and off the stage, and Mick's back is killing him. He gets worse every year. I worry about him. I need to wash my leathers or even have a shower. It's been 6 days. Off to the show. The wear and tear of the road is something not usually seen by the fans firsthand. Comes up in photos, a line on your face here and there, or bags under your bloodshot eyes, but it's easily hidden and always ignored. Showering was a luxury that myself, Mick, and Tommy normally regarded as a nuisance, not a perk. Reading back on this diary entry, I now realize the pain Mick Mars was in. But who would guess it would rear its head so violently in later years that he would suffer from a chronic degenerative bone disease called ankylosing spondylitis and would need a hip replacement operation. To put it lightly, he is a man of steel. All praise Mick Mars, strongest man on earth. July 3rd, 1987, day off. Hotel, Biloxi, 5:20 p.m. I tossed and turned again all night, no drugs. I should have taken something to sleep, but I'm trying to be good. I just got the new Rolling Stone with us on the cover. Of course, they had to take a swipe at us. The cover says, heavy metal. It's loud. It's ugly. It won't go away. I guess if I wanted critical acclaim, I'd have picked a music that doesn't ruffle any feathers, so maybe it's a compliment, because we are loud and ugly and won't go away, mostly because they want us to. When that issue of Rolling Stone came out, I was hugely offended. I really thought this would be the time we finally got the praise we deserve for our music. Looking back, I can't believe I took it so seriously. Barton Coliseum, Little Rock, Arkansas. July 4th, 1987, backstage, 6:10 p.m. Been thinking a lot about Nona. She will have passed away a year ago next month. How life changes. She really was a mother to me. I only have good thoughts of her. She always had a smile and put food on the table. She was really into fashion, so she would put patches on my clothes or make me bell-bottom pants when I started to emulate my rock and roll heroes. In Jerome, Idaho, you might as well have a pink mohawk as to go into a store and ask for bell-bottoms, at least in the men's department of J.C. Penney. Hell, have no fury like a small-town boy with a dream. Lyric. Raise your hands to rock. Sometimes I feel turned around and upside down, and sometimes maybe I drink too much, but my heart's still in touch. I remember standing tall, telling you I'm going to be a rock and roll star, when someone said, "Sit down, boy, you already are."
Bob Michaels. There was never a July 4th that I didn't think of Nikki after one particular year. I think it was 1984. I went over to his house and he was stoned and he fired a huge bottle rocket out of his garden. It set a 40-foot palm tree on fire and it fell onto a 1965 Mustang convertible that went up in flames. Nikki thought the whole thing was just absolutely hilarious.
Mid-South Coliseum, Memphis, Tennessee. July 5th, 1987, hotel, 1:40 a.m. Great show, sold out. We were jamming on Dancing on Glass. Some guy threw a bindle on stage to me and motioned to his arm like he was shooting up. Nice. Anyway, we're spending the night tonight. I have a great story about a girl, a banana, and some leftover fireworks, but I'm tired. Off to bed. On my own. I think the guys are going out to a strip club. I just know I'd get in trouble if I were to go. I'm going to work on some music tomorrow, and I don't want to have a hangover. Once I start, I can never stop. So I'll stop now.
Doc McGee. Nikki was actually more manageable than usual on the Girls, Girls, Girls tour. He wasn't so aggressive as he usually was. He didn't want to go out to clubs so much, I guess because he was sunk into his fucking heroin den. In a way, I was almost grateful. When the other maniacs were doing their fucking crazy shit, I could think, at least Nikki was in his room. He didn't kill anybody today.
July 6th, 1987, hotel, Memphis, 7 p.m. Day off. Nothing too exciting. Reading a book called Nigger by Dick Gregory. It's killer. It's about one of the first black comedians and all the prejudice that happened to him in the 50s and 60s. I can relate to prejudice. When my mom was dating Richard Pryor, people gave us so many looks and comments, a bit like the ones I get in the hotel gift shop downstairs when I still have my stage makeup on, my stinky, sweaty leathers. It's like I'm a leper to people in the Midwest. I remember my mom dating Richard Pryor. He was always nice to me. One of my most vivid memories was living in a 9th floor apartment in Hollywood. I used to take Cece down to the parking lot to play. We didn't have a yard because we were right on Sunset Boulevard. My mom hadn't been home in days, and we were playing when Mom and Richard pulled up. They were both smashed, and my mom fell out of the car and hugged me, and they both said hi and then went upstairs. I stayed in the cement underground. That was our playground. It didn't occur to me until years later what kind of scars that sort of stuff left on my childhood. And it never even came to my mind that Richard was black and my mom was white. I never cared about unimportant shit like that.
Deanna Richards. I was working as a croupier in Lake Tahoe when I met Richard. I was working, dealing blackjack one night, and I looked up from the table and into these eyes, and bam! I never been out with a black man in my life, and I didn't even notice that it was a black man standing there. I just looked into those eyes, and that was it. I saw him a few nights later, and it hit me again, and then a friend arranged for us to meet up. We met and went out and ended up backstage talking to Bill Cosby. Then, when Richard went back to Los Angeles, we used to fly back and forth to see each other. We were deadly serious about our relationship. Richard was a very deep, intense man who was terribly hurt by the world. We used to go down to the beach a lot, and he'd run through his routines, and I suggest things he could change. He was always running around the beach with his arms up yelling, "Will you let me be me?" He said I was the only person who ever appreciated his soul. Certainly appreciated his spirit. Nikki was about 5 then, and Richard loved him. He thought Nikki was so cute. Just it. But this was the early 60s, and Richard and I would encounter racism. We'd go to restaurants, and people would look at us really weird, and the waiters would refuse to serve us. Richard was very outspoken, and he'd always say something and cause trouble, and then we'd have to leave. Eventually, I moved to Los Angeles to be with Richard and left Nikki with my mother and sisters. I was going to send for him when I was settled, but when I got to LA, everything fell apart. Richard got arrested for beating up a hotel desk clerk and went to jail. Everything went to hell, and when I finally got Nikki back, it was hell on him too.
Municipal Auditorium, Nashville, Tennessee. July 7th, 1987. On the jet, 2:30 p.m. Every time I try to get Neglectra to do something exciting, they always complain. They don't want to spend the money. Fucking lame. I used to think this was the cool label because they had Queen. Now I see the truth. They probably fucked up Queen's career too. When you're hot, they act like they love you. They do love the money we make them. But when you need the support, there is no love to be found. Bob Krasnow is so in the Stone Age. Eventually, we need to get rid of this record company. All they do is put out our albums, there's little or no promotion, and we still sell millions of albums and sell out tours. It's not just the label, it's management too. They just don't know how to motivate the label or threaten them. Imagine the damage we could do if Elektra did more than throw it against the wall and hope it sticks. My record company theory. 1, they're the bank for the music. 2, they distribute the music. 3, they print and press the music and charge back a huge percentage. 4, they should never own anybody's music just for doing 1, 2, and 3. And 5, you never see this happening in other businesses. P.S. We do all the work, write all the music, they loan us money, we have to pay it back and they own us? What the fuck is wrong with the music business? No wonder they like us fucked up on drugs. If we're out of our heads, we don't see how they're taking advantage. It's slavery. P.P.S. See what happens when I don't get fucked up? My brain starts to work again.
Ian Gittins. Mötley Crüe eventually regained control of the master tapes of their albums from Elektra Records. Both Nikki Sixx and the band's current manager, Alan Kovac, are legally bound from discussing the circumstances that led to this coup and the terms of the deal. But it is generally accepted that Elektra surrendered control of the masters in exchange for Mötley Crüe waiving royalty earnings that were due them. As Mötley Crüe is still releasing new albums and touring massive arenas a decade later, it seems fair to surmise that Elektra may very well be regretting that particular decision.
So we had to sign a non-disclosure agreement so other artists couldn't find out how we did it. I can tell you this, Elektra Chief Executive Sylvia Rohn fell for it hook, line, and sinker. Rule number 3, never allow emotions to get in the way of the business.
Tom Zutaut. As smart as McCartney, Jagger, Bono, Page, and Plant may be, none of them owned their masters that they signed away as kids to a record company. Nikki signed his masters away to Elektra as a young kid filled with hopes and dreams, yet as an adult, he was shrewd enough to irritate then head of Elektra Records, Sylvia Rohn, by behaving like a kid again to get her to give them back again. Big music corporations rarely make mistakes like that, and it's no accident that it's Nikki Sixx who got his masters back. That's Sicky Nicks for you.
Sylvia Rohn. Would I like to take part in this book? I don't think it would be appropriate.
The Arena, St. Louis. July 8th, 1987. Hotel, 4:30 p.m. Need to go to the gym. Been having a few drinks, half a bottle of Jack every night, but that's mostly it. Pretty proud of myself. But dear diary, I'm so bored. I can smell trouble lurking. Is that why I agreed to let Vanity come to Minneapolis? July 9th, 1987. Day off. Motel, St. Louis, 10:55 p.m. Another night in the same hotel. I met two girls in the lobby last night. We had a little menage a trois. I was doing lines to blow off this one girl's ass. Now that was fun. Fred came down to my room and said, "Damn, Six Dog, what are you doing?" I said, "Trying to beat the boredom," and he said, "It looks like you're doing a pretty good job." I love Fred. So I asked him if he wanted a bump, and he said, "Sure." I tapped out a bump on this other girl's ass, and Fred snorted it and said, "Thanks," like it was an everyday thing, and left. God, do we lose sight of what's real on the road or what?
Fred Saunders. We had laminates made for all the production staff on the girls' tour with special codes. We started doing it because the hotel lobbies were always swarming with kids, so we couldn't say the band's names on our walkie-talkies. If we'd been overheard, there would have been a riot, so we gave everyone numbers. 1, Doc McGee. 2, Doug Thaler. 3, Rich Fisher. 4, me. 5, Vince. 6, Nikki. 7, Mick. 00, Tommy. Then it spread to cover other things. 20, Where Are You? 100, Krell. 101, Hotel. 129, Gig. 268, Tour Bus. 714, Groupie. 747, Pig with Lipstick. So we might say something like, "What's your 20? Well, I'm with 6, who has a 747 and some 100 on the 268 on the way to 129. It stopped people eavesdropping, and was a bit of fun as well. Sometimes the band would talk like that all the way from the gig back to the hotel. I mean from the 129 to the 101.
Kansas Coliseum, Wichita, July 10th, 1987. Hotel, 4:10 p.m. What's with all the black girls chasing me these days? Ever since Vanity started talking to the press, they're all coming on to me. It's like a fucking epidemic. Tommy and Vince have been squabbling again. Those two can drive me and Mick crazy. But the band's sounding really good, and that's all that matters in the end. 7 p.m. Whitesnake is supporting us now. They're so boring. I hate their new corporate music as well. David Coverdale was in Deep Purple, so you'd think he was cool as fuck, but no. Yesterday he told the crowd he had diarrhea. Can you believe that shit? And the fucked up thing is he does have it. I walked into a bathroom after him. He told me not to go in because he just sprayed water out of his ass. Then he goes on stage and whines about it to the audience. Every time I meet rock stars, I seem to lose faith. Are there any left? Earth to Johnny Thunders. Please wake up. Put the dolls back together, please. That chick, Tawny Katane, that Tommy used to bang is out here with David Coverdale. Hope Tommy fucks her while Diarrhea Boy is on stage.
Fred Saunders. What was Whitesnake like on the Girls tour? They were a joy to work with. They were just totally professional. Mr. David Coverdale is the Richard Burton of rock.
Kemper Arena, Kansas City, July 11th, 1987, backstage, 7 p.m. After the show last night, we left for the airport at 1:30 a.m. Some days when I sit in the plane looking over the skies, I wonder when this tour is going to end. I forgot Vanity's coming in tomorrow, or is it tonight? I think she's been trying to stay off drugs, so maybe it won't be a disaster. I guess she means well.
Fred Saunders. Whenever Vanity came out to meet the tour, I wouldn't see her or Nikki apart from at the shows. I think she liked coke and heroin, well, certainly coke, as much as Nikki did. They would just go and lock down behind the bed in their hotel room and do huge quantities of drugs.
Veterans Memorial Auditorium, Des Moines, July 12th, 1987, on the jet, 1 a.m. We're flying into Minneapolis right now for a day off. Band sounded like shit tonight. Everyone was drunk. Mix on this Marsade kick. What is Marsade, you ask? Well, it's a lot of vodka and a splash of Gatorade for coloring. So basically, it's just vodka. Hint, never go over to Mick's side of the stage for water. I gulped some down last night, just about puked. It's pure vodka. I think he's buffering his sorrow over that bitch he was with. I think a gun would cure his sorrow a lot better and faster. Shouldn't murder be legal for gold diggers?
Mick Mars. I was mostly drunk at all the shows on the Girls, Girls, Girls tour. I would drink straight vodka on stage, and sometimes Nikki would come to my side of the stage, think it was water, and drink it. So on top of his habit, he'd get really drunk. We were all fucked up. I don't know how we got through a song, let alone the set. I'd fall off the stage quite a bit. We weren't the best sounding band, but somehow people seemed to keep coming and keep screaming.
July 13th, 1987. Day off. Hotel, Minneapolis, 6:10 p.m. We're doing 2 shows at the Met Center. It's always a badass gig. 17,000 kids each night, sold out. Nice. Home of the Minnesota Vikings. I am so bored being off junk. At least I'm able to still get drunk every night, and zombie dust rules. It's my new best friend. Met Center, Minneapolis, July 14th, 1987. Hotel, 3 a.m. Tim is mad at me because I made him drink Jack in front of the audience tonight. I got a little carried away and got it in his eyes and all over him. He's not digging that I make him dress like a priest. Besides that, the show kicked ass. I'm so tired of saying that. It's more exciting when we suck. God bless the Sex Pistols. Vanity came in but stayed at the hotel. Cool. She's a nice girl at heart, but she drives me nuts. After sex, I wish she would turn into a bottle of Jack.
Tim Lutzy. Girls, Girls, Girls was the tour of hell, so I guess they needed a priest. I would go on stage every night in a priest's robes, and Nikki would grab my hair, tilt my head back, and pretend to make me drink Jack Daniels. He would hold his thumb over the bottle so I didn't actually have to drink, except for a few nights when he moved his thumb so loads of Jack cascaded down my throat. Maybe it was his revenge because I wouldn't take heroin with him.
Evangelist Denise Matthews. The earth has been known for vomiting itself up because of the sin and idolatry it produces. That is just what happened to my body. I had a demented, careless vision of my future, and it wasn't very bright. But isn't that what the limelight is? The green slime underneath a filthy bathroom toilet seat?
I thought Limelight was a club in New York City.
Eventually, it is idolatry. And that is what the devil has led us to believe is the road to stardom, fortune, riches, and the glamorous life, as if to fulfill our every desire. But then you wake up and find yourself lost and alone. We go from one person to the next, looking for love, and we can't find it because we haven't healed our insides yet. We feel filthy inside and try our hardest to be pretty outside. Most people are walking around in a daze, wishing they weren't alive.
Met Center, Minneapolis, July 15th, 1987. Backstage, 8:20 p.m. After tonight's show, we fly to Chicago. I don't see any end to this tour. Rosemont Horizon, Chicago, July 16th, 1987. Hotel, 6 a.m. Did a ton of coke tonight with Tommy and Fred after the Met show and on the plane here. Went to an underground club in Chicago at 3 a.m. Usual whores and hanger-oners. I loved it, but now the girls are gone. My ears are ringing. I'm coked out of my mind watching the sun come up. So I'm going to rant. Let me grab a couple halcyons and a cocktail. Then I'll get some sleep. Sometimes I feel like we're a dirt magnet. All the lawsuits and accusations are just a way for slimeballs to try and rape us for our money. People think we're so fucking rich. If they really understood how much we spend on a tour like this or any other, they'd be blown away. Out of 100% of the money made, tours like this bring in about 20 to 30% after all the costs. This shit ain't cheap. Then we split it 4 ways. Then there's that asshole Uncle Sam. So out of 10 million, we bring home, say 3 million, split it 4 ways. That equals about $750,000. Then tax that. That gives each guy $400,000. Now, I'm not complaining, but after 12 months on the road, that's about $30,000 a month. Then deduct car, house, clothes, and just living, and you get the idea. We're not fucking rich. There's not enough to give it away to little fucking assholes who made up lies just to gouge us. Why rant? Because we're getting sued by some fucker who said he lost his hearing at our concert a while back. I bet he could hear just fine if I asked him if he wanted a check for $25,000 to go away. Good night or good morning. P.S. I left Vanity in Minneapolis. Maybe she can hook up with Dozen Roses boy. God, I'm an asshole. 4:30 p.m. Just woke up. Another day, another show, another hotel, nothing on TV, nothing on my mind. Just nothing to write about. Off to sound check. If it wasn't for these pages I call my friend, I surely would have no escape for the demons in my head. July 17th, 1987. Day off. Hotel, Chicago. 5:55 a.m. Just got back from the show and then a transvestite bar where we all drank vodka shots, ate caviar, and laughed our asses off at all the characters of the night. We had these twins with us who were making out with each other for our entertainment. Fans were outside the club for hours, and the police came in at one point. So when they did, we had these silver trays with silver lids with lines of cocaine on them. I felt like it was going to go down. But a cop just said they loved the band, and if any cops bust our balls while we're in Chicago, just call them, and gave us their numbers. I almost asked if they wanted a line, but thought, hey, why push my luck? Even with all that's gone good, I feel the boredom of the road has started to set in, and bigger and badder versions of motley hedonism are waiting in the shadows. It's lurking and whispering my name. Here's the sick part. I'm proud to say I'm just doing pills. Blow and drinking, okay, a lot. No heroin. Good night, my sleeping pills are calling. 9:20 p.m. Damn it. Dark outside already. I just woke up. I unplugged the alarm clock so I can't see its fucking glow. Now the big dilemma, what the hell to order for room service? Market Square Arena, Indianapolis. July 18th, 1987. Hotel, Chicago, 4 a.m. Went to some strip club with the band. I asked the guys in Whitesnake to come with us, saw them in a bar downstairs, but one of them, Vivian, I think is his name, said he was going to stay in and practice. What the fuck? There's too much world to destroy to be sitting in your room playing the same shit you've been playing since you were 15. These guys put my ass to sleep. Can't wait for Guns N' Roses to come out with us. I gotta go. There's a redhead in my bed passed out, and I gotta kick her out. Bored in Chicago. 6.
Doug Thaler. During the Girls, Girls, Girls tour, Whitesnake was actually bigger than Mötley Crüe. Mötley had a number 2 album, but Whitesnake had a number 1. They were originally only going to play a few early dates, but after I increased their fee from $4,000 per night to $10,000, they ended up staying with us right until the end of October, and I was glad they did.
On the jet, 2:30 p.m. Sitting on the jet hungover. Guess I drank more than I thought last night. Vincent Fred said I was smashed. I think the zombie dust gives me the illusion I'm keeping it together. Oh well, beats junk. 4 aspirins, please. We got a gig in Indy tonight, then after the show we're leaving for my favorite rock city in the whole world, Detroit. 2 sold-out shows. Bad ass. On the jet, 1 a.m. Tonight we shot a live video for Wildside. What would people think if they knew we're singing a raped and dismantled version of the Lord's Prayer and knew how I came to write it? I wonder how Becky is now.
Wayne Isham. When we came to shoot the Wildside video, Nikki said what he always said to me. I don't want the same old Bon Jovi shit. So we decided to do a really mental, over-the-top live video. I put cameras everywhere. Tommy had his revolving drum kit, so we put a camera on that. I wanted to put a camera on Nikki's bass, but he wouldn't let me, so we put it on Mick's guitar instead. Then there was a huge plexiglass ball with a camera in it that we threw into the crowd to get some crazy shots from there. Of course, being Mötley fans, they ended up breaking it. The problem was, Mötley had this thing called Double Bubble. They'd give you a bottle of Jack Daniels before the show and shout, "Double Bubble," which meant you had to drink straight from the bottle until the bubbles went up it twice. So I was trying to work the main camera on stage, shit-faced, and Nikki came up behind me and bit me really hard on the arm. I suddenly had this searing pain, and Nikki was standing in front of me, laughing his head off. He thought it was the funniest thing in the world.
Joe Louis Arena, Detroit, July 19th, 1987, hotel, 5:25 p.m. Floating in depression. I can't seem to find a footing in life. I don't know why. Some days I wish I was a kid back on the streets of Seattle, hanging out with other musicians who were bent on reinventing the music that drove us from the insanity. Rob Hemphill, Rick Van Zant, and the others. School's the thing we did so we could do what it is we really want and need to do, and that's to dream. Now my dream is here, and I don't have the tools to undo the damage done to me as a child. Why am I so pissed? Why do kids relate to me? I got the second answer, but not the first. It's easy, because I'm fucked up like them, not by our own actions either. Others broke us. Not that it's hard to break a kid. Now us, the kids, are going to break you. Fuck everything. Somebody get me a doctor. Joe Louis Arena, Detroit, July 20th, 1987, backstage, 11:45 p.m. I love it when the band's on fire. Great show. Second one sold out here. We slithered through the set like a sidewinder, fangs exposed, yet somehow charming at times. I smiled all the while. What a Cheshire cat I must have looked like. Swigging whiskey, reeling in contentment. Moments like these must be savored. July 21st, 1987, day off, hotel, Detroit, 6 p.m. I've been going from very up and happy to feeling completely depressed lately, and I don't know why. No more or less drugs or booze than usual. Pills by the handful, but nothing less than slightly out of control. I feel like something is going to crash soon. It feels like impending doom. I'll be home this time next week, and I don't know if that's good or bad. Maybe both.
Doug Thaler. In some ways, Nikki didn't seem so different on the Girls, Girls, Girls tour. The truth was that often you just couldn't tell if he was on a coke high or a Jack Daniels high or whatever. All that we knew was that he was kind of shifty and we had to watch him like a hawk.
July 22nd, 1987. Day off. Hotel, Detroit, 8:40 p.m. Lying in bed all day watching TV. Nothing too exciting except that Doug called and told me Too Fast for Love's gone platinum. Not bad for a little punk rock record. Cincinnati Gardens, July 23rd, 1987. On the jet to Cincinnati. Vince can never sleep alone. He is a different girl every night. I can't understand that because I need to be alone. I'm always alone in a room full of people. I can never understand Vince holding hands with a girl that he's just met. It blows me away. It's not just getting laid. He has one flying in and one flying out every day. I've seen them pass in the hallway. He not only never gets caught, he has no remorse. Sometimes one is his old lady, too. Vince is a sex addict, but I guess me calling him an addict is the pot calling the kettle black.
Fred Saunders. Vince Neil was very high maintenance on the Girls tour. I think he thought he was Elvis Presley.
When he got really drunk, I would take all his jewelry off him before he went out because he was always getting robbed. The other thing he'd do was come in all the time boasting about exactly how many girls he'd slept with. Oh yeah, he was a real piece of work, all right.
The Coliseum, Richmond, Ohio. July 24th, 1987. Hotel, 2 p.m. Woke up in Cleveland. These hotels are all starting to look the same. Another show tonight. I really need a day off. Thank God I'm home in 3 days. My hands are so bruised and cut up. My body's fucked up. I seem to do things to my body on stage that I don't feel until the adrenaline wears off or the alcohol. July 25th, 1987. Day off. On the jet, 4 p.m. Sometimes I just run out of juice. I hit a wall and I can't move. It's not the hangovers or the half-life from the pills, it's something else. I don't know what it is, but the only way through it is to put your head down and drive into the end zone. It's like I have a chemical imbalance. I was reading a story in the newspaper recently about low blood sugar and alcohol. I wonder if I might have low blood sugar. I can't wait to get tomorrow out of the fucking way and get home. Anyway, I'm fucking bored and just rambling. So rather than bore you with my mundane scribbles, I'll just put down the pen and pick up the guitar. There's got to be a song in there somewhere just waiting to come out. I just got to muster up the energy to pull it out.
Mick Mars. By this stage of the tour, I couldn't tell if Nikki was high because I was normally high too. The shows were all pretty consistent. Here comes the Jack Daniels bottle. Who can drink the most? How many bubbles can you do with it? I would line up shots of vodka one after the other, then go back to my room and order champagne and wine. It was pretty fucked. But I don't think I ever realized quite how bad Nikki was getting.
Buckeye Lake Music Center. July 26th, 1987. On the Mötley jet to LA, 2 a.m. There were 40,000 kids tonight. What a great show. Band was firing on all cylinders. We were on top of it. 40,000 kids, all with their fists in the air, shouting at the top of their lungs. Some days you just nail it like a machine. The band was so tight, I could just feel the electricity from the crowd. This is a really nice way to end. Now we have 4 days off, should get in about 8:30. I can't wait to sleep in my own bed. My clothes stink so bad, I need to change out my suitcase with new clothes.
Fred Saunders. Buckeye Lake was a huge outdoor show with Whitesnake and Anthrax. We had a small disaster that day. When Mötley played Smokin' in the Boys' Room, Vince was supposed to play a harmonica solo. Vince can't even play the harmonica, but I can. So we cut Vince's mic off and he'd lip sync and pretend to be playing, while the truth was I was hidden at the side of the stage and playing into a mic. I used to watch him up there, posing and sucking in his cheeks. But at Buckeye Lake, I was practicing and the hidden mic was somehow on. So this Smokin' in the Boys' Room harp solo suddenly came blasting out of nowhere in the middle of a different song completely. Vince looked real pissed as usual.
July 27th, 1987. Van Nuys, 9 p.m. at home. Thank fuck. I washed my clothes, washed my car, checked my answering machine. I had 67 messages. Just erased them all. Went through the mail. I had a check for $650,000 sitting in there. I keep telling the office to collect my mail and redirect it when I'm on tour. Come on. Over $500,000 sitting there in my mailbox on the street? That's some crazy shit. July 28th, 1987. Van Nuys, 10:20 p.m. Slept all day. I just wrote a song called A is for Asshole. A is for asshole, B is for being me. July 29th, 1987. Van Nuys, midnight. I wish I missed someone as much as I miss smack. It haunts me like a lover I never got to say goodbye to. I can't wait to get out of here. I feel like I'm hanging by a thread. I feel safer from junk on the road. I've been fending off the wolves who've come knocking at my door. They all know I'm home. God, please keep them away. July 30th, 1987, Van Nuys, 6:40 p.m. Today, I'm laying in this bed. I'm so lonely. At the top, I feel trapped in my own destiny. On days like today, I understand suicide. I wonder if I will make it all the way to the end of my life. I wonder if I have the ability to love someone enough to make them feel safe. Days like these, I hate to leave my house. I can muster up a fake smile, be cordial, but deep inside I feel like nobody really likes me. Or worse, nobody understands me. I feel like I'm completely alone on this planet. In retrospect, I can see now that depression was not just knocking at my door, but it clearly kicked it in and made itself right at home in my head. Sometimes things are so close that you just can't see them. I love the word accumulative. Emotional problems are so often the end result of many things going on. It wasn't just the drugs, the alcohol, the pills, the fame, or the childhood. It was accumulative, and the list was growing and growing and growing. Original song lyric: nobody knows what it's like to be lonely. I've got the power, I've got the power, I've got the power, but it still hurts when you're all alone. Civic Arena, Pittsburgh, July 31st, 1987. On a flight from LAX to Cleveland, 11:45 a.m. My time at home went so quick, so now it's another month on the road. I can't count the miles or remember the hotels. I don't remember the cities, and I can't see the end in sight. If it wasn't for the music and the fans, this would be as close to Chinese water torture as you could get. Repetition, over and over and over, drip, drip, drip. Yeah, I'm whining. I guess I'm just tired. This flight left LA at 9 a.m. We land in Cleveland at 4, then catch another flight to Pittsburgh when we land at 6. Then we have a show. It's a good one. 16,000 sold out, so I better get some sleep. I sort of forgot to sleep last night. I had some late night visitors. Jason hasn't changed. It's good to be out of LA. August 1987. Pretty good show considering the squirrels and ice cream trucks. August 1st, 1987. The Coliseum, Richfield, Ohio. Hotel, 2:15 a.m. I can't wait to sleep. I am overtired. My ears are ringing. I think I'm getting sick, or maybe my visit home is still in my system. Memorial Auditorium, Buffalo, New York. August 2nd, 1987, noon. Wow, I just woke up. I really needed that sleep. Thank God the phone rang. We're supposed to be heading to the airport in an hour. It was a radio interview for our show tonight in Buffalo. Here we go into New York. New York is almost as bad as LA for me. I'm not sure which is worse, the record company, the drug dealers, or the girls. Maybe they're all the same person. August 3rd, 1987, day off, Philadelphia, 4 p.m. Why do I feel Mick has a gold digger on his hands? Mick Mars is the sweetest man alive, but he tracks dirt. He's like a dirt magnet. Chicks equal trouble. Spectrum, Philadelphia. August 4th, 1987. Hotel, 5 p.m. Went down to the hotel bar last night. Pretty sedate evening. Just had a few cocktails and met some fans. Kind of a nice evening. I feel good today, but I did get a call from Sasha. He said he wanted to see me. Of course he does. He's a heroin dealer. I tell you, the East Coast is bad for me. Here comes the wolves. I'm going to change my rooming name so nobody can find me. How about some of these ideas? Need a bath? Alcoholic? See more pussy? Or the best one of all, psychotic. P.S. Now we're off to the first of 2 sold-out Spectrum shows. Woo! Later. Spectrum, Philadelphia, August 5th, 1987. Hotel, 4 p.m. Crowd was so loud last night. Insane. Philly loves their rock and roll. I met this biracial girl last night who was so beautiful, I couldn't believe it. She was really nice. She came back to my room, hung out. One thing led to another, and afterwards, when we were laying there, I was thinking, this one's a keeper. She said she had a kid and she needs money for rent, and could I help her with her car payment and school for her kid, and she was just really pouring it on. It went on forever, blah, blah, blah. Basically, would I pay her for her services? So I kicked her out. Damn it. Maybe I'm the dirt magnet. P.S. Another Philly show tonight. Random thought. If you're going shopping at a garbage dump, you're gonna bring home trash.
Ross Halfin. Nicky went off with girls on the girls' tour, but they were never really his focus. He was far more into the drugs. We'd get drunk and do lots of krell, and he'd want a girl, but essentially he was totally drug-oriented. Often he'd end up staying in his room on his own. We all knew that meant he had drugs and didn't want to share them with anyone, or he had a girl and wanted to do her on drugs.
August 6, 1987. Day off. Hotel, Philadelphia, 3 p.m. Me and Tommy stole a limo last night. It was funny as hell. We got back to the hotel and our driver got out of the car to open the door for us. We locked the doors, jumped over the seat, drove the car off. He's chasing us around the hotel parking lot and we accidentally crashed it through the hotel gate. Guy was so fucking pissed. And then the hotel manager came out yelling, telling us to get the fuck out of his hotel. Fred Saunders had to talk him out of fucking calling the police. We said we were sorry, of course we're not, and didn't get kicked out of the hotel, maybe because we've spent about $30,000 here so far.
Fred Saunders. You know what? There was always shit like that going on with Nicky and Tommy. Especially Nicky. He had me at my wit's end. He had so many facades and he was so sporadic and unpredictable. There were countless management meetings called during the girls' tour just to try to figure out what to do with him. By the end of the tour, I was hiring security guards at each hotel and just leaving 2 of them on his door permanently. Ross Halfin. I always said that Tommy should have married Nicky because if they were gay, they would be the ideal gay couple, made in heaven. Tommy would do anything Nicky wanted him to. In fact, they all would. Nicky was selfish, self-centered, and a control freak, paranoid of what anybody else might do. But without him, Mötley Crüe would never have been successful. It was his vision, and you did what Nicky wanted.
There's been a lot said about control, and I admit it. I was a control freak. But someone needs to be in control when everything is out of control. I felt if I took my hands off the wheel, we surely would have crashed. Even if I was drunk driving, at least I was driving us somewhere. I was passionate, even when I was skidding out of control. Cumberland County Civic Center, Portland, Maine, August 7th, 1987. Airport, 2:30 p.m. We're sitting on the Mötley Crüe jet, getting ready to take off to Portland. Everybody's still cracking up about the limo. I just remembered that Portland is where we started our Ozzy support tour in 1984. What great memories. I miss Ozzy. Hope he's doing okay. Tommy just sat down next to me and said, dude, I pissed my bed again last night. He's always fucking doing that. I said, well, why don't you pee before you go to bed? And he said, I do, man, but I drink so fucking much. That makes sense. Top 5 tour activities. Number 1, crash limos, 1. Number 2, cocaine, it's snow and 8 balls. Number 3, whiskey, by the gallon. Number 4, whores, more than we could take advantage of. 5, repercussions, 0. God bless rock and roll. Civic Center, Providence, Rhode Island, August 8th, 1987, Four Seasons Hotel, 1 p.m. After the show last night, we flew into Boston, home of Aerosmith and the Cars. We're hubbing out of here for a few days. I love being able to get all settled in and not having to pack up every day. I sort of miss the bus sometimes. The lull of the engine just rocks you to sleep, and the after-show party always ends up as a wet spot on the floor somewhere in the back lounge. It's hard getting late on a road case, but beggars can't be choosers. We're flying to Providence for a show, then back here to sleep, if we do sleep.
Tom Zutat. I went to one more show on the Girls, Girls, Girls tour with a girl whom I was on a second or third date with, and took her backstage and introduced her to Nikki. He asked me if I was serious about her, and when I replied that we were just getting to know each other, Nikki started telling her how hot she was. As he bent her over what was a locker room bench, she complained that she was in the middle of her period. Nikki told her he wasn't scared by a little bit of blood, and proceeded to have intercourse with her right here on the spot, in front of anybody who happened to be there. While I might have expected that sort of behavior from Vince, it was shocking to see Nikki behave like that. At least he apologized to me afterwards and said he didn't know what made him do it. Maybe he didn't, but I certainly did. Drugs, alcohol, and too much fame and fortune. Only a narcissistic, strung-out asshole would grab his A&R man's date and do her backstage in front of an audience.
Four Seasons Hotel, Boston, 3 p.m. I'm going back to bed. We have the whole floor of the hotel, and it was completely insane last night. It was like a Four Seasons orgy. All the room doors were open and people were running up and down the hallway naked, bouncing from room to room. I finally had enough at 5 a.m. I think Tommy and Vince saw the sun come up. Sasha keeps calling the production office, leaving me messages. I guess he got an itinerary from Doc. If Doc really knew what Sasha does for money, besides driving a limo, he would have him shot. Considering Doc used to deal drugs, you would think he'd have a better nose for sniffing out dealers. I haven't spoken to Vanity in a few weeks, and it's fucking wonderful. I wonder if she still thinks we're getting married.
Doc McGee. Sasha was a Russian who worked for me for quite a while as a limo driver out of New York. I knew he supplied blow to the crew guys sometimes, but that was no big deal. Some days they would ask doormen or bellboys for blow. But I have to say I had no idea that Sasha was supplying Nikki Sixx with heroin.
It's no big deal to supply cocaine to the band. I think this comes under the heading of keep them fucked up and keep them on the road. Centrum Arena, August 10th, 1987. Four Seasons Hotel, Boston, 12:50 p.m. Just ordered some room service. Got to catch the plane to Worcester for 2 sold-out shows. We will come back to the hotel after. Okay, time for me to bitch right now. I love playing our music, but I can't take the monotony of playing the same set every night. When we're playing more than one night in the city, like tonight, or when the cities are real close, I know a lot of the same fans see the same show. I just wish we could have no set list. The band could know 30 or 40 songs. We would just call them out as we're going along. We could have our opening and closing songs, but otherwise fill it in as we go. But the band feels more comfortable with a set list. It's such a great show, but another night of feeling frustration at playing the same set in the same order for me. Okay, I'm done. Room service just came. August 11th, 1987. Day off. Four Seasons Hotel, Boston. Around noon. Another great show for us last night. Going back for another in an hour or so. Nothing new to report, except that after Worcester, we're going to go to New York and I'm nervous. If I believed there was a God, I'd ask him for strength right now. August 12th, 1987. Parker Meridian Hotel, New York, 4 p.m. I've been thinking about when I was in rehab and how hard it was for me to face my addiction. I couldn't handle their force-fed, God-driven system, but what gave me strength was talking to other junkies. I always have people coming up to me and talking about drugs, how they can't get off and how they've lost hope. I try to help in my own way. If I could ever get myself straight, I know I could help others. But you can't help anybody else unless you help yourself. I'm going to go over to Scores for dinner in an hour with Tommy and Vince. Midnight. Just got back from dinner. Guess who our limo driver was? Right? Sasha. Fuck. When I saw him, I knew I was dead in the water. So I asked him if he has any, and then he asks me why I haven't called him back. It's like he's punishing me for not answering his calls. All these dealers are on a power trip like that fuck Jason. In the end, when I was in the bathroom taking a piss, he handed me a bundle of Persian smack. I asked him how much. He said, "Oh, you can pay me later, fuck." Now I have to sit here looking at this shit, knowing I shouldn't, but I already did a couple of bumps in the bathroom and I have this girl coming over. Heroin's great for sex, and you can't come. At least I'm not shooting it. I'll call down to room service and get some tinfoil and just chase the dragon. Meadowlands Arena, New Jersey, August 13th, 1987, 7 a.m. The girl just left. She brought some blow, and I kept going into the bathroom and chasing the dragon. I had to kick her out. All these bimbos are the same. I wonder how they can even tie their shoes. They're so stupid. Sometimes I think I should just buy a blow-up party doll. Same level of intelligence, plastic and full of air. Problem is, I'd probably fall in love. I have to go to bed. I have a show today. 5 p.m. Just woke up. Feel like hell. Too sick to try to clean up. The only way out is the hair of the dog. Or is it hair of the dragon? 7 p.m. Off to the Meadowlands. Am I demented? I forgot Vanity said she was coming to New York, and I said okay. I'm sick to my stomach in more ways than one. RPI Fieldhouse, Troy, New York. August 14th, 1987, 1 p.m. Vanity came in just in time for the show last night. The first hour or so was nice to see her. Then I started to get this uneasy feeling like she's going to say something and embarrass me. It's like the same movie over and over again. I need to stop this. She's not a bad person. I know she can't help it. She had a fucked up childhood like me, and it's her struggle with God and cocaine that's driving her insane. But I need to just end this. We don't belong together. I'm going to hide these diaries, because if she found them, she would lose what's left of her mind. Also, I'd better hide my little bindle of Sasha Special Blend and the pocket of fresh rigs he gave me at the show last night, or better still, take them with me. P.S. We have a gig in Troy tonight. I think I'll leave them here. I'll be back around 2 or 3 a.m. I had a good reason to be nervous about New York City. In 1985, Mötley played Madison Square Garden. After the show, we all went back to the hotel, and as soon as everybody was in their rooms, I jumped in a cab, went to Alphabet City with a couple $1,000s in my pocket. I found a shooting gallery, went in, scored dope, went back to the hotel. It was pure China White. Eddie from Twisted Sister was hanging out with me, and there was this girl with us. Eddie was high on coke, and he would not shut up. I wanted to fuck this girl, but I couldn't get him out of my room, so I asked him if he wanted a bump. When he said yes, I gave him a big line of smack and told him it was coke. He snorted it, passed out. I fucked the chick. Then when she passed out, I went to the bathroom and started shooting coke in China White. In no time, I was freaking out. When I came out of the bathroom and I saw this girl passed out on the bed and a guy unconscious on the couch, I lost my mind. I thought people were coming to get me, so I threw all the drugs out of the window. A couple hours later, I came down and realized I'd just fucked up and gone to that psychotic place again. So at 8 or 9 in the morning, I ran down to the street. People were walking past on their way to work, and there I was in leather pants, no socks or shoes or shirt, makeup all over my face, hair matted and gross, looking for my drugs. Amazingly, I found them. So, of course, I went back upstairs. I did it all again. When Eddie and the girl woke up, they found me in the bathroom puking my brains out. I wasn't addicted to heroin at the time, so it really fucked me up. At the show the next day, I was so fucking ill, I told everybody I had the flu. I have no idea if they believed me, so yes, New York and I had a little history. Civic Center, Providence, Rhode Island, August 15th, 1987. Parker Meridian Hotel, 4 a.m. Just got back from the show, drunk, no sign of vanity. 11:30 a.m. I'm laying here in bed and I can hear Vanity in the other room talking a mile a minute on the phone. I have no idea when she got in. It's probably better not to ask. Heather's out here, and so is Charisse with Vince. I've always liked Charisse, but I sort of feel sorry for her. Vince can really treat her like shit. Not that I'm an angel. Of course, fucking Mick has fucking Amy. It's strange when Heather comes out to join Tommy on tour. I always feel like I'm her albatross. I know she doesn't even understand me. She grew up in Westlake. She was a cheerleader, the most popular girl in school. Her dad was a doctor. She was the kind of human that was my fucking enemy as a kid. I don't think she understands this dark animal called Mötley Crüe, but she loves Tommy as Tommy, and that's all that matters. Off to Providence tonight. I'm going to leave Vanity here again. Sasha gave me some China White last night in the limo, and I can only shoot for a couple more days, or I'm going to be hooked again. As the years pass, I think Heather Locklear was the one girl Tommy let get away. She had everything as a kid that I never had. So in the end, maybe I was jealous. She is proven to have class and always takes the higher road, and ironically, that is exactly what I believe Tommy desires.
Tommy Lee. If somebody's girl came out to join the tour, we'd leave them alone for a few days, then as soon as they'd gone, we'd reconvene and crank up the fucking madness machine. Yay, the girls are gone! It wasn't really a question of the girls are gone, let's get some fucking pussy, although there was an element of that. It was more about, now they're gone, we can fucking party, we can stay up all night and be weird.
August 16th, 1987, day off, New York, 4 p.m. The show was shitty last night. I played like shit. I could feel the tension in the band. Maybe it's because the girls are out here. Everyone's acting like a bunch of bitches. I came back to the room and Vanity wasn't here, so I shot up. I overdid it. Fucking OD'd. When Vanity came in, I was passed out in the bathroom with the needle lying next to me. When I came to, she was just screaming at the top of her lungs. She was freebased out of her mind, and I'm sure it freaked her out, but she wouldn't stop screaming. That wasn't much fucking help. I had Fred calm her down and put her in some other room. She told Fred I was shooting up, and I lied and said I was just drunk. He didn't believe me, but he went along with it. I sort of feel dope sick today. I can't get hooked on the road. I'm just going to take some sleeping pills and get through today. I'm out of junk, and that's fine by me. P.S. Axel called me today and told me Slash is strung out, and he wants me to help him. Talk about bad timing.
Evangelist Denise Matthews. Do I believe in the devil? Well, the devil believes in the devil and plays the greatest game of hide and seek. He is most believing that he doesn't exist. That's how he wins them over. I think the greatest deceit is that there is a party going on in hell, and the devil is throwing it, and he thinks you're special because it's your death day. We go backwards when we should be going forwards, and forwards when we should be going upright. Satan is the principality and power of the airwaves. Ultimately, he is stealing our prayer life, and we romance his witchcraft. Not to mention our children's tiny, innocent eyes. Sin breeds sin, and it is nothing for us to enjoy. Yes, I had much to repent for.
Huh? Civic Center, Hartford, Connecticut, August 17th, 1987, on the jet, 2:30 p.m. Sitting on the Mötley jet, waiting to take off for Hartford. Everybody's in good spirits. Both Hartford shows are sold out. I never saw a chick shop as much as Amy. Fucking hell. I see her in the hotel lobby with carts full of clothes. Then she just sends them home. Mick's gonna need a bigger house just for her fucking shoes. We're taking off. I feel a bit sick still, but I'm gonna be all right. I stopped just in time. I almost got hooked again, almost. Civic Center, Hartford, Connecticut, August 18th, 1987, New York, 1 p.m. Wake-up call just woke me. I got to leave for the Mötley jet in 30 minutes. We have another Hartford show tonight, then back here. I'm really sick of this hotel. It stinks in here. I won't let housekeeping in for fear of what they might find. I can't wait to break the news to Vanity that we're finished. August 19th, 1987. Day off, New York, 2 p.m. Spoke to my grandfather today. I miss him. He's been fishing and hunting a lot lately. We always end up talking about Nona. I know he's lonely. We're a lot alike. Madison Square Garden, New York. August 20th, 1987, backstage, 7 p.m. Backstage at the Garden, among all the hanger-oners, groupies, assorted business people, record company pigs, promoters, radio people, girlfriends, wives, and managers. It's the hottest ticket in town. It's like a movie back here. I smirk and nod as people talk to me. Mostly I'm uninterested, but I do see a few friends and people I respect. I was actually looking for Bob Timmons, hoping he might be here. Wanted to talk to him about trying to get clean when this tour is over. I have this feeling I'm going to die if I don't stop. At some point, I'm going to run out of luck. Time to get ready to go on stage. Lyric. All of my heroes are dead. Today, my radio won't play. You died and left me here this way. I guess you lived your life like a loaded shotgun. You thought that your choice was no choice at all. I wanted to be just like you. All of my heroes are dead now. Left me here in this wasted ghost town. All of my heroes. Yeah, your ex had such charm, and you ran a fortune through your arm. You lived your life like a Molotov cocktail, always set to explode behind the veil. I wanted to be just like you. Broome County Veterans Memorial Arena, August 21st, 1987, Parker Meridian Hotel, New York, 2:40 p.m. Last night's show was one of the best we've ever played. New York can be a hard audience to win over, and we got them. Tore the place up. Great night. We all celebrated together, lots of whiskey and champagne, lines for all. Nothing but smiles on everybody's faces. I even found myself not fighting with Vanity. I guess knowing I'm done with her drama made me more forgiving. I didn't see Bob, but I still didn't do any dope. Going to Doug's house in the Poconos in a couple days, gonna barbecue and hang out. I'm going shopping before tonight's show. I need some new t-shirts and boots. Nassau Coliseum, Long Island, New York. August 22nd, 1987, New York, 1:15 p.m. We're leaving this hotel in a couple hours. This fucking room is like a tomb. I've OD'd in here, fought in here, fucked in here, a few different chicks. I need to get out. There's room service trays all over the room, blood on the sheets, and the towels are black from hair dye. I bet they're going to charge me some stupid destruction fee. To be honest, I didn't really destroy the place. I mean, the TV and the furniture was all intact, right? I think we're going to have a killer show tonight. Off to Nassau Coliseum, then off to the Poconos, staying on some lake up there by Doug's house. August 23rd, 1987, day off, Poconos, midnight. We all went to Doug and Jeannie's house for a barbecue. Nice mellow night. Doug's kids were running around, no drugs, just a few beers. We play Pocono Downs tomorrow. Vanity's getting a car down to New York to catch a plane back to L.A. I'll tell her on the phone when she gets there that it's over. I have a feeling she won't care. It's the best for both of us. I'm going to start cutting the bad people out of my life. I hope she does the same. One would be me. Good night.
Doug Thaler. During the girls' tour, my wife Jean and I were living in Pennsylvania, and I would commute to Los Angeles each week. Mötley came to our house the day before their show at Pocono Downs Racetrack. I remember it was a beautiful Sunday evening. We even did some boating. Nikki was okay that day, but that was how he was back then, really in and out. He'd do something really shitty and look wasted, then the next day he would somehow pull it all together and be a part of the group again.
Pocono Downs Racetrack, August 21st, 1987. Backstage, 6:40 p.m. Everything smells like horse shit. I guess it would, right? It's a horse track. Reminds me of growing up in Idaho. I just told Fred I was done with Vanity. He said that's probably for the best. I'm sure the guys will be relieved too. I wish her well. P.S. This place is huge. It looks like about 30,000 people. The weird thing is there's a racetrack around our stage. War Memorial, Rochester, New York. August 25th, 1987. Backstage, 7 p.m. Some kid broke into Vince's room and stole his wallet and clothes. He had $5,000 in his wallet. He's fucking pissed. I don't blame him. 11:20 p.m. Vince is such an asshole sometimes. I'm sitting here backstage waiting for him to return from the hospital. In fact, so are the fans waiting nice. Tonight he was making a sandwich and he reached for the mustard to put on it, and there was only Grey Poupon, my favorite, which he hates. So he threw the mustard jar against the wall. It exploded, flew back, cut his hand wide open. Now he's at the hospital, and we're still waiting to play the fucking show. Nice move, bro. Can we say spoiled brat?
Vince Neil. Fuck, the mustard jar incident was pure Spinal Tap. It was me being a fucking idiot. I don't like Dijon mustard, but catering always had it backstage. They never had yellow mustard, even though I had been asking them for weeks to change the writer. So when I saw Dijon mustard yet again, I was pissed and I took the jar and I threw it against the wall. The glass smashed, bounced right back, and sliced my finger almost right off. It was just hanging by the skin. I severed the nerves, the artery, the tendons. Blood was spurting out of it. We were about to go on stage, but they had to rush me to the hospital because I was going to bleed to death, and a week later, I had an 8-hour surgery to reattach the finger. It was just a temper tantrum. Me being Prince Vince. Fred Saunders. I couldn't believe it at the upstate New York show when I saw Vince Neil pouting and throwing this fucking mustard at the wall. It bounced back and sliced his hand right open. Vince said, "Well, I guess that the tour's over." And Nikki said, "Bullshit. There were 200 people on this tour." The tour continued, and for weeks Vince had to wear these gloves that looked like boxing gloves. Like I said, what a piece of work.
War Memorial, Utica, New York. August 26th, 1987. Hotel, 2:15 a.m. Bored, going to sleep. This is a ghost town. There's nothing on TV or the radio, no clubs, no room service. Even the bar's closed. This is surreal at best. I think I must have died in New York, and this is Nikki Sixx's hell. Bad time to have quit sniffing glue. But at least I don't have a cast on my arm from a mustard jar. 2:30 p.m. Okay, it's official. I have cabin fever. We woke up early and came here to beautiful Utica, exactly. We have a show here tonight. Poconos to Utica is like going from the pot to the frying pan for me. I mean, I'm the first to admit the countryside is so pretty here. It's green and the air is so clean. Everybody looks like they're taken from a Norman Rockwell painting or from the cover of a postcard. Dogs are running around, wagging their tails as a squirrel scampers up a tree with his newest trophy, an unopened acorn. I looked up at a cloud as it was slowly drifting by, changing shapes from a heart to a smiley face. To top it off, this ice cream truck just drove by playing a nursery rhyme song out of tune. There's a trail of kids running down the street after it, yelling and screaming, "Ice cream, ice cream." God save me. I'm in hell. P.S. The good news is, I finally spilt the beans on the phone to Vanity. She just said, okay, no emotion at all. I guess she really didn't care. Cool. August 27th, 1987, day off. Landover, Maryland, 2:15 p.m. Got in late from the show in Utica last night. Pretty good show considering the squirrels and the ice cream trucks. I just woke up. Need to order some coffee and breakfast. What am I going to do today, diary? I am so bored, I smell trouble. Thank God for halcyons. I slept so good. Capitol Center, Landover, Maryland. August 28th, 1987. Hotel, 2 a.m. Now that was fun. I just went and broke into housekeeping and picked up 20 or so garbage pails. Then I collected loads of chairs. Everybody was asleep or doing stuff in their rooms. I balanced the chairs against the room doors all along the corridor, filled the buckets with all kinds of shit, piss, water, beer, basically anything I could find, and put them on the chairs. I sprayed hairspray on everybody's door, set it on fire, knocked on the door, and ran. I had my system down pat, hairspray, light, knock, hairspray, light, knock, etc., etc. So when everybody opened their door was on fire, then this bucket fell on them and soaked them. Ha. Fred Saunders was fucking some chick, so he came to the door with a big fucking heart on, and the bucket fell on his dick. He ran down to my room and said, "Sixx, fucking come out, I'm gonna kick your fucking ass." I said, "Fuck you, dude," and he kicked the hinges off my door. But as usual, he didn't do anything because he saw how much fun I had. I love Fred. I hope he can get it back up. I'm sure I'll hear about it tomorrow. Backstage, Capitol Center, 11:55 p.m. Band was tight as hell tonight. Everything was right in the pocket. Damn, I love it when all the pistons are firing. Great crowd. Not a lot to do here. Gonna go look for a club or something with Fred and Tommy. I'm sure Fred has a little ace in the hole. If not, I know some of the truck drivers said they were getting a shipment of Krell in. P.S. I just got a blowjob from this girl who started crying and thanked me afterwards. What the fuck?
Fred Saunders. Ace in the hole was like our tour catchphrase. A friend of mine gave me a gift of an 1888 silver dollar coin that he had machine drilled hollow so it would hold a gram of coke. I'd carry it around. You just had to twist it to open it and there was the coke. If we were out in a club, Nikki and Tommy or Vince would ask me for an ace in the hole if they wanted a little jolt. Sometimes we would get to the hotel in a new city, check in, and Nikki and Tommy would start ringing my room right away and pester me for ace in the hole. I'd say to them, "Come on, guys, we've got a job to do." There would often be interviews or an in-store signing, but those guys wouldn't quit hounding me.
Capitol Center, Landover, Maryland. August 29th, 1987. Hotel, 3:10 p.m. Just woke up. I sat in the room with Tommy and Fred and did coke all night. Talking, listening to music, drinking. Right now I feel like shit. I'm so tired and hungover. I still feel drunk. Hampton Coliseum, Hampton, Virginia. August 30th, 1987. On the Jet, 1 a.m. The band sucks so bad tonight. Everyone was hungover. How can we kick ass last night and suck tonight? I wonder if any of the fans that saw both Landover shows thought they saw two different bands. Mars was knee-deep in Mars Aid, and Vince lost his voice halfway through the set. I know for sure I was just sucking ass as well. We never suck like Aerosmith did in their drug days. I mean, we don't forget our own songs or anything. We just lose the groove and lag or pull the music. We're more metal, and Aerosmith is more groove-oriented. So when we suck, it just sounds like the engine is out of time. It feels whatever. Hampton, Virginia, hotel, 5 p.m. I need to stop. I don't care about our shows some days. Just how am I going to find some drugs? Coke, pills, heroin. I don't give a fuck. Just give me something, anything. I feel like I'm dying, and I don't know why. August 31st, 1987, day off. We have 6 shows in the next 8 days before we get any time off. I'm depressed. This tour seems to be going on forever. I used to look at the tour dates and think, when is this tour going to end? And when it does, what do I have to go home to? It was a very confusing time. I resented that management just put us on the road and left us there. Tommy and Vince were both married. It must have been hard for them to keep things together. I was different. I felt detached from everything. We knew we needed a break or something was going to break. We asked for time off and Doc always said no. I was so immature and fucked up that I didn't know he was actually breaking the band up little by little. In the end, 15% of nothing is nothing, so our management was killing the goose that laid the golden fucking egg.
Doc McGee. I always had a real problem with this line of argument of Sixx's. Sure, the tours were too long for them, but only because of the way they behaved on them. Don't forget, these were guys in their 20s who were only being asked to work for 2 hours a day. What about all the guys who get up at 5 a.m. to lay bricks and only get 2 weeks off a year? If Mötley Crüe was burned out on the road, it was purely because they had stupid fucking drug habits. It's not rocket science.
September 1987. I'm over drugs, and I know they're over me. September 1st, 1987. Coliseum, Richmond, Virginia, backstage, 7:55 p.m. Just got a massage. My body is torn up. My hands are cut up and bruised, all part of trying to break your bass at every turn of a chorus. I have my bass strings so high so I don't fret them out. Mick says playing my bass is like playing a telephone pole with high-tension live wires on. On that note, time to crack the whiskey and go make a mess of the youth of Richmond's minds. Civic Center, Roanoke, Virginia. September 2nd, 1987. Hotel, 2:30 p.m. Flew in after the Richmond show last night. I wanted to raise some hell, but it was too late and there was nothing to do in Roanoke. I called Fred, but he said everybody had gone to bed, so he told me to come down to his room for an ace in the hole. He chopped out a couple lines for me, and we were hanging out, listening to some Merle Haggard, but I guess I was just too fucking tired to keep going. I came down to my room to look in the phone book for hookers, and I just woke up. I still had my clothes on. Even Coke isn't working lately. Amazing what sleep does for you. I just put on Diamond Dogs by David Bowie, one of the greatest albums ever recorded. Gonna order some breakfast. Bye. Alpine Valley, East Troy, Wisconsin. September 5th, 1987. Hotel, 5 p.m. We had the last couple days off. It's been very uneventful, so I haven't written. I've been sleeping a lot. It's weird. We're taking a chopper into the gig in an hour. Big show, sold out. I don't know who's playing with us. I guess it doesn't matter because everybody's there to see us anyway. P.S. Mick is like a fucking puppet to this bitch. Why does he always let these chicks lead him around by the nose? And if she mentions God one more time, I'm going to stab her in the face with her crucifix.
Doc McGee. Mick was the closest thing to being a punching bag in Mötley Crüe. He was the easiest to pick on because he was the quietest and he never fought back. Mick's just a really good kid who wants to be happy, and he's never been happy. When Nikki and Tommy got loaded, they were pretty mean, gnarly guys, and as soon as Mick and Amy got together, they just fucking beat at them non-stop. You know what sums their relationship up? The time that Tommy was running naked down the hallways of the hotel in Ohio and the police arrived, went to the room next door, and arrested Mick for it.
Dane County Coliseum, Madison, Wisconsin. September 6th, 1987. Hotel, 4 p.m. Touring with the same band for support gets so boring after a while. I mean, I guess if it was a band I really loved and not fucking Whitesnake, it wouldn't be so bad. This is actually worse than when we toured with Iron Maiden. I remember being backstage listening to them and thinking all their songs sounded like the theme from Bonanza with the gallop and all. Really can't wait for Slash and the boys to come out. My fave support so far was Cheap Trick. I am and always will be the hugest Cheap Trick fan, and they're the greatest guys ever. We got a show tonight. Maybe I'll go late so I don't have to hear Whitesnake. The sad part is I love Rudy Sarzo to death. Maybe he should play in Mötley Crüe and I should go to the Nut House.
Rick Nielsen. Mötley Crüe and Cheap Trick toured together in Europe and America. We used to be real bad together. The guys in Cheap Trick were never heroin addicts, but we'd drink and party hard. I would see Nikki stumbling around sometimes, but I didn't know exactly what was causing it. I knew when drink was involved, though, because I was normally there drinking it with him.
La Crosse Center, La Crosse, Wisconsin. September 7th, 1987. Hotel, 3 p.m. Another show tonight, but I'm ready to go home and make music. I'm over drugs, and I know they're over me. I woke up at 9 a.m. for some odd reason. I'm playing Sweet's Desolation Boulevard nonstop. Great songwriting. They were always sold to the world as a pop band, but like the Raspberries, they were a metal band at heart. We could all learn a lot about hooks from those guys. I am on a mission to take the band to a new level musically. I think we've just scratched the surface. Me and Tommy are having lots of talks about what's next. I'm excited. I want a #1 album that knocks the world on its ear. 5 Seasons Center, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. September 8th, 1987. Hotel, 5 p.m. I wrote a cool song today. All I have to do is listen to Whitesnake to know what not to do. We fly back home to LA after the show tonight. Thank fuck. But what will happen? I've changed my phone number at home, and I've had a 10-foot security gate and fence installed around the house while I've been away. I'm determined. Lost lyric. I'm a digital antichrist analog poltergeist. Like a cannibal, watch me beat my meat. Shoot my gun right between the sheets. Like a criminal, I'm on the take. I rattle nerves like a rattlesnake. Antitrust, public enemy, steal your fruit and shake your tree. You just love to hate me. All the preachers say, all the teachers say, all the speeches say, I'm so horrible. Home, September 9th, 1987. Van Nuys, 11 a.m. It's great to sleep in my own bed again. To say I've decked out my pad is an understatement. Ralph Lauren, crushed velvet comforters, burled walnut antiques, gargoyles, Persian carpets, everything from the 1800s. God, I love this place, except for the memories, but maybe they will fade. The gate and the fence around the house look so medieval. I love it. John Roberts really set me up nicely. I just called the office to get my new phone number and spoke to Karen Dumont. I told her Vanity had really trashed my house while I was gone. She didn't clean up after herself at all. Karen told me she was looking for a place and would be interested in house sitting when I'm back on tour. I told her I would think about it, but between me and you, she would be doing me a favor. I'm always worried about some crazies breaking into my house while I'm gone. 5 p.m. Just got off the phone with Robin. He's coming over to pick me up in his new Ferrari, and we're going to catch a movie. I drove my Harley today. The battery was dead, so I jumped it down Valley Vista and headed up and down Ventura Boulevard. Went to an antique store, bought an insane silverware set in a walnut case. Wow, they just don't make things like they used to.
Karen Dumont. I used to work in Polygram's New York office and moved to the LA bureau in 1986. When I moved to Los Angeles, I was told not to even talk to Mötley Crüe because they were trouble. But they'd sometimes drop by the office, Nikki more than the rest of the band, and eventually, we became friends. Nikki asked me to stay in his house during the girls' tour because he was going out with Vanity and he was afraid that she wasn't taking very good care of his place. He asked me if I would go over and stay there and keep an eye on the place and on her. Vanity was very unreliable, and a lot of people hated her, but I actually thought she was okay.
Home, September 10th, 1987, Van Nuys, 3 p.m. What's the point of having a fence around your mansion if people just wait outside and ring the intercom till you answer? How do people know I'm home? I can't believe Jason kept ringing and ringing until I finally answered the phone. He said he saw me on Ventura on my bike yesterday and wanted to say hi, but I'd changed my number. I told him I was in the shower and I'd call him back. Yeah, right. Home, September 11th, 1987, Van Nuys, 2 p.m. I can't fucking believe it. You will never believe this one. I came home from the store today, walked into the house, and Vanity jumped from out of nowhere. She scared the fuck out of me. Her eyes were popping out of her head. She was screaming, "If you hate me so much, hit me." She was trying to scratch my eyes and my face. I kept backing up until I was in a corner, and she said for the 100th time, "Hit me, hit me, hit me if you hate me." I knocked her out cold. She hit the floor with a thump. I dragged her by her hair to the front door, opened it, and pulled her onto the front steps. I looked down the driveway, and there was a limo parked at the end. The driver got out and said, "Is everything okay?" I said, "Is this trash yours?" He said, "Yes," and I said, "Then get it off my property." I pushed the button to open the gate and kicked her down the front steps. Fucking psycho bitch. I just got off the phone to the cops and told them she broke into my house, was trying to gouge my eyes out, so I had to defend myself. They're on their way over now. Gonna file a report, get a restraining order. Fucking hell. 5:40 p.m. I'd torn up Jason's number, but now the fucker has left it in my mailbox. I feel like they're all out to get me. 10 p.m. Sitting here alone listening to music. I'm still shaken from the Vanity shit. I guess I'll take my bike out for a spin. I wonder what the guys are doing.
Tommy Lee. I used to go over to Nikki's house quite a lot when he was dating Vanity. It wasn't always pretty. I remember one time when I was there, they had a huge fight, and he flushed a 3 or 4 carat diamond ring down the toilet.
Wow, I forgot about that. I'm glad Tommy brought that up. I need to call my insurance company.
Evangelist Denise Matthews. What killed my relationship with Nikki? I believe the fame and possessive search for fortune, love, and the exaltation of a dead vanity full of narcotics is what broke me. My Bible says that the woman that lives for pleasure shall die in it. It seemed to me that no matter where I turned as vanity, it was leading me to death. And though you rent your face with painting and make yourself beautiful, God said, "Yet I will make your lovers hate you." He did just that, and it couldn't have ended any other way.
Home, September 12th, 1987. Van Nuys, 10:45 p.m. Just returned from dinner with Bob. We went to a snotty little French restaurant on Ventura Boulevard. We talked cars most of the time and split a nice bottle of wine. That's all. I'm feeling like I can control this. Maybe I can just not overdo it. Maybe I'm not as bad as I think I am. I've been pretty sane lately. Today was mellow. I went to the mall and just walked around. I had a baseball hat and a sweater on. Nobody noticed me. I was listening to Prince today a lot, and Thompson Twins. How gay is that? I better put on some Hellbent for leather to redeem myself. I haven't even taken sleeping pills to sleep. I'm going to go light some candles, crawl in bed with a Roald Dahl book.
Bob Michaels. Nikki and I used to go to a French restaurant over on Ventura Boulevard. The only reason we used to go there was that it had vodkas at the bar that had been frozen for a month, so we'd see how wasted we could get on martinis. The meals would always end with us pulling out of the driveway, which was a major traffic intersection, and doing multiple donuts in the road with the steering wheel jammed to the left and the accelerator right down. We couldn't see where we were going, and it was a miracle we didn't crash. It never occurred to us that we would. Nikki had always got away with so much that he felt untouchable.
Home, September 13th, 1987. Van Nuys, 6:30 p.m. Dear Diary, such a loser. I'm a dreg and a liar. I feel like backwash. I feel shame. I got high last night. No, not just high. I lost my mind again. I ended up in the closet shooting coke. I've been doing so good. I'm so confused. It didn't start off so bad. I thought I could control it. P.S. I just woke up. I'm too sick to even eat. I'm going to go back to bed. Maybe if I just hide under the covers and go to sleep, this will have been a nightmare. Why do I take everything too far? I make myself sick, literally. Home, September 14th, 1987, Van Nuys, 2 p.m. Just got a call from the office. Karen said Sasha called for me. He's in LA and wanted to know if I needed a limo, a code word for junk. Why not? P.S. I guess nobody knows what Sasha really does for money. 7 p.m. Sasha came over. He actually does have his limos here. He moved his business here. He says New York is too crazy. I told him I'm basically clean, but have chipped and shot coke, and now I feel bad. We talked about control. He said if I wanted him to help me control it, he would. I agree with him. If I didn't do the coke, I would be really okay. It's then and only then that I end up in the closet. Sasha is actually a nice guy. Jason is such a fucking egomaniac. How can a dealer have a big ego? He's always holding out on the gear or his connection if I want to buy quantity. Where Sasha gave me Abdul his direct dealer's number, because he's still got to go back to New York and bring some clothes and furniture back. He doesn't deal coke anymore, says people get too weird on it. Tell me about it. So I got some Mexican tar that I'm just going to smoke until I go back on the road. If I just do it once a day, it's like having a beer in the afternoon. I called Jason and told him I was going to report him to the police if he ever came here again. He freaked out. So now I have no real connection to coke, thank God. I feel pretty fucking safe right now. I'm going to go chase the dragon, write some music, and go for a bike ride. End of a day in the life. 1958 lyric. Don't laugh, you might be next. I've been dreaming in black and white so long. You know I didn't always hit the shit, but my living days are way past gone. I've been thinking of where I went all wrong. I've been living in this hole so long, I feel like it's where I belong. Don't laugh, you might be next. Like you got nothing you wouldn't like to forget. I've been thinking on why I went so far. I've just been chasing this dragon all around the block, and I ain't got no car. So now you're saying it's a weakness in my soul? Yeah, before you write me off so quick, you better look around at the people that you know. Don't laugh, you might be next. Home, September 15th, 1987, Van Nuys, 5 p.m. I was checking the mail a few hours ago and Vanity pulled up in a limo. First words out of her mouth were how sorry she was. She looked better than I've seen her in a while. I told her to come in. It was nice. I gave her my new number and told her we could be friends. It's better to be this way than that way. 10 p.m. Vanity just called and said she wanted to come over and watch a movie. What the hell? What can it hurt? Home, September 16th, 1987, 7 a.m. Vanity just left to score some blow. She came over last night, we were drinking, and she asked if I wanted a bump. God, it sounded so good. So we did lines all night until we ran out. I told her I have some money in the safe, and she took my Jeep and went to get some more. I know I said I wouldn't, but I'm not shooting or basing it. I'll just go till noon or so and sleep it off. Gate just rang. Be back. Cool, liquor store just dropped off some Cristal. I need a drink bad. I'm pretty wired. I ran out of everything. Nothing is worse than running out. I'm going to call Abdul for a little tar drop-off. Noon. Abdul dropped off $250, but Vanity's nowhere to be found. Fucking bitch, I think she stole my money. I'm going to bed. Fuck, I'm pissed. And to think I was having fun. 11 p.m. Vanity just called. She's coming over. She said she had to wait for the stuff and didn't have my new number with her. She said she was sorry. Am I a sucker or what? I am glad I have a place to write this down. Otherwise, it would just be me and the voices in my head. Home, September 17th, 1987, Van Nuys, 5 p.m. Just got off the phone with Karen. I told her I was leaving tomorrow and asked her to watch the house. I'm leaving the key under the gargoyle at the front door. I haven't been to sleep yet, but I think I held it together pretty good. I know if I told her the truth, she wouldn't watch the house, and I can't trust Vanity not to come here and go wacko. I hid all my drug paraphernalia in the safe behind the mirror in the bedroom. Nobody knows it's there. I had the bricks torn out and a safe installed last year. I got new sheets for the guest bed. I went in there and it smelled like cat pee. Thanks, Slash. Not a very nice way for Karen to start her stay. I'm just hoping it's not the mattress. Maybe I can spray something on it. I can't believe I did freebase with Vanity all night. It ended as always. I threw her out around 8 a.m. She was getting crazy and telling me about God. And also, I forgot I bought whiskey and sent him to an obedience camp. He's getting dropped off here in 2 days. I hope Karen doesn't mind. I'm going back to bed until tomorrow morning.
Karen Dumont. When I moved into Nikki's house, my only condition was that he didn't do drugs while I was there because I couldn't handle that. I didn't know what I would do if he was going off his head. Doc and Doug were pleased when I moved in because they thought Nikki liked me and they hoped I might be a good influence on him. I remember the day that I moved in, the spare bed smelled of piss, and Nikki said Slash had pissed in it. He didn't want to buy another bed, so I used to sleep in the couch in the den. Evangelist Denise Matthews. Nikki and I could not have made our relationship right without Jesus, and so it was not meant to be. Otherwise, it surely would have been. We both needed all of those experiences just to get to the next step. Most of us are used as stepping stones for each of us to climb up to the next level. Some are used to make us fall down and go boom, just as long as we get up and keep climbing.
September 18th, 1987, day off. Leaving home in a limo, 8 a.m. I feel so drained right now. I'm in the limo. I don't want to ever come back to this life. I'm so excited to leave for tour. I didn't have time to pack this morning, so I'm taking the same dirty clothes I came home with back on tour. Why is it that every time I get a foothold, I slip and fall back into the muck? I'm surrounded by derelicts. They search me out, they hunt me, they find me, and try to kill me. I hate drugs, but I can't stop. When we're done with this tour in December, I want to go into rehab in January. I need to tell Bob Timmons to book me a room for January 2nd. I'm selling the house. I'm moving away. Today I actually prayed to God. I can't believe I did freebase again. I can't believe I did Vanity again. I can't believe that I thought I could just chip junk. I hope I'm not going to be dope sick. I can't believe I'm considering AA, NA, or CA. I can't believe I'm considering rehab. I can't believe I prayed to God. The armor was starting to crack. I can see from my diary entries that I was looking for a way out of the quicksand. Maybe I was finally hoping someone was going to throw me a rope. For the first time, I think, I was actually willing to grab it. Seeing these entries now, I was screaming for help. I just don't think I was screaming loud enough. Lost poem. LA sucks. Drive down the freeway with your head in a bag. You should be told you're not alone being had. Sniff some paint, sniff some glue. Look at the effects this city's having on you. I understand your teenage angst. I understand trying to kill your past. Maybe we should all move far away. Maybe it can all be blamed on LA. Don't tell me about me. I won't tell you about you. If you need a therapist, try suicide or go to the zoo. This city's built on drag queens, cliches, and sins, rumors and backstabbings at the Café La Trend. If you live in this town, you're a sucker and a clown. Bullshitters by the ounce, liars by the pound. There's always a fool with a vial full of dreams. There's always a bum falling apart at the seams. Gold lame high heels, a rodeo drive bitch. Some desperate old groupie trying to get herself hitched. Worn and torn, it's ripping apart. Another 6.5 will be too much for my heart. Riots and floods and shootings, oh my. I wonder if I'll ever get out of this city alive. Yeah, LA sucks. Roberts Municipal Stadium, Evansville, Indiana. September 19th, 1987. Backstage, about midnight. First show back, man. It's great to be back on tour. It was so good to see the guys. No matter how bad it gets between us, at least I know they really care about me. They don't want anything from me. They're not trying to kill me, that I know of. Tonight's show felt like a 3-hour set. I was dripping toxic waste after one song, and all the blow and the booze and the gear was just pouring out of me. I didn't even have one drink on stage. God, I hate LA. Or I guess I hate the people I attract in LA. Market Square Arena, Indianapolis, Indiana. September 20th, 1987. Hotel, noon. Can't believe we're back in Indy just 2 months after we played here. Doc's Greed is showing. There are so many Mötley fans out there, but he just goes where the easy money is and doesn't help us build new fans in new cities or countries. Between you and me, I think we need a new manager. This guy doesn't like us. He just likes our money. He's never here or in the office. He's acting more like a record company every day. He does little of the work and takes all of the credit. He just throws it against the wall, and if it sticks, cool. If not, he blames us.
Alan Kovac. I have managed Mötley Crüe since the late 90s, and while I don't want to criticize their previous management, I do have the impression that they were just following the money. The trick is to maximize what you do in a city instead of going back to it multiple times. The advisors Mötley had back then didn't explain the amount of work they had to bear, mentally and physically. They didn't consider that when artists get tired, they are likely to take sleeping pills or self-medicate with alcohol. Mötley Crüe was abused by the system. Their record label and representatives didn't explain how things worked. They just wanted them to stay on the treadmill.
September 22nd, 1987. Day off. Hotel, Tulsa, Oklahoma. 2:20 p.m. Rich Fisher decided to rent a helicopter and everybody's flying over to a restaurant to have a big dinner. I said I would go, but I know I won't. I can't face being social. I'd rather just stay here. I feel so uncomfortable in my skin. It's been creeping up on me for a few years. The bigger we get, the sadder I feel. P.S. I just called Bob Timmons. Got his answering machine.
Bob Timmons. Nikki would call me sporadically during the girls' tour asking for help but would never take it. He used to cover up his depression with anger. He felt that since now he was successful, people wanted to be around him, but they liked the fame, not him. So he self-medicated his pain through drug use. Mötley Crüe lived in an unreal world. I remember on an earlier tour being backstage with them and David Lee Roth and coming in and throwing an ounce of cocaine on the table and saying, "Hey guys, there you go." That was their attitude. We are rock stars, so this is what we do.
Tulsa Convention Center, Tulsa, Oklahoma. September 23rd, 1987. Hotel, 5 p.m. I feel fragile and tormented and uncomfortable in my skin. What happened when the heroin left is that the comfort left. I'm drinking more than I have in past tours to try to replace the comfort that Smack gave me. I hate to admit it, but maybe I'm not even who I think I am. I'm feeling fragile and weak. I'm supposed to be on top of the world, and now I've started chipping again. Bob Timmons called back, but I wouldn't talk to him. Lloyd Noble Center, Norman, Oklahoma, September 24th, 1987, on the jet, 1 a.m. Tonight's show was hard work. We're sitting ready to take off for Dallas. Fred is pissed at me, even though he won't admit it, because before the show started, I hid in a road case by the side of the stage as the intro to The Stripper was playing. Fred was running around freaking out because he couldn't find me. He was overturning cases and screaming to cut the intro tape. I just jumped out just in time to start the show. When I looked over at the side of the stage, he was white as a ghost. I smirked, and he just shook his head.
Fred Saunders. Nikki was always doing shit like that. The bigger Mötley Crüe got, the cockier he got. He would always be dragging his feet and delaying things just because he could. Before the shows, the band would have what we called PCPs, pre-concert piddles. And Tommy, Vince, and Mick would find a bathroom, but Nikki would just whip out his dick and piss wherever he was, in a corridor or on the side of the stage. He was quite the charmer.
Reunion Arena, Dallas, Texas, September 25th, 1987. Hotel, 1:45 p.m. Excited for the show tonight and tomorrow. I love Texas. I'm going to be good, maybe go to the gym and write some music. Off to the sound check. See you after the show. I'm not going out. Dallas equals trouble. Reunion Arena, Dallas, Texas, September 26th, 1987. Hotel, 4:30 p.m. Last night was insane. It was another great show, as always. Dallas kicks ass. We stomped through out like a mechanical Godzilla or Cruzilla, then off to the best strip clubs in town. We had the girls piled on us, blonde, brunette, redheads, $100 bills were everywhere. I must have dropped $5,000 on my own. I'm sure we dropped $25,000 last night between us. Goddamn fun. As the night went on, the drinks flowed. I sort of lost my memory. I was trying to savor my zombie dust, but I think it got the best of me. Mick and Amy went to their room, of course, but Donna McDaniel came out with all of us. When I woke up, there were panties on my lamp and her shoes at the end of my bed. I remember her coming back to my room for a bump, but that's all I remember. God, I hope I didn't fuck her. Can you imagine if I did the very thing I'm busting Mick's balls for? Chicks equal trouble. Off to the show. I am so hungover. Backstage, 7:30 p.m. Everybody's busting my chops, laughing, and asked if I fucked Donna. I saw her and she just gave me a hug and said she had fun last night, but she didn't ask for panties or shoes. What does that mean? Time to get on the war paint. We're spending the night in Dallas tonight, and I'm coming straight to my room after the show. 11:45 p.m. I pulled a runner tonight, straight off the stage, into the limo, then escorted right to my room. I'm watching a documentary on Hitler, Eva Braun, and their drug use. Okay, I get the hint. September 27th, 1987. Day off. Hotel, Dallas, 3:35 a.m. Just had a knock on the door. I looked through the peephole and saw two fucking gorgeous blondes. They said, "Hey, Nikki." And I said, "You have the wrong room." They started laughing and said, "Come on, Nikki, open the door. We know it's you." I said again, "You have the wrong room." And one of them said, "Oh, no, we don't. We were here last night with you, and I left my shoes." So I opened the door, and I said I was sick. They said, "Oh, well, we thought you might want to do a repeat of last night. We had a blast." I said I did too, gave them the shoes and the panties, and told them if I wasn't sick, I'd love to hang out. And one of them said, "Thanks, those aren't my panties." And her girlfriend said they weren't hers either. Oh, Lord. 2:20 p.m. Flying out to Denver soon. Robin Crosby's coming out for a few days to visit. Then my grandfather's coming to Salt Lake City. Hotel, Denver, 10:45 p.m. Just got into the hotel. Nice hotel. There's a full spa downstairs. I'm going to take advantage of it. I asked Rich to get a doctor out. I need my monthly penicillin shot to ward off any drip that's brewing. Robin gets here tomorrow morning. We have adjoining rooms, just like the old days when we were roommates. Fuck, we had fun back then. Rat was just starting to get going, and Mötley was on its way. We nicknamed him King because he's so big. Nobody could kick his ass, but I always tried. We used to go to this cafe by our house every day because we didn't have a refrigerator, and we'd talk for hours. I love him. He's been struggling with dope, but he says he's clean now, just drinking. Today's playlist was Aerosmith, Get Your Wings, Aerosmith, Draw the Line, Aerosmith's first album, Aerosmith Rocks. Good night. Aerosmith was touring the Permanent Vacation album at the same time we were touring Girls, Girls, Girls. We would sometimes land at the same airport, but we never really saw each other, just each other's planes. One night, Stephen and Joe left a note on the window of our plane, like a ticket you get on the window of a car when you park in the red zone. It told us that if we weren't careful, the way we were going, we would crash and burn the way they did. We all snickered at it, but it's interesting that I was too ashamed to write it in my diary because they were right. P.S. I've never known which is funnier, Aerosmith writing Dude Looks Like a Lady about Vince, or Dire Straits writing Money for Nothing and Chicks for Free about Mötley Crüe. McNichols Arena, Denver, Colorado, September 28, 1987. Hotel, noon. King's here. He was telling me horror stories about his band. Pretty much hates them. Blotzer's a fucking asshole all the time these days, and Piercy thinks he's such a rock star. Dude, you're in Rat. You're not Steven Tyler or Jagger. I guess all bands are the same. It's so weird to see King has put on so much weight. He must have gained 50 pounds. I guess he really isn't doing drugs. Every time I quit drugs, I start to get fat. I always say I'm not sure which is worse, being a drug addict or being fat. On that note, time to order some food. McNichols Arena, Denver, Colorado, September 29, 1987. Hotel, 4:45 a.m. Tonight's show was really good. King said he was blown away at how tight we were. There were Denver's finest girls there. What is it about strippers and rock stars anyway? So we brought them back with us to the hotel. We rented another room under the name Just in Case and piled them all in there. Tommy and Vince came over. Tommy brought his blaster and I brought the music. And we had room service bring 8 bottles of champagne, 2 bottles of Jack, and a bunch of food. We all hung out, turned up the music, the girls danced for us, then everyone picked their girls, headed back to their rooms. Now the girls are gone, and I'm going to bed. Fun day. Safe and sane. 3 Mötleys and 1 Rat. P.S. King thought Whitesnake was great. He said I'm just a fucking punk and I don't like them because they can really play. I punched him in the neck, and he knocked me against the wall. Fucking hurt. And then we both started to laugh.
Fred Saunders. Nikki and Robin had a special camaraderie. They were both pretty big guys. Robin was 6'4", and when Mötley and Rat were both starting out, they used to work the Hollywood club circuit together. They were also drug buddies and were always sneaking off together. They were competitive, but Nikki was a lot stronger-minded and could normally persuade Robin to do whatever he wanted. Robin was quite depressive, and Nikki thrived on that sort of thing. If he saw weakness in a person, he would sense blood and be all over them like a shark in the water.
I miss Robin, and I often think of him. We did heroin together the first time with King's friend Smog Vomit from a band called Tex and the Horseheads. When I finally got away from junk, Robin went even further down than I did. He lost it all and ended up homeless, divorced, and bankrupt. Eventually, he got AIDS from sharing needles with squatters in L.A., and I was going to lose one of my best friends in the world. It wasn't AIDS that took Robin from me, or any of us for that matter. It was heroin. He had changed so much that I had to cut him out of my life. I let him stay at my house in 1990 with the understanding that there were to be no drugs in my house. I had young children, and I was clean and sober. One day, when he was out of the house, I went into the guest room and saw he had a crumpled brown paper bag in there. It looked all too familiar to me, so I opened it, and there were needles and spoons and the usual stuff we used to kill ourselves. I had to ask him to leave. That was a sad day for both of us. I remember crying as he drove away. I never saw him again. A few weeks later, he called and asked me to borrow $10,000 so he could get out of debt and back on his feet. I told him I loved him, and he was one of my best friends in the world, but being a former junkie myself, I knew where the money would go, and I felt I would be killing him rather than saving him. I told him if he would get 90 days sober, I would give him the money in a heartbeat. He told me to fuck off and hung up on me. It broke my heart because I knew he didn't mean it. I was so heartbroken I couldn't even go to his funeral. I still feel guilty to this day, like maybe I could have done more.
Ross Halfin. Robin wasn't as mentally strong as Nikki and couldn't handle smack like Nikki did. I remember once walking down the street in LA and Robin was literally sitting on the street begging. It was boiling hot, but he was sheet white and his feet were all blue and blistered. Robin eventually caught HIV from needles and died of AIDS.
11:40 a.m. Just got off the phone with Doug. I told him Doc is on his last legs with the band. He told me I'm overreacting and we got in a big fight. Doug is such a nuts and bolts manager, the day-to-day guy, but Doc holds us all back, including Doug. He never follows up on any of our ideas or visions. He's here to massage the label and get our ideas to become real, but he is so busy bragging, spending money, playing golf, that he can't see the future. Well, I can see the future very clearly, and it doesn't involve him. I give him 6 months, if that. I need a manager who is into technology and marketing. Maybe one doesn't exist. I want more from a manager. People think I'm a control freak, but I just want the best for us. I want us to be the biggest band in the world and to break all the rules. I feel like if I don't push, we won't do anything different from any other fucking band. Okay, enough from me. Gonna go jump on King's bed and wake his lazy ass up and then run.
Alan Kovac. I first met Nicky in 1985 when he was dating Lita Ford, and he was an angry punk who didn't care what anybody's opinion was. But I liked him. Underneath it all was a person whose eyes and smile showed he had character and who wanted to understand the business side as well as grow as an artist. I wanted to manage Mötley Crüe, which I eventually did, largely because both Nicky and Tommy had a real exuberance and wanted to learn.
Salt Palace, Salt Lake City, Utah. September 30th, 1987, on the jet, 2:30 a.m. King just looked at me and said, "Wow, this doesn't suck." I had the waitress bring him a line on a silver platter with his own bottle of champagne. Fresh tacos and chips for everyone except Vince, who had his usual tuna sandwich. The show was cool, but the altitude just kills you here. It doesn't matter how good a shape you're in. Mick asked King to jam with us in Salt Lake. That'll be fun. Tom's coming in tomorrow. We should be there in about an hour. Today, I'm happy. Hotel, Salt Lake City, 12:30 p.m. Tom's coming in today to hang out. I'll have my grandfather and King with me. Sort of like the dad and brother I never had. The girls in Salt Lake are so beautiful. This is a town of suppressed people raised with a religious iron fist and sexual repression. So, need I tell you, diary, of the fucking debauchery that comes from this mixture of Mötley Crüe and Mormon girls. After the show, I'm flying back to LA in the Mötley jet, and I don't know why. I need a girlfriend, a nice, normal girl. Where is she? Maybe I'll find her tonight. October 1987. Drugs make it better. Drugs make it worse. October 1st, 1987. Day off. Van Nuys. Noon. Home sweet home. Just woke up. Flew in from Salt Lake City last night. Robin flew with us and Tom stayed, then drove back home. The flight was smooth and the sky was so gorgeous. Our pilot would tip the plane to the left and you could see the stars so clear that we even saw a shooting star. Then he would tip to the right, and you could see the arc of the earth with spotted lights from little suburbs as we were getting close to LA. It feels like an electric tomb. I sometimes wonder if I will ever get out of here alive. Karen's gone to stay with friends while I'm back home. She says she feels weird being here while I'm here, but I wish she would stick around. It might stop me from going crazy. 1:30 p.m. Abdul has a friend who sells rock. I had an ounce cooked up and brought over. He'll be here in a while. I'm depressed. I don't know why. I can't get out of this place in my head. I can't shake it off. Drugs make it better and drugs make it worse. Every time I'm going to stop, I get the itch. 3:45 p.m. Oh my God. As soon as I got the rock and hit the pipe, I thought my heart was going to jump out of my chest. The whole house started shaking, rolling, and shit was falling off the walls, threw me to the ground, and I realized we were having an earthquake. I didn't know what to do, so I ran outside, pipe in hand, and the door locked itself behind me. I was naked and had to run around to the back of the house and break the window to get in. Then the alarm went off and the security company called. Days like this, I wish I didn't get out of bed. 5 p.m. Flushed the Coke in case there's another earthquake. I don't think my heart can take it. I took a few pills, and I'm starting to get tired. We have a show in San Diego, and I don't want to get any more Coke. I'm going to go play my guitar and lay in bed until I fall out.
Ian Gittins. The Los Angeles earthquake of October 1st, 1987 measured 5.9 on the Richter scale. It killed 8 people, injured scores more, and left 2,200 people homeless and more than 10,000 buildings badly damaged. However, Nikki Sixx was by far the most infamous Los Angelino to react to the quake by running out of his house butt naked and waving a crack pipe.
Sports Arena, San Diego, California. October 2nd, 1987. Van Nuys, 10 a.m. Wow, I just woke up. I slept 16 hours straight. I'm starving. I don't think I ate yesterday at all. I'm going to jump on my bike, go grab some Mexican food down the street before I leave for San Diego. I had a dream. I was a kid and playing with my father. I was so happy, and then he just faded away right before my eyes. I was alone in the middle of the street looking for him frantically. That's the feeling I feel inside a lot. 12:30 p.m. I'm going to drive down to San Diego with Robin. He's on his way over now. After being in his Ferrari, I'm thinking about getting one. Not that I'll ever be home to drive it. October 3rd, 1987, day off, Van Nuys, 1:10 p.m. I had the next few days off, had a pretty good show in San Diego. Lots of people from LA came down. It's easier to say hi and hang out in San Diego rather than LA. The Forum is always a zoo. Someone said the record company was there, but the band didn't want to talk to them. Fuck them. I'm going to go to a movie with Bob. I need a normal night out. I'm over being me. Even writing in this diary is boring to me because it's all about me. October 4th, 1987, day off. Van Nuys, 10:30 a.m. Went to a movie last night with Bob and came home, played guitar until about 1 a.m. No visitors, no phone calls, perfect night. Wrote some really cool songs. Noon. Gonna go get the car and Jeep washed. It's pretty outside. I might lie in the sun. Ricky might come over, and Pete. Spoke to Slash. He's as excited as I am to have Guns tour with us. Power to the music. Who said music's dead in the street? Don't know what they're talking about. They gotta put a bullet in my head. They want to keep me down. Great Western Forum, Los Angeles, California. October 6th, 1987, 10:15 a.m. Sitting outside drinking coffee and playing guitar. What a nice day here in LA. Today, I'm happy. Days like today, I reflect a lot. It seems like a lifetime ago when this was just a dream. Yesterday was another safe and sane day. My problem is when I'm not doing drugs and drinking, I'm actually happier till the boredom kicks in. Then there's this little demon in my head that says, come on, just one, and I lose all control. This road has an end. I just don't know where it is. 2 p.m. I'm going to ride my Harley to the Forum. I'm going to go early and go up by the beach. Doesn't get much better than riding your bike up the coast to the first of 2 sold-out hometown shows. I've got Memory Motel by the Rolling Stones running through my mind over and over. 3:30 p.m. I'm sitting on the side of the road looking out over the ocean. I'm glad I brought my diary along. It's too beautiful not to stop and take it all in, and even try to write it down. I know she's out there, my soulmate. Of course, they say if you're looking, you're never going to find whatever it is you're looking for. For now, I'm just looking out over these rolling waves and being reminded how small I am. Better go or I'll miss my own show. 7:30 p.m. Backstage. I just got out of the back of a cop car. I was riding my bike, and as soon as I pull up to the show, this cop pulled me over. I told him I was playing a show, and he said he didn't care. I was speeding, and he wanted to see my license. I told him I don't have one, and he said I was going to jail. I said if I wasn't on stage in about an hour, there would be a riot, and he said he didn't care. So I told him to fuck off, and he arrested me. Doc came out, talked the cop out of it, and I had to apologize. How demoralizing to apologize to that fuckhead. But I bit my tongue and said sorry. I'm sure he wanted to kick my ass like the cops did outside the whiskey years ago. I got to get ready. Time for a shot of JD, then kick LA's ass today and tomorrow. Grand Western Forum, Los Angeles, California, October 7th, 1987. No entry. Long Beach Arena, Long Beach, California, October 8th, 11:45 a.m. Yesterday was a nightmare. Probably the worst day of my life, next to Nona dying. Vanity showed up at my house after the first Forum show with a baseball bass. I stayed up all night and day until showtime the next day. They had to send a car to get me, and when I got to the Forum yesterday for our second show, I was so frazzled I couldn't even talk. I hid in the dressing room, fearing my heart would explode until it was time to go on. I had to snort about a 1/4 gram blow to get on stage. I truly thought I was going to die on stage last night. What is wrong with me? Why can't I say no to drugs? They haunt me or hunt me. P.S. I should be the happiest man in the world. My dreams have come true. I need to quit. This is killing me. Vanity's killing me. Drugs are killing me. Or am I already dead? I won't make another year. I know it. This was the beginning of the end. I knew I was either going to die or get sober. I knew how to die. By then, I had many secret overdoses and seizures, so I understood where the line was, and I was just inches from crossing it. The dying would be easy. It was the living that I didn't know if I could do. October 9th, 1987. Day off. Van Nuys, 7 p.m. I've just been hiding all day under my sheets. Won't answer the phone, no TV, no music, just me and my 357 on my bedside table. It seems to be talking to me in a whisper. I know it seems dramatic, but you're not inside my head. I feel like I need to check into a nut house. I know it's only a matter of time until I die. The question isn't how anymore, it's when. Oakland Stadium, Oakland, California. October 10th, 1987, Van Nuys, 4 p.m. I haven't been asleep in 48 hours. I don't think I can make the show. I can't even write. My hands are shaking so bad. I keep hearing voices every time I hit the pipe. Then I come down and nobody's there. I'm losing it. I need some dope to come down and nobody is around. All I have is coke. No booze, nothing. Not even one fucking pill. I'm just not going to answer the door or the phone. I can't do it. I'm too paranoid. I can't face people. Fuck. What am I going to do? There's a sold-out stadium waiting, and I'm dying here, and nobody really gives a fuck. Neither do I. I wish I could die. I'm going to take a hot shower and lay in bed. Maybe I'll fall asleep. Yeah, right. I'm so fucked. Lyric. Take me to the top. Take me to the top and throw me off. October 11th, 1987. Van Nuys, 2:30 p.m. Day off. Yesterday was as low as I've gone. I hadn't slept in days. I was so based out I missed the Mötley jet. Actually, I didn't miss shit. I just never showed up. Doc had a jet sent for me to take me to Oakland Stadium. I was out of my mind. I was so fucking coked out. I felt like I was going to have a heart attack. When I got there was a band meeting and they all asked me if I'd been shooting up. They wanted to see my arms. Thank God I was freebasing. No traces except for the insanity. I finally made it on stage and went home right after the show. Everyone was pissed at me. And you know what? Fuck them. I'm sick of this fucking band. On top of that bullshit, my stomach has really been killing me lately. There are traces of blood again every time I take a shit. This always happens when I'm drinking too much or I up the drugs. I guess after a while that shit tears my guts open. Problem is, I haven't been drinking as much as doing drugs. Maybe my insides are coming out.
Tommy Lee. Oakland Stadium was the point we all realized Nicky's shit was getting really bad. When he didn't make the flight, we all started freaking out and saying, "Fuck, we're playing a stadium tonight. This isn't just an arena or a club. Dude, that would have been the worst no-show of all." Sixx had to get a later flight, and when he turned up, he just looked like shit. A lovely shade of gray. We asked to see his arms, and of course they were a mess. But we never thought to go as far as asking Nicky to leave the band. The truth was we were all fucking around with shit, so we were in no position to bust his balls about it. Vince Neil. Playing Oakland Stadium was a real big, prestigious deal, and there was Nicky fucking it all up for us. There were a lot of people depending on us, and when he didn't show, I thought it just wasn't going to happen. I was just glad we got through the show, but I have no idea how Nicky managed to do it.
Van Nuys, 4 p.m. I forgot to write down another of my stupid little mishaps. The other night, I fell and smashed the back of my head on the fireplace in the bedroom, and I probably only remember because my head is still pounding. My stomach and head are killing me. I feel like I'm slowly rotting away both physically and mentally. I was playing guitar last night and I could barely make a chord. I was so fucked up. Painkillers, whiskey, cocaine. What a lovely life, right? Karen came back today. I opened the door to her and it was all I could do to say hi. Then I just came straight back to my room. She must know how sick I am.
Karen Dumont. I was only ever in the house a few days when Nicky was there, and he hid things very well, but occasionally I'd see him really the worse for wear. He'd been foolish enough to tell me what he liked to do: close his bedroom door, go into his walk-in closet, and get ripped. He was so paranoid that all the doors had to be closed, so I insisted his bedroom door always had to be open, and if it wasn't, I'd bang on it and shout until he opened it. It used to scare me that Nicky had a gun.
Memorial Coliseum, Portland, Oregon, October 13th, 1987. Hotel, 4:30 p.m. Getting a weird vibe from the band. Either nobody wants to be around me or they're trying to punish me for Oakland. And you know what? It's really pissing me off. We've all fucked up in this band. Vince killed someone. Tommy's fucked up 1,000 times. Mick is fucked up too. And nobody has ever complained when we're all doing coke and junk all night. So I missed the jet. Fuck. I made the show. Now I'm the rock and roll scumbag of the band. Fuck them. Maybe I should just quit the band. Then they'd be fucked with no songs. Lyric. Without you. Without you, there's no change. My nights and days are gray. If I reached out and touched the rain, it wouldn't feel the same. Without you, I'd be lost. I'd slip down from the top. I'd slide down so low, girl, you'd never know. October 14th, 1987. Hotel, Tacoma, 2:45 p.m., day off. People everywhere. There seems to be nowhere to hide, not even on the inside. Tacoma Dome, Tacoma, Washington. October 15th, 1987, backstage, 6 p.m. I can be such an asshole sometimes. My mom and sister came to the hotel yesterday, and I'd been up all night and all day and was freaking out of my mind. I was in the middle of staring out of a peephole looking for people who were spying on me when my mom and sis knocked on the door and said, "Hi, Nikki, it's us. We're here to see you." I don't know why, but I completely lost my mind, calling them every name in the book and to fuck off, etc., etc. Between me and you, I don't know if it was the drugs talking or the shame of being so high on coke. I didn't want them to see me. My mom is coming to the show tonight. I'll try to make good. On the jet, midnight. I'm drunk, sitting on the jet leaving for Canada. My mom came to the show, and after she started in on me about the hotel, I lost it again. I had her thrown out of the building, called her a whore in front of everybody. I think in moments of confrontation, it all hits me how I was abandoned by her and my father, and it comes out in all sort of evil ways. My sister had no part in it, but somehow I've linked them together in my mind. I know I've made a lot of people uncomfortable tonight with all my screaming and breaking things, but I can't help how I act. I wish I could part with all this anger.
Cece Comer. My mother and I went down to meet Nikki in Tacoma. I had both boys with me. Jake was 2 years old and Caleb was just a baby. I had to pay for parking in the hotel garage, and it was all the money I had. First, there was a bunch of crap in the lobby. Nikki told me via the front desk to wait for 10 minutes, which turned into an hour. And when I finally got permission to go up to his room, I knocked on the door and Nikki asked, "Who is it?" I got pissed because he ought to know it was me, but I said, "Hey, it's Cece. I got the boys with me. Are you coming out?" And he just yelled really loud in a raspy voice, "Go away!" I was totally crushed and saw red. I went back home completely raw, just thinking, what an asshole. I felt scorned. Deanna Richards. Oh my God, this was so painful. We got to the desk and asked for Nikki. They told us what room he was in, so we called, but he didn't answer. So we went up to the room and kept knocking on the door. We could hear him in there, but he wouldn't come to the door. He just told us to go away. It's horrible. The whole day was like a horrible blur to me. Just so awful. It was like another night years earlier when Mötley Crüe was just getting big and Nikki invited me and Cece to a show at the Paramount Theater in Seattle. I was so glad and so excited to see him after all those years. Cece and I went backstage to talk to Nikki, and I put my hand on his back and he just angrily shook it off and went out of the room. He went into the restroom with Cece, and when I followed them in, he was taking cocaine. Just broke my heart. I asked him, "Nikki, what are you doing?" And he said, "I know exactly why you've come here. You want something from me. You want money." It shocked me so much because that was the last thing on my mind. So I left. And then I didn't see or hear from Nikki for a very, very long time.
Believing that I'd been abandoned by my father and later my mother had left me holding a garbage truck full of feelings, and all that garbage had begun to stink. I didn't know how toxic it actually was at the time. When you think of storing stuff away, you usually think someday you may need it. But with feelings, it's different. You store it away, you forget about it, and then one day, like a serial killer that keeps all the dead bodies in his garage, something starts to stink. They say a dog is the first one to smell his own shit. I think a drug addict is the last. Lyric. On with the show. Frankie died just the other night. Some say it was suicide. Pacific Coliseum, Vancouver, Canada. October 16th, 1987, 7:30 p.m. Sitting backstage yesterday after the Seattle family massacre in Tacoma, I was having a few drinks with some girlies, and it seems they have some connection to fresh packs of needles, so I told them to join me in my room after the show. I snuck an OZ and 2 grams of Persian into Canada with me, but I told them to bring an 8-ball because I don't want to run out. I'm not going to let them know I have any dope. Fuck that. Bad news travels fast. I'm going to put some Mott the Hoople on the boombox and get into going on stage. My body is so tired, I feel like I could just lay down and die. Tonight should be fun. One girl's name is Mouse. I don't know the others, or care. October 17th, 1987. Day off. Hotel, 3:50 p.m. Stood in front of the mirror today, and all I could see was death. I've lost so much weight, my skin is yellow, if not gray. My eyes are sunk into the back of my head, my smile's disappeared. I dress it up with leather and cover it with being defensive just to get through this hell. Ain't fame great? Anybody want some? 'Cause you can have mine. I hate it. Northlands Coliseum, Edmonton, Canada. October 18th, 1987, backstage, 6:05 p.m. Sitting here reading my own diaries. I'm really making myself sick. These drugs haunt me. These pages are an ongoing bitch fest. I'm smart enough to know these drugs and alcohol are killing me and my music, so why can't I get a hold of this? I dreamt my whole life about making music. I have every reason to be happy, yet I can't be. How do I get out of this downward spiral? I can't find a way out of this hole. I would like to say to myself, if you're in a hole, put down the shovel, but I can't. I'm so addicted. It's all I think about. But I know there's more. Is it the fact that I've never mourned not having a father? There is a reason, and I'm sure it's right in front of my face. I'm too proud to ask for help, but that's what I need. I have to get a grip. I have to quit. I feel like I'm rotting. In the mornings, when I wake, I can smell death on me. It's right around the corner, and unless I get out, I'm not going to make it. How do I stop? Do I have to go to rehab? Is there even a reason to live? It's insane that I have to ask myself that, but I sometimes wonder if anyone would miss me if I died. Would anybody even show up to my funeral? I shot up a lot of coke last night with Tommy. I mean a lot. My arms look like pin cushions. Have a show, then off to Calgary. Mouse and Lori, is that her name? Are following us.
Tommy Lee. I think the time I finally figured out that Sixx and I were fucking crazy and had gone insane was in Canada when we ran out of heroin and cocaine and sat up all night shooting up Jack Daniels. Afterwards, I just thought, what the fuck was that all about? It didn't even occur to us that we could always just drink the JD. Bro, let me tell you, there was something seriously wrong with us.
Olympic Saddledome, Calgary, Canada. October 19th, 1987, 6:30 p.m. After yesterday's show, we flew here and I ended up shooting up all night by myself. I tried shooting up halcyons too, whatever works. I got about 2 hours of sleep. I got to play a show, I'm going to order a few drinks, and get out of here. I never even unpacked. October 20th, 1987, day off. Hotel, 5:20 p.m. Just woke up. I pulled another solo all-nighter. I'm actually out of coke. Those chicks, Mouse and Lori, have been with Tommy, and I know they got rigs and dope, but I said I wasn't doing anything and have holed up in my room. I feel so bored. Playing guitar is boring. Listening to music is boring. Fucking is boring. I'm boring. Doug Thaler asked me if I would consider rehab. At least he cares. I'm tired of touring and tired of the drugs, but I can't seem to get off either. Winnipeg Arena, Winnipeg, Canada. October 21st, 1987. Hotel, 5:30 a.m. Tonight's show was really tight, felt magical. Then afterwards, Tommy and Fred came back to my room. We sat drinking and doing lines. Zombie Dust was involved as well. I snuck outside and set fire to a door with lighter fluid and hairspray. I thought it was Rich Fisher's room. Set the fire alarms off and security came running up, but Fred managed to turn it around, so it was their fucking fault. Tommy and I were listening behind the door, pissing ourselves laughing. Then an hour ago, Doug called and told me I could have burned the hotel down and there was some Chinese family in the room who were really freaked out. Shit, I was just fucking around. It's not like I really did catch the hotel on fire. Fucking bullshit. Now everybody's pissed at me. Again. Can't anyone take a joke around here? P.S. I'm going to slow down. You wouldn't believe the blood. Off to Toronto now.
Fred Saunders. Nikki, Tommy, and I were sitting in Nikki's room and he went to the bathroom, or so we thought. Instead, he'd gone outside, got lighter fluid, and poured it all over a room door and door jamb. He lit it, banged on the door, and ran off, so by the time the guy opened the door, it was fully ablaze. There was a young Chinese guy with his son in there. It could have killed them. Hotel security came up and I started yelling at them that what the hell kind of hotel was this? I had a band to look after and I didn't need somebody sneaking around trying to set fire to their rooms. They apologized to me. Nikki was hidden in his room just sniggering.
October 22nd, 1987. Hotel. Toronto, 7:15 p.m. Day off. Fucking hell, I need a day off. My hands are fucked up and cut up, as is my body from throwing myself around on stage. I have a pulled hamstring and my ankle sprained. Who said rock and roll isn't physical? Huh. Tonight, me and T are going to go to a club and then go and do radio around midnight. Breakfast is here. Gotta go. Hotel, 5:30 a.m. Drunk. Me and Tommy had a blast last night. We beat the fuck out of some jackass who mouthed off to Tommy. His name was Axel. At first, I thought we beat up Slash's singer, but it was some other guy. Then we went upstairs to this radio station. The DJ, Joe, was so fucking cool, but I think we got him fired. We had too much fun. Oh well.
Joe Scolari. In 1987, I was a 20-year-old DJ with a metal show on Q107 in Toronto. I called myself Joey Vendetta. The show ran every Friday from midnight to 2 a.m., and I was excited by the chance to talk to Mötley Crüe on the program. I was expecting to interview Vince and Mick, and no offense to them, but Nikki and Tommy were the guys you wanted to talk to. Tommy was banging Heather Locklear, and Nikki was banging everybody else. So I was thrilled when Nikki and Tommy walked in the studio, although I think they couldn't believe this young kid was the DJ. They had loads of people with them. Everybody was pretty wrecked. I remember Tommy had just had a fight in the club downstairs with some dude who had dissed Heather. We started the show and I said, "Hi, I'm Joey Vendetta. Nikki and Tommy from Mötley Crüe are here and we'll be talking to them after this." I put on a track from Girls, 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 and as soon as it started, Nikki handed me a bottle of Jack. It didn't take much to make me want to chug it. I was a 20-year-old being handed a bottle of Jack by Nikki Sixx, so I chugged half of it in one shot. I was hammered inside 2 minutes and I just thought, I'm fucked. Then Nikki asked me if I'd ever had cocaine. I said no, and he said, "Well, you're starting tonight." He took out a bag and it wasn't just a gram. You'd have needed a shovel to move it. He scooped some up with his little fingernail and put it under my nose, and I sniffed some up each nostril. I didn't know then that when you're drinking, cocaine helps to level you out, but in 30 seconds I went from Mr. Drunk to Mr. Super Confident. When the record ended, I started gabbing like Wolfman Jack on acid, talking 100 miles an hour. I started interviewing Nikki and Tommy, and every other word was fuck or bitch. We were talking like we were sitting in a bar somewhere, rather than on air. Nikki said, "Can we smoke this?" And so we were smoking hashish during the interview. Everybody could hear us going shh while we were talking. It wasn't too hard to figure out what was going on. Then Nikki got the blowout again so the listeners could hear us smoking and snorting away. Suddenly Nikki said, "Let's play a game. Guess what we're doing? We can give away tickets to our shows." He grabbed a mic on a boom stand, pulled it toward his crotch, and turned to face a metal wastepaper bin in the corner. He whipped his dick out and started pissing in it. There was no plastic bag in there, so it was really loud. People were phoning in and asking, "Are you running water?" And Nikki started screaming, "No, I'm pissing in a wastebasket." Then Tommy said, "Guess what I'm doing, Toronto?" and pulled his cock out and started banging it against the desk. I said, there's no need to do that. But Tommy was saying, "Dude, just listen to the noise it makes." Meanwhile, people were calling in saying, "Is he banging his cock against the desk?" I decided to put people on the air, which was an incredibly stupid move. Our program director always told us to try to make the listener the star. Obviously, because I was drunk and high, I didn't do any pre-screening whatsoever, so the first call went like this. Caller: "Hello, I'm Megan." Nikki: "Hi Megan, how old are you?" Caller: "I'm 12. Nikki: "Oh good, I like 12-year-olds. You get to hear the bones crack when you put it in." She just giggled. Thankfully, she had no idea what he was talking about. When Nikki and Tommy and all the hangers-on left, I felt exhausted like a hooker who'd been fucked by everybody. As I cleaned up all the beer cans and Jack bottles, I realized that I might be fired on Monday, but I figured even if I was, I'd be a legend regardless. On Monday, I got called in by my program director. He told me to hold up my index finger on my right hand, which I did, and he asked me, "What does it do?" I said, "I don't know." And he said, "It hits the off button on the microphones. You're supposed to be the one in charge. Now get out." Mötley Crüe invited me to their dressing room at their Toronto gig, and Nikki and Tommy said it was the most fun they'd ever had on a radio interview. We got on really well. I wasn't tight with Vince or Mick. Mick always seemed like a real bummer, but now that I know how ill he was and what he had to put up with from those retards Nikki and Tommy, I totally understand why.
October 23rd, 1987, Hotel, Toronto, 4 p.m., day off. Wow, 2 days off in a row. I have such a hangover. Some kid in this band last night told me and Tommy kicked in the doors of the venue here when we were sound checking on the Theater Pain tour. I remember that. All the fans came rushing in. Then after we spoke for a bit, he went on stage with his band VO5. You should have seen these guys' hair. It was to the ceiling, but the little fucker could sing his balls off. He told me, "You just watch, I'm going to be a star someday." I told him, "Be careful what you wish for." Well, that kid got his dream. He later joined Skid Row and became Sebastian Bach. I always liked that kind of story. How often do we get to see someone get exactly what they wished for? Civic Center, Ottawa, Canada, October 24th, 1987. Backstage, 4:30 p.m. Don't really feel like writing. Nothing new really going on. Doing pretty good. My track marks are healing. I got a little addicted up here in Canada, but I kicked it with sleeping pills. Nothing new to me. Tonight is going to be a good show, but tomorrow is Maple Leaf Gardens. How fucking cool is that? Sold out. Wish Nona could have seen this. October 26, 1987, Toronto, day off, 3:30 p.m. Last night's Maple Leaf Garden show was insane. We were so good. We're all looking at each other with big smiles. It felt like the old days. Another night in this hotel. Right now I need two things: to get out of this hotel and to get out of this hotel. We've been here, it seems like a week. I basically moved in. I've duct taped the drapes shut, no housekeeping allowed in again. I have scarves on top of all the lamps. Room service trays are everywhere you look. And I have my New York Dolls poster above my bed. It's really quite nice in here, but it's time to go. The band wants to go visit the local strip club tonight. It's always like shooting fish in a barrel. P.S. I still haven't called home once. There's really no reason to. I'm sure Karen is fine. as long as the ghosts don't come crawling out of my closet. Random lyric, Poison Apples. Took a Greyhound bus down to Heart Attack and Vine with a fistful of dreams and dimes. So far out I didn't know I was in, had a taste for a life of slime. When push came to shove, the music was the drug, and the band always got to play. Sex, smack, rock and roll, mainline overdose, man, we lived it night and day. We loved our Mott the Hoople, it kept us all so enraged. And you love us, and you hate us, and you love us, 'cause we're so fucking beautiful. The Forum, Montreal, Canada. October 27th, 1987. Hotel, Toronto, 1 p.m. Just got room service. I need to start to pack my room because they're coming for luggage at 1:30 p.m. Then we take the jet to Montreal, and after the show we fly to New York City. In the afternoon, we fly to Bermuda because we're doing an MTV contest there called Mötley Crüe to Nowhere. Tonight is the last night with Whitesnake.
Ross Halfin. When Nicky fucked girls on the girls' tour, he did it pretty quietly because he wanted to get them off on their own to his room and do it with his drugs. The only exception was Montreal. There was a girl backstage after the show who was up for a gangbang, and 43 of us did her. Tommy went first, Vince went second, I was third because, for some reason I forget now, Nicky wanted to be nice to me, then Nicky went fourth. The only person who didn't want to was Mick. That girl was okay, oddly enough, but there was also a repulsive Hell's Angel girl with a shaved vagina there. She had bad teeth, horrible tattoos, and a bullet belt. And I still have a picture of the tour manager, Rich Fisher, going down on her while Nicky watched, laughing. The fact that she was so awful appealed to Nicky. He always liked doing the worst thing imaginable, and normally he did it.
To me, ugly has always been beautiful, and beauty usually turns out to be very ugly. When I was younger, I always hated my face. It was too sweet and innocent, no armor to protect the exposed nerves. That's one of the reasons I distorted it through makeup and theatrics later in life. When I take photographs, I'm attracted to documenting the darker, truer side of life or fantasy. Girls, back then, the sooner it was over, the sooner I could go off the deep end. What they looked like only interested me if they stood out from the crowd. A fucked up biker chick was more interesting to me than a model. Who they were was what interested me. Broken people attract broken people. I was like a guy getting ready to jump off a building without a net. The sooner I got the sex over with, the sooner I could hit the pavement and kill the pain. October 28, 1987, Hotel, Bermuda, 8 p.m., day off. Just got into the hotel. Man, it's dead here. The bar isn't even open. Doc is here, keeps looking at me like he's expecting my head to spin around, spit green pea soup on him at any moment. When I say something, he laughs, but it's a nervous laugh, like a person waiting on impending doom. Maybe it's good. Managers need to live in fear. I'm going to watch TV. I know, weird. I snagged a sleeping pill from Fred so I can sleep. Last few days I've been eating like a horse. I guess my body needs some nutrition. I put it through the ringer in Canada.
Doc McGee. The Mötley Crüe was a competition, and the idea was that the winners had no idea where they were going. So we took them to the Bermuda Triangle. MTV was involved, and on the first day I got a call from an MTV guy saying 2 of the competition winners were being held in customs. It was 2 guys. The customs officers had opened their luggage and found flying gear, girls' outfits, and dildos in there. I had to go down to customs to get them out. That evening, we had a welcome cocktail party, and the 2 guys turned up in full drag. Tommy didn't realize and thought one of them was gorgeous. He told me, "Dude, she's fucking smoking." When I explained they were 2 guys, Mötley didn't really want to be around them. Bizarrely, it turned out that one of them designed costumes for Mötley and just happened to have won the competition. Doug Thaler. When Mötley came back from Bermuda, they told me all about these 2 wild cross-dressing kids who were on the cruise. I later went on to manage one of those wild cross-dressers in a band called the Toilet Boys. By then, he was going by the name of Miss Guy.
October 29, 1987. Hotel, Bermuda, 2 p.m. Day off. Me, Tommy, and Fred got Vespas and rode around the island this morning. We wore our helmets backwards and acted like kamikaze pilots. I haven't laughed so hard in a long time. We took some pictures. I can't wait to get them developed. Okay, I gotta take a shower. It's been over a week, and go to this boat for some contest or other. We fly home tomorrow. Gonna shoot a video for You're All I Need with Wayne. I promise not to let Sicky rear his ugly head. I can't wait to see my dog that I've hardly met.
Doc McGee. We all sailed out to an island for a limbo contest. I thought, I can never ask Mötley Crüe to limbo. They will fry my ass. But Vince is so fucking twisted in the head that he wanted to limbo. The contest was for couples only, and when Vince and Tommy went up to the gay guy in charge, who was called the King of Limbo, he said they couldn't do it. He had no idea who Mötley Crüe was. Vince started going crazy and started yelling that it was his fucking party so he could do what he wanted. But the King still wouldn't let them. Then the King started to limbo under a 12-inch bar, and Vince was so pissed off that he started throwing bits of chicken at him. He hit him in the face, and the King of Limbo stormed off, so then I had MTV and an angry crowd on my back. Great. Just great.
October 31st, 1987. Van Nuys, 11:30 p.m. Day off. Spent today filming the video for You're All I Need with Wayne. I wonder if I should send Nicole a copy. I told management I need to change my room name when the tour starts back up to Sharon Needles. They didn't like that very much, so of course that's gonna be my new name. Rather fitting if you ask me. Random unused lyric. Nothing to share except these needles.
Wayne Isham. Before the video for You're All I Need, we had a long talk over what we wanted to do. We'd seen this news story about a guy who killed his girlfriend, which Nikki related to events in his own life. He kept saying there was a personal angle, but I never really understood what he was talking about. Plus, he always loved the Sid and Nancy idea, so we wanted a video about a self-destructive relationship. The video started with the police putting a girl's body in an ambulance and arresting her boyfriend. Then it went back to tell their story. There's a lot of yelling and screaming, but no actual violence. Not that that stopped MTV from banning it, as usual. They said it was too literal and implied violence. It was a typical ballsy Crüe thing to do. They just love to step up and do stuff other bands wouldn't touch. Originally, the band wasn't even in the video, but the record label made us add some band footage, which we shot in my studio. I wish I could say I looked into Nicky's eyes and saw the mental state he was in back then, but I didn't.
November 1987. P.S. I didn't tell anybody, but I scored a balloon of Persian. Day off. November 1st, 1987, Van Nuys, noon. I'm reading On the Road by Kerouac again. I feel so connected to writers like Kerouac, Allen Ginsberg, and William Burroughs. I hear people wish they say they were old enough to live through the 60s, and others say they should have been around in the 20s. This was a time when I would have loved to be alive. Their ability to shock society with their words and fillet the law with their freedom leaves me envious. I'm drug-free today and feel so alive. It's good to be home. So far, the cockroaches of my life haven't discovered I'm home yet, and I'll be out of here before they can come to feed on my weakness. Karen seems amazed that I'm lucid. That makes two of us. Maybe I'm beating this thing little by little. P.S. I love these lines from the book I'm reading. To me, this describes Mötley to a T. Here's to the crazy ones, the misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers, the roundheads and the square holes, the ones who see things differently.
Karen Dumont. Whatever he did, Nikki managed to put a good front on for me. He was stronger than anyone I know at making things look okay. The fact that he functioned so well while doing massive amounts of drugs shows how good he was at keeping things together. There were times he looked really rough, but I naively just put it down to him being a lazy slob. He'd laugh at me telling him off, but he was never nasty to me, and I never realized how badly he was doing. I'd always thought being messed up brought the nasty side out of people. Vince was more like that. He was scary.
November 2nd, 1987, Van Nuys, 3 p.m., day off. Home sweet home. I had breakfast this morning with Karen. I actually cooked. I think she was just being kind because I could hardly eat the eggs. They were like rubber. I told her about the new video being based on the movie Taxi Driver. She said she didn't know if MTV would have the balls to play it. That's fine by me. It's becoming so boring, a bubblegum channel, and there's all these cheeseball bands coming out and just ruining everything. I honestly don't think anybody understands what Mötley Crüe is, or they wouldn't try to copy us. We're a train wreck, a bastard child between punk rock and heavy metal, and some people somehow think it's cute. If only they knew. We would rather slit your throat than be part of this, so I hope MTV doesn't play it. I went to the dog park with Whiskey. Wow, there are a lot of hot girls there. Maybe I should have showered a week ago when I said I would. They probably thought I was a homeless guy. It's better for me. Chicks equal trouble, and meeting a chick in a dog park is a perfect setup for disaster. P.S. Today's my last day home. Got to go back on the road tomorrow. Lyric. Rodeo. Laughing like gypsies, show to show. Living my life like a rolling stone. This is how my story unfolds. Traveling man, never at home. Can't find love, so I sleep alone. This whiskey river has a long way to flow. All that I know is life on this road. Municipal Auditorium, Mobile, Alabama, November 3rd, 1987, Van Nuys, 8 a.m. Limo's here. I have a noon commercial flight to New Orleans where a jet's going to take us to Mobile. I never unpacked again. Maybe I'll just throw these clothes away and buy new ones on the road. There are holes in most of them anyway. On the jet, 5 p.m. Sitting here on the jet waiting to take off. I think Vince must have pulled an all-nighter. He looks a little tattered around the edges. Me? Yes. It's usually me that's tattered, or better yet, shattered. It's amazing what a few days without a hangover will do for your disposition. I'm feeling creative, which for me means life. I struggle between creativeness and being somewhere between slump and completely dry. Backstage, Mobile, 7 p.m. Just got to the gig. I'm so tired I couldn't sleep on the plane again. I've been thinking about my mother and father a lot. The last few days, it seems, when I don't do drugs, that's what I do. I guess maybe the drugs are part of me killing the pain, but for once, thank God, I didn't do anything the last few days. It's nice to not have still been up when the limo showed up. I'm going to go over and see Slash and the guys. They joined the tour tonight. Now, the bad news for them. Tom Zutaut told me they were a younger, crazier Mötley Crüe. Does that sound like a challenge or what?
Slash. We were really excited to go on the road with Mötley. We had a lot in common. We were both from LA and we were total hellraisers. We had toured Canada with the Cult and played with Iron Maiden and Alice Cooper, but Mötley Crüe was cool and they were at their peak. It was a chance to hang out with a bunch of guys who had been around a lot longer and test the water to see if we were crazier than them.
Lyric. Living in the know. TV says 10 dead for Christmas. Stalker on the loose. Another freeway shooting, and I'll be hanging by a noose. I can't seem to shake it. I can't bend the spell. Special thanks to Mom and Dad for bringing me to hell. Civic Center, Albany, Georgia. November 4th, 1987, backstage, 6:10 p.m. Spent the night in Mobile last night. So good to see Slash. Guns N' Roses was awesome last night, but our fans can be so brutal. They just stood there for the most part and stared. They just don't want to see anybody but us. Maybe someday we will do an evening with, but Doug says that is suicide. Anyway, I think they're going to be huge, but what do I know? I thought the same thing about the Ramones. Last night I drank very little, half bottle of Jack, but I can feel the demons in my head knocking, and I don't want to let them in or out. November 5th, 1987, day off, hotel, New Orleans, 1:30 p.m. Today I've decided to write my mother a letter, probably with no real intention of mailing it. Dear Mother, I'll start out this letter by asking how you are, with no real interest in an answer. I'm just trying to be polite, a good son, so to speak. If I were honest, I would ask you something with a sharper edge to it. Maybe something not so simple. Maybe something we could both relate to rather than how's the weather. And is work treating you well? Oh hell, we've never been ones for hiding our disdain for each other. I mean, you showed me yours by abandoning me years ago. But why don't I get to the point? Did you ever miss me when you shipped me off to Grandma's? Was I even in your thoughts? Did you cry like I did once your car turned the corner and sped away? I'll tell you, I used to love you, even though I didn't know you. That's the innocence of a child, so I don't regret it. Nona and Tom always gave me love unconditionally, but as a boy, I pined for my mother. I'd lie in bed at night wondering if you were out buying me presents that very day, waiting for your phone call that never came. And in my heart, I knew you were always planning for my return. I knew it was just a matter of time and you would save me. I really thought you loved me, but I was wrong. You weren't out buying me anything but a fucked up childhood, and you weren't planning anything except how to ruin my innocent life. Let me ask you an honest question. How did it feel when I did the same to you? Does it burn when my name is mentioned on the radio? Do you feel like your guts were torn out, or do you still feel the same? It would be sad if you still felt the same, because my plan of ripping your heart out would have failed. I think I've done a good job so far, but we're not done. Not until you're dead, and only then will we be even. I guess life just doesn't always work out, but you started this. I hope you die with a broken heart. Isn't life grand? Love, your son.
Deanna Richards. Tom always told me that eventually he would tell Nikki the truth of what happened when he was a child. That Nona and my sisters had taken Nikki away from me when I had always wanted him back. I always prayed Tom would tell him that because I wanted Nikki to know the truth more than anything else in the world. But Tom never did. One time in 2001, Tom had gone out to join Nikki on tour, and they were passing through Seattle. I went to the airport to meet Tom for an hour and asked why he still hadn't told Nikki the truth, but Tom just said he won't listen, and I asked him, "What do you mean he won't listen? Nona has been dead long enough now for you to tell Nikki the truth, and I think you're dragging your feet." I looked at Tom and said, "I should have been strong enough to fight you guys. You could have never taken Nikki away from me if I had been strong enough to fight you." And he looked at me and he said, "Yes, we could have." And he had a look on his face and a venom in his voice. And I suddenly realized he'd been part of the plan all along. My daughter Cece has literally saved my life because there have been a few times that I thought I couldn't go through the pain anymore. And I wanted to end it all because Nikki and I were separated all those years. But I never, ever wanted it.
Tom Reese. Bullshit. I never said that to Deanna. She is just on a big guilt trip. She twists the truth and she tells lies as she has done all her life. I've told Nikki the truth many times, Deanna was so full on drugs for so many years that I don't know how many brains she's got left. Really. I've told her before the way that she goes through life, but I'm not going to get into this anymore. I'm 78 years old and I just don't need it.
Cece Comer. There are so many things that Nikki doesn't know about the life my mom and I had back then. She always acted like everything was okay, but often it wasn't. She had a stroke in the 80s and got really sick one winter, and we ran out of food and oil in the house we were renting. I ate ketchup on toasted bread and woke up with frozen hair so many times that year. Mom always loved Nikki and wanted him to be with us, but we had some hard times. I think Mom and Nikki's relationship is too common and very sad. It takes the focus off the right things and keeps them in a dark place. By now, all the stories are so convoluted and everyone seems to suffer from selective memory. But I do know this. Whatever happened back then, Mom always wanted Nikki by her side. She's never really given up. No mother does. The bottom line is that he wants and needs his mother, and she wants and needs her son.
Cajun Dome, Lafayette, Louisiana, November 6th, 1987, backstage, 7:45 p.m. Guns is on stage right now, but the weirdest thing happened a few minutes ago. The band walked in, and we had a line of coke 6 feet long. I asked the Guns guys if they wanted a bump, and they all just looked weird at each other. Finally, Tommy said, "Come on, you guys, you're supposed to out-Mötley us." So Axel bent down and did the smallest bump, and then coughed, and then said he had to go on stage. Then they walked out. We all looked at each other. We started busting up. Vince said, "Fine, more for us." Then we did the coke ourselves with Fred, Hawk, and some of the road crew. I gotta call Zootot. Fuck, it wasn't that much blow anyway.
/ Axel was never really a drug guy, but Guns N' Roses was a full-on heroin band, and you can't do that on the road, so we were pretty clean on tour. Coke was never my drug of choice either. Our drug thing was more like a day in the life, a personal internal crisis that we didn't want to be known, whereas Mötley was hell-bent on being the band with the most excessive, outrageous public persona. Mötley pushed the envelope to be the most alcohol and coke-consuming band going. That was their whole image.
They say, be careful what you wish for, but we were never careful. Lakefront Arena, New Orleans, Louisiana, November 7th, 1987, backstage, 5 p.m. Tonight's show is going to crush. The crowd's going crazy out in the parking lot. They're already ripped, shouting, "Crew, crew, crew." You can feel it when it's on edge. Rock and roll, impending chaos is good. Gonna go out tonight for a bit. Mississippi Coliseum, Jackson, Mississippi, November 8th, 1987, on the jet, 4:20 p.m. We just landed. I'm hungover like a motherfucker. Heather's here, so Tommy hung out with her last night. Mick was with fucking Amy. Vince did the same thing as always, strip club. So I took Slash out to some cool bars in the French Quarter of New Orleans. We got fucking smashed. I took him to the dungeon, but they wouldn't let us in. Slash asked why, and Fred explained that I'd cut the bra off of a girl in the club last time I was there. Unfortunately for me, it was the owner's girlfriend. P.S. I scored a balloon of Persian. No needles, just chasing the dragon. It's so easy in New Orleans. I bought it right in front of everybody, and no one even saw it go down. Not even Fred. I can spot a junkie a mile away, and obviously they can spot me. When Mötley toured with Ozzy in 1984, we had a date in New Orleans in Mardi Gras. Ozzy and Mötley Crüe in New Orleans on Mardi Gras? Bad move. Our management was very nervous, and so was Sharon Osbourne. Ozzy went out with Vince. They got in all sorts of trouble. Tommy and I took Ozzy's guitarist Jakey Lee out to the Dungeon Club. As always, I had a knife, and there was a girl in the club with a top that was basically exposing everything, but there was just enough material there to piss me off. So I took out my knife, grabbed the top, cut it off. Her boobs came flying out, and I said, now the party started. All of a sudden, this shadow appeared above me, the club's security guard. She was his girlfriend. Then security took me and Tommy and Jake and threw us into the street and started hitting us with these baseball bats with spikes on them. We were all cut up and beat up, and we ran off. When we showed up years later, they told us we were banned. I said, that was a long time ago, and they said, not in our minds.
Fred Saunders. We spent hours driving around the French Quarter of New Orleans trying to find a friend of Nikki's to score some heroin. I said that I wasn't going to let him do it, so he fired me. Nikki was always firing me left, right, and center. Then we tried to go to the Dungeon Club, and they refused to let us in, which, frankly, I was neither surprised nor bothered about.
November 9th, 1987, day off. Marriott Hotel, Huntsville, Alabama, room 432, 4:30 p.m. We played Huntsville a year or two ago, and some kid claimed we had shot shattered glass into the audience and blinded him. Doc said he is suing us. The kid says we had cannons on stage, that's AC/DC, and shot glass out of them. I even heard we might have shot pieces of metal too. What the fuck? I hope this kid doesn't come see us tonight. Oh yeah, he's fucking blind, so he won't. Van Braun Civic Center, Huntsville, Alabama, November 10th, 1987, hotel, noon. Fuck. I just got a call from Rich. He and Slash were drunk and wrestling in the bar last night, and I guess he landed on his neck. He's pretty messed up. He's gonna have to wear a neck brace to support his neck. Fuck, I feel bad. It's always fun until someone gets hurt. P.S. I'm still wondering if that blind kid's gonna show up to see the show.
Slash. Nikki and I had been in the bar for hours drinking shots, and we started wrestling. Nikki is a pretty big guy, and he fell on top of me. The next morning, I woke up with 4 dislocated vertebrae in Tommy's drum tech Spider's bed. I had to see the doctors and have acupuncture for the next 3 weeks of the tour. And all the time I was on stage, I had to keep my top hat on and not move an inch.
Jefferson Civic Center, Birmingham, Alabama, November 11th, 1987, hotel, 3:10 a.m. Battling everything. I feel like I'm at war with everything and everyone. I don't understand. Why don't I feel anything but anger? The only time I don't feel it is when I'm numb. It's just not working like it used to. I'm tired of writing about it, but this is my only way to vent. I'm so fucking tired and I don't know why. Why is it that the word why is always on the tip of my tongue? Why? Why was I treated like I was as a kid, like I was just in the way? Why did my mom always want to be with someone other than me? Why did my dad leave? Why do I have no belief or trust in God? Why am I here? Why can't I stop doing drugs? Why can't I find love? Why? Lyric. Father. All these years an angry child, broken, shattered, torn inside. I feel old. I feel dead, barely hanging by a thread. Father, where were you? To my father, how could you run? You walked away, abandoned your son, broke my heart, left me dying, so fucked up where I came from. What's a father without a son? It's like a bullet without a gun.
Cece Comer. My own father has always questioned whether I'm his child or not, and has made it clear over the years that he was more important to himself than I was. It's different with Nikki's dad, because Nikki never had the chance to be slapped in the face like that. He's just had to guess. He may be better off that his dad wasn't around like mine, but the pain eats at you that you don't know the real truth. Your own truth. I know Nikki wonders what it would have been like to have a dad, but it's the coulda, woulda, shoulda syndrome that is so hard to deal with because ultimately you never know.
2:15 p.m. Someone was just banging on the door over and over until I just screamed, "Fuck off." Then Fred called and said it's time for the bags. I guess we're leaving at 2:30. Fucking pills and smack. So what do? Roll over and start writing. You're my only friend, and I feel I need to talk to you. I can't seem to find my smile. I can't seem to find my passion. I can't seem to find myself. I'm drowning. I'm not sure which is worse, my addiction, which haunts me, or my gradual slide into insanity. Can't even get into words what I feel. I know I don't know, and that's a crazy fucking feeling. I'm gonna try and pull myself up by the bootstraps and suck it up, but to be honest, the decay is starting to show. Backstage, 6:30 p.m. Just got to the gig late because of me. I think I'm in Alabama. I ran straight into Duff. He was standing there in boxer shorts, no shirt, and cowboy boots. I said, "Duff, nice look." And he said some girl stole all his clothes when he was passed out last night. Now that's fucking funny. Okay, I need a drink. P.S. Hey, what has 48 legs and 12 teeth? Answer, the front row in Alabama. November 12th, 1987. Day off. Marriott Hotel, Savannah, Georgia, 4 p.m. I called home and checked my answering machine. I had 2 calls. One was a wrong number, and one was some girl, don't know who, saying, "Hey, Nikki, fuck off." That pretty much sums up my life back home. Savannah Civic Center, Savannah, Georgia. November 13th, 1987, hotel, 2:40 p.m. Just woke up. Eyes are crusted over. Nice look. Been nose deep in Animal Farm by George Orwell for the zillionth time. I just love this book. It's something so parallel to rock and roll. After all, we are sort of the animals taking over society, never really thinking out what the end will be. And if we do, it's tainted. Great book. Last night, me and Tommy filled the elevator with furniture from our rooms, and then Tommy ran and phoned Slash and Duff and told them to meet us in the lobby. We waited and then jumped in the elevator and pushed lobby. When the doors opened, they were waiting. We were just kicking back and everybody started laughing, so we all just rode up and down the elevator drinking and doing lines until the hotel said they were going to throw us out.
Tommy Lee. One night Slash was drinking with me and Nikki and trying to keep up with us shot for shot on the Jack Daniels. We were sitting at the bar for hours drinking, then suddenly Slash put his head underneath the bar and puked everywhere. He was starting to go down, so we took him into his room where he immediately passed out. We set him up on the bed and took a Polaroid photo of Slash lying on his back passed out, and Nikki put his ball sack on his chin. That picture became Slash's tour laminate, lying unconscious with Nikki's nuts sitting on his chin.
Coliseum, Columbia, South Carolina. November 14th, 1987, hotel, 4:30 p.m. I look back on my diaries, and half the time I don't even write when the dealers show up. It seems too redundant. But I said I would try to capture every moment, good or bad, in my diaries, so here goes. It's been snowing again. I haven't been sleeping more than an hour or two for a few nights. I'm starting to hide in my room again. I feel like I might be getting back to my old habits, and it's like a car skidding out of control. There's nothing I can do about it. I don't want to do the drugs, but it's all I think about. If I don't do it, well, I can't not do it. I found a few old rigs in my suitcase and shot up my last bit of junk after snorting tons of coke last night. So I'm out of junk. I wish I'd found the rigs when I had some blow. A speedball would have been nice. I'm so sick.
Doc McGee. People ask why we never confronted Nikki about his addictions, but we'd always try to talk to him and it just did no good. It got ugly really quickly. Artists die on the road and fans say if the other band members really loved them, why didn't they help them instead of letting them die on their own in a hotel room? They probably tried loads of times to intervene, but eventually, when somebody is obnoxious all the time, you get numb to it.
Greensboro Coliseum, Greensboro, North Carolina, November 15th, 1987, backstage, 7 p.m. Bored. Can't wait to get on stage to have something to fucking do. November 16th, 1987, day off, hotel, Knoxville, 5:30 a.m. Got into Knoxville 2 hours ago on the jet. Went down to Tommy's room, did some lines and listened to music. We ran out and went down to Fred's room for an ace in the hole, but he just had a tiny bit. Fuck. I have a day off tomorrow, and I'm in the mood to get high. Now I'm fading. Good night.
Fred Saunders. I had a little trick that I would sometimes play with Nicky when he was hounding me for coke late at night. He would ring my room saying, "Dude, ace in the hole," and before he turned up, I'd crush up a sleeping tablet, make it into a line, and give it to him to snort. We'd start talking, and within 5 minutes he'd be yawning and saying he was tired. Then I'd walk him back down to his room and put him to bed. I don't think he ever figured out I was doing that.
3:25 p.m. Great show last night in Greensboro. I really felt like I was in one of the world's greatest bands for an hour and a half. I felt like there were no sour, decaying souls up there. We punished the audience with volume, and it hasn't been that tight in a long time. After the show was different. We were trying to get some blow. It was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. It's like we mention it and the airwaves go quiet. Nobody will respond, or they say they're busy and will get back to us. I think someone's been telling the crew and the staff not to give us drugs. Midnight. Sitting here alone, staring around this room, wondering what the hell I'm supposed to do when I'm not on stage or on drugs. I have moments of complete lucidity, and I ask a lot of questions, and they hurt because I don't have most of the answers.
Slash. I was amazed on that tour how Mötley Crüe always had this whole intricate system going of people with walkie-talkies looking for blow. They always seemed to know where the nearest blow was, but to be honest, trying to stuff as much coke as I could in my face seemed pretty boring to me. Had it been a dope thing, it would have been a lot darker and more dramatic.
Knoxville Coliseum, Knoxville, Tennessee, November 17th, 1987, hotel, 1:40 p.m. Some nights when I lay my head down, all I hear is ringing, and it's getting worse every year. I never really mentioned this. I guess it's just become normal to me, but lately I hear it when I wake up too, if it's too quiet. I guess as long as it goes away when I'm done touring, it's okay. Jefferson Civic Center, Birmingham, Alabama, November 18th, 1987, hotel, Knoxville, 3:15 a.m. Show was good, sold out as usual. Drugs, yes. Alcohol, yes. Groupies, yes. Depression, yes. Some girl asked me for an autograph, and I asked her why. She said because she admires me. I said maybe she should see a shrink then. She started crying. I started laughing. Fuck this. I don't want to be a star. I don't understand anything anymore. Bob Timmons keeps calling me, asking me to consider rehab. I asked him if there's one that won't preach God to me like the last one. He just sighs and has that nervous laugh. Nobody understands me. Nobody. I'm lonely, don't know how to live, and I just can't seem to die. Backstage, 6:15 p.m. Just flew into the gig. No hotel until we get to Atlanta. I feel like my skin is rotting off me. I smell like shit, and my shit has more and more traces of blood in it. I can't explain how I feel other than I feel like I'm about to burst into tears at any moment. I walk around in circles in my room night after night. I can't seem to find a path. What the fuck is happening to me? I can't wait to get this show over so I can hide. You know, I don't know how much more I can take. I'm calling Bob and asking him for a number of a psychiatrist. I'm crying out for help on the inside, pretending I'm okay on the outside, but I know it's not a good facade at all.
Tommy Lee. Nikki was never that stumble around, fall down guy who gets told to get his act together. He would just go into his room and get high alone. We all sort of did it. After months of being on tour with the same three guys, when it was travel, eat, sleep, fuck together, we just wanted to go to our rooms after the shows sometimes and not see each other. I'd sit in my room and do a couple of grams of fucking cocaine by myself. The guys would phone my room and say, "What are you doing?" And I'd say, "Nothing. Bye." Then a couple of hours later, I'd be calling them, "Hey dude, you got any blow?" We were just all apart playing these games in our own little worlds.
November 19th, 1987. Ritz-Carlton Hotel, Atlanta, Georgia, 8 p.m. Did a lot of nothing today. Played guitar a little, read, nobody to call really except the office. Doc is MIA again. I guess he's on vacation somewhere. It kills me to think of him laying on a beach somewhere with a drink in his fat little hand, watching the sun go down and being able to enjoy some of this fucking money we make for him while Doug and the band are just slaves to the grind. Spoke to Slash at his hotel, told him to meet me here around 9 or so and we'd go out, maybe hit a strip club. I asked him to invite the guys, but only Duff and Steven ever show up. I'm really trying to get out of this funk. I called Bob Timmons and asked him if there was a drug for depression. He told me yes, but getting sober would cure a lot of these feelings. I have to admit, as I sit here with a whiskey in my hand and a plate of half-eaten eggs, it's scary but intriguing. I know when I'm losing my mind on drugs, I would do anything to stop. But when the drugs wear off and the head clears, I feel the need to try and control it one more time. But now something else is eroding me, and I don't know what it is. Bob said he could find me a psychiatrist in LA who deals with addiction, but I said this is deeper than that. My wounds are bursting at the seams, and the original pain is filled with pus. Is it childhood issues, or am I just losing my sanity? The Omni, Atlanta, Georgia, November 20th, 1987. Ritz-Carlton, 5 a.m. I'm drunk and in a great mood. Slash and me sat at the hotel bar and got smashed. He threw up spaghetti all over the bar and then ordered another drink. I always wanted a little brother. I think I just found him. Good night.
Tom Zutaut. From one glass of whiskey to the next fix of junk, Nikki and Slash were both on the same train at the same time, skipping from one party to the next, looking for the most fun to be had by all in their wildest rock and roll fantasies. Slash was also very social, fun to be with, kind and considerate, and appreciative that Nikki gave Guns the shot on the Crüe tour. He was also always the last to leave the bar, so it wasn't hard for Nikki to find him when he wanted to have fun or get high. Axl was different. He was very serious about working hard to move GNR to the next level and was not happy about the excessive partying his band was falling into. What Nikki didn't know at that time was that Geffen was about to give up on Appetite for Destruction at around the 200,000 mark and tell Guns to make their next record. Instead, the Mötley tour kept the GNR night train on full-speed overdrive and tipped the scales in favor of Geffen continuing to promote Appetite. It ended up selling more than 20 million.
4:20 p.m. Got a sold-out show here tonight with another show back here in a few days. Fucking weird routing. Writing some music, poetry, reading, nothing much on TV. My life is all about the rock and roll grind of hotel gig, hotel gig, hotel gig. The repetition just wears you down. Then add a few hangovers, a pill or 10, a bindle or 2. And oh God, don't forget the girls who can barely count to 10 and the hanger-oners who say they're your friends. It seems like a never-ending cycle, so I get a lot of pleasure out of fucking with room service people. I'll answer the door naked or have a knife out, only wearing cowboy boots, or ask them which city we're in, still having makeup on from last night's gig. It's fun to watch people act like nothing is wrong. Sometimes I get a call from Rich or Fred and they say, "Sixx, you're scaring the people at the hotel again." Okay, off to the gig. Backstage, 7:45 p.m. Just got off the massage table here in the dressing room. We were having a few drinks and Doc just came in and said Axl got arrested for jumping into the audience. Slash is up there singing a Stones song, and it's not going well. Guess I'd better get ready. I think the crowd is probably getting unruly. 11 p.m. Slash wants to go out because he's pissed off at Axl, so I'm taking him to a killer strip club. I guess they need to wait for their singer to get bailed out tomorrow. I don't think I'll offer Slash any junk because I know he used to have a problem, and one of us slipping back is bad enough.
Doc McGee. Axl Rose was on stage in Atlanta when he saw one of the security guards, who turned out to be an off-duty cop, pushing their fans around. Axl jumped off the stage and started fighting the guard, so security grabbed him and took him backstage. So Slash sang a few songs, and Guns' drum technician sang Honky Tonk Woman 4 times, not terribly well. I told security, look, let Axl finish the show, then shoot him for all I care. But they called the police. I said to Axl, be nice to the cops and they'll let you go. Then a cop walked in and asked him for his full name, and Axl said, fuck you. That was it. He was arrested and in the cells for the night.
UTC Arena, Chattanooga, Tennessee. November 21st, 1987, Hotel, Atlanta, noon. We're leaving from Chattanooga in a few hours. I'm so hungover and I don't remember much. I woke up with this black girl at 6 a.m. Don't have a clue where or who the fuck she is. I kicked her out. I think I broke into Doc's room and sawed his bed in half last night, but I'll have to wait and see. Maybe I just dreamt it. I need coffee. There's a line on my bedside table, but I think I could puke if I did it. I think I remember something about zombie dust. Backstage, Chattanooga, 6:40 p.m. Fuck, I feel like dog shit. Can't wait to fly back to Atlanta and go to bed. I puked in the bathroom on the plane twice. I guess I did saw Doc's bed in half. My memory is clearing. I also tried to throw Fred's bed out of his window. That's why I have a black eye. And Mick tried to jump out of the window. He was fucking out of his mind. Doc told me we all had our dicks out on the bar and poured Jack on them and then lit them on fire too. What the fuck? I have no pubes left. I gotta do a show. I can hear Guns up there playing, so I guess everything is back to normal.
Doc McGee. Nikki and Tommy cut my bed in half with a knife so that when I got in it, it collapsed. 2 days later, they got a pellet gun, put a load of records at the end of the hallway, and lay shooting at them. By the time security came, the hallway was littered with pellets and shattered vinyl. One time in Switzerland, they bought what they thought was a pellet gun, but it fired flares. They got it back to Vince's room, Vince fired it, and this flare shot out and bounced off the wall. They all ran to my room to tell me, but of course when we got back to Vince's room, the door had closed behind them. So I went down to reception to get a spare key, and there was this guy with the whole hotel's room keys on a huge chain on his neck who said, sure, I'll come and let you in. I said, nah, just give me the key. I was almost wrestling him to try to get it off him. In the elevator to the room, I was telling him what a great hotel it was. And as soon as he opened the room door, smoke poured all down the hallway, the sprinklers came on, and the bed was on fire. So we got kicked out of that hotel.
Lyric. Spent $1 billion on amphetamines. Crashed a lot of cars. Fucked all the stupid stars in Hollywood because I could. The Omni, Atlanta, Georgia, November 22nd, 1987, Hotel, 1:10 p.m. Fuck. Went straight to bed last night. Slept 12 hours straight. Wow. I felt like shit yesterday. I have no idea how I got so fucked up, but I did. Doc still can't figure out how I got into his room and cut his bed in half. We do it to Rich Fisher all the time. We go into his room and steal his pills. I think I might go down and take a steam in the gym and get a massage. I feel fucking great today. So, is this what sobriety would feel like? 11 p.m. Wow, just got off stage. A while ago, I was standing in the hospitality room and this black chick came up to me with her son, mom, and dad and introduced me to everybody. This is Nikki, blah, blah, blah. I had no idea who the hell she was, but I went along with it. I asked if anybody wanted a drink and went to my dressing room to get some beers for them. I pulled Fred aside and asked him who the chick with the kid was. He said that was the girl from the strip club I was with the other night. What the fuck? Okay, so I guess I was fucked up, but why'd she bring her kid and mom and dad? What the hell did I say? All of a sudden, I came down with a really bad stomach ache and had to excuse myself. I was polite, but I couldn't get out of there fast enough. So I'm sitting in my dressing room, hiding until they leave. What the fuck? Chicks equal trouble. Off to the Mötley jet, going to Orlando. November 23rd, 1987, day off. On the jet, 2:45 a.m. Tommy and Vince are fucking smashed and bickering. Mick is looking sick of it all. And I'm just staring out of the window into this darkness. If we don't get off the road, we're going to break up. Trust me on this one. Stouffer's Hotel, room 1267, Orlando, Florida, 11 p.m. Just back from the bar. I tried to talk to Tommy about how I'm feeling and just don't think he understands. He's happy all the time. Makes me feel even crazier. Maybe I'll try Mick. 11:15 p.m. Went to Mick's room to talk to him, but Amy was there, so I left. 3 a.m. I just took a handful of pills. If I'm lucky, maybe I won't wake up. Good night. A few years later, I was put on an antidepressant, and my life turned around in 3 days. It was an experimental drug at the time, now known as Prozac. I'd been off tour for months and had only left my house a few times. I was finally off drugs, but I knew the depression was getting worse. In 1987, I knew something was wrong, but I didn't know what it was.
Mick Mars. Did I know how depressed Nikki was then? Not really. Not at all. I didn't really pay attention except when he was bullying me and Amy. I just did my gig, did what I was supposed to do, and I was normally drunk anyway. I didn't really care. The band was self-destructing, so I just thought, fuck it.
Lyric. I'm feeling rotten today. I guess I forgot I am shot. I am not okay. So long to pain. So long to games. So long, say goodbye. Someone tell me why. I'm feeling cold inside. Do I want to die? Do I want to die? Someone tell me why. It's building up inside. Do I want to die and kiss it all goodbye? I'm a sinking ship on a sea of bliss. I'm not okay. I'm blind to this. Is this just a test to help me see? Lakeland Civic Center, Lakeland, Florida, November 24th, 1987, backstage, 6:45 p.m. Took a chopper to the gig here. Izzy just came into the dressing room, miracle, and introduced us to his girlfriend. Oh my God, can I say Bruce Dickinson all over again? It's this chick Suzette that I fucked in a rehearsal room in Hollywood. She was 17. Then I used to buy drugs from her later. She would come over and I'd tie her up and treat her like a farm animal. She's cute as long as she doesn't talk. I used to gag her so I wouldn't have to hear her coke battle. Life is weird and getting weirder all the time. When she came in with Izzy, I acted like I'd never met her. Then when Izzy left, Tommy said, "Sixx, dude, that's the chick from the Whiskey A Go-Go bathroom floor. Remember that?" Oh, fuck. I forgot about that too. We chop her back to the hotel after the gig. We have another show here tomorrow. Guns is at the same hotel as well as our road crew. Tim needs to lighten up. I have him dressed as a priest on stage and he looks like a broke dick dog over it. Maybe I need to get him drunk. He loves me, I know. He's always looking worried, like he's my Jewish auntie or something. Tim, I'm not gonna die. I'm not that fucking lucky. P.S. Finished reading Animal Farm, and I'm starting in on Queer by Burroughs again. Suzette made me think of Bruce Dickinson because Dickinson used to hate me because I fucked his wife. I would just like to point out in my defense that A, I had no idea she was his wife, and B, it wasn't my fault that she climbed in my hotel window in England and asked me to fuck her, then afterwards said thank you and climbed out again.
Ross Halfin. Bruce Dickinson actually wrote the song Tattooed Millionaire about Sixx. He hated Nikki because he was fucking Dickinson's wife at the time. Then again, so were Vince and Tommy, come to think of it.
Lakeland Civic Center, Lakeland, Florida. November 25th, 1987. Hotel, 4:20 p.m. I just woke up. I was up till noon doing blow. We hired a big conference room and just fucking went crazy. Slash Tommy, Stephen Duff, some crew guys, a bunch of whores, and cases of booze. We have a dealer here who just gives the shit to us. He gave us each an 8-ball, and we did our best to do it all. It was insane. We piled it all up on the table. I've never seen so much coke. Me and Tommy were trying to figure out how to cook it up so we could freebase it, but we didn't have all the needed supplies. We tried our damnedest and ended up smoking it wet out of a glass ashtray. My fingers are fucking blistered. I got 2 grams sitting here on the table next to me. I should just flush the shit, but the guy will just bring more, so I might as well do a line and go to the chopper. Fuck, I need a drink. My hands are shaking. P.S. Suzette came to my room before the party and wanted to fuck me. Tommy was in here with me doing a bump, and I told her to leave. She got all crazy, and I threw her out the door, and she slammed into the wall and started crying. Chicks equal trouble. Jacksonville Coliseum, Jacksonville, Florida. November 26, 1987. Backstage, 7:30 p.m. Here at the gig. The show last night was loose and tired. Fans didn't know. Guns is getting better. The crowd is digging them more and more. I have a good feeling for them. If the label will support them, they have a shot. They're not like the other bands who came out after us. They're more like us. On to more exciting news. I don't feel so depressed, probably because the drugs are keeping me from feeling. But I have been having bad side aches, like my liver is going south. I don't understand why I get traces of blood when I shit. I want to get a doctor out to one of these gigs and ask, but I know what he's going to say. I can't figure Vince out lately. He seems to be slipping away. When I talk to him, it's like he doesn't hear me. Is it me? He only cares about the pussy, but then I only care about the drugs, so we're not so different. I miss him. His eyes are always darting around when we're talking, or he says that he has to go. I miss music, new music. I miss my friends that I started this journey with. But most of all, I miss my sanity. I can't wait to get off this fucking tour. I'm so tired of touring. I want to kill management for not listening to us. Something bad's going to happen. I just know we can't be this close to each other and be slipping away from each other at the same time and expect this to last. P.S. Supposed to go out for Thanksgiving dinner, but I'd rather just order room service. November 27th, 1987, day off. Sheraton Hotel, Fort Myers, room 538, 2:10 p.m. Played a show in Jacksonville last night. Got in about 3 a.m. I met a friend of my old dealer Jason's last night with a gram of Mexican tar but no rigs. I had to order aluminum foil from room service when we got it. Man, my mouth was watering. I smoked a bit and then hit the sack. Woke up today feeling sick. I know it's not that. Had Slash, Steven, and Duff fly on our jet last night. Izzy wouldn't come because I threw his girlfriend against a wall. Hey, Izzy, I fucked her first, so fuck off. Axel never comes. He's a twat.
Doug Thaler. I joined the tour in Jacksonville and Nikki was pretty fucked up on Jack Daniels. He showed me some gummy black substance he had that he claimed was some kind of exotic cocaine that he was going to snort. I thought, good luck snorting a gummy substance. Then that next morning he said that he had lost that weird shit, and he asked me what had happened to it. I told him I had absolutely no idea. Tommy Lee. We hung out with Slash every day on tour, but Axl was a lot more reserved. There were times where he would be really cool, but then at other times he just had that fucking singer thing they all get. LSD. Lead singer disease.
Lyric. Find myself. I gotta find myself some love. I gotta find myself some drugs. I gotta find some liquid sunshine. I gotta find myself. I gotta find myself. I'm a sick motherfucker. I'm a sweet sucker mother. Ain't no one tougher. I'm a wreck. I'm a sleaze. I'm a rock and roll disease. I'm a pusher. I'm a shover. Ain't no motherfucker tougher. I gotta find myself some glue. I gotta find some suction. Now my aim is destruction. I gotta find myself. I gotta find myself. I gotta deal with my neurosis. I gotta deal with my neurosis. I gotta sniff myself some glue. I gotta find myself. Lee County Civic Center, Fort Myers, Florida. November 28, 1987, on the jet, 2:05 a.m. Had a show tonight in Fort Myers. Right now we're on the jet on our way to Fort Lauderdale. I just got done fucking with Amy. Everyone except Mick was laughing their asses off. She was always talking about God, and she was on one of her rants. It makes me sick, so I stood in the middle of our jet with my pants down with two middle fingers pointed towards her God, yelling, "Fuck you, God. If you're so real, strike me down," over and over. Amy kept crossing her heart and started crying, and the more she cried, the more I got into it. Needless to say, I'm sitting here in my seat, still alive and well. She's just like my mom in Vanity, full of shit. And in the end, she'll take Mick for everything, because one thing I can smell is a fucking gold digger. P.S. Tommy got the pilot to do a barrel roll. I bet Amy pissed her saggy little panties after all I said. Chicks equal trouble.
Mick Mars. Nikki was pretty horrible to me and Amy through the whole girls' tour. He was nasty when he was on Smack, Jack Daniels, Halcyon, sober, whatever. He used to pour food on us, make a lot of threats. He just could not bear the idea of me and Amy being together. He made that tour a nightmare. Tommy Lee. You know what? Maybe we went a bit too far. It pissed us off because we had this protocol about not fucking the hired help, and then suddenly there were Mick and Amy sneaking downstairs and into each other's rooms together. But Mick is a pretty sensitive guy, and let's face it, he just fell in love with Amy. I mean, he ended up marrying her. But once Amy got involved with Mick, her attitude changed and she got all fucking diva with us, so we wanted to teach her a lesson. I remember we were always accidentally on purpose spilling Jack on her in the plane, pushing her buttons, seeing just how far we could piss her off. We were just fucking around and being really retarded, stupid kids.
Lyric. Baby kills. She carries mother's Bible, mixes Valium with her beliefs. Hollywood Sportatorium, Florida, November 29th, 1987, hotel, 3 p.m. Just woke up. Tonight is the last show of the U.S. tour, thank God. Gonna order some breakfast, but it's scary because I'm going home. Backstage, 6 p.m. At the gig. We're gonna have our pyro guys shoot off a ton of shit during Guns' show in just a little bit. They've never used pyro, so I'm sure it's gonna freak them out. It should be fun. 8:20. Now that, my friend, was insane. We loaded up 25 pyroblasts, and when Guns kicked into Welcome to the Jungle, they all went off at once. The band looked like they were going to shit their pants, and then got the biggest smiles I've ever seen. Axl was wearing a Mötley Crüe t-shirt. That was unexpected. Gotta get ready. The last show. November 30th, 1987, end of the U.S. tour. Airport, noon. Sitting on the plane waiting for it to take off. I still haven't been to bed. Last night topped all nights of debauchery. We got a huge conference room, about 2 ounces of blow, but this time we had all the goods to base with. Tons of pills, booze. We lined these chicks up, 6 or 7 of them, snorted coke off one's back, then stuck our dicks in her. Then go to the next one, do a line, on and on. Talk about Animal Farm. We're out of our minds. Lots of hugs and gonna miss yous and thank yous. We smashed the whole room up pretty good, and then when it was time for the airport, T-Bone took some sleeping pills and passed out. We had to push him in a wheelchair to get him on the plane. They sat him next to a little girl and she started crying. Oh God, we need a break. I'm so tired. My eyes are sunk in the back of my head. I see it on everybody's faces. I love these guys, and I know we're a great band, but it's all spinning out of control, and nobody is taking the wheel. As long as we make money, we're the darlings of the world. Good night. I am on my way home sweet home.
Tommy Lee. Fuck, dude, the Sportatorium show. We called it the Snortatorium because all these fucking coke dealers turned up at the show. One even had a license plate that said dealer. There was just endless amounts of free cocaine. The second that the last show was over, Nikki and I both stuck our faces in these huge piles of coke and didn't come up. I remember them wheeling me in a wheelchair through the airport because I was fucking done. I couldn't walk, talk, think, nothing. Maybe there was a little drool. Doug Thaler. After the last US date, everybody was just fucked up on blow and alcohol. Tommy took a bunch of downers at about 8 or 9 in the morning, and Rich Fisher had to wheel him onto the noon flight back to LA in a wheelchair. Some horrified guy in first class nearly shit his pants when they started to plop Tommy, semi-conscious, into the seat next to him. The stewardess wisely positioned Tommy in a lone first-class seat by himself. It was about the only time on that tour that Tommy was more of a mess than Nikki.
Lyric, Save Our Souls. It's been the hard road, edge of an overdose. No matter how high, you're still too low. I've been the dancer, the wicked romancer. It's a never-ending nightmare, edge of disaster. December 1987. Van Nuys, 1:50 p.m., December 1st, 1987. Abdul's coming over while Karen is at work. I feel so burnt out, ripped and torn from the tour right now, and I need a break from reality. Hence, Abdul. I'm so tired of being tired, I feel like I'm vanishing into a ghost right before the world's eyes. I really don't think the office knows how brittle we've become. Karen doesn't know that I know she's a spy. I must be careful to have Abdul come at the right times. His appearance is a dead giveaway. He looks like a decaying rat, even more so than me. Karen could see him coming a mile off because he looks like junk. Karen is a girl who's blind as a bat to dealers, but even a bat could see he's bad news. I wonder how the guys are doing. I know whenever a tour ends, I feel like a stranger in my own home. Without room service, it's hard to even figure out how to eat. Gate just buzzed. I gotta go. December 2nd, 1987, Van Nuys, 3:45 p.m. Just laid around yesterday feeling nothing, no remorse, no celebration. Actually, I'm lying. I'm feeling hatred, but for whom I've forgotten. Does it really matter anymore? Maybe not. The sky is gray outside today and it makes me feel safe, like I'm under a huge down comforter and I'm drifting off to sleep. Bought $5,000 worth of dope yesterday because I don't want to see Abdul every day for a few reasons. I don't think I can face seeing anybody right now because I'm on the verge of having a human contact breakdown. The tour has left me completely without personality. Also, Karen is keeping an eye on me and the visitors will set off red flags. I will venture from my bedroom soon, but for now, I am praying the clouds don't lift. December 3rd, 1987, Van Nuys, 4:20 p.m. Been shooting dope 4 or 5 times a day. The good news is I won't have bad tracks if I stay on track. There's a cool lyric. It feels so good not to feel. My nerves have been like live wires for months and months. People, they just wear you down. They get in close, look in your eyes, say stupid shit. You have to restrain yourself or come off as a heartbreak to them, especially if you're their hero. Mostly, Vince has the most impact on my sanity. I may be an asshole. Tommy may be self-centered. Mick may be a recluse and insane, but Vince is a drama queen, and that wears you down. Little episode by episode temper tantrums. When you're brittle, it doesn't take an earthquake to wear you down. Repeated tremors do the job just fine. Karen is coming home from Doc's office in a few hours. I guess I need to use the old junkie fave excuse that I think I'm coming down with something, maybe the flu. I just can't get out of bed. December 5th, 1987, Van Nuys, 2:30 a.m. It's official. I feel strung out again. I guess I knew it all along. December 6th, 1987, Van Nuys, 2:05 p.m. Today would have been Nona's birthday. I feel too ashamed to call Tom and ask how he's doing. I'm sure he's sitting somewhere with a broken heart, too. So I sit here and shoot dope in my bedroom alone, watching TV, watching life pass me by. I went from a kid with a dream to a loser, a hero to a zero. I hope she can't see me now, because who I've turned out to be would break her heart. I was a good kid. She loved me. I guess I didn't love myself enough, and now that I'm unraveling, I must be a true disappointment. I'd say I'll see her soon, but I know, as you do, diary, there's a heaven. It's not where I'll be going. Lyric. Nona. Nona, I'm out of my head without you. December 7th, 1987, Van Nuys, midnight. I'm heading down a road I know I shouldn't be going, but I can't seem to find the brakes. I'm not sure I want to find them. Abdul told me today he's taken to selling blow to a select few since his junk business isn't doing so good. I told him I was enjoying not having to worry about daily deliveries since I bought quantity from him, and I would take 1 ounce if he could get some pure pink. He said he has a lead to get it before it gets cut. I'd have to pay extra so he didn't have to step on it, and I'm fine with that. I have more money than I can ever spend, so what's an extra $500 to me? I don't want to start cooking and all that hassle, plus Karen is still watching me like a hawk. I know the minute she walks into the office, it's always the same. How's Nikki? I've even taken to calling the office before I shoot up to throw everybody off my track. Wow, another song title. Abdul said he'd bring me 100 fresh rigs when he comes over. I'm running low, and you triple your shots with coke. Now the dilemma. Do I shoot so I don't get caught? And when I go into Japan, how do I hide the tracks? I have to tell you, I don't feel like I'll ever be off this shit, and I'm settling into being okay with that. If I could just fade away, I might be the happiest I've ever been. Pete stopped by. We shared a shot. He's strung out again, too.
Karen Dumont. Doc and Doug liked the fact that I was staying at Nikki's because they hoped it would be grounding for him, but they never asked me to spy on him. I'd tell him that we had a good weekend, but that was pretty much it. Nikki wasn't straight, but he hid it well because he knew I can't handle being around anyone drugged out of their mind, and I would have just taken off. There was a dealer who would come late at night and ring the gate bell, and I would answer and tell him to go away. Then Nikki and I would fight about it. If I was there, they wouldn't get in, so I guess Nikki had to plan other visits.
December 8th, 1987. Van Nuys, 7:30 p.m. Karen asked me why when I go to the store I only buy plastic lemons and ice cream. I told her I use the lemons in my tea after she goes to work and the ice cream I just have a sweet tooth lately. I haven't really eaten food in a week. Junk is like that. So Karen has to go to the store and buy real food, which I never eat. I tell her I eat when she's at work. I'm getting so thin it's hard to find clothes to fit in my closet. Of course, they say you can never be too thin or too rich. I used to use the plastic lemons to cook up my Persian heroin with. You can use real lemons, but they're a real hassle. I would have garbage bags of used plastic lemons in my bedroom, and the maid would ask if she could throw them away, and I'd say no. Nothing is worse for a junkie who's using Persian than running out of lemon for your dope, other than running out of dope. I remember going into the market with a shopping cart and wandering up and down the aisles. I must have spent hours in there and only bought lemons and ice cream. What a beautiful picture of decay I must have been to all the mothers doing their weekly family shopping. December 11th, 1987, Van Nuys, 3:10 p.m. I just woke up and realized today's my birthday. I ran to the machine to check it. No messages. Nobody's called to wish me a happy birthday. No presents, no cards, nothing nice. Wake up junk sick with a head full of sorrow. I have to go to Japan tomorrow, and I know I'm going to kick on the plane, just like I did in 1985. Karen knows something is up, but as with all things junky, I'm good at hiding it. My arms, on the other hand, tell a torrid tale. Thank God it's December, because if it was summer, it would be highly suspect wearing a long-sleeve shirt and a leather jacket all the time. I haven't had sex since the tour. I've lost all drive or interest. 5 p.m. Abdul came by. He gave me a balloon of high-grade china for my birthday. He said if I wanted, he could get me a great price if I bought bulk like I did the Persian. I'm not sure if this is what you'd call a conventional birthday gift, but considering it's my only one, I'll take it. I've yet to unpack from the U.S. leg of the tour, so I'm going to dump my clothes out and grab some clean clothes so I'm ready to go tomorrow. I feel sorry for my maid. She hasn't been in my bedroom in almost 2 weeks. It smells like death in here. I gotta dispose of everything before I leave. I know Karen will snoop. Happy birthday. 7 p.m. Just got back from the store. I need a few things for my trip to Japan. Karen said I should take a shower because I smell. I'll try, but I'm so strung out that I just don't give a fuck anymore. This is sad, but it's my destiny. December 12th, 1987, on the plane to Tokyo, 5 p.m. I brought a small amount of dope to snort, but I ran out 6 hours or so ago. I'm going into a kick. Everybody keeps saying how much weight I've lost. I told them I was dieting and stopped drinking. At least the drinking part is true, because junkies hate alcohol. But right about now, I need a shot, and Jack is all there is. I got a stash of Valium to help, but even that can't remove this pain. Fuck, I'm feeling like shit, sweating up a storm. It's amazing what a difference 12 days can make in your life. I went from completely drunk and coked out to strung out again. This is my second trip to Japan on a kick. It's fucked but good, because one thing I know is you can't get junk in Japan. At least I haven't ever been able to. Thank God.
Doc McGee. While Mötley was in Japan, they basically tortured poor Mr. Udo, the promoter, who is the nicest man on the planet. When we got to Tokyo, they found some pot in Tommy's drum case, so the cops took all our equipment. Tommy didn't have a clue how serious that could be. He just said, "Dude, what's a little pot?" Mötley just didn't understand or care that in Japan there was a very low tolerance for any kind of disturbance. When we got to the hotel, Tommy dropped a wine bottle out of a 10-story window and couldn't figure out why that might have been a big deal.
Rainbow Hall, Nagoya, Japan, December 13th, 1987. Backstage, 5 p.m. Getting ready to go on stage. I'm so sick. I keep to my lie that I must have the flu, but everybody knows the truth. It's an unspoken truth. I'm going to go out, sweat some of this poison out. I'm very jet-lagged. I'm feeling depressed. Trying to smile and be up, but to be honest, this is the worst it's ever been. But I knew what I was getting into. Festival Hall, Osaka, Japan, December 14th, 1987. Hotel, Nagoya, 2 a.m. Still awake, can't sleep. My legs are cramping so bad, and the Valium isn't doing much good. Everybody got smashed, and fuck these little Japanese girls. Couldn't fuck if I wanted to. You know what's not glamorous? Throwing up and shitting at the same time during junk withdrawal. Something's not going to get in the toilet bowl. Can you imagine the look on the sweet little Japanese housekeeping ladies' faces? On the bullet train to Osaka, 2 p.m. Didn't get much sleep, mostly on and off. I'm almost over the kick. Now it's just the Joneses. Thank God for pills. I'm on the bullet train. These fans are amazing. It's like the Beatles over here. It's basically a riot, all screaming, Nikki, Tommy, Nikki, Tommy. They seem to love me and T-Bone here for some strange reason. You would think it would be Vince with his blonde hair and California cool. He's perfect to be idolized here. The sick thing is, they keep saying, "Oh, Nikki-san, we so sorry you have flu." Fucking lies travel fast. I'm gonna try to sleep. 3 p.m. Can't sleep. 4:30 p.m. Just got to Osaka. Last night's show was fucking crazy. I can't believe it. The band seemed to be in love again. But fucking Amy is still with Mick like she's his girlfriend or something. Fucking whore. Soundcheck time. December 15th, 1987. Day off. Hotel, Tokyo, 5 a.m. Just got out of jail. We'll write later. Hotel, 11:45 a.m. Well, I feel like shit. Not from last night's event, but from my head killing me. So let me see if I can piece last night together. We played a show, got on the bullet train, coming back to Tokyo. Me and Tommy started drinking a lot. We were pouring drinks on Amy and starting trouble, then I sort of blacked out. I guess I threw a Jack Daniels bottle at some Japanese or something. I sort of remember being in jail and Doc and Mr. Udo being there. I guess I'll make some calls and see who's mad and who thinks it's funny. First, some shitty runny eggs. Eating eggs in Japan is like committing hara-kiri.
Tommy Lee. Dude, we were just being an ugly American drunk fucking rock band on that bullet train. We looked like fucking freaks. We were pouring JD on Amy. Then Nikki thought somebody was looking at him wrong, so he just cocked the Jack bottle and heaved it across the passenger car. It smashed against the wall, and glass and whiskey went all over this fucking Japanese businessman. Then we pulled into the station, and it was lined up with police officers. The Japanese guy pointed Nikki out, and they took him to jail. I think he was even doing blow in the holding pen area. He had it hidden in his sock. Mick Mars. I still think Nikki threw the bottle down the bullet train because of me and Amy. He had thrown a load of rice and crap all over our seats and down our necks and then suddenly came at us all pinned. His face had turned about 15 shades of red with anger. He started yelling at me and was going to hit me with the JD bottle. But at the last second he spun around and threw it down the end of the train, and it smashed all over a bunch of people at the front. Vince Neil. Nikki and Tommy were completely out of control on the bullet train, and I was completely embarrassed by it. They were just being awful to the Japanese people, yelling, "Fuck you, you lost the war," to these 60-year-old businessmen who didn't know who Mötley Crüe was. They were just on their way home from work and had these fucking psychos yelling and throwing bottles of JD at them when they probably didn't even understand English. It was totally unacceptable. When Nikki got arrested, I just said to Mick, "Fuck these guys. Let's not get involved with this." I didn't give a shit if Nikki went to jail and stayed there. I just thought, you know what? You've dug your own grave. Doc McGee. When we arrived in Tokyo, there were 100 police waiting to arrest Nikki. Tommy wanted to fight them and kept yelling for them to arrest him too. I told the police chief, "Look, I'm the manager. Can we talk about this?" And he said, "You the manager? Under arrest." So they dragged Nikki and me away. We were sitting in the cells, and if I could have uncuffed my hands, I would have beaten the shit out of him. Nikki was so far out of it, he was just saying to me, "Dude, shall I show them my tattoos?" Mr. Udo had to come to the police station at 4 o'clock in the morning, and we had to sign an apology note for the guy who had been hit with the bottle.
I remember Fred Saunders telling me that when I was in jail in Tokyo, I asked the police captain, "If my balls were on your chin, where would my dick be?" The police captain asked what I had said, and the translator told him that I had said I was very sorry and didn't mean any disrespect. I guess that was the Mötley Crüe way. Somebody was always bailing me out of trouble. Budokan, Tokyo, Japan, Show 1, December 16th, 1987, Hotel, Tokyo, 2 p.m. Lately, I've been slipping deeper into thoughts of why. I don't know why, I'm just slipping deeper. Some days I don't know how much longer I can hold on, or why I would even want to. You'd think I'd be excited to be selling out 3 nights at the Budokan, but I'm rotting inside, and all I smell is my putrid past. It haunts me. Maybe to you it would seem like a surface burn, but the pain is too deep for surgery. P.S. I'm so lonely, I called vanity. It must have been the cocaine I got from the Yakuza. P.P.S. Fucking Tommy pisses me off. He says I punched him in the face last night. I fucking should have. Vince almost got shot by a Yakuza. Interesting evening. Nobody in the band is talking to each other. Lovely, fucking lovely. Budokan, Tokyo, Japan, Show 2, December 17th, 1987, Hotel, Tokyo, noon. Another show last night, like I do anything else. We got off stage early as usual here in Japan. I went straight into a blackout drunk. I can't seem to stay sober because my guts are trying to kill me. I know I'm dying from depression. I feel like a lost soul, like the only person left on earth. If I died, would anybody cry? It seems to me by putting myself out of my misery, I'd be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Rich Fisher said I called the hotel front desk and complained about the fans banging on my window last night. Fuck. I'm on the 26th floor. I'm losing it, unraveling at the seams. And this is news? P.S. I have press today, but everybody can fuck off. I'm not showing up. Budokan, Tokyo, Japan, Show 3, December 18th, 1987, backstage, 10 p.m. Just got off stage, last show of the year. I don't want to be on the road, and I don't want to go home. If I go home, I get strung out again. I'm going to go to Bangkok to explore. I got $50,000 in cash coming from the accountant, and everybody's telling me no. I'm so sick of all these assholes. Let me live or die my way. I know I'm your meal ticket, but haven't you milked it enough? If I don't come back, you will make millions on the dead rock star merchandise. I'm done. I'm fried. I don't care. My heart is broken from my childhood. I'm worn to the bone from being driven like a slave. I've lost my will to do anything but fade, please. December 19th, 1987. Hotel, Tokyo, 11 a.m. Well, today I was shot down in flames. Doc and everybody demanded I don't go to Bangkok and said in exchange Doc and Mr. Udo would go to Hong Kong with me. I just don't want to go home, so this is better than nothing. But they only gave me $15,000 in cash. I sometimes wonder why I let them lead me by a ring in my nose, like a cow on its way to slaughter. I have every intention of ditching Doc and Mr. Udo, but I'll play like I'm excited to go for now. I have a plane to catch. Can't find my clothes, so better figure out what happened last night. I'm so bummed. It's Christmas and I don't have a reason to go home. Is there anybody out there? Or am I going to be a rock and roll casualty? Is death an option, or am I a fucking martyr? Why am I alive? Why do I care? What do I care about? Am I... Fuck me. I hate me. Fuck off and die already. Lyric. Anybody out there? I'm gonna die. You're gonna die. We've got to live for tonight because we're running out of time. Looking for a lover? Let me ask you, is anybody out there?
Karen Dumont. Doc McGee was so depressed and embarrassed about Nikki in Japan because Doc really respected Mr. Udo and saw him as a friend as well as a business partner. Doc offered to take Mr. Udo to Hong Kong to make amends, and they were talking about it when Nikki came wandering over and said, "Hong Kong? That sounds great. I'd love to come." Mr. Udo, being so polite, said, "Please come with us." Doc was just dying of shame.
Tommy Lee. I actually thought deciding to go to Hong Kong was one of Nikki's more sober moments. He didn't want to go home because that meant the party was over, and he told me he wanted to buy some furniture for his home. He seemed really sincere about wanting to go to Hong Kong and get amazing deals on furniture. Vince Neil. When Nikki announced he wasn't coming back to LA but was going to Hong Kong, I couldn't have cared less. I didn't give it a second thought, just said, "Fine, have a nice time, bye." We weren't close in any way, and I wanted to keep my distance from him because he was fucking bad news.
On a plane to Hong Kong, 4 p.m. Mr. Udo just said to me, "Nikki-san, you're going to die if you don't stop." He said he told the same thing to Tommy Bolin, and Tommy didn't listen. He died a few days later. Udo looked like he was going to cry. It made me feel loved, more than my father ever did. Hotel, Hong Kong, 7:20 p.m. Doc, Mr. Udo, and me are going to go to a Chinese restaurant that Mr. Udo says is one of the best in the world. I haven't eaten in a few days. I'm too weak to attempt to go out afterwards. When I told Doc, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, Doc, you're not getting off that easy. Tomorrow is just around the corner, and hell only a few feet away." Sounds poetic, doesn't it, right? Off to dinner. P.S. I smell so bad I haven't showered since L.A. I can see people actually look repulsed when they get a whiff of me. Sometimes I stand next to people just to fuck with them. I didn't bring any clothes with me, just cash. Fuck, what else do I need? December 20th, 1987, Hotel, Hong Kong, 11 a.m. I have an interpreter, Lee, meeting me in an hour, and I'm going to buy some antiques for the house. Doc said he will join me. I'm feeling good since I slept, but I still don't have any interest in a shower or food. I have a feeling of relief at being away from everybody. If I could just disappear into some place like this, maybe I could find myself. My life is loud. Everywhere I go, people are talking to me, but nothing is as loud as the screams in my head. They are far off, distant, and I can't make out the words. I've come to realize it's most likely the drugs. They're always calling me. Right now, I've given up. I really don't care anymore. They win. To be honest, my life has been an abortion, or at least it should have been. If being a rock star is an accomplishment, I've failed miserably, and I feel miserable. Be careful what you wish for, or as they say, whoever they are, I commend them. They were right. Rotting is painful. Isn't there an easier way? To go shopping for antiques, not wondering if you will be alive at Christmas, is about as empty as you can feel. It's like trying to enjoy the last cigarette before your execution. Hotel, 5 p.m. Just got back. Lee, a girl, looked horrified when she saw me. I think the tangles in my hair and the days of growth on my face add to my homeless look. Anyway, I bought a beautiful Chinese table for my dining room, cherry wood, pearl cherry blossom. Quite the cliche, to be honest, but I like it. Ordered some food, and I'm getting ready to go out tonight. 9 p.m. Just woke up, passed out face down on the bed with a bottle of Jack and a steak next to me. I guess they just brought my room service in. Wonder what they thought. December 21st, 1987, hotel, Hong Kong, 1 p.m. Last night was an interesting evening, an exercise in excess. Mr. Udo, Doc, and myself had a few drinks in the bar and went off to a club that's actually a brothel. There were 2 ballrooms, 2 bands playing. I can't believe it. I'm in Hong Kong, and I heard a band play a Mötley Crüe song in a whorehouse. We were escorted, no pun intended, to a private booth where we had 4 bottles of Cristal, 2 bottles of Jack, 1 bottle of vodka, and huge plates of food. This is one of those things I have to write down. So this is how it worked. There were beautiful girls walking around with number tags on them. You tell the madam what number you want and any special requests. A white dress, black boots, or anything that takes your fancy. In other words, they are there to please on every level. At one point, I noticed number 800. Fucking 800 girls to pick from. I picked about 8 numbers and the evening began. They will take you in the back, but for a few extra American dollars, they will meet you at your hotel. So I remember asking the madam if I could have a girl in a nun's habit, wearing army boots, and seeing Doc wince. He probably knew this was just the tip of the iceberg. Well, I got the nun outfit organized, but they had no army or, more importantly, Nazi boots to add to the mix. The other girls were run-of-the-mill whores, perfect as imperfection could be. My real intention was to find drugs, and lo and behold, after all, isn't that what strippers and whores are really for? A gram of junk is $100. Beats the $500 I pay at home. So I got a gram of coke, quarter of China White, easy to sniff. As the evening wore on, I decided to grab the girls, go back to the hotel, but not before I sent a bunch of girls to Mr. Udo's room. Funny how when I do nice things, I always seem to step in shit. Doc called this morning saying Mr. Udo was insulted. Fucking hell. Just when I thought things were going good. Well, the kicker to the story is I woke up with all my clothes on and all my money and drugs gone. I have no idea what happened, and I guess I don't care. Doc nervously asked me to go back to L.A. This is my chance to ditch the fucking no-fun police, so I agreed. Good news, we're on different flights, so I ain't gonna make my flight. Once Doc and Mr. Udo are in the air, I'm grabbing Lee and I'm heading out.
Doc McGee. Nikki sent prostitutes to my door and to Mr. Udo's door. They turned up in the middle of the night. As a parting joke, when I left the club, I'd said to Nikki, "Don't send us any girls in Nazi helmets and Gestapo boots." And he must have thought I meant it because they turned up in helmets but no boots. As I opened my door to them, Mr. Udo called me and said, "Nikki has sent 3 girls to my room." Poor Udo was out of his mind. I had to do a buyout and give the women some money just to go away.
2:30 p.m. I have a 9 p.m. flight tonight. Not that I'll be catching it. Doc has a 6 p.m. Mr. Udo is leaving now. I need to find a bank. I don't have any cash, but at least those fucking whores didn't steal my credit cards. I guess I should call home. I haven't called in weeks. 7 p.m. I'm alone. It's not nice. Waves of depression come over me, then anger, then disinterest. I'm already drunk, I guess, if half a bottle of Jack is drunk. I actually don't feel anything, but maybe that's just me. I'm going out tonight to walk around. I don't have any plans. I leave tomorrow, and I'm sure Doc will have a fucking coronary when he finds out I didn't make my flight. I told Lee not to tell anybody, or I'd have to kill her. Then I smiled. She didn't. I put a call into Abdul. He's going to meet me at LAX tomorrow. I'm having a limo pick him up, and I told him to bring a pre-cooked Persian shot with him. I can't wait. My mouth is watering. At least it shuts up the screams. December 22nd, 1987, Hotel, Hong Kong, 4 a.m. I've been back a few hours, bored. Nothing happened. I think Lee was steering me away from anything that would put her job on the line. The only thing of interest was I was walking down a street and I looked down the alley and saw an old guy sitting with one single light on next to steam rising out of a gutter. I asked Lee what it was, and she said it was a fortune teller. So I said, cool, let's go talk to him. We walked down the street and up to the old man, who looked at me, and then at Lee, and then back at me. He sort of looked freaked out. That's okay, I'm used to it, but I didn't expect what happened next. They started chattering in Chinese, back and forth, and then Lee announced he didn't want to do my fortune. I said, look, isn't that his job? She said that I wouldn't like what he had to tell me. I said I would, and he slowly reached for my dirty hand and looked in my eyes and spoke to Lee. She said, he says if you don't change your ways, you won't live until the end of the year. I said to tell him thank you. That gives me a week longer than I expected. He looked at me, old and tired, and said 3 or 4 words softly to Lee. She said he was serious. I said thank you and asked Lee if those guys were just part of the tourist traps in Hong Kong. She looked sad and said, Nikki, they are never wrong. Then, she said, maybe we can go back to the hotel. You have an early flight. I agreed, if only out of boredom. Good night. On the plane to L.A., noon. I'm on the plane. We just took off. I feel good. Slept well, took a shower, but didn't have a comb to get the knots out of my hair, so I think I probably look even worse. These leather pants feel really slimy. I mean, it's worse to be clean in dirty clothes. It's like wearing a homeless person's clothes. I have a blanket on my legs to cover up the odor. I had breakfast and coffee, almost like a normal person. I have a couple halcyons in my jacket somewhere. Think I'll sleep all the way to L.A. 5 p.m. I'm not sure what day it is. Is it the 23rd or still the 22nd? But I just got asked to raise my tray up. We're landing in L.A. I hope Abdul is here. I left messages for Robin and Slash asking them if they wanted to go out. I forgot to call Karen. In Hong Kong, I noticed my ribs were sticking out, but also my face is puffy and yellow. I have some weird scabs on my legs and a rash on my chest and arms. I'm sure it's just from not showering. I've seen it before. Okay, buckle up. We're descending into hell. Satan is home. Van Nuys, 7 p.m. Home sweet home. Wow. It is nice to get out of those leather pants. I took another shower and got the rat's nest out of my hair. I feel great. Abdul gave me a 10cc shot as soon as I got into the limo. I feel great. This is what I've been missing. I got a message from Robin and Slash. We're all going to go to the cat house tonight. King's got some Persian, but no needles, so I'm going to go up to his house in the hills to chase the dragon and then off to the Franklin Plaza Hotel to pick up Slash. I kept the limo. 9 p.m. Karen won't go out. She said she has to work. I asked her if Doc knew that I didn't come home from Hong Kong when I was supposed to, and she didn't think so. I guess threatening the interpreter's life worked. It always does. Huh. I just realized it's Christmas. I haven't gotten anything for anybody. Karen got a Christmas tree, though, and finally got rid of last year's one. I could always give people the presents that I got last year that I haven't opened. Lyric. Courtesy call. This is just a courtesy call. This is just a matter of policy. This is just an act of kindness to let you know that your time is up. December 23rd, 1987. Van Nuys, 9:30 a.m. Unraveling, unsure, undetermined, unnecessary. This is what my life has boiled down to. I either have to stop or die. I can't straddle this fence any longer. I've taken into my lungs the longest breath of hell, and I'm still here. Maybe there is a God. Maybe, just maybe, there is such a lifeline. Something happened last night. Good. I died. Sounds insane, doesn't it? I feel different today. I think for the first time in my life, I feel hopeful. I can't remember ever feeling happy, but I feel something has snapped. I don't know. Last night was not unlike many nights for me, driving towards hell, hoping to be welcomed into death's arms or simply to kill the pain and fill the hole of emptiness inside. I'm too weak and too sick to write the whole evening down. I'll try later. Here's the short version. Picked up Slash, his girlfriend Sally, Steven Adler, and Robin. We went to the cat house, lots of coke, alcohol, pills, don't remember much. At some point, the usual blackouts. Then we went back to Slash's hotel to get some junk. I was too wasted, and I let this cat shoot me up. I turned blue on the spot. This is what they tell me. Steven and Sally came in and tried to revive me. I'm sure all the usual drama behind a junkie dying in your place happened at that point. But then, something that's never happened before. I couldn't come back. The ambulance was called, and I was well on my way to getting out of my skin. I saw something. Fuck. Okay, here we go. I was on the gurney, the sheets over my head, and I saw something. There was my limo. There were people crying. There was an ambulance. There was a body with a sheet over it being loaded into the ambulance. It was me. I saw it all. I was up above it all. I couldn't know this if I was dead. I don't understand, but something feels different in me. I'm just going to have to write later. I need to collect my thoughts.
Sally McLaughlin. I'm originally from Scotland, but moved to America in 1987 because I was dating Slash. When I arrived, I went straight out on the road with Guns N' Roses, supporting Mötley Crüe. Then Guns went straight on to Alice Cooper's tour. So, December 22nd, 1987 was my first day in Los Angeles. Slash and I were staying in the Franklin Plaza, and Nikki called up Slash and came over. Nikki, Slash, Robin Crosby and I went to Cat House in Nikki's limo, and were there for hours. The boys kept running off to the limo to do coke and then coming back to the club. The last time they did it, they never came back for me, so I had to walk back to Franklin Plaza on my own. I was steaming.
Slash. I can't remember too much about it. Nikki had asked me at the cat house if I knew where he could get dope. A friend of mine had just become a junkie, so we called him and all went back to Franklin Plaza. I was so screaming drunk that I couldn't even find the floor to fall on. My friend turned Nikki on, but I didn't even notice.
Sally McLaughlin. Guns had 2 suites at the Franklin. Slash was in one and Steven Adler was in the other. I came storming into our suite, furious, and Nikki said, "Uh-oh, we better leave them alone for a while." Nikki and Steven went to Steven's room with their dealer, and I started yelling at Slash, but he was too drunk to even argue back. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. It was Nikki looking dreadful, and he came in and just fell on the floor. I was thinking, great, now I have 2 drunks to deal with. But then the dealer came in, took one look at Nikki, and yelled, "Nikki's dead," and ran off. He literally jumped out of the window and over the balcony and ran off down the street.
Slash. Then the next thing, Sally was screaming because Nikki was rolled up and blue in the corner.
Sally McLaughlin. Slash was paralytic and Nikki was turning blue. Steven helped me drag Nikki into the bathroom, then ran off, so I was left on my own with him. I tried to get Nikki into the shower to pour water on him, but then Slash came in, saw Nikki, and started freaking out. Slash had a friend named Todd who had died of a heroin overdose a few months earlier, so he started yelling Todd and smashing up the bathroom. By now, I was giving Nikki mouth-to-mouth resuscitation over the bath while trying to hold Slash back with one hand. Slash smashed the shower screen, and the glass showered over me and Nikki, so I got up and I punched Slash and laid him out. I was screaming for someone to call 911, which they did, and said, "Nikki Sixx is dead." I later found out that Nikki's limo driver heard that and phoned Vince Neil.
Vince Neil. I got 2 phone calls saying Nikki was dead. One from the limo driver and one from our tour manager, Rich Fisher. Maybe deep down, I knew it was going to happen one day, but it still tore me to pieces because I loved Nikki. Even though he was an arrogant, selfish shit, I cried. And I never used to cry then. / Then paramedics were there, but I was so drunk I'd passed out. When I came around, the first thing I noticed was that for some reason I destroyed the fucking bathroom. Sally was freaking out at the influx of people in white uniforms taking Nikki away.
Sally McLaughlin. The paramedics came pretty quickly and took over from there. I was still giving Nikki mouth to mouth, and the weird thing I remember is that when my breath came back out of his mouth, it sounded like he was snoring. I thought, fuck, what if he's just asleep, wakes up and thinks I'm snogging him? The paramedics ripped off Nikki's t-shirt to give him adrenaline, then whisked him off. I hadn't managed to bring him around, but the paramedics later said that I kept him going. After they had taken him away, the police moved us into Steven's room. We had to carry / in. He was still passed out. The police questioned us all and checked the other room. Then later, when I went back in, I found a bag of dope on the floor and a vial of coke on the table. They had just missed it.
Tommy Lee. I got a phone call in the middle of the night from / He said, dude, don't freak out, but Nikki's in an ambulance on the way to the hospital. / said that they had done everything they could to wake him up. Put him in the bathtub, splashed his face, pounded on his heart, but nothing they had done had worked. I thought, oh, fuck.
Karen Dumont. Doug Thaler called me at 3 a.m. to ask if Nikki was home. He said a limo driver had called Vince and said that paramedics had pronounced Nikki dead at Franklin Plaza and taken him away in an ambulance. I began frantically calling hospitals, but couldn't find him anywhere.
/ He was in and out of operating rooms all night. His management came down later and yelled at me as a horrible influence, but the truth was that I was 70% oblivious to what was going on. To me, it wasn't a big deal. I used to do it all the time.
I came to in a hospital bed. There was a cop asking me questions, so I told him to go fuck himself. I ripped out my tubes and staggered in just my leather pants to the parking lot, where 2 teenage girls were sitting crying around a candle. They had just heard on the radio that I was dead and looked kind of surprised to see me. The girls had this little Mazda and gave me a lift home as we listened to my obituary on the radio. One of them gave me her jacket, and they made me promise to never do drugs again. Karen opened the door for me. I went straight to my answering machine and changed my message so it said, "Hey, it's Nikki. I'm not here because I'm dead." As soon as Karen had left for work, I went straight to my bedroom, shot up, and passed out.
Karen Dumont. At 5:45 a.m., there was a knock at the door, and I opened it to see Nikki standing there shivering like crazy. He was missing his boots and shirt, plus he was wearing what looked like a little girl's jacket that was so tight across his back that his shoulders were heaved up. He just said that he couldn't find his key. The next day, I went to get his boots and give / and the guns a piece of my mind. Sally told me that the ambulance guys had been going to give up on Nikki, but a couple of girls had hysterically begged them to try again, and that's when they had managed to bring him back.
12 noon. I just woke up. My body hurts like it's never hurt before. I'm hungry. I'm dirty. I want to take a shower. I need to return some of these messages. When I came in last night, I changed my message to, "Hi, I'm not here because I'm dead." I need to change that. All my messages from everybody are saying things like, "You're an asshole," or "That's not funny," or "What's wrong with you? Nikki, are you okay? In your head, dude." That's fucked. For the first time, I agree with all of them, and I don't think it's funny either. Maybe a little. One last thing. I might as well admit it now. I'm done with drugs. I'm done with being unhappy. I'm done trying to kill myself. I woke up this morning with the needle still in my arm and blood in my hand. How sick am I that I came home and shot after I died? But more important, I threw all my rigs away. I'm sick of being a selfish, egotistical, self-hating, alcoholic junkie.
Karen Dumont. Only later did I find out that Nikki had shot up again when he went to bed. We had a very proper relationship, or otherwise I would have gone into his bedroom to make sure he was sleeping before I left for work. He was clearly shaken and should not have been left alone, but I just didn't really know any better.
5 p.m. I told Karen I'm done with drugs. She said she hoped so, but looked like she didn't believe me. I think it will take a while for people to believe me. Shit, I don't know if I believe me. 6:25 p.m. I'm so tired. I need sleep. I feel like I haven't slept in years. It's the only way to explain how tired I am. You know, I feel like maybe coming undone isn't such a bad thing after all. I found my AA book under my bed when I was clearing away all my drugs. I read this. It makes sense to me for the first time. Step 1. We admitted that we were powerless and that our lives had become unmanageable.
Deanna Richards. When I heard Nikki had nearly died, it was not unexpected because it had been what I had always feared but prayed would never happen. I was so terrified he was going to die without anything being resolved, without him finally realizing just how much I loved him.
Mick Mars. When I heard Nikki was dead, my first reaction was, I knew that fucking prick was going to do something like that. Vince Neil. I have to say there have always been rumors about people in Mötley Crüe dying. We used to get loads of crank calls. I even got a call a couple of weeks ago saying that Tommy had died, and that was from my own mother.
December 25th, 1987, Christmas morning, Van Nuys, 9:30 a.m. Good morning and Merry Christmas. I've decided to put this diary away and start a new one. With a new day upon us, I feel hopeful. Life, I think, has somehow taken a turn for the better. I don't know how I survived the last year, but I know there has to be a reason. Today, for the first time ever, I don't care about the outcomes for the whys and the wins. I just want to live. I woke up happy. I can't believe it. I didn't wake up with my head screaming and my instincts telling me to run and hide inside a needle or inside a coffin, whichever came first. As long as I became numb, or better yet, dead. I want to live, and I don't know why. Hey, why ask why? I'm going to wake up Karen and tell her Merry Christmas. I think I'll even call the guys in the band. Merry Christmas. I'll never forget waking up after sleeping for 48 hours and feeling so different. I knew something had happened to me, but I wasn't ready to look into it. What I experienced was, I believe, something spiritual. Drugs had brought me to my knees, and I knew it. Even though it would take a few more attempts, I was going to get off drugs. I'd been given another chance to live, and I was going to grab life by the back of its neck and shake the hell out of it. I've lived my life to the max ever since. Yes, I've fallen a few times, but I always get back up. I always say I wouldn't have wanted to know that guy back then, and neither would you.
Karen Dumont. After he died, Nikki didn't want to do anything at Christmas, but I invited a couple of my friends over. I said, I don't want to sit here miserable even if you do. I went out on Christmas Eve and bought food and a tree, which one of the guys from Rat helped me decorate. Then Nikki decided it was a good idea after all and invited Slash over. Sally McLaughlin. On Christmas Day, Slash and I went to Nikki's in a limo with all the presents we'd bought. I remember Nikki gave Slash a moleskin hat. Slash and I spent the night in Karen's room. Slash wet the bed again. He always used to after taking coke and drinking. He didn't want to tell Nikki, so he begged me to do it. When I did, Nikki just said, "Oh, well, at least he isn't shitting himself like I used to." I actually ended up buying /adult nappies, but he never wore them.
My life after death. That's not very rock and roll, is it? Not too long ago, I said to a friend, I died once, but I'm better now. He reminds me of the humor in this from time to time. Nobody knows why we do the things we do until we're willing to peel the onion and get to the core of all our bullshit. I found out a lot about myself when I was finally ready to do so. Not all bad, by the way. One of the gifts I've been given in sobriety is the ability to see through other people's bullshit. Nobody knows a bullshitter like another bullshitter, but I'm better now. I'm not at the end yet. Hell, I might only be halfway there. There's plenty of time for grave markers and eulogies later. There I go, laughing at death again. I'm like a man on a bed of nails. I may grimace in pain, but I somehow find it in me to laugh at the irony of where I lay my head. Yet there is frustration. It comes not from the puncture wounds, but from the fact that I haven't made the Guinness Book of World Records for my life yet. Like I say, I'm only halfway there. The first half was an enormous roller coaster ride through hell. I can only imagine what the second half of my life is going to be like. Okay, enough of me and my rambling. Let me bring you up to speed so far. I'll try and give you a sort of recap of the insanity and beauty that came after December 25th, 1987. Canceled the European tour, skipped rehab and went cold turkey, moved from the heroin house in Van Nuys to a well-concealed home in a place called Hidden Hills. Became reclusive for months at a time. I didn't even go to the grocery store and lost complete contact with reality. Wrote most of the Dr. Feelgood album. Went to a psychiatrist and told him that life on drugs was better than this. Got diagnosed as clinically depressed and chemically imbalanced, or should that be embalmed. Went on a new drug at the time called Prozac. Hired a band therapist to improve communication with the guys in the band. Met my future ex-wife. Moved to Canada to record Dr. Feelgood with Bob Rock. Stayed sober in Canada. Finished the album and moved back to L.A. Went over to Tommy and Heather's house and did a couple 8 balls. Doug Thaler came over and flushed the drugs. Dr. Feelgood went number 1. We went to Russia and I played my first show sober. Fired Doc McGee. Got married in Hawaii to my now ex. Gunner 6, my first son, was born. Received an American Music Award. Storm 6, my first daughter, was born. My marriage hit the rocks. I hit the drugs.
Bob Rock. I met Nikki when I produced Dr. Feelgood. He had just gotten sober for the first time. I've always known him as not normal, but sober and straight, and in that state, he's one of my best friends. I've seen him slip twice. After we finished recording Dr. Feelgood, I was in a studio with Nikki and Tommy. It was a Sunday night in Hollywood, and he and Tommy decided to have a glass of wine with dinner. I was telling them, guys, you can't do that. But Nikki said, Rockhead, 1 glass with dinner will be fine. Of course, after the glass came another one. Then suddenly the bottle was gone, and Nikki was on the phone with his dealer. I asked him, Nikki, what are you doing? And he said, why wait? I know where I'm going tonight, so why wait? He went to the total extreme in 10 minutes. Then the whole night just became pure pandemonium. Nikki and Tommy went to a club. There was probably only 1 club open on a Sunday night, but they found it. All the old dealers came out of the woodwork. There were girls, drugs, debauchery. We ended up back at the studio because I figured that was the best way to keep them out of jail. They ended up carving swastikas in the wall of A&M's studio. We had to blow out the first week of recording while Nikki went home to try to mend his marriage. The second time, we were in Vancouver doing the Karabi album. We found out that Tommy's first wife, Candace, who was a stripper, was dancing at the club, so Nikki and Tommy decided to dress up as lumberjacks to not be recognized and go see her. They put on lumberjack shirts and false mustaches, and I fell down laughing, saying, Guys, there's no way you look like anything but Nikki and Tommy. They went anyway, and the next thing I knew, Nikki called me from the club saying, "Calm down, Rockhead, we're doing shooters." When I got there, Nikki had somehow gotten some blow as well. The next morning he woke up next to somebody he didn't know and the biggest pile of blow he'd seen outside of Scarface on the table. He flew home that morning and never went back to Vancouver. All I could do when he was in that state was try to make sure he didn't go to jail or crazy.
Wrote some new songs for the Decade of Decadence compilation. Went to Europe with AC/DC and Metallica. Slipped on drugs. Vince quit or was fired, depending on who you ask. Mötley got a new singer, John Corabi. Back to Canada to record the Mötley Crüe album. Can't stay sober. Marriage crashed on the rocks, but I held on so I wasn't replicating actions of my dad. Being unhappy seemed a better alternative to leaving my children fatherless, or so I thought. The Mötley Crüe album was released and flopped. The Mötley Crüe tour flopped. Decker 6, my third child, was born. Marriage was finally over. She sued me for $10 million, saying she deserved it. The court said I could keep my mansion. We agreed to joint custody, and she lost the $10 million suit in court. I met then Baywatch star and Playboy playmate Donna D'Errico, sold the mansion and moved into a small rental in Malibu with my kids, Donna and her son Ryan. Married Donna on December 23, 1997. John Corabi quit under pressure and Vince returned to Mötley Crüe. Generation Swine was released to moderate success. Toured with Cheap Trick to mostly empty arenas. Tommy recorded 2 tracks for our Greatest Hits album before he went to jail. While I was visiting him in jail, he told me he didn't know if he wanted to be in Mötley Crüe anymore. Toured the Greatest Hits album to almost sold-out houses. Tommy quit in the middle of the tour after a drunken Vince punched him. A security guard punched a fan. I had to go to court for a stupid remark and received death threats. On tour, I got arrested for assault. I called Elektra Records CEO Sylvia Rohn a cunt in Spin magazine and called her from my cell phone every night on stage, having the audience tell her to fuck off, plus plenty of other insane shit. We got Randy Castillo from Ozzy's band and played sheds with the Scorpions, selling 25,000 to 35,000 tickets a night. Released a side project called 58. It didn't sell, but rave reviews reignited my creativity. Started a record company called Americoma. It didn't work out, but it also reignited my creativity and hatred for major labels. We released all the Mötley Crüe albums on our own label and sold 500% more albums than when they were on a major. Still sober. Donna and I bought a 50-acre ranch in Malibu. My ex moved to Orange County with some guy and lost custody of the children. Mick Mars would not return calls to help me write the next album, so I enlisted James Michael. We wrote the new Tattoo album. Later, I found out Mick was lost in his own addiction.
James Michael. Nikki and I used to be signed to the same label, and we'd say hello when we met in the corridor. I released a solo album, and he called me to say there was some amazing things on there, and he'd like us to work together. We started writing, and it worked amazingly well right away. We wrote 2 songs on the first day. Nikki is a very creative and talented guy, and he thinks in a very dark and twisted way. Energy just pours out of him. He's always thinking, always creating. Nikki is one of the most inspiring songwriters and exceptional people I have ever met.
James and I wrote hits for Meatloaf and Saliva. New Tattoo came out, and the tour did pretty well until Randy Castillo got cancer. Randy Castillo was too ill to tour. He used to call me his brother from another mother. I used to call him from the road and always check up on him. He wanted to be on the road so bad, but he just wasn't strong enough. Everybody was worried that the touring would wear him down, and he needed all the strength he could to fight this horrible disease. When he passed away and we went to the funeral, I put my skull ring in the casket. We both had the same ring, but his was missing from his finger. Randy was one of the greatest rock and roll drummers alive, and now Heaven's House Band is just that much better. Continued to tour with a female drummer. Donna got pregnant with our first child. Started doing prescription pills to deal with the stress from the marriage. Resumed drinking, resumed cocaine use, had an affair with the drummer. Mötley Crüe agreed to take a 5-year break. Frankie Jean, my 4th child, was born. Moved out of the family home after Frankie was born. To this day, it's hard to even think about what I did. And then started heading down the highway to hell again.
Alan Kovac. Nicky was back on heroin when he walked out on his wife after their daughter was born. As his manager, I told him he needed help, and if he didn't get it, I wouldn't work with him any longer. I made it clear I was willing to walk away unless he took responsibility, and that's what he did. Having managed some great artists who have a keen sense of lyrics, melody, and structure, I put Nicky right up there with the all-time greats. Barry Gibb, Debbie Harry, John Mellencamp, and Luther Vandross all understood it took passion and a great eye for image. Nicky has it all, the complete artist in every form of his art. He will be revered for his talent and his place in rock and roll history. Moreover, he is a crown jewel of rock and roll. He may never win a Grammy because the industry does not always judge on talent, but he deserves many.
Went to rehab and finally found myself in the desert in Tucson, Arizona. My life was at the lowest point it had ever been, and I wanted to change it forever. I vowed, no matter what, I will never use again. Finally sober, really sober, but the wounds were slow to heal in the family. Started a band called Brides of Destruction. Recorded an album called Here Come the Brides to a lot of excitement, but not a lot of sales. It was time for the Crüe again. Toured with the Brides of Destruction. Loved being sober. Put the Mötley Crüe train back on the tracks. It wasn't easy, but this band never has been. At the same time, I sued Vans Shoe Company and got $1 million for using my image in their ads without my permission. Mick got his hip replaced and was weaned off prescription drugs.
Mick Mars. Nicky is like a completely different person today. He has made a total turnaround. It is more about the music and his children. Like I said, he and I have always had a love-hate relationship, but today, he is a much more loving and caring person and has his shiznit together. Our relationship is a lot healthier. It's great to be able to talk openly about anything and everything.
Vince did a reality show, got a facelift on TV, and got in shape. Tommy did a reality show called Tommy Lee Goes to College and a solo album. Still clean, sober, and emotionally and physically ready to take on the world. Mötley Crüe recorded 4 new songs with Bob Rock, released the Red, White, and Crüe album, and it sold more than 1 million copies. Decided to risk it all and go on tour without promoters or support acts, sold out the first leg of the tour. Took the monster around the world and found out we had a new audience, so we enlisted young bands like Sum 41, the X's, and Silvertide for our summer tour.
Rick Nielsen. I saw Mötley Crüe recently, and rather than just being chaotic as it used to be, it was the tightest I've ever seen them. I'd always told Nicky that as a bassist he was like Gene Simmons. It sounded better when he wasn't playing. But that's not true anymore. Nicky has taken on a lot more responsibility now, and he puts more energy into positivity rather than into positively tearing himself into bits. He's still crazy, but that is never going to change. I think he might have finally figured out that lawyers don't know it all, wives don't know it all, kids don't know it all, and guess what? Not even Nikki Sixx knows it all either.
I went with my friend Paul Brown, who designed this book, went to Cambodia and Thailand to do photography. What we found was heartbreaking. Started the Running Wild in the Night charity with Covenant House, to help runaway kids nationwide. Those kids, like the one writing this book, could do so much in life, and they just need a second chance. Mötley Crüe released our first live DVD with all four of us. Released a live album not using the industry's standard formula. Not to sound all warm and fuzzy, but at this point in my life, I was so happy every morning when I woke up, I was pissing smiley faces. I could go on and on and on, but I think you get the point. Let's face it, I can't believe some of this myself, but oh hell, let me brag. It's my fucking book after all.
Tom Zutaut. Nikki lives and breathes for creativity. He has a great visual eye, and now that he is into photography, he creates some amazing visual images through his camera lens. If he set his mind to it, he could help many a new rock band develop and write better songs. Maybe he will produce this generation's Appetite for Destruction. And I'm proud of the fact that he is a good father to his kids and has given them the childhood he never had. Vince Neil. Nikki and I are closer now than we have ever been. From being a complete fuck-up, he is now totally rational and the stuff he says always makes sense. He will advise me on how to handle things or how to stay on an even keel like he's our band counselor. You know what? He could get a job as a counselor now, and that's pretty scary. He's still a control freak, but he's even working on that. Nowadays, Nikki and I are real close friends, and I never thought I would say that.
I recently got off a world tour with Mötley Crüe, nearly all sold out. Now the band members come to me with their problems, their good news, their dreams, and they tell me that they love me. I flew from Australia on my birthday, and they all sang happy birthday to me and gave me the usual ribbing about getting old. I caught my plane and checked my messages on a stopover in Hong Kong. They had each called me separately and wished me happy birthday again. Wow, from the guys I used to be a dictator and a downright dirty bastard to, amazing. Then after 22 hours in the air, I arrive home to handmade birthday cards from my kids. Amazing again.
Tommy Lee. I totally commend Nikki for how he is today. He's great to deal with now that he can actually go out sober with people and whoop it up and have a good time and not be all freaked out. We still hang out a lot. On a personal level, he has gotten great at thinking things through. People with addictive personalities make really quick decisions and don't think them through, be they musical or business or whatever. Nikki and I were always real spontaneous gut guys who would just go with it. But now he gets all the information so he can make the right decision. We're as close as ever, but Nikki is a dark, funny individual who has realized that he has got one very dark street in his fucking head that isn't lit up by too many streetlights. You don't want to throw heroin and cocaine in there as well, dude. The point is that Sixx is already a sick fuck, and always will be. He doesn't need that fucking stuff.
My life after death obviously has not been without bumps, and I don't think it's supposed to be. When I returned from tour, Donna filed for divorce, and I was able to stay clean even in that disastrous situation. To move on with my life separately from the person I thought I would be with the rest of my life was the hardest thing I've had to deal with in many years. As I write this, I'm sitting in a hotel room in India, missing what we had. I'm single. I don't want to be, but sometimes we don't get what we want. We get what we're supposed to have. I don't know what's in store for me, but I'm sure somehow it will be a higher path. Listening to the monkeys and the birds outside my hotel window all night long, it's the hardest thing in the world not to pick up the phone and say, let's give it another try. But I am supposed to be alone at this time in my life. And to be at one with my loneliness, it hurts deep inside. I have to be honest, this has been painful, but I have to be strong for my kids. For a man who's just bared his soul in this book, it might seem ironic that I'd rather keep this mostly private, but I feel it's the right thing to do, again, for my kids. This curve in the road is not unlike drugs. Some things take a while to get out of your system. What I've learned in this life so far is to let the little things go as much as possible and try to swerve to miss the big things. Life is like a long ride to nowhere in particular. We're bound to get a flat tire somewhere along the journey, and it's never a good time for it to happen. In fact, it's usually pouring rain or a blizzard when you feel the car jolt from the tire that just blew out underneath you and ripped away at your safety and support. But we don't have a choice. We have to get out, fix the flat, get back in the car, and head out on the highway of life. There's a few sayings I used to loathe, and now I cherish. Number 1, you got to give it away to keep what you got. And number 2, let go and let God. What the hell does this gibberish mean anyway? Let me explain. 1, to keep my happiness, I've got to give away as much as I can. It works. Amazing. A guy who mostly consumed, took, and would go out of his way to bust people's balls using this mantra, that's amazing. 2, I never thought there was a God. Well, maybe I thought I was him, but I know there is a power greater than myself, and that has been a huge part of my sobriety. So I let shit go and let the man upstairs deal with it. A guy who was a complete control freak letting go as a way of life, amazing.
Evangelist Denise Matthews. I hear Nikki is now sober and seeking. That is beautiful. Praise God.
Addiction was my downfall, yet it's been the very thing that has given me a spiritual connection and awareness that I never thought existed. Quitting drugs and alcohol was the hardest thing I've ever done and has given me the most satisfaction. I'm actually glad I'm an addict, because through recovery, I have the ability to give back. I feel like I've led 2 lives, maybe more. And again, I could go on, but I think that really is another book, another time. Right now, I have a full tank of gas and a deep desire to know what's around the next corner. Oh yeah. You know, it's pretty easy reading this book to see why I was angry and confused for all those years. I lived my life being told different stories, some true, some lies, some I still don't know which is which. Children are born innocent. At birth, we are very much like a new hard drive. No viruses, no bad information, no crap that's been downloaded into it yet. It's what we feed into the hard drive, or in my case, my head drive, that starts the corruption of files. It got so convoluted, my armor, my defense mechanism, my weapon of self-destruction. I did have a fucked up childhood, and I was a troubled teen. Those are facts. How I got there is a story with many voices, but it's not my job to blame anymore. I need to accept the path that I was given and turn lemons into lemonade. I know one thing for sure. A lot of people were hurt besides myself due to the fact that my family is full of lies and secrets. I've forgiven my mother because she did have a part in this. Maybe not the same info I was given. Maybe some of her story is convoluted too. Doesn't really matter anymore. Families come first, and I love her. She's my mom. She really did do the best thing she could with the cards that she was dealt in her life too. She's a nice lady, a very creative lady, and she loves me very much. I don't want her to live out the rest of her life feeling guilty. I think, unfortunately for her, I tortured her long enough. I love you, Mom.
Deanna Richards. Nikki has said a few times that he wants us to have a better relationship, and I want that more than anything in the world. There's not a day that goes by when I haven't hurt and prayed for Nikki. We were separated for all those years, and it wasn't my choice, but I never got the opportunity to explain that to him. He is my son. I love him.
My dad, well, I couldn't make peace to his face. So I found out where he was buried, and I went there in 1999. At first, I was going to piss on his grave, but I decided it was time to let it all go. I've been carrying a vendetta since I was a young boy that was killing me, and carrying it any further, especially since he was dead, was just 2 steps back. It was finally time to step forward and let go of the anger and the pain. Dad, all I have to say is you missed out on one hell of a son. My grandfather and grandmother? Well, Nona loved me. I know that for sure, and that feels good. I think right about now she's breathing a huge sigh of relief. And when we meet up again, I'm sure I'm going to get a good talking to, right? Tom, he's been there for me through thick and thin. He raised me and did the best he could. And you know what? It wasn't even his job. He took my father's role, and for that he deserves a Medal of Honor, 'cause it was a fucking war zone. Almost last, but definitely not least. What's my part in all this? Well, my part is somewhat simple, if anything about me can be said to be simple. Number 1, I injected everything I could get my fucking hands on, and then some more. We don't really need to go over the list again. Besides, we're quickly running out of time here. Number 2, I was a drug addict, an alcoholic, depressed, a control freak, and an egomaniac. Number 3, to be honest with myself, I was really just running away from the shit because I couldn't take the smell. Whether I was chicken shit or it was chicken salad, it fucking reeked and I just didn't deal with it. So, I let it deal with me. We're at the end, and at the same time, the beginning of this misadventure. Why I had to go down a dead-end street at 200 miles an hour screaming for vengeance and embracing death is something I'm coming to terms with every day in my life after death. Like they say, life's a journey, not a destination. Part of me, Nikki or Sicky, thinks this was all part of a master plan to expose the raw nerve endings of dysfunction so I could heal. But alcoholics think everything's about them, so chances are this is just another character defect that I have to work on. I've always said anything worth doing is worth overdoing. Well, actually, I still say it, and I live it too. But now I'm going to be an overachiever with a different, healthier agenda. Definitely last, but still not least. Someone asked me why I was writing this book, and I said, maybe one person will read it and it will help them. They said, that's not very rock and roll, is it? I said, fuck off, and smirked, because I know it's the most rock and roll thing about me, doing what I want to do in life. You know, I guess Lemmy was right. I am better than that. Nikki Sixx, December 2006. More posthumous adventures. It's now May of 2017. It's been more than 10 years since I released the original version of the Heroin Diaries. I always say that writing the Heroin Diaries saved me, or rather publishing it did. I'm not sure that when I was scribbling those journal entries in 1987, they were doing too much for me. Showing them to the world 20 years later, that's a different matter entirely. Because looking back at those diaries, some of them focused and lucid, some spaced out, some plain insane, was a shock. Reading the minutes of the madness reminded me that my life was so abject back then that it was almost a relief when I died. I suppose the book helped me be accountable to myself and to the public. It was also the best incentive imaginable never to relapse into drugs again. And I haven't. It's something I'm proud of, and I'm also humble about. I've stayed clean, I've stayed sober, stayed with the program, but I know I can never get complacent because I will be in recovery until the day I die again. So let me try to bring you up to date with my posthumous adventures since I put out the Heroin Diaries. I hope you're not hoping for more of the same sex, drugs, and rock and roll debauchery. If you are, well, I'm glad that you're going to be disappointed. I mean, come on, right? You had a year's worth of my misery. Now let me tell you about the 10 years of joy and positives. I try not to boast, but I've earned it, and so can you. I'm probably happier now than I've ever been in my life. I'm sober, content in my skin, married and in love, a family man, a businessman, and every day, from the moment I wake up, I'm constantly engrossed in creativity. I believe you need to feed your obsession. You need to chase it, track it down, and embrace it. Mine is creativity. Have you found yours yet? The first thing I do every morning is pick up my guitar, start playing and writing, and then I go do my radio show, Sixth Sense. Or I hit the streets to do some photography. Right now I'm working on another book and my first photo exhibit. I don't wake up thinking how to score drugs today, and yet I'm as creative as ever. This is such a relief. I sometimes hear people say, "Oh, I was more creative when I drank and did drugs." And I used to believe that. Now I think it's bullshit. You don't need drugs to be creative. You should be able to tap into it in sobriety, and it should be a clear vision. What I've learned is clarity is one of the most important things we can learn and teach ourselves in life. Yes, it can be learned. When I read my old diary entries again, they show just how blatantly I ran towards the destruction needle. I thought living like that was glamorous because the artists I loved did it, and they were extremely creative and cool. What a mistake that was. The kind of mistake that ends up killing you. The 10 years since the Heroin Diaries have not been all sweetness and light. There's been a lot of self-improvement, a lot of laughter, a lot of love, but it's also had its challenges like every life has. In my opinion, it's how we handle the darkness that really allows us to bask in the sunshine. Life is not all roses. It's hard, and the struggle gives us values and grit. The big difference is that I have faced the challenges sober, with my sights set on staying in the moment and being honest. In the midst of all the media that was happening when the Heroin Diaries came out in 2007, I was also getting divorced. It was brutal and bruising, and I had to fight tooth and nail to keep what was rightfully mine. My family came first, even when I was in the line of fire. What's always saved me when life gets shitty and I find my back firmly against a wall is throwing myself into being creative. So I kept myself together by writing more, getting deeper and deeper into my photography, and always my number one, playing more music. Yet doing this alone would be a vacant life. I'm proud to be a father of 4 beautifully different and original human beings. My kids kick ass, let me tell you. My only real regret is I've had to spend so much time on the road during their lives. I hope it gave them some form of strength and resilience. I hope it showed them how to love and feel love when things aren't conventional. The Sixx family is anything but conventional, but what beautiful and strong souls they are. Specifically, when the Heroin Diaries first came out, I was playing more music with my side project, 6 a.m. Once we decided to make the Heroin Diaries soundtrack into a full album and form a band, the music came so quickly to us. James and DJ were amazing songwriting partners, and we all contributed melodies and lyrics. They got it. We had a real connection. We all agreed on 3 things. If it's fun, we'll keep doing it. It has to be honest, and we have to raise the bar. I think going into life with an attitude of gratitude is key, but whatever you do, also be an overachiever. Trust me, it works. When we made the Heroin Diaries soundtrack, we talked about connecting the music and lyrics, which had to stand on their own, to the book. We introduced narration, me reading some of my old diary entries over the songs. It was exciting because in a weird way, it felt like we were doing something that nobody had done before. 6 a.m. snowballed incredibly quickly. We made a video for Life is Beautiful, put it out, and it went to number 2 on the hot mainstream rock chart. People were really getting what we were trying to do. The feeling between the 3 of us was amazing. It wasn't so good in Mötley Crüe when we went back into the studio to record a new album, Saints of Los Angeles, the one that would turn out to be our last. If I'm honest, by now, Vince, Tommy, Mick, and I were not really on the same page. We just couldn't get along. I think maybe we stopped having the same vision of what Mötley Crüe should be. We had always been open-minded. We were experimenting with sequencers and weird sounds as far back as the 80s. But I always thought Mötley Crüe should be Mötley Crüe. We shouldn't steer so far off the road that fans go, I don't understand this. As the saying goes, stay in your lane, but race like hell. We were heading out on our usual enormous world tour. This one was called Crüe Fest, and it was 45 to 50 shows. A few months before this massive tour started, the promoters called up our management. The hottest band out there is 6 a.m., one promoter said. They could pull 5,000 to 7,000 people early in the day, every day. We want them on the bill. Uh-oh. I wasn't sure if the Mötley guys would go for that, but I called them up one by one. I said, look, the upside is the house will be full before we even go on. There are 2 other bands between the sets, and I won't be the same performer in 6 a.m. as I am in Mötley Crüe. I'll really take a back seat when we play. The guys listened, and they were super cool with it. I appreciated that, because they didn't have to be. I love that Crüe Fest tour. I hit the stage with 6 a.m. in the afternoon, would hang out at the venue for a few hours, then rock out with Mötley Crüe. It was great to play with 2 different bands, 2 different styles, 2 different tunings, 2 different sets of music. If life is about new experiences, then that was life out loud. It all felt creative and positive, and around this time, another amazing project came along for me. Alan Kovac, my manager, got the idea from listening to my narrations on the Heroin Diaries soundtrack album that I would be great at having my own radio show. I've always been obsessed with radio ever since I was a boy. When I was really little, I would just listen to it and think, where are these voices coming from? Then as I got older, it became the place I got my steady flow of new music. I would sit in Idaho in my grandmother's orange Datsun 510 station wagon with my fake Les Paul trying to learn the chords for most of the popular songs on the radio. That was the beginning of learning to write my own songs, because I wasn't fast enough at learning other people's songs, so I'd piece 3 or so ideas together, and voila, I'm a songwriter. So Alan set up a meeting with Premier Radio, and I headed to Chicago for our first and definitely not our last meeting. I told them, when I'm on tour and I tune into the local radio wherever I am, I hear the bands that I love, yes, but when I hear the DJ talking, I tune out. What if we did a syndicated show? We can deliver you a turnkey show covering multiple formats. I love the classic rock that I grew up on, but I'm a big fan of alternative and the harder side of active rock. If we can cover all the formats and let me play new music, we can enrich radio. I firmly believe it needed a facelift. They loved the idea, and I started doing my 6 Sense show. I loved it from the get-go. I took to it so well, little did I know we'd still be doing it 8 years later. We're now the biggest syndicated rock radio show in the world. You can't do that if you're strung out on drugs. Being able to share my love of music every single day, I actually can't believe they pay me to do that. Having done thousands of interviews over the years, it was exciting to be on the other side of the mic and have my turn at asking the questions. Maybe because I'm an artist, I know how to talk to other artists about what their music means to them. Some of the interviews I've done have blown my mind. Paul McCartney came in. I was kind of nervous beforehand because I really wanted to do a great job. But then he walked in, he sat down, looked at me and said, I know you've done a lot of stuff and your radio show reaches millions of people, so thank you for having me on. Kind of peed my pants a little right then. He told me about how much he's always loved radio and how much it still influences him even today. Those words explain why he's still one of the greatest artists alive, because he loves music. Mike Tyson was fantastic. He was totally raw. He has the biggest heart. Mike is fragile and strong at the same time. He knows what he wants, but he doesn't always know how to get there, and he's honest about that. Before he came in to do the radio show, his people told me, Mike will take pictures with you, but whatever you do, don't ask him to pretend to bite your ear. He is kind of sensitive about that. I said, sure, fuck. I don't want to piss off Mike Tyson. Interview was great. Afterwards, we did a photo together. I didn't really look at the photo until after he left, but there he was, standing by me, with his mouth open, pretending to bite my ear. Mike gave me his phone number because he's also a recovering addict, and occasionally I'll call and check up on him. I ask, "How you doing?" And he'll always say the same thing. "I'm fine. I'm still sober." When you're in recovery, that's the conversation that you have. It's the conversation of life. It's living in the moment. Life is cool. Imagine trying to do all that if I was still on drugs. So with Mötley Crüe, 6 a.m., my radio show, and my love of photography, my creative career was going along just fine. My personal life, not so much. After my divorce, I dated on and off, but I was way more concerned with being around for my kids and trying to make sure I was home for them, which too often in their lives I hadn't been. I was very wary of introducing a new girl ever to them. I didn't want them to be hurt if it didn't work out. They've been through too much already. In any case, nobody I went out with was up to a standard I wanted in my life. That was before I met Courtney Bingham. It started via a friend in New York. I was talking to him on the phone one day about my single life, and he said, "I know this girl who is very lovely and very social and has tons of friends, and I think you guys would probably get along. I could introduce you to her. She lives out in LA, and she might introduce you to some girls." I said, "Yeah, sure. I mean, what do I got to lose?" My friend called Courtney and told her, "I've got this friend who lives in Calabasas. He's got 4 kids. He works a lot. You might like him. He's funny in a smart-ass kind of way." Courtney agreed to talk to me, but I guess she was thinking, wow, some poor old bald guy living out in Calabasas who can't get a date. In fact, she even asked, "Can he not get a date or something?" "Oh, he can get a date," he told her truthfully. "He just doesn't want to date strippers and crazy women anymore." In the meantime, I looked Courtney up online and found out that she was a model. I looked through her photographs. Now, in my experience, this can be a recipe for a disaster, but I really do need to get out more. What I thought was this: if she's going to be my wingman to take me out and introduce me to other women, what are the women she introduces me to going to look like? Because she is beautiful. Courtney and I talked on the phone, and we really hit it off. She was a cool chick. Very soft heart, high morals, extremely creative. We decided to get together for dinner. She told me what kind of car she had, so I saw her as she pulled up as I waited for her outside of the Italian restaurant. When she got out of the car, I thought, again, this is not my wingman, this is my date. Of course, she didn't know all this, and I was probably just jumping the gun, but I didn't see why that should stop me. We sat down, told the waiter what we wanted, and at the same time I asked him, "Can we get the check?" As I did so, I saw Courtney look at me with open-mouthed surprise. I thought, yes, I suppose that might seem weird to some people. The thing is, that is what I've always done, get the check when I order. As far as I'm concerned, eating is something you try to finish as quickly as possible. I'm used to being on the road, throwing down food backstage or eating in truck stops. I like to eat and go get it over with. I always figured that I could be doing something much more interesting than sitting and eating. For me, eating and sleeping are the 2 biggest wastes of time. Soon became clear that Courtney didn't see things the same way. By the time our check came, I was already done eating, but Courtney had hardly started. She'd have a bite of food, chew it slowly, then put her fork down and talk. Another slow bite of food, more talk. We had the longest dinner ever, but no complaints for me. We were having a blast. We laughed a lot, and it was so inspiring to see someone with so much drive. I can't remember if I'd ever felt a connection quite like this, and this was also new for me because I was sober and really knew what I wanted and didn't want in my life anymore. I'd come to believe that an act of God would need to happen for me to meet a woman who measured up to my standards. Normally, a drawn-out meal like that would be torture for me, but I was having a fantastic time. I couldn't help but notice, though, that Courtney kept staring at my face and my hair. "Oh, I have a star tattooed on my face," I suddenly blurted out. "Is it freaking you out? I forget it's there sometimes." "No," she said. "You have such a cool style." "Oh, good," I told her. "I thought you were thinking I might be a serial killer." Courtney and I got along so good that we started hanging out, and it soon progressed to dating. It all felt so natural. We have an age difference, but it never felt like any kind of a problem. She's an old soul, and I guess I'm still kind of a super young spirit. I guess it's too late to try on the conventional suit for me anyway. Live and let live, I say. After all, I'm alive. We were having the best time, but even so, I wasn't sure when to introduce Courtney to my children. That is always a hard decision for any parent in that situation, but sometimes the only way to do it is to do it. So after we've been dating a month, Courtney dropped me off at home one night and I said, "Do you want to come in?" She did. My youngest daughter, Frankie, was there, and the two of them hit it off as soon as they set eyes on each other. In fact, after about a half an hour, Frankie asked her, "Do you want to stay the night?" "Hey, you're 10 years old," I told her, laughing. "You don't get to decide that." But what a cool question, right? Courtney did blurt out that she could sleep on the couch. Man, it's not the 80s anymore. Suddenly, life all seemed to be going in the right way. I put out a book of words and photos, This Is Gonna Hurt, and 6 a.m. made an album of the same name to go with it. The book signings were emotional again. The subject matter was bullying, and it was before the anti-bullying campaigns that happened all around the world. The conversation was about being different and embracing that. 6 a.m. had a U.S. mainstream rock #1 hit with the song Lives of the Beautiful People, which tackled the same subject perfectly. The sleeve image of a girl and a snake was the first time I had ever had my photography published, another milestone. Meanwhile, Mötley Crüe went out on a world tour on Ozfest, and then we did the same on a bunch of dates with Kiss. It was around this time, during the latter tour, that we decided to bring the band to an end. I called a band meeting when we were in Tokyo and just said what was on my mind, and had been for a while. "I have this idea," I said. "We're not getting any younger. We're doing great, but wouldn't it be amazing to do one final tour and end on a high with huge shows in Los Angeles?" The fantastic thing is, everybody agreed. We were all on the same page. Had we still been super juiced and wanting to make the same kind of music, it might have been a different story, but we weren't, not anymore. We all liked the idea of saying, "That's it," and putting a big definitive period on the band's history. That's why we got a cessation of touring agreement drawn up, meaning none of us could go out as Mötley Crüe ever again. We all hated the idea of a few years down the line, somebody deciding, "I want to make a comeback," and the other guys not wanting to do it. I didn't want us to end up suing each other's asses or two Mötley Crües to be truddling around the nostalgia circuit. You know how many lame-ass bands are touring with just one or two band members left? No, that wasn't for us. So now we had to psych up for the last 18-month round-the-world final tour. But before we did that, I had some more important business. I wanted to propose to Courtney. I knew I wanted to do it in style, and I had been racking my brains over the best way to do it. I was already equipped. I'd bought a diamond, had it set 6 months earlier, and it had been hidden in a box in my sock drawer in my closet ever since. Then the opportunity presented itself. A UK magazine, Classic Rock, wanted to give me its Showman of the Year award at a ceremony in London, and we decided that I would fly over and present my radio program from the awards. Perfect. I would fly to London. On my way back, I would stop off in St. Bart's, meet Courtney for a vacation, and I could propose there. The best laid plans and all that. My master plan got off to a pretty shitty start when I set off for LAX for my flight to London. I was halfway to the airport when I suddenly realized I'd forgotten the diamond. It was still in my sock drawer. I had to turn around, drive back home, and then make record time on the freeway just to catch my flight. I stashed the diamond in my backpack that I always have with me, along with my cameras and my computer. The Classic Rock Awards were a really cool hang. I was interviewing Jeff Beck and loads of other guys on my radio show at the venue before the ceremony. It was great to get the award, even though I'm not too good at receiving compliments or awards in public. After the London Awards, we were packing away my radio show and chatting when my producer suddenly asked me, "Hey, have you got your backpack? Because I saw one just like yours lying in the other room." Fuck! How hard am I trying to lose that diamond? I got back to my hotel at 2 a.m, got no sleep before I flew to St. Bart's the next day to meet Courtney. At least I had the ring with me. St. Bart's is all hills and single roads, so Courtney and I rented a Jeep. The island is very French, with secret beaches and little hideaway restaurants everywhere, and we just relaxed in the sun, and I worked out my plan. Courtney tends to be the more responsible of the two of us, so she'll usually organize stuff, do the driving, and plan where we're going to eat. Yep, I've been trained to enjoy long meals now. So she was surprised when I told her, "Hey, on Friday, I have a surprise for you. I'm going to take you out to dinner." "Okay," she said, "where do you want to go?" "Don't worry about it," I told her. "I got it." "You don't even know how to find a restaurant." "Don't worry about it. I got it. I might even surprise you and do a good job." Friday rolled around, and we went down to the hotel lobby and out to the Jeep. Courtney looked beautiful as always. As she walked around to the driver's seat, I intercepted her. "Give me the keys," I said. "Huh? You're going to drive?" "Yeah, it's a special night," I told her. "But before we go, let's go into the hotel and get you a glass of wine." Yes, you can be sober around people who drink. In the hotel, some staff came over and said, "Hi, Nikki." Everybody was smiling at us, and Courtney looked confused. "Why is everyone looking at us so weird?" she whispered. "I don't know," I said, even though I did. "Follow me, please, Mr. Sixx," said the head waiter, and led the way out of the back of the restaurant towards the beach. Courtney and I walked hand in hand along the sand, through a trail of lanterns leading to a tent overlooking the ocean. We got into the tent. It was a giant arbor of thousands and thousands of red and yellow roses I'd flown in from another island. "I can't believe you did all this," she told me. Ha, I thought to myself, you ain't seen anything yet. We sat talking as Courtney sipped her wine and I drank my water. I kept trying to nod to an over-attentive waiter to get the hell out of there, but it took him a few minutes to get the hint. Courtney was talking and talking and talking, and then I got down on one knee. "What are you?" she asked, and then she was dead silent. I opened the box with the rock in it that I had almost lost multiple times, and I asked her if she would marry me. I told her before that I would never get married again. Now here I was proposing. She started crying. I'd been down there for a while. My knee was actually beginning to hurt. "Is this a yes or a no?" I asked her. "I need to get off my knee." And she started laughing and she said yes. We got married in the Greystone Mansion in Beverly Hills. It was a beautiful day. We kept it small. My kids, extended family, maybe 90 people that we've known for years and years. I've been through some serious ups and downs in my life, but I don't think I've ever been happier than that glorious California day. I had my bride, my wonderful kids, and my friends. What more can a man ask for? I'll call it my second chance. I won't fuck this up. I've learned that creativity comes in many forms. When I published the Heroin Diaries 10 years ago, I was getting deeper and deeper into photography. A decade on, it's a full-on love affair. A few years ago, I built a small studio called Funny Farm. I shot so many amazing sessions there, especially as they were with people whom wider society wouldn't normally consider beautiful. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and you can find it in the most unexpected places. You can find it in my photographs. The people I shoot are the story. I just give them a chance to tell it. I began reaching out to burn victims, people born with different diseases, amputees, transgenders. I would ask them if they would do me the honor of letting me photograph them, and I explained how I worked. I would tell them, I'll build a set and a story, and I'll put you in it. It will be a super creative adventure. Are you up for it? They nearly always were. I'll never forget a girl named Farah who I photographed for This Is Gonna Hurt. She was a prostitute who weighed about 350 pounds. I found her through a website for guys who are attracted to big girls, and I asked if she would do some modeling for me. Farah's black, and the first thing that we did when she came to Funny Farm, we painted her skin white and added deep veins all over her body. We made her a wig and did her face up to look like Diana Ross. She looked so pretty and different is always good. We sat and talked for a long time. Often, I will talk to people I'm photographing for up to 2 hours before I so much as pick up my camera. We'll just hang out and chat, and they tell me their stories. I seem to have a gift. People want to tell me their deepest, darkest secrets. I've been getting fan mail since the early 80s with people pouring out their hearts and stories to me. Farah had a really hard life. Her mother and father both died from heroin overdoses, and her stepfather had put her out for prostitution when she was very young. It was hard, a horrible story. Plus, she had an extreme weight problem to deal with. I put Farah on a platform like a pedestal that I'd built for her. She stood there completely naked, and I told her, let your hands fall. Just be okay with where you're at. Okay, Nikki, she said. She trusted me. That means the world to me. Honesty and trust. We gave her some gel. It was the same liquid that they put into McDonald's milkshakes before they add the color and the sweetener and put it in the refrigerator. It was completely clear, and I asked Farah to put some in her mouth. I want you to shut your eyes, I told her, and when you're ready, I want you to let out all that pain of your childhood, all that pain, all that misery, all that remorse, all those regrets. Let it out and let me get it on camera. Make it your purging. Yes, she said, I want to do this. She took the liquid into her mouth. Are you ready? I asked. She nodded. I held down the shutter and Farah just let it all out. She gave a scream and vomited this clear liquid all over her naked body, her beautiful face. It was amazing. She started crying. Thank you, she said. This is one of the greatest days of my life. Thank you, I replied. You gave me a great story, and I'm grateful. It had been so moving, and the best was yet to come. Months later, we made a documentary of the This Is Gonna Hurt sessions, and I brought in different people who I'd photographed to talk about their experiences. To my delight, Farah agreed to come back. When she walked in, she looked wonderful. She was wearing a beautiful dress. She had lost a lot of weight. She had these really cool, funky glasses on. Her hair was all done up. She just looked spectacular. Wow, look at you, I said as I hugged her. Farah sat down, we put the camera on her, and she started talking. I've quit prostitution, she said. I've re-enrolled in college. I'm studying art. She just looked, well, she was so happy. I'd captured her very worst moment, and she looked at it and thought, I don't ever want to be her again. That is the magic of photography. It's kind of like recovering from drugs and alcohol. It's the recovery that is the beautiful part of the story. And we can all have this be our story. People don't realize how beautiful it is to come out on the other side of heroin, cocaine, or alcohol addiction. But it can be done. Believe me, it can be done. Pretty soon, though, I had to let Funny Farm go because I knew I was going to be away for a very long time on the Mötley Crüe final tour, and I would not be able to be there. Okay, it was time for us to put a stake through the heart of Mötley Crüe. When we hit the stage, we still kicked and snarled our way through Home Sweet Home. Kickstart My Heart, Wild Side, Dr. Feelgood, we still had it. The magic was still there for the last time. Felt so great to go out on top. It was the four of us who had started it, and the four of us ending it together. Now that's honesty and rock and roll. We did what we wanted to do. We went out on our own terms. Now, it was a seriously long tour, and as 2015 ground on with no end to the dates in sight, my poor punished body was giving me a hard time. I was having serious problems with my shoulders from breaking guitars forever, and my left hip was slowly grinding away from jumping off the top of amps and from the style of playing I've developed as a kid. My left leg always kicked out. Add to that a bass guitar and 35 years of being a lunatic on stage, well, I was in pain. But you know what? So what? I love rock and roll. In any case, I relieved the pressure by taking every chance I could to run back into the arms of an old lover, photography. Although I no longer had Funny Farm, I wasn't about to lay down my cameras. I decided to lean more to another huge passion of mine, which is street photography. As I traveled the world, I decided that I would put myself into situations that most people would consider not safe. I would go to the back alleys with my cameras and just sit down and start talking to people. What could possibly go wrong, right? Actually, nothing did. Instead, I met some truly amazing people and took some photographs I'm incredibly proud of. And I had amazing experiences that I will never forget, like meeting Roseanne. One morning, somewhere in Canada, I was walking the streets in a Skid Row area. It was raining, and I passed two old buildings right next to each other that had been fenced off. Their windows had all been busted in, and people had thrown loads of crap and furniture between them. There was a shelter in there. I heard something rustling, and I saw something move on the ground. When I went to the fence, I looked in. A woman recoiled from me. She was maybe 30. I looked at her, and she looked at me. "Hi, I'm Nikki. I'm a recovering heroin addict," I told her. "I do street photography. I'm just out here telling everybody's story because maybe it will help somebody else." "Hi, Nikki," she said. "Do you want to talk a little bit if I just sit down here?" I asked. She did. She sat on the ground on her side of the fence, and I sat on my side for maybe 2 hours. She had a hospital band on her wrist and scars beneath it, but she was trying to present herself nice. She had put on makeup, and her clothes were mismatched but colorful. After a while, she said, "I don't make you feel uncomfortable, but I need a fix." "I'm okay," I said. She asked me, "It's not going to make you want to do drugs again, because I don't want to do that." What a heart and soul. Isn't that beautiful? I said, "I'm really good, but do you mind if I take some pictures of you?" "Sure, that's okay," she said. She climbed over the fence and sat next to me. She pulled out the drugs and cooked them up. The same ritual I knew by heart. She put the needle in her arm, she registered the blood into the needle, and she shot up. I photographed her as she closed her eyes and she laid back. She looked absolutely at peace. I remember that moment well. Every demon I had would relax and everything was golden. Well, except that you're a heroin addict and you're probably going to die. I sat with her a while longer before I had to go to the gig. I always carry $5, $10, and $20 bills around in my pockets to give people who need some help after I've finished photographing them. I gave Roseanne $40. I asked her if that was enough, and she said that it was more than kind and unbelievable. "Thank you," she said. I thanked her back. I said goodbye and turned to leave. As I walked away, I heard her voice again. "Hey, Nikki?" I turned around. "You dropped your money," she said. I looked, and she gestured to where maybe $100 had fallen from my pocket onto the sidewalk. I looked at the money, and I looked at her. "Why would you tell me that?" I asked her. I was about to get in my car and leave. And she said, "Because it doesn't belong to me." I tried to give her the money. She said no. I tried again, and I told her, "I really want you to have this." This time she took it. I got in my car, went back to my hotel, and thought, I wish more people were like Roseanne. Later, when I showed James Michael the photo I'd taken of her, and told him the story, he said, "It just sounds like that moment is giving her relief in her life." That's where the lyric for 6 a.m.'s song Relief came from. In a little while, all the weight of the world feels like a light rain. Right before we walked on stage with Mötley Crüe, I always said to the other guys, have fun, because being in a rock and roll band really is a lot of fun. And if it wasn't, why would you do it? When Mötley walked off stage for the very last time, New Year's Eve, 2015, at the end of our third Staples Center show, I didn't feel sad. I felt proud that the band had been fantastic, the greatest ride of my life, and now it was over. I have nothing but great memories of Tommy, Vince, and Mick. We ruled the world together and always will in my heart. I will love the crew forever. I mean, how could I not? Okay, so what's next? I've always loved theater. Hell, I wrote an album called Theater of Pain. Even when Mötley Crüe was playing in clubs, I wanted the audience to feel like they were seeing more than just a rock show. One of my biggest criticisms of new rock bands today is that there is a loss of the theatrical presentation, and rock stars are becoming an endangered species. Apparently, it's cooler not to be cool. Where are the David Bowies, the Queens, the old Van Halens, and early Aerosmiths of today? Those artists combined all the great elements of mystery, classic storytelling, and superb musicianship. The look, the clothes, the stage design, and the artwork all wrapped up into a dangerous rock and roll package that delivered far more than just a few good songs. Everything was bigger than life and louder than hell. Fans used to get more than just a rock show, whether it was David Bowie and the Spiders from Mars or Pink Floyd taking you to the dark side of the moon. This spectacle is what drew me to music. I didn't sign up for rock and roll to wear a sweater, stand in the corner, and stare at my goddamn shoes. I wanted to wear Mad Max-looking clothes and war paint on my face and invent myths around punk rock meets British glam meets heavy fucking metal. And then take over the world one destroyed city at a time. No Keith Richards in his right mind would ever think that doing a YouTube video of a gerbil on a hamster wheel was the road to success, or buying Twitter or Instagram followers. It's what I still live for, and whether it was Mötley Crüe or 6 a.m., we always made a point to inject the theatrical into our music and show. I think that's a lot of the reason why we were successful. I sometimes wonder if I'm living on the same planet from when rock stars roamed the earth. You're either a T-Rex or you're a rabbit, and that's not a hard choice for me. So it was only natural we decided to turn the Heroin Diaries into a full-scale stage production. It seemed like such a natural progression of the material. Plus, we had already written the songs. Over the last few years, the stage production of the Heroin Diaries has come a long way. The writer, Todd Creedler, and the director, David S. Bjornson, are highly respected in their fields. Todd wrote Holler If You Hear Me based on the lyrics of Tupac Shakur, and also worked closely with the world-renowned playwright August Wilson for a number of years. David's directed productions by some of the greatest playwrights in modern history, including Edward Albee, Tony Kushner, and Arthur Miller. I feel very lucky to have met them and gotten the chance to work with them. It takes a great team to create great work and people who don't run on fear. This is the team. And because I'm always an inch away from the music business, we were very lucky to bring a producer named Michael Cole on board to help us finalize our vision. Michael is a longtime concert promoter of some of the biggest music acts in the world, the Rolling Stones and U2, just to name a few, the former chairman of Live Nation Entertainment, and the producer who brought us Broadway hits like The Producers, Hairspray, and Spider-Man. Boom. Lastly, we decided early on that we did not wish to take the traditional approach that most stage productions take, which is to open on Broadway, spend a lot of money up front, and see if the play's a hit. It reminded me too much of the pop music game, which I left a long, long time ago. When the producers, Alan Kovac and I, sat down and really thought about how to bring this to the people, we all thought, let's just bring it back to the beginning. We'll take this show to the fans as opposed to making them all come to New York to see it. And that was that. The production is set to tour the U.S. and Canada in early 2018. Each time I try to conquer a new art form, I have to remind myself that, if I work hard enough and just trust in the process and the people around me, I can successfully brave new artistic territory. As I've written before, I had no idea the Heroin Diaries would be as successful as it was. 6 a.m. was just supposed to be about 5 or 6 songs to accompany a book, but when people heard it, the band members and I knew we could take the band all the way. My radio show and photography came after these successes. One thing that the executives at iHeartRadio kept asking me was, do you really think you can do radio for more than a year? Because that's what we really need you to do. Apparently, other rock stars have tried building something like 6 Sense before, but they just bailed after a few months, when it got to be a lot of work. We are celebrating our 7th year on the air this month, and I can proudly say we are the biggest syndicated rock radio show in the world. Can I say it again? We are the biggest syndicated rock radio show in the world. As I head into the second half of 2017, I'm really looking forward to my first ever gallery show of my photography. My passion for photography is matched by my passion for all things artistic in life. Now, people are talking about my work in the same light as some of my idols like Ellen von Unwerth and Diane Arbus. I'm sure that when I see opening night of the Heroin Diaries stage production, I'll have a similar reaction of, how the hell did I get here? This is one of the best feelings, knowing your hard work is paid off. What I've learned is this: work hard, harder than anybody else in the room. Listen to the people who have more experience than you and push yourself to be better at your craft. And be grateful. Honestly, if more people left their egos and their BS at the door, life would sure be a hell of a lot better. Are you ready to kick some ass? Because I am. So after this, let me tell you, next is spending a long time at Home Sweet Home. The other day I'd fixed myself a cup of coffee in the kitchen. It took me a while to find the coffee cups. Oh, so this is where you keep them, I said to Courtney. She looked at me a little oddly. So what does it feel like to be in the house that you bought? She asked me. It was a good question, because I had hardly been here. I'd bought the house when I was on the road with Mötley. Courtney and I walked through it once. I said I loved it. Let's get it. And then I left, back on the road again, where I've been for most of the last 35 years. I'm 58 now, and I love it. I like my age so much more than I did being 48, 38, or 28, especially 28, because that was the first time I died. I'm watching my kids grow up, and they're creative and talented, and I'm so proud of them. My oldest kids all moved out, and they're doing their own thing now. Sometimes I look at them and think, you're on your own path. Other times I look and I see a little glimmer of that same spirit that I have. My goal is to raise them so they feel safe and they feel loved, and to be unique. My son Gunnar is a musician and an artist. My daughter Storm is an artist and is exploring on what she wants to do. My son Decker is the analytical one. He's in college and kicking ass. And my youngest one, Frankie, she's in high school and is a cool little artist herself. And I want to have another baby. Courtney and I are trying now. Crazy, right? Well, sixes aren't conventional, but we are passionate. I hope I've been a good dad. I hope I am a good husband. I hope I am a good friend. And I hope I've left a deep, deep scar on the planet for the time that I'm here. I work hard and I love hard. Courtney and I have been together for 7 years. She's been there for me and supportive through the demise of Mötley Crüe and all those hard years when I wasn't home. It's not easy to be a rock and roll widow. I'm home now, and I'm going to be home for all my family. I don't know what's next musically, but I keep spitting out words like supergroup. Can you imagine? That would be the goddamn icing on the cake. Me and all my heroes in one band? guess I better start thinking of a band name. When I was younger, I was carrying around a lot of false information. My hard drive was fragmented. It all got caught up with ego and money and drugs. I was young. I could do anything. I was invincible until it killed me. If I had died in the Franklin Plaza back in 1987, my epitaph would have just said, "Fuck you." That was pretty much what that guy had to say. Well, I'm glad I survived because my life is so much more beautiful now. As a kid and well into my time in Mötley Crüe, I used to love Johnny Thunders and Keith Richards for their lifestyles. I just wanted to be just like them, to be them. It took me a long time to see that you can be a cool cat without a fucking stupid drug habit. I mean, people like Keith or Joe Perry will always be cool guys and great musicians and artists. They are how I want to age. I want to be the guy who is up on stage still playing in my late 60s or even my 70s or even beyond. I want to embrace getting old. I don't want to die because of drugs or alcohol. I want to have fun the rest of my life and die of old age. Bring on the wrinkles and the snarl. When I think those things now, or when I look back at the Heroin Diaries, I catch myself and I laugh because I realize that the young Nikki Sixx, he would hate my guts. He would spit in my fucking face and yell, "What do you mean? You've got a wife and kids and dogs and you eat healthy. Oh my God. What do you mean you don't drink or shoot heroin? You're not rock and roll at all." Truth be told, I'll outrock that little bastard any day of the week. And that means any of you newcomers too, and that's a challenge. Here's to the next chapter. Nikki Sixx, May 2017.
The Heroin Diaries, A Year in the Life of a Shattered Rock Star, was written by Nikki Sixx with Ian Gittins, and read by Nikki Sixx with Sophie Cargman and Ross Marquand. It was recorded by Vianna Vigno at North Hollywood Sound. Editing and post-production by Like 2,000 Pounds. Accidents Can Happen 2017, performed by 6 a.m., courtesy of 11/7 Music. The associate producer was Jennifer Lopes. The Heroin Diaries, A Year in the Life of a Shattered Rock Star, was produced and directed by Travis Tunn. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. The Heroin Diaries, A Year in the Life of a Shattered Rock Star, is available in print from Gallery Books. The Heroin Diaries soundtrack, 10th Anniversary Edition, the companion piece to the Heroin Diaries book, is out now and includes 3 reimagined tracks, a DVD featuring 6 a.m. interview footage, and original music videos. Also available is the Heroin Diaries graphic novel and deluxe vinyl book.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
Here's a recommended preview based on your listening. To listen to the full title, you can buy it in your player.
Is for my family, so that you may better understand my heart, my dedication, my lust for life, and my love for you. The Stadium Tour, Chapter 1. Spring in Los Angeles, 70-something degrees, and my agent, Dennis Arfa, had taken me out to the ball game. The Dodgers were up in the 7th. Dennis was working on his second hot dog with not a care in the world. So naturally, in the snarkiest voice I could muster, I asked him, why didn't we ever play Dodger Stadium? I've been working with Dennis for many a year, and he knows the places we played as well as we do. Budokan, Wembley, Red Rocks, Madison Square Garden. Mötley Crüe's opened for the Rolling Stones. We packed every outdoor shed we've been booked into and headlined outdoor festivals around the world. In Los Angeles, we filled the Hollywood Bowl and sold out the Staples Center. But Dodger Stadium, the only time I'd set foot on the field was to throw out a ceremonial first pitch. I guess the reason would have to be your bright idea to break up the band. Both of us burst out laughing. If you guys ever change your minds, Dennis said, just call me. A few hours later, I woke my wife up. If we ever get back together, we're going to play Dodger Stadium. Courtney's used to me waking her up after midnight. Most of the time, she'll indulge me. This time, she said, but baby, the band signed a contract. This was true. A few years earlier, Mötley Crüe signed a cessation of touring contract. And Courtney knows that I'm a man of my word, but I'm also a man who's ruled by his passions. I'll think of something, I said. At the time, I was working on The Dirt, a movie based on the book about Mötley. The book had been a major bestseller, and so far, the movie was turning out better than any of us would have guessed. Tommy was being portrayed by Machine Gun Kelly. An English actor named Douglas Booth was playing me. So Booth was doing his best Nikki Sixx, while the real Nikki Sixx was taking meetings with Live Nation, Apple, Spotify, radio stations, and social media platforms to promote the film. I'd show scenes and snippets from the movie, share some of my own memories, and play the new song I'd written. Actually, I had several new songs, well-formed ideas that all seemed exciting. I'd been woodshedding with John Five, a guitarist who's played with everyone from Katie Lang to Marilyn Manson and Rob Zombie, and with Sahaj Tikaton, a musician who'd set a record for holding a note longer than any other male singer. We had made a bunch of demos, and I played them all for Bob Rock, who'd helped make Mötley Crüe's biggest album, Dr. Feelgood, in 1989. Hard to believe 30 years had gone by, but when Bob heard the tracks, he said, "These sound like classic Mötley Crüe songs." The song I'd written for the credits sequence reminded Bob of Kickstart My Heart, high praise from the man who'd produced the original. We have the songs, I told Courtney. The songs, the music, is where it all starts. Without the music, there'd be no club tours, no theater tours, no arenas, no private jets getting us to the arenas. There'd be no money, no platinum records to hang on the studio walls. For Mötley, there would have been none of the love and the hate or the death and destruction that comes with the lifestyle. Between the four of us, we've got 160 years worth of memories to draw on. If this were a VH1 special, we'd all say in unison, some of the best we've had, some of the worst, and not many that we would take back. We'd all be telling the truth. As a kid, I drew bands in my notebooks. 4 complementary characters with superhero-like powers on drums, bass, guitar, and vocals. Those guys always looked cool and always had the best songs, played them well, and the lyrics had something to say. In my mind, I was building a new kind of monster. Those bands were Mötley in embryo form. All I had to do was move out to Los Angeles, learn to play bass, and find 3 other musicians who saw the world the way I did. In the end, that's what happened. Of course, it took a ton of hard work, and not just the work you'd imagine. On top of writing, rehearsing, working on our look and stage show, and playing, there were the constant demands, obligations the industry made, junkets, interviews with journalists who drank our booze, did our drugs, and then turned around and slagged us in their magazines. It took years of band therapy to keep us together and remind us of all the reasons we had to keep going. But I had my own family to look after, too. At the time, Courtney was pregnant. Our daughter, Ruby, was due in July. Touring isn't the easiest thing to do.
You've reached the end of this preview. To listen to the full title, you can buy it in your player. Here's another recommendation based on your listening.
This is Audible.
Harper Audio presents Does the Noise in My Head Bother You? A rock and roll memoir by Steven Tyler with David Dalton. Read for you by Jeremy Davidson. To the loving memory and the spirit of Susan Ray Blanchett Tallarico. Semi-prologue. If you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. If you're a singer, everything looks like a song. Life is short. Break the rules. Forgive quickly, kiss slowly, love truly, laugh uncontrollably, and never regret anything that makes you smile. We're not quantified. There's no chart of desire. When the roaring flames of your heart have burned down to embers, may you find that you have married your best friend. Hunch, conjecture, instinct, a blind allegiance to anything can get you killed. And always remember, sing as though no one can hear you. Live as though heaven is here on earth. Here, I want to say something deep and meaningless, like, to thine own self be true. But in truth, the first thing we have to do is kill all the lawyers. When I was a kid and in a gang, my so-called best friend, Dennis Dunn, would slam me in the arm and say, "Pass it on, motherfucker." So I turned to Ignacio and punched him in the arm and said, "Pass it on." Ignacio turned to Footy and punched him in the arm, and Footy punched Raymond, who in turn punched me again. It's all about fighting for position. Later on in life, I was to find that being in a band was not too different. Only in my new gang, Brad punched Tom, Tom punched Joey, Joey punched Joe, and Joe punched me in the mouth, and that's the sweetest way I can tell you what happens in every band that ever there was. At least those that lasted more than 10 years and got the chance to manifest the light. I remember once my mother telling me, when I said I wanted to be like Janis Joplin, "If you manifest the light, you will become a dartboard for others' fears, doubts, and insecurities, and if you can handle that, Stephen, my little skeezix, you may have your blue army." And guess what? I got both barrels. I also wish to articulate at the outset here, neighbors and ne'er-do-wells, that my life's journey has not taken me to a place to defile, demoralize, or damage anybody. So all of you who have ruffled my feathers and done me wrong for being an inquisitive child or an oversensitive pain-in-the-neck artist, remember, just like they said about Mongo in the movie Blazing Saddles, if you shoot Stephen, you'll just make him angry. When you're young, you experience everything for the first time, and because it's happening to you so matter-of-factly, it just is, and you argue your way through it. In midlife, you question fucking everything, and so much energy is wasted questioning the whys of it all. You want to find that angel of thunderstorms that will put out your internal fire. You start to believe that you made it through 6 decades because there is an angel on your shoulder. That's why I'm a songwriter. Because I've lived through the changes of not knowing anything to knowing everything, and now at 63, I'm back to not knowing nothing. And when your mind is free of so-called knowledge, it is now set free to use its imagination. Like Albert Einstein once said, imagination is more important than knowledge. Radio plays your song. The melody is so catchy that it crawls inside of the people listening and changes their everything. They start singing it. You got into them. You made love to them. You got into their soul, and vice versa. It's like Vujade, and that's when the miracle manifests. You're trading faces, places, spaces, and graces. Father of 4 children, loves of my life, a songwriter, got a doctorate at Berkeley and another one at UMass Boston. A poet, a painter, a drug addict, and a person who learns something new on a daily basis, from the Malibu home for the recently all right to having dinner with Sheikh Neon in Abu Dhabi. And now, an author? You gotta be kidding. Romantic, semantics, exotic, neurotic, you got it. Does the noise in my head bother you? Yet? Yeah, really? I'd say we're off to a good start. ST. Chapter 1. Peripheral Visionary. I was born at the Polyclinic Hospital in the Bronx, March 26, 1948. As soon as I could travel, my parents headed straight out of town to Sunapee, New Hampshire, to the little housekeeping cottages they rented out every summer, kind of old-fashioned bed and breakfast deal, only it was 1950.
You've reached the end of this preview. To listen to the full title, you can buy it in your player. Here's another recommendation based on your listening.
This is Audible.
Harper Audio presents This Is Gonna Hurt: Music, Photography, and Life Through the Distorted Lens of Nikki Sixx. This is Nikki Sixx. This book is dedicated to my sister, Lisa Marie Ferrana's life. Rest in peace. For those who feel different, estranged, and like the misfits of society, may this book show the world that we're all the same. You're probably wondering why I invited you here. So here we sit, again, pen to paper, heart in hand, me whispering softly in your ear as I prepare to take you on another journey. Last time we were together in the Heroin Diaries. Now we've moved on. I, cozy in my truths, and you, sometimes agitated in your opinions of me. But we're still going to sit here together, nose to nose, pondering each other. This is gonna hurt. My dream has always been the same since I was a kid, to somehow show people life through different colored lenses. Now, more than ever, I feel it's important to see that way. We need to be aware that the warped perspectives of television, internet, and magazines are sometimes poisonous. I cannot walk down the street without feeling I'm being subjected to some constant sales pitch on what we should look like, smell like, dress like, or even worse, what we should be like. I hope to take your breath away from time to time as you hear about my experiences, my life, my rants and celebrations. I'm going to lay it all out there for the world to see, not worried about ridicule. In my short life, I have been wrong in my attitudes from time to time. I've made bad decisions that have affected others' lives. And still to this day, I work hard at spiritual growth. The fact that when death knocked at my door, I was lucky enough to tell him to come back later is reason enough to tell my story. But my story isn't so much about me as it is about life. I'm just a man with a megaphone. Maybe I'll even be telling your story. I am sure you'll let me know if it moves and motivates you. After the Heroin Diaries, I got hundreds of thousands of emails and letters telling me how readers' lives have been changed for the better. I shared my story, and maybe someone else's life was spared too. I am speaking of the families as well. If the words in this audiobook show you the beauty in the downtrodden side of our souls, I am happy. I've done my job. It's never too late to wake up. It's never too late for change. I, too, am changing. I am writing this book partly in hopes that I will move somebody to pick up a camera, write a poem, pen a song, or take a shot at any other dream. I've always said, if you can dream it, you can have it. In my heart, I'm wishing that these musings might motivate someone, somewhere, to do great things. Back when I wrote Shout at the Devil, I was motivated by anger as I shouted into a million teenage years. As the years go by, I've become more aware that I am in position to be heard. As I mature and become more conscious, I take this responsibility seriously. My personal struggle is this: how do I continue to do things of importance, to grow as a man, yet remain this crazy artistic father, photographer, rock and roller, and businessman, and still not lose my edge? I think the only answer is to keep digging in my past and poking at all the wounds until I've discovered and healed every last one. The pain gives me the edge. I'm grateful for it. I think I've answered a few of my own questions here in this audiobook. I try to be honest and walk my talk. I'm happy to roll up my sleeves, tattoos and all, and let you see that I wear my heart for the whole world to see, scars and all. So the question is, are you ready? I am, so let's go. Chapter 1. Look through my cracked viewfinder. This all started innocently enough. It was a crisp spring morning in 1989. I was newly sober and looking for something to replace the drugs that had been running through my bloodstream for years, and for some odd reason decided to go into a camera store. It was a simple little Canon 35mm SLR and a couple of lenses that started an adventure that will probably plague me forever, like music. Well, okay, to be honest, it wasn't really the beginning of me shooting pictures. I'd been snapping Polaroids of the band and our life on the road for years, but that's a different book. I believe my photography addiction somehow ties into the fact that I've always had an eye for the oddities in life. Even as a kid, I saw the world in my own way and thought most things that were different were beautiful and magical, even things that other people thought were horrifying and disgusting and weird. I'm 6 or 7 years old, walking down a street with my mother. We pass by an amputee.
You've reached the end of this preview. To listen to the full title, you can buy it in your player. Here's another recommendation based on your listening.
When I Was a Worm. 1. The Man That You Fear. Among all things that can be contemplated under the concavity of the heavens, nothing is seen that arouses the human spirit more, that ravishes the senses more, that horrifies more, that provokes more terror or admiration than the monsters, prodigies, and abominations through which we see the works of nature inverted, mutilated, and truncated. Pierre Boaistuau, Histoire prodigieuse, 1561. Circle 1. Limbo. Hell to me was my grandfather's cellar. It stank like a public toilet and was just as filthy. The dank, concrete floor was littered with empty beer cans, and everything was coated with a film of grease that probably hadn't been wiped since my father was a boy. Accessible only by rickety wooden stairs fixed to a rough stone wall, the cellar was off limits to everybody except my grandfather. This was his world. Dangling unconcealed from the wall was a faded red enema bag, a sign of the misplaced confidence Jack Angus Warner had in the fact that even his grandchildren would not dare to trespass. To its right was a warped white medicine cabinet, inside of which were a dozen old boxes of generic mail-order condoms on the verge of disintegration, a full rusted can of feminine deodorant spray, a handful of the latex finger cots that doctors use for rectal exams, and a Friar Tuck toy that popped a boner when its head was pushed in. Behind the stairs was a shelf with about 10 paint cans, which, I later discovered, were each filled with 20 16mm porno films. Crowning it all was a small, square window. It looked like stained glass, but it was actually stained with a gray grime, and gazing through it really felt like looking up out of the blackness of hell. What intrigued me most in the cellar was the workbench. It was old and crudely made, as if it had been constructed centuries ago. It was covered with dark orange shag carpeting that looked like the hair on a Raggedy Ann doll, except it had been soiled from years of having dirty tools laid on it. A drawer had been awkwardly built into the bench, but it was always locked. On the rafters above was a cheap full-length mirror, the kind with a wooden frame meant to be nailed to the door. But it was nailed to the ceiling for whatever reason. I could only imagine why. This was where my cousin Chad and I began our daily and progressively more daring intrusions into my grandfather's secret life. I was a scrawny 13-year-old with freckles and a bowl cut courtesy of my mother's shears. He was a scrawny 12-year-old with freckles and buck teeth. We wanted nothing more than to become detectives, spies, or private investigators when we grew up. It was in trying to develop the requisite skills and stealth that we were first exposed to all this iniquity. At first, all we wanted to do was sneak downstairs and spy on Grandfather without him knowing. But once we started discovering everything that was hidden there, our motives changed. Our after-school forays into the cellar became half teenage boys wanting to find pornography to jerk off to, and half a morbid fascination with our grandfather. Nearly every day, we made new and grotesque discoveries. I wasn't very tall, but if I balanced carefully on my grandfather's wooden chair, I could reach into the space between the mirror and the ceiling. There, I found a stack of black and white bestiality pictures. They weren't from magazines, just individually numbered photographs that looked like they had been hand-picked from a mail-order catalog. There were early 70s photos of women straddling giant horse dicks and sucking pigs' dicks, which looked like soft, fleshy corkscrews. I had seen Playboy and Penthouse before, but these photographs were in another class altogether. It wasn't just that they were obscene. They were surreal. All the women were beaming real, innocent, flower child smiles as they sucked and fucked these animals. There were also fetish magazines like Water Sports and Black Beauty stashed behind the mirror. Instead of stealing a whole magazine, We would take a razor blade and carefully cut out certain pages. Then we'd fold them into tiny squares and hide them underneath the large white rocks that framed my grandmother's gravel driveway. Years later, we went back to find them, and they were still there, but frayed, deteriorated, and covered with earthworms and slugs. One afternoon in the fall, as Chad and I sat around my grandmother's dining room table after a particularly uneventful...
You've reached the end of this preview. To listen to the full title, you can buy it in your player. Here's another recommendation based on your listening.
For Lou and Billy. They talk of my drinking, but never my thirst. Scottish proverb. You see, alcohol in Latin is spiritus, and you use the same word for the highest religious experience as well as for the most depraving poison. The helpful formula, therefore, is spiritus contra spiritum. Spirit against spirit. Carl Jung, Letter to Bill W., 30th of January, 1961. Introduction. You need to sort your fucking life out. Of all the things I might have expected my GP to say, this would have been the last. I don't know if he was giving any other patients in rural Buckinghamshire the sort your fucking life out treatment that morning. If so, there were quite a few elderly women in the waiting room who were in for a shock. Strap in, Doris. He's on a mission today. But in a roundabout, clumsy, mistake-ridden way, these words saved my life. What you're about to hear is the story of the life they saved. In early 2020, a combination of blood, anxiety, rapid weight loss, and a heartbeat like a marching band brought me to a consulting room in my local GP practice. The various red flags raised by my symptoms meant my regular GP wasn't available at such short notice, so I had a new chap. He booked blood tests, discussed symptoms, did a bit of prodding and poking, and then he asked me how much I drank. GPs always ask how much I drink. I know full well that somewhere on that computer screen, so perfectly angled that I can never quite make out what they're typing, is some reminder, pinned to the top in bold text, perhaps emblazoned with siren emojis, telling them that after a particularly dramatic incident in 2002 involving alcohol, a broken Smirnoff ice bottle, a thumb tendon, and a very depressed student, me, I'm at risk of self-harm and alcohol abuse. These booze-related queries would usually manifest in a series of incredibly well-meaning, if seemingly irrelevant, and finallys tagged on to the end of my appointments. I can't shift this sore throat. And how are you in yourself? Or, this weird patch of eczema keeps appearing on my chest. And is everything okay at home? Or, the joint in my big toe is painful. And the drinking is under... Sometimes they would just peter out like that, and I fudge my way to the door. When it comes to alcohol, we have an unspoken agreement with our doctors. We're never quite honest with them, and in return, they're never quite honest with us. We might describe a myriad of complaints, all of which are exacerbated, even directly caused by alcohol. They ask how much we're drinking. We do some quick maths in our head and remove a zero. Our doctors then do some maths in their head and double it. And after writing out a prescription for the thing that would dramatically improve if we stopped drinking, they say with a smile, "And maybe watch the old booze, eh?" We share a knowing chuckle and go home, happy that this new batch of pills might solve the conundrum we place before all our healthcare professionals. A conundrum which a former therapist of mine once articulated as this: I will do anything to feel better. Just don't ask me to change. This internal conflict defines many people's lives, a fur-lined rut that condemns us to a life of pain, chosen through our reluctance to do anything about it. The rut serves us somehow. I lived in it for over 20 years. The oft-repeated quote, wrongly attributed to Albert Einstein, that insanity is doing the same thing again and again and expecting different results, can sometimes seem like an innate condition of being human. The best guess for the origin of this quote are a 1981 Narcotics Anonymous pamphlet or Rita Mae Brown's 1983 novel, Sudden Death. After decades of feeling unheard, we resolved to shout at our partners even louder in order that they might listen to what we are saying. When our knees hurt, we booked physio appointments only to give up on the exercises after a couple of days. When the damage of alcohol courses through our lives like wildfire, we resolved to only set our matches to the tinder on weekends. The leaving due next Wednesday. Oh, and Tim's birthday, and Tenerife, of course. I get it. I've been that person. My physio would say I still am that person. I didn't act on my GP's advice immediately. It took a little time before I was in enough pain to sort my fucking life out. His unique prescription came out of nowhere, or so I thought.
You've reached the end of this preview. To listen to the full title, you can buy it in your player. Here's another recommendation based on your listening.
And for every gangster poet out there, still chasing the dawn. Courage is grace under pressure. Ernest Hemingway. Dave's not here. Cheech and Chong. Chapter 1. On September 3rd, 1965, in New York City at 10:58 p.m., I was born dead. We're talking toe tag, meat wagon, fucking dead. The delivering doctor had already sprung into code blue baby umbilical strangulation 1960s ass whoop action. My poor mom, Janet, had to watch the thrashing while mired somewhere between "don't stop" and "he's had enough." My father, Martin Sheen, a career Catholic, or Catholic as I like to say, was rosary-ringing, eulogy-crafting, a short one, no doubt, and already demanding they wrangle a nearby priest to read the baby his last rites. Prime for his first close-up in the scene, Erwin Shabone, OBGYN, dramatically spun toward my dad, like a flaming arrow from his Hippocratic bow sizzling through wafts of incense and dread. His words claimed the room. "You do your job, and I'll do mine." And did he ever? That man beat on me like I owed him money. My parents silently watched and waited, hoping beyond hope to finally detect the initial sputter cough cry that has signaled new life since the dawn of time. And sputter cough cry I finally did, sort of. The way my parents described my awakening bore no resemblance to the straining warm-up of a car engine on a frigid morning. It was more like a bucket of water into the face of a vagrant in a drunk tank. As a direct result of the doctor's heroics, my parents proudly bestowed upon me the middle name of Erwin, Carlos Erwin Estevez. Gotta admit, I'm a fan of letting a child grow up a little bit and once they're able to flush the toilet, be granted a vote in the middle name department. Never has there been a more obvious candidate than mine. Erwin? Are you kidding me? Hey, Mom, Dad, you had two choices, not 50. Because even as Carlos evolved into Charlie and Estevez made way for Sheen, it's the undeniable clunk factor of Erwin that you can smell all the way down the hall. Charles Shabone is about as PB&J as it gets. Fuck it. Erwin saved my life, or at least kickstarted it, literally. The whole Born Dead event has had its hooks in me for a very long time. In so much as being fascinated by my odd arrival, I'm equally tormented by its shadow. Okay, tormented is a bit dramatic. Bewildered, more foots the bill, tip included. The umbilical cord is a lifeline, a time-tested conduit for delicately adjusted 3 squares a day mom chow. It's been difficult coming to terms with that lifeline morphing into the hangman's noose in minute 1. The very same tube that kept my body perfectly alive for roughly 9 months was viciously restricting the switcheroo moment where air, food, and speech need to be quickly rerouted. This many years later, I remain convinced that my childhood stutter, the one that still haunts the adult me, is inextricably linked to that New York hospital accidental crime scene, otherwise referred to as my birthday. Is this merely a folk tale I insist on embracing, at times even worshiping? The facts are the facts. How I choose to interpret or deconstruct them falls squarely on me. At some point, we're all victims of our childhoods. How often we choose to go back there and lend an ear to those whispers is some serious wheat chaff fuckery. Chapter 2. Memories are tricky. To clarify, one's recollection and the actual event never seem to wind up on the same road trip. Early life memories can be the thickest fog to cut through. I can never decide if an image came from the moment itself or from a badly creased photograph I glanced in a grainy album from the 80s. As I said, tricky. I was 2 years old, still living in New York, and headed to my first surgery. As a colorful distraction, my parents decked me out head to toe in a very stylish Roy Rogers cowboy ensemble, mini Stetson, boots, spurs, and 2 chrome Colt .45 cap guns. Surgery be damned. Those cattle rustlers and horse thieves were no match for this gunslinger. Gotta back up the covered wagon a bit. 6 months earlier, I had developed a dramatic reaction to people staring at me. If I noticed someone so much as glancing in my direction, at the top of my lungs, no location spared, I would bloody murder scream, "Stop staring at me!"
You've reached the end of this preview. To listen to the full title, you can buy it in your player. Here's another recommendation based on your listening.
Prologue. It's strange how we always give big news to loved ones in a coma, as if a coma is just a thing that happens from a lack of something to be excited about in your life. Mom is in the ICU at the hospital. The doctor told us she has 48 hours to live. Grandma, Grandpa, and Dad are out in the waiting room calling relatives and eating vending machine snacks. Grandma says Nutter Butters soothe her anxiety. I'm standing around Mom's tiny, comatose body with my 3 older brothers, Marcus, the together one, Dustin, the smart one, and Scott, the sensitive one. I wipe the corners of her crusted shut eyes with a rag, and then it begins. "Mom?" Together leans over and whispers into Mom's ear. "I'm gonna move back to California soon." We all perk up, excited to see if Mom might suddenly jolt awake. Nothing. Then Smart steps forward. Mama, Kate and I are getting married." Again, we all perk up. Still nothing. Sensitive steps forward. "Mommy?" I'm not listening to what Sensitive says to try and get Mom to wake up because I'm too busy working on my own wake-up material. And now it's my turn. I wait until everyone else goes down to grab some food so that I can be alone with her. I pull the squeaky chair close to her bed and sit down. I smile. I'm about to bring the big guns. Forget weddings, forget moving home. I've got something more important to offer. Something I'm sure Mom cares about more than anything. "Mommy, I am so skinny right now. I'm finally down to 89 pounds. I'm in the ICU with my dying mother, and the thing that I'm sure will get her to wake up is the fact that in the days since Mom's been hospitalized, my fear and sadness have morphed into the perfect anorexia motivation cocktail, and finally, I have achieved Mom's current goal weight for me. 89 pounds. I'm so sure this fact will work that I lean all the way back in my chair and pompously cross my legs. I wait for her to come to. And wait. And wait. But she never does. She never comes to. I can't make sense of it. If my weight isn't enough to get Mom to wake up, then nothing will be. And if nothing can wake her up, then that means she's really gonna die. And if she's really gonna die, what am I supposed to do with myself? My life purpose has always been to make Mom happy, to be who she wants me to be. So without Mom, who am I supposed to be now? Before. 1. The present in front of me is wrapped in Christmas paper even though it's the end of June. We have so much paper left over from the holidays because Grandpa got the dozen roll set from